Chapter 1881 Limers is dead? Because of the sudden news of the death of the guide. The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing. But at this moment, Ming Hai suddenly stepped on the foot brake. Yisha looked at Ming Hai. What are you doing? Ming Hai pointed to the front. There are people. What can I do? Yisha looked forward. In the middle of the road, there was a man standing. The man was naked, with his back to them, revealing his strong muscles. And there were tattoos, or lines, on his back. Because I couldn't understand what the so-called tattoo was. A bunch of lines crisscrossed and spread all over the back. It looked chaotic. But if you look closely, you can feel that there seems to be some pattern. The man's left hand held a head, and his right hand held a bronze sword. Ming Hai looked at Yisha. Go around. Wait a minute. Moshi's face was solemn. It feels wrong. Noi, is it someone from Doomsday train? This question was asked to Yisha, and Yisha shook his head. Yisha felt depressed. Very depressed. That man. Very strong. However, whether he was from Doomsday train, Yisha could not answer. Normally, Yisha should know the powerful guys on Doomsday train. But after Yisha left Doomsday train, some powerful newcomers did emerge. So it was hard to judge. Nanrong sure took out 2 wooden signs, rubbed them gently, and then said, "This man is very dangerous." Yisha pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "Bump into him." Ming Hai was surprised. "Ah, Yisha, I told you to hit him." Yisha pushed Ming Hai aside, stepped on the accelerator hard, started the car, and hit the man. The car started, accelerated continuously, and hit the man directly. Then, crack! The cover of the car made a twisting sound, and the car seemed to hit a wall. The man was not hurt at all, but their car was scrapped. Yisha, get out of the car. After kicking open the door, Yisha and his companions got off the train. At the same time, the man slowly turned around. A strange face. Yisha was sure that he had never seen the other person before. Of course, this did not mean that the other person was not a person on the Doomsday train. The man's chest also had dense tattoos, covering every inch of his upper body. However, what made Yisha look horrified? It was the head. Crazy, surprised, horrified, unbelievable. And even Yisha wondered if he was dreaming. The head held by the other party was Limos. Limos was dead? Noah's apostle was dead? This was really unbelievable. Yisha had no idea how to describe his current mood. I smelled a strong smell. At this time, the man suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, even a little unpleasant, like something rough was rubbing there, especially the man's eyes, looking at everyone unscrupulously. That was a look of looking for prey, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moshi whispered, "Goddies?" Yisha showed a puzzled look. Moshi, the body of Noah's apostle in the Tower of Babel. Limos tried to bring this guy back to life to deal with the train conductor. Yisha looked at Limos' head. His face was covered with blood. His eyes were wide open, and he was obviously unwilling and surprised. It seems that Limos' first half of the plan was correct. But there was a problem with the second half of the plan, and this problem was probably not small. So Limos directly lost his life. However, the point is that Limos can't be killed just because he wants to. This guy is the second strongest person Yisha has ever seen, except for the train conductor. And now, Limos only has a head left. At this time, Gaddis spoke again, his eyes constantly sweeping over everyone. "I smell a strong smell. Is it you? Or one of you?" Yisha and the others looked at each other. Yisha suddenly felt a very strange guy. Limos. That bad guy. Couldn't he be killed because he was too strong? Why? Gotti suddenly became angry and shouted at Yisha and the others. "Why? Ignore me." The next moment, Gotti suddenly took a step forward and raised the bronze sword in his hand. Gotti's was at least 7 or 8 meters away from Yisha and the others. Although the bronze sword was huge, it was obviously impossible to hit them at such a distance because the attack distance was not enough. However, when Gotti's raised the sword, everyone, including Yisha, felt a thump in their hearts. A feeling of extreme fear. It was a feeling of the god of death knocking at the door. Yisha shouted, "Retreat!" Almost at the same time, Yisha and his companions jumped away. The next moment, the bronze sword in Gotti's hand suddenly fell down. Boom! The earth trembled when Gotti's chopped down the bronze sword. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and countless smoke and dust rose. After a moment, Yisha looked sideways, with a look of horror on his face. The car was split in two, and the road was cut open by Gades' sword. The crack spread forward, and there was no end in sight. Noi shouted, "Giant God!" The giant god quickly appeared behind Noi, holding a big sword, and slashed down at Gades fiercely. Bang! When the giant sword of the giant fell, Gades suddenly stretched out his hand, directly grasped the sword of the giant sword, and caught the giant sword with his palm. The next moment, Gades attacked again. Puff! The bronze sword was raised and cut through the body of the giant god soldier. The next moment, blood flew. The giant god soldier raised his head and roared silently. Plop! With a continuous splash of blood, the giant god soldier knelt on the ground. And then the body of the giant god soldier slowly split into two halves and fell to the ground. Noi's face was full of horror. At the same time, Gades took a step forward and came directly to Noi. Gades stretched out his hand and grabbed Noi's throat. "It's not you. Gades, you're too weak." Gades swung his hand violently, and Noi was thrown out. He flew more than 10 meters and rolled on the ground. After finally stabilizing his body, Noi spit out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Asshole! Nanrong Jishur looked at Noi, whose life or death was unknown, and immediately cursed him, then stretched out his hand to the side. The air suddenly twisted, and it could be seen that the space around Nanrong Jishur was obviously misplaced. Then a black void crack appeared. Nanrong Jishur stretched out his hand and grabbed a sword box from the crack. Chapter 1882 Gades. Nanrong Jishur slapped the sword box quickly, and the sword box opened. A red long sword with fire appeared and flew towards Gades. Gades casually flicked his hand and chopped the red sword away. Nanrong Jishur did not stop, and quickly jumped forward again, and swords continued to fly out of the sword box. A total of 9 swords. The 9 swords were connected in a line and chopped down towards Gades continuously. Gades casually flicked his hand, and a silver sword light appeared in front of him. And then a clanging sound appeared, and all of Nanrong Jishur's swords were chopped away. Nanrong Jishur shouted softly, leaped forward, and grabbed a metal umbrella. Or rather, a sword. The sword was in the shape of an umbrella. Or more accurately, the sword was hidden in the umbrella. Clang! Nanrong Jishur pulled out the sword, then extended his hand and sent it forward. The metal umbrella flew forward, spinning continuously, with the edge of the umbrella extremely sharp, heading towards Gades. Gades still swung the sword, the most common way of swishing the sword, without a trace of fancy or skill, just raising the sword and swinging it forward. Crack! When the bronze sword fell forward, the metal umbrella was split into 2, cut in half by a clean sword. "It's not you either." Gades looked at Nanrong Jishur. "You are also too weak." The next moment, Gades took a step forward, just like when he got close to Noila before. Gades came to Nanrong Jishur in one step. Gades had no intention of showing mercy, raised his sword, and then slashed towards Nanrong Jishur. Nanrong Jishur shouted softly, and then he put his hands together, and the swords that were shaken away flew over again, quickly interlaced in front of Nanrong Jishur, forming a defense. Gades' action suddenly changed, no longer stabbing, but smashing the bronze sword towards Nanrong Jishur. Bang! The interlaced swords were easily blown away by Gades, and Nanrong Jishur also flew backwards. After crawling on the ground for a few times, Nanrong Jishur tried to get up with his arms supporting the ground, but eventually fell back. The second one. Yisha and Imoshi looked at each other. Their faces became extremely solemn. The guy in front of them was so strong that it was terrifying. Gades looked at Imoshi and Yisha. "Is it you? Are you the one I'm looking for?" Yisha and Imoshi nodded at the same time and jumped towards Gades. "I am here, and I am the light." Imoshi shouted softly, "Divine punishment." The incandescent light appeared in the air, soft and peaceful. But Imoshi's attack was not soft at all. The white light turned into a cross and hit it hard below. Boom! The next moment, Gades suddenly drew his sword. It was still an ordinary sword, but when it met the white holy cross, the cross was directly torn apart by the sword. And at this moment, Yisha suddenly appeared. Yisha hid in the light released by Imoshi, and when the cross was cut, Yisha came in front of Gades. 6 dragons flying, Yi Sha fell from the air. The sword fell into Nanjiang and was unsheathed, and he slashed hard towards the bottom. The sword blade was filled with blood light, and quickly condensed into blood dragons, one after another, falling downwards continuously. Gaddis's expression remained unchanged, and he still raised his sword and swung it. No moves. When the strength is strong enough, there is no need for moves, because every action is a move. The next moment, Gaddis drew his sword. The falling blood dragon bared its fangs and claws, but it had no resistance at all. Even before it met Gaddis's sword, the blood dragon began to break and completely turned into a pile of halos. After smashing a blood dragon, Gaddis raised his eyebrows. Because the second blood dragon appeared, Gaddis smiled, and seemed to be very satisfied that Yi Sha still had some strength left. You also use a sword? Gaddis looked at Yi Sha. That's great. Gaddis slowly held the bronze sword horizontally. The sword was full of energy. At that moment, Yi Sha could clearly feel that Gaddis's momentum suddenly changed, becoming extremely sharp and fierce. A moment ago, Gaddis was like a sword in a sheath. At this moment, the sword named Gaddis suddenly came out of the sheath. The sharp edge is revealed. Gaddis, draw the sword. A sword beam came towards the sky, and the moment it met the blood dragon, it split the blood dragon in half. The second, the third, the fourth, the blood dragons were killed continuously, and Yi Sha fell downwards, feeling extremely dangerous. The danger of life and death. Sunshine. Sunshine, large-scale defense ability. Can resist all attacks. Lasting 15 seconds. Use interval 24 hours. Yi Sha shouted, and a large piece of flame surged out of his body, surrounding Yi Sha's body. When the sixth blood dragon was shattered, the flames rushed forward, and Gaddis's sword light was shattered. Yi Sha landed and quickly jumped towards Gaddis, while the sword fell to the south and pointed forward. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword came out, and the sword light was cold. Yi Sha thrust out with a sword, and the sword light turned into 24 rays, forcing Gaddis. Gaddis raised his eyebrows, and quickly drew his sword. Gaddis's sword was very fast, and he continued to strike forward. And then the sound of clinking swords continued to ring out. Yi Sha's face showed astonishment, and all 24 sword lights were blocked. However, the shock lasted only for a moment, and Yi Sha knew that there was no time for him to be dazed. Yi Sha bent his legs and leaped forward. Yi Sha, strike out the sword again. A glance lasts for 1,000 years. That sword saw through the world, and it came thousands of years ago. Gaddis held the bronze sword horizontally in front of him, but soon showed a bit of surprise. He could not recognize the sword in front of him, because the sword seemed to have traveled through thousands of years, and really came from thousands of years ago. Puff! Gaddis jumped to the side, and blood bloomed on his shoulder. After landing, Gaddis looked at his shoulder. The sword wound was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. You can't do it. Gaddis raised his sword and pointed at Emoshi, and then pointed the tip of the sword at Yi Sha. You are still okay. Yi Sha's face was extremely solemn. The three evil swords only caused such damage, or even no damage at all. With Gaddis's recovery ability, such injuries can be recovered in an instant. What a pity! Gaddis shook his head immediately. You two are not the people I'm looking for either. You are not strong enough. While Gaddis was speaking, he raised his sword and swept forward. The next moment, a sword wind suddenly appeared and swept forward, appearing extremely violent. Chapter 1883 Invincible. Emoshi's eyes were slightly cold, and she took a step forward and opened her hands directly. I am here, and I am the light. Emoshi shouted softly, Judgment. As soon as Emoshi made a move, a large amount of light gathered together to form a beam of light, which fell towards Gaddis. Yi Sha was not idle either, and when he opened his hands, flames emerged, the power of the Son of Flame. As Yi Sha pushed his hands forward, the two flames merged together and became a pillar of fire, advancing madly forward. The next moment, the light enveloped Gaddis, and the flames and sword wind collided with each other. Defeat at the first touch. Although they knew how powerful Gaddis was, Yi Sha and Emoshi did not expect that they would be defeated so easily. The beam of light fell from the sky, but at the moment it enveloped Gaddis. Gaddis stretched out his hand and pinched the air. Gaddis seemed to have pinched something, and the beam of light cracked into countless cracks like broken glass, and then turned into countless white halos. As for Yisha's flame, it was shattered by Gaudi's sword wind the moment it collided with the sword wind, and turned into pieces. The power of the apostle should not be underestimated. Yisha knew very well that Gaudi's did not suppress him with absolute strength, but used skills, very superb sword skills, to cut the flame into pieces, so that the flame could not fall into the area where Gaudi's was, and naturally avoided the attack. However, if you don't succeed, you don't succeed. Skills are also part of strength. Gaudi's strength is unquestionable. The next moment, the sword wind came to Yisha and Emoshi. Without any suspense, Yisha and Emoshi were blown away, falling to the ground. Yisha's expression was a little ferocious, and he struggled on the ground. When the sword wind passed by, many wounds appeared densely on Yisha's body, and blood kept flowing out, dyeing Yisha into a bloody man. Looking up at Emoshi, she was not much better either. The sword wind was quite brutal. Yisha struggled to get up, but his legs softened, and he fell back to the ground. Gaudi's didn't seem to have the intention to kill. No. It should be said that Gaudi's didn't care about killing or not killing. Gaudi's wouldn't care if he killed any of the Yisha in the battle. Gaudi's didn't care if he didn't kill them. When he couldn't fight anymore, Gaudi's lost interest in him. Killing or not killing made no difference to Gaudi's. It seemed that he was really just challenging the strong. Gaudi's set his eyes on Minghai. If they can't do it, then you are the only one left. My feeling is not wrong. There is a strong existence among you. Since there is only one left, it can only be you. Minghai took a step forward and puffed out his chest. You can try to kill me. Gaddis didn't waste any words and slashed forward with a sword. Puff! The sword light fell and slashed straight at Minghai. Then, there was a muffled sound, and Minghai's head fell off. Gaddis was stunned. Isn't this too weak? But in the next moment, the headless corpse picked up the head and pressed it against the neck, and Minghai's head grew back. Minghai looked at Gaudi's with disdain. Come on. If you can kill me, you win. Gaudi's became serious for the first time and swung his sword again. Poof! This time, Minghai's body was cut in half. But it was only a very short time. Minghai's body squirmed and quickly pieced together again. Poof! Just as Minghai's body healed, Gaudi's raised his sword and chopped it down again. This time he chopped it down directly from Minghai's head and cut Minghai's body in one blow. Minghai was cut into two halves, and his brain and internal organs were all over the ground. But it was still useless. Minghai's body quickly pieced together again. Gaudi's frowned, suddenly leaped forward, and slashed forward with the sword in his hand. With one sword out, the sword light was everywhere. In front of Gaudi's, there was a dense sword light, covering Minghai's body. The next moment, Minghai's body was completely torn into pieces, and turned into pieces of meat scattered on the ground. But Gaudi's did not show any joy, because those pieces of meat were squirming. Those pieces of meat seemed to be alive, squirming constantly, and slowly pieced together into a human shape again. Gaudi's roared and suddenly jumped into the air. This jump was more than 10 meters high. In midair, Gaudy swung his sword continuously and slashed down. Boom! 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 The silver sword light kept falling to the ground, and the ground kept making loud noises and began to crack and collapse. In a moment, the ground was completely shattered. When the dust dispersed, an extremely huge deep pit appeared on the ground, which collapsed at least 5 or 6 meters downwards. Gaudy's intention is very simple. Isn't it possible to heal? Then he will blast Minghai to pieces and see how Minghai can heal. But, when the dust dispersed, Minghai stood at the center of the deep pit, motionless. Minghai disdainfully said, Come on. I still say that. If you kill me, I lose. But, buzz. Suddenly, Minghai took a step forward, and a slight buzzing sound suddenly sounded around him, as if there was a wave of air passing around. Yisha and Emoshi shook their heads, feeling a little dizzy, and their consciousness suddenly became blurred. Then their heads tilted, and they fell directly to the ground. Minghai, but I don't have time to waste time with you. Either get out of here, or I'll kill you. Gaddis's figure flashed, and he ignored Minghai at all. He came to Minghai again, raised the bronze sword and chopped down Minghai's head. Minghai sneered and suddenly clenched his fists. Crack, crack. As Minghai clenched his fists, his knuckles kept making sounds. And then Minghai punched forward. Bang! Minghai punched Gaddis's bronze sword, and then Gaddis's body flew backwards. rolling on the ground for more than 10 meters. Puff! Gaddis stood up with a swaying body, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then knelt down again, landing on one knee, supporting himself with the bronze sword, so as not to fall. It turned out to be you. Gaddis, we just want to go home. Ming Hai, you have no home for a long time. Even if the end of the world is not here, this is not your home. Ming Hai raised his head and pointed around, pointing at everyone. This is their home. Gaddis was angry. Why do you have the final say? Ming Hai, because you can't beat me. I'll give you one last chance. Either get out or I'll kill you. Gaddis, you can't kill me because it's against the rules. Ming Hai, your existence is against the rules. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Gaddis bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, slowly stood up, dragged the bronze sword, and began to retreat. Chapter 1884 Return. Yisha groaned, slowly opened his eyes, and then smelled a strong aroma. He looked up and saw Ming Hai grilling meat nearby. Yisha rubbed his temple. Where is this? Ming Hai, I don't know. I just kept driving and stopped when I was almost there. Hey, do you want to eat? Yisha was in no mood to eat, and looked around. Where's that guy? Ming Hai, who? Yisha, Gaddis. Ming Hai, he ran away. Yisha was stunned. Why? Ming Hai, are you crazy? What do you mean by why? Yisha, I'm asking why Gaddis ran away. Don't tell me you beat him. I'd rather believe that a sow will climb a tree and the world will end tomorrow than believe that you can beat him. Please, I think you are really crazy. Now is the end of the world. Ming Hai, I can't beat him. The key is that you have to know. Can he beat me? That's right. Yisha suddenly realized that the guy in front of him was unkillable. Yisha, then what? Ming Hai, then he ran away. What else can I do? I can't kill him. But he can't kill me either. He ran away after killing me dozens of times. What else can I do? Ming Hai stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth with a proud look on his face and started to bite it. Ming Hai, how about it? In the end, you still have to rely on me. Right? I am invincible in the world. Anyone who sees me has to run away. It's useless not to run away. You can't be killed even if you stand there and let people chop you. It's not that I look down on you, but I look down on all of you. You are all garbage. Yisha almost cursed Ming Hai's ancestors, saying that he was fat and out of breath. But he couldn't die. So why was he so proud? Yisha, I mean, why run? Even if he can't kill you, it's easy for him to kill us. And you can't stop him at all. Ming Hai thought for a while. Maybe he was shocked by my powerful strength. Fuck you. Yisha couldn't help but curse. There was really nothing to say to a bitch. Ming Hai spread his hands. You have to ask him this question yourself. How do I know why he ran away? When he ran away, should I chase him and ask him? Anyway, if I can't kill him, I will run away. And then I will throw you into the car and leave. Yisha, where are the others? Ming Hai pointed to the side. They are all there. Yisha looked in the direction Ming Hai pointed, and the car was parked not far away. Moshi, Nui and Nan Rongjishir were all there, leaning against the car, and seemed to be still unconscious. Yisha was confused. What on earth did that bastard come here for? Yisha was really puzzled. Gaudi should have been created by Limus. Both of them were apostles of Noah. But Gaudis killed Limus. This was already a problem. Cannibalism? Cannibalism is not uncommon. But is Limus stupid? If Limus knew that Gaudis would kill him, he would definitely not create the Tower of Babel. This is one of the oddities. The second oddity is that Gaudis suddenly appeared and beat them all up, but did not kill them. What's going on? Is it really just to fight them? Yisha had no conclusion. If he had to say it, maybe Gaudis was really sick. Yisha hesitated for a while, and was called back to his senses by the sound of his stomach. Then he sat on the seashore and started eating. He was too lazy to hesitate. After a while, Moshi woke up, followed by Nan Rongjishir and Nui. Yisha and Moshi were not seriously injured. Or it could be said that they were hard injuries. With Yisha and Moshi's recovery ability, they recovered quickly. Nan Rongjishir was similar, slightly more seriously injured. And Nui was the worst. This guy fought with alien creatures and broke 2 ribs. It was not so easy to recover. But the problem of immortality is not big. And the trouble is that the giant god soldier is really dead. The giant god soldier is a very good fighting force. And it is also a good fighting force in Noi's hands. As a result, it was chopped by Goddy's sword. Noi can be said to have suffered a huge loss, and his strength has been sharply reduced. There are also competitors in the Apostle Walk. There are many candidates for the Son of God. Of course, Yisha may be gloomy. Although Noi's face is not good, he may not think about this matter. He is just sad that the giant god soldier was killed. Minghai still said the same thing, repeating the conversation with Yisha 3 times. And he was used to dying. And then Goddy's ran away. Don't mention it. This set of rhetoric is really quite popular. Facing an unkillable opponent is really a very uncomfortable thing. The most important thing is that it is okay to be killed by Minghai. But it is uncomfortable to not kill Minghai. And Minghai can't kill the opponent. And there is no result at all. Nan Rongjishir, this matter is very serious. And we must tell the guide as soon as possible. One no apostle is enough to cause headaches. And another one appears. Although Limos is dead, Gaddis is obviously more difficult to deal with. When facing Limos, the great feeling is the difficult feeling of being unable to defeat. While facing Goddies, it is the feeling of being invincible and powerless. The two feelings are similar, but in fact they are very different. Among them, Yisha felt the most deeply. When facing Goddies, Yisha felt like facing a train conductor. No matter what you do, the opponent can easily resolve it. And the opponent's attack is simply powerless to resist. It feels so helpless. Emoshi, if that's the case. Let's go! This place should be able to use the interlude space. No one else had any objections, and used the interlude space to disappear. Nui and Nanrongjishir returned to the Fog City, while Yisha, Emoshi and Minghai returned to Valen City. After returning to Valen City, Emoshi went directly to the basement of the Great Sage. After listening to the Great Sage, he sighed, "It's a troubled time." Yisha leaned against the wall. "Don't you have any clues at all?" "Great Sage?" "The Great Sage. It's really not clear about the affairs of the Apostles of Noah. Looking back on history, I have seen many Apostles of Noah. And this is the first time I have seen a situation of killing each other. However, the Apostles of Noah are definitely our targets. No matter whether the target changes or not. As long as it is the Apostles of Noah. This will not change. So there is no need to think too much." Yisha nodded. "So, the focus is still on Apostle Zero?" The Great Sage nodded. "This is very important news. Why does Apostle Noah appear every time the end of the world and every time civilization collapses? This is a question without an answer. At least we don't know. But now there is a new clue. Maybe it is related to Apostle Zero. Maybe it is useless. But we may be able to peek into the truth through this clue. Compared to killing Apostle Noah. I think if we can figure out what kind of existence Apostle Noah is, what is the meaning and purpose of their appearance, it will actually be more beneficial for us to end the end of the world." Chapter 1885 Rest. Yisha nodded. "So, does the Great Sage have any clues?" The Great Sage smiled. "No clues. But I have some ideas. Sometimes living long is good. I know a lot of things, such as the appearance of the apostles before. And there are also related records on many relics of ancient civilizations." Yisha raised his eyebrows. "You want to compare the apostles who appeared in the Doomsday before, and then find out the rules?" The Great Sage nodded. Yisha was very smart, and understood his meaning very easily. "Yisha, what's the result?" The Great Sage, "Don't worry. There is no result yet. It is not so easy to find out the rules. Arrangement? Combination? Even the growth cycle of the apostles are all possible. I need time. And..." The Great Sage sighed. "Yisha, this method may not be effective." "Right?" The Great Sage nodded. "I have discussed it with other guides. The most important thing next is to study Apostle Zero, and find out the news of Apostle Zero. Of course, another very important thing is that the Doomsday train may arrive at the station, which also needs attention. The first thing we need to do now is to find out where the next stop of the Doomsday train is. I originally thought that the appearance of the Tower of Babel might mean the end of everything, and it might be the terminal of the Doomsday train. But now it seems that it is obviously not. There is even a new Noah Apostle, which is really a headache." Yisha thought for a moment. "Unless the next stop is the terminal of the Doomsday train. Otherwise, I will not participate in the next mission." "Oh!" The Great Sage glanced at Yisha. "You should know that this will make others have opinions about you." "Yisha, do you think I care?" The Great Sage, "I know you don't care. But you need a reason to convince me, and let me convince others. I don't need to convince anyone. I don't need to report to anyone when I do things. However, I still respect the great sage. Since you want a reason, that's another matter. Yisha, I want to go to the land of origin. Oh! The great sage suddenly realized, that sword. Yisha, it's not that simple. I have many reasons to go to the land of origin. Yisha said, as he took out some crystal blocks. The great sage, what is this? Yisha, the things made by the 9 nether guide for me can protect me from nightmares. But there are only 3 left. Moreover, even if the 9 nether guide continues to make them for me, I'm afraid they won't be of much use. The effect of these crystal blocks is getting weaker and weaker each time they are used. And they are about to be unable to suppress my dreams. Coincidentally, I found that there may be a way to solve nightmares in the land of origin. The great sage nodded. This reason is enough. Yisha, secondly, I think I can still save it. The great sage was puzzled. Huh? It seems that the great sage is not as humorous as I imagined. Yisha took out a cigar, cut off the charred ash in front, and lit it. I want to become stronger. And the origin land can obviously make me stronger. I think I still have the possibility of improvement. Especially the apostle power of the water elves, which has not yet awakened. To put it another way, even if there is no intuitive way to make me stronger, the time in the origin land is not equal to the outside world. No matter how long I spend in the origin land, it will not affect the time outside. Then, 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, time and fighting are the best ways to become stronger. Great sage, first of all, you can survive. Yisha, yes. I am confident that I can survive in the land of origin. Great sage, I have no reason to object. Right? Yisha smiled. Anyway, I have to go there. As you said, even if it is for the sword, I have to go there again. Great sage, do you really not remember anything? The great sage thought for a while. I don't have much information to give you. I have already said what I should say last time. However, if you see the sword mountain, it is easy to find. Yisha, easy to find. What do you mean? Great sage, according to my impression, there is nothing obvious and worth mentioning around the sword mountain. Otherwise, I would definitely remember it. That is to say, the sword mountain is the most obvious landmark. Apart from that, I really have no other information to provide. Yisha nodded and said nothing more. Great sage, you should go and rest first. The people from the Tower of Babel should be tired. Yisha, I plan to set off tomorrow. Great sage, wait a little longer. Let the 9 nether guide make some more crystal blocks for you. Even if the effect is reduced, it is still useful. Prepare more in case of emergency. Yisha nodded. Okay. The great sage waved his hand, and Yisha and Emoshi understood what he meant and left the basement. Going up the stone steps, Emoshi said, 2 guides died, and there should be a memorial ceremony. Do you want to go to the Fog City with me? Me? Yisha smiled. I won't join in the fun. Right? I think no one wants to see me. It's not a happy thing to begin with. So why make everyone even more unhappy? Emoshi smacked her lips, and finally didn't say anything more, but nodded. Emoshi again, do you want me to go with you? Yisha, no. Since I've been there once, I can find the place by myself. And now the interlude space can be used. It's not too troublesome. What are you going to do there? Just wait at the entrance of the cave? I've been inside for 10 years. And you've been outside for 1 second. Which is equivalent to going to the snow mountain for a circle and coming back. Which is meaningless. 10 years. Emoshi smiled. You are really confident. Yisha, if you can't even do this, what qualifications do you have to fight Noah's apostles? Don't forget. According to the purpose of your apostles' walk, the final challenge is Noah's apostles. Emoshi's face became serious. That makes sense. But unfortunately, I can't go in anymore. Besides, you are also an apostle now. Yisha smiled and didn't comment on this question. Yisha admitted that he was an apostle, but he never regarded himself as an apostle. Moreover, Yisha always had a feeling that it didn't seem right for the apostles to regard Noah's apostles as the final enemy. Back on the ground, Yisha said hello to Minghai and then returned to his room. Babel Tower got nothing, but there were many troubles, one after another. When he relaxed, Yisha felt extremely tired. With his head touching the bed, Yisha fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1886 Suspicion. Yi Sha was really tired. He slept for nearly 15 hours. When he woke up, another piece of the crystal that Jiuyo gave him was broken, which meant that Yi Sha had less and less time to rest. But it didn't matter. If he entered the origin land again, solving the nightmare would definitely be something Yi Sha had to do. It was already certain that the power of the spirit apostle could affect the nightmare dream. The only problem was how to find someone who could help him. Of course, Yi Sha is not in a hurry. There is always a way. After waking up, Yi Sha stretched and walked around in the cathedral. The cathedral was a little deserted. Most of the apostles went to the Fog City to attend the memorial ceremony of the two guides. It is no problem to call it a funeral. The apostles will use the rituals of the two guides' respective civilizations to hold the ceremony. In some ways, the apostles can be said to be the most united force. And it is not without reason. In many ways, the apostles are very humane. On the Doomsday train, this kind of thing will never happen. Everyone hopes that the deputy train conductor, the chief steward, etc. will die, so that the position will be vacant. As for the conductor, no one dared to covet his position. The gap in strength was too big, and everyone knew their own limitations. Yi Sha wandered around for a while, and came to the basement of the Great Sage. Yi Sha did not integrate into the Apostles' Walk, nor did he intend to do so. The only people who were familiar with Yi Sha were the Great Sage and Emoshi. Nan Rongjishir and Nuo Yi could barely be counted as two, but they obviously fought more than they communicated. In the basement, the Great Sage looked a little tired. There were some fist-sized balls of light of different colors on the table. Under the control of the Great Sage, the sorting method was constantly changed. Yi Sha was curious. What is that? The Great Sage, Apostles. Yi Sha, does the red ball of light represent the Son of Flame? The blue one is the Water Spirit. The Great Sage nodded. Yi Sha looked at the densely packed balls of light. There are so many that it makes my scalp tingle. The Great Sage smiled. They are all apostles from different eras. If so many apostles appear in the same era, then I think it's better not to fight against the end of the world. It would be more comfortable to wait for death and peace. Yi Sha, so, what have you learned? The Great Sage shook his head. No. I can't find any pattern at all. The only thing I found is that the Son of Flame, Water Spirit, Sky King, and Power Angel appear the most frequently. Yi Sha, will it be related to the timeline? The Great Sage shook his head. It's not that I don't know, but I haven't started researching yet. It's very troublesome to infer the order of each apostle's appearance through the relics of ancient civilizations. Moreover, the relics of ancient civilizations are not complete. Yi Sha hesitated for a moment. Then, for the origin land, Great Sage, are you hiding something? The Great Sage was puzzled. What do you mean? Yi Sha, I heard a piece of news in the origin land that those who entered the origin land came from different civilizations. Because the time in the origin land is not restricted by normal time, and the space is not restricted by normal space. Therefore, in the civilizations that were born and destroyed in this world for tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, those who obtained the power of the apostles gathered in the origin land, transcending the constraints of time and space. What is their purpose? Yes, as you guessed, they are looking for something. Looking for something that can keep their civilization going. Or in other words, in the end of the world. Great Sage, this is very important news. Yi Sha, don't you have anything to say? Great Sage, what do you think I should say? Yi Sha, I think you must know something. You have entered the origin land and arranged so many saints to enter it. You don't even know the most basic things about the origin land? Death is not a way to leave the origin land, but an end. As long as you don't die, you can continue to enter the origin land. I don't believe that no one has discovered it. The Great Sage smiled. Not believing it doesn't mean it's not true. Yi Sha, of course, there is another possibility. You tell them to die when they want to leave, or to live as long as possible like you told Emoshi. After death, they can't enter. So, Emoshi never thinks about how to leave the origin land until she can't hold on anymore and leaves after death. The Great Sage, are you doubting me? Yi Sha said bluntly, yes. Yi Sha didn't want to talk about the origin land, especially the information that there was something in the origin land that could keep civilization going, because Yi Sha began to doubt it from then on. Why ask? Because the Tower of Babel appeared. Gaudis appeared. The news of Apostle Zero appeared. And the Doomsday train was about to arrive at the terminal. If everything was moving in a straight line, Then, without a doubt, this line was about to reach the other end from one end. And Yisha couldn't wait any longer. The great sage sighed, "It's not what you think. The origin land is not what you think. And I don't have any ill intentions. Yisha, in other words, what do you really know and don't say?" The great sage said seriously, "I can only tell you that we need the Son of God. And so does the world." Yisha raised his eyebrows. "I see. In that case, I will leave first. And when Moshi brings back the crystal of Joyo's spiritual power, I will go to the origin." The great sage was surprised. "You know? Yisha, you said it so clearly. How could I not guess it?" The great sage frowned. And Yisha smiled and came to the great sage's ear and whispered softly, "Noah's Ark." "Right." The great sage was surprised again. "You really guessed it." "Yisha, just a random guess. I'm just wondering. Are you really sure about this?" The great sage, "Probably like this. Yisha, in fact, I have always thought that the Doomsday train is Noah's Arkansas." Yisha's guess is well founded. And even the Apostle Walker once guessed so. The reason is simple. The magical Doomsday train. The train is full of survivors of the end of the world. The law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. Only the elites are left. And those who cannot survive are eliminated. Yisha had thought of this since the first time he met the great sage, and the great sage told him the story of Noah. But it turned out that this guess was not correct. Or it was not convincing. Because Yisha was still unclear about what role the conductor played in all this. If the Doomsday train is really Noah's Ark, then the conductor should undoubtedly be a hero. Because he made sure that there are still survivors in this world. Chapter 1887. Be frank. Of course, there is another question that the great sage mentioned before. The Apostle Walker once suspected that the Doomsday train was Noah's Ark. But the great sage rejected such speculation. But did not say the reason for the rejection. The great sage may have discovered something. But is there another possibility? If the great sage knows where the real Noah's Ark is, then the Doomsday train cannot be Noah's Ark. Yisha, great sage, I actually hope to talk frankly. I can feel that you have no ill intentions. But hiding the truth will make people doubt your intentions. The great sage was silent for a while. Then, I can tell you that this is actually my personal secret. Even, not to mention other apostles and the Son of God. Even other guides don't know it. Yisha, I won't know anything after I leave this door. Provided it does no harm to me. Yisha's heart actually skipped a beat. If this secret could be told, it would probably have nothing to do with the overall situation. Of course, there was another possibility. That he would have to die here. And only the dead could keep this secret forever. However, the latter possibility is not high. The great sage should be very strong. But it is hard to say whether he still has some strength after fighting with the train conductor. Besides, even if he is as strong as the train conductor, it is impossible for him to kill Yisha quietly. Then, if a fight really breaks out and everyone in the cathedral knows about it, it may not be a good thing. Although there are definitely more people who believe in the great sage than Yisha. And even no one may believe in Yisha. It is still a hidden danger. The great sage really does not seem to have any intention of taking action. But instead, what do you think of the end of the world? Yisha looked puzzled, not understanding why they were asked this question again. The great sage did not want to keep him in suspense, and said directly, I mean, why did the apocalypse happen? Yisha, zombie virus? The great sage was speechless. Yisha just said nonsense. The great sage, actually, I don't have many questions. So I'll just say it directly. I have studied the coming of the apocalypse, and the collapse of civilization many times. And then I found one thing. That is, survivors. Yisha, does it mean that every time someone survives? Yes. The great sage, even in the Jurassic period, even though the dinosaurs became extinct, there were actually many creatures that survived. After that, no matter what kind of civilization, whether intelligent or non-intelligent, there were some survivors. So, the question is, what is the meaning of the end of the world? If it is a pure natural disaster, it is understandable. But the appearance of the apostles, and the apostles of Noah, all kinds of signs show that the end of the world is not so pure. Or it is not simply a natural phenomenon. Yisha nodded, yes. Great sage, then, let me ask you, if it is man-made, or driven by some will, what is the intention? Why let the end of the world come? And deliberately leave some survivors? Note that I use the word deliberately. I think if someone can really create an end of the world and kill most people, then the remaining survivors can definitely be killed. Yisha nodded in agreement. Then, why? Great Sage, I don't know either. Yisha rolled his eyes, and wanted to beat someone up. Great Sage, although I don't know the reason. There must be a reason for existence. Such as the story about Noah's Arkansas. Yisha, but I don't think that people are alive because of noble character. The story of Noah's Ark is just a story after all. Great Sage, yes. Even if Noah's Ark really exists, it doesn't mean that everything in the story is the truth. Yisha, I don't understand what this has to do with the origin land. Great Sage, next is about the origin land. Do you know why I am the oldest guide? The lifespan of light life forms is indeed long, but not infinite. Yisha, I heard that as long as the guide does not consume too much energy to maintain life, he can almost live forever. Great Sage, that's just a theory. Even if there is no fighting. What about when the end of the world comes? Have you seen the sun no longer rise, and the eternal night come? I have seen the world completely submerged in darkness, silence, and coldness sweeping the earth. When the end of the world came, more than half of the guides died. Because in such an environment, the guides could not get energy from the outside world, and could only consume their own energy. Yisha suddenly realized that it made sense. Energy life forms, like the guide, do not have birth, aging, illness and death, but the external environment may not affect them. To give the simplest example, the Ice Age can actually be understood as an apocalypse, because a large number of organisms died due to the harsh environment. Is it different from the outbreak of zombie viruses? In fact, there is no difference. The emergence of zombies also led to a harsh living environment. It's just that one is a natural disaster, and the other is a man-made virus. The essence is the same. However, the harsh environment of the Ice Age will have a huge impact on the guide, but zombies will not. Theoretically, the lifespan of the guide is infinite, but after constantly experiencing the end of the world, external factors can often affect the lifespan of the guide. Great Sage, the reason why I am the oldest guide is that I spent a large part of my time in the origin land. This answer was somewhat unexpected to Yisha. Yisha always thought that the Great Sage had been a saint and entered the origin land before he transformed his life form into an energy life form. Or in other words, when he had a physical body. Yisha, but the guide cannot have the power of an apostle. Right? Great Sage, yes. You can understand it this way. Normal creatures cannot have such a long lifespan. The birth of the guide can be understood as a violation of the laws of nature, a way to cheat to prolong life. However, I am an alien. I have shown you the collapse of my civilization. Right? Yisha nodded. Great Sage, actually, I only showed you some clips. I was supposed to be an apostle of Noah. Ah? Yisha was surprised. This was beyond Yisha's expectation. Great Sage, the picture I showed you at that time was that I was defeated. Defeat means destruction, which means losing the opportunity to become Noah's apostle, or losing the opportunity to become a survivor of civilization. But in fact, there was a sequel at that time, because I didn't die. Yisha, but in the picture you showed me at that time, the 3 final winners disappeared, assuming that they became Noah's apostles. You were not among them. Chapter 1888 Answer. The Great Sage, so, what I said is that I should have become a Noah apostle. But although I persisted to the end, I was seriously injured and did not go. As a result, there were 3 Noah apostles, and I was not one. Yisha nodded. Then what? The Great Sage, the next step is a bit complicated. I will not talk about the process. I finally came to the origin land. I originally thought that it was the world of Noah apostles. That is, all Noah apostles went to the origin land. But this is not the case. The origin land is full of survivors. That is, people who have survived the destruction of civilization or are about to be destroyed. Yisha nodded without saying anything, knowing that the Great Sage was going to get to the point. Great Sage, in fact, everyone has different ideas about the land of origin, and there is no definite answer, but they are all related to the continuation of civilization. And my personal preference is Noah's Arkansas. Yisha, is it like Noah, who survived the apocalypse, in order to continue the fire? Great Sage, yes. The land of origin is Noah's Ark, the resting place of the survivors. Yisha, but this is not right. The prerequisite for entering the land of origin is to have the power of an apostle. Great Sage, this is the cruelest place. God chose Noah and asked him to build Noah's Ark. So, what do people who cannot enter the land of origin represent? Yeshua, people who were abandoned and should die? Great sage, yes. Maybe the power of the apostles represents being chosen. Don't forget time. Yeshua was stunned. What do you mean? Great sage, why do I say that the land of origin is Noah's Ark and the continuation of civilization? Because it is just a continuation. The time of the land of origin is different from the real world. This means that people who leave the land of origin are still in the end of the world. If there is really a God in the world, then God shows his benevolent side, so that every civilization has the hope of continuation. Similarly, God also shows his cruel side. He does not give anyone the opportunity to reproduce civilization. Because of the rules of time, after leaving the land of origin, they still face the end of the world. Yeshua, either survive in the land of origin, or die in the end of the world. Great sage, that's what I mean. Yeshua, but there are still too many doubts. What about Noah's apostles? What are Noah's apostles? Where did they go? Yeshua felt a headache, and then drew on the ground. And then, Noah's apostles are also survivors of civilization. Right? The great sage nodded. Yeshua, people in the land of origin too? The great sage nodded again. Yeshua, so? Both are survivors. Why are they treated differently? Who is the real survivor? Who is the real Noah? Great sage, I have thought about this question. But there is no answer. So I understand that the recognized ones are the apostles of Noah. And the unrecognized ones are the people who are struggling to survive in the land of origin. Yeshua, but you said that the land of origin is Noah's Ark. Doesn't it represent orthodoxy? If the people in the land of origin are not recognized, what qualifications do they have to continue civilization? What qualifications do they have to board Noah's Ark? The great sage, I know my statement is a bit far-fetched, but there is no correct answer to this matter. Or when you have an answer, you have already understood the truth of everything. Apostle Noah has always been the biggest mystery. If you know what happened to Apostle Noah, you may know everything. Yeshua pondered, still feeling that something was wrong. The great sage continued, the appearance of the apostle means the beginning of the collapse of civilization. And the appearance of Apostle Noah means the end of the collapse of civilization. This has not changed in countless civilization destructions. In fact, this is also why I think killing Apostle Noah is the way to end everything. If there is no Apostle Noah, how should everything end? So, no matter what the truth is, I have always been determined to kill Apostle Noah. Yeshua rubbed his temples and felt a headache. There were too many things that Yeshua couldn't figure out. Yeshua felt that what he lacked was just a thread that could connect everything. As long as he found this thread, he might know everything. Now you know why I concealed the matter of the origin land. Right? The great sage, is the origin land really Noah's Ark? Maybe it is. Maybe not. I know this. But there is no accurate answer. The important thing is that the origin land may be Noah's Arkansas. The great sage suddenly raised his head and sighed. Yeshua could feel a sense of compassion from the great sage. Great sage, do you understand? Yeshua nodded. Yeshua understood. Really understood. The great sage concealed the matter of the origin land. Not out of malice, but had to hide it. If everyone knew that the origin land might be Noah's Ark, what would happen? The sons of God might hide in the origin land, because that was where they could survive and continue everything. What about the apostles? If those who cannot board Noah's Ark will eventually die, without a glimmer of hope, do they really have the confidence to fight against the end of the world? When the faith that has always supported the apostles collapses, where will the apostles go? The great sage saw the result, and he did not say it. But he did not dare to say it. What if you are wrong? Yeshua, although I also guessed that the origin land might be Noah's Ark before. According to your words, I have doubts. Have you ever thought about it? What if the origin land is not Noah's Ark? The way to continue civilization is not to hide in the origin land. You conceal everything, which is equivalent to cutting off everyone's hope. Cutting off the hope of the apostles. Because what the apostles have been doing is also wrong. Wrong? Right. Great sage, how to judge? Only the result can judge. I can only choose what I think is right to tell others. Although this is selfish. Everyone is hopeful now. This is the fact. As for whether it is hope or despair, we can only see it when everything is over. Yeshua closed his eyes and spoke for a long time. Why is it so tiring to live? Great sage, perhaps? This is how everyone can understand the value of living. I will find the answer. Yisha opened his eyes. I don't need anyone to tell me. I will find it myself. The great sage smiled. I also really hope that there is someone who can tell me whether what I did is right or wrong. For countless years, I have been waiting for this answer. It's really lonely. Chapter 1889 Return to the Origin. Yisha bid farewell to the great sage. In the following days, Yisha kept himself in the room, thinking and recalling. Yisha wanted to figure out everything. Yisha found that he finally understood why there was the saying of confused ghosts. Because dying confusedly might be worse than death. On the 5th day, Yisha Moshi returned to Valen City, and brought Yisha the spiritual power crystal made by the 9 Nether Guide. On the 5th day, Yisha went to the origin. The snowy mountain is still the same snowy mountain. And the towering Mount Everest is awe-inspiring. Because he can use the interlude space this time, Yisha naturally came directly to the vicinity of the origin land. Entering the origin land, it was still that strange feeling. After jumping into the cave, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Yisha looked around. It was the place where he had fought with Yu. Of course, Yu was no longer there. Although the time of the origin land would not affect the outside world, the time of the origin land was normal. I just didn't know how long it had passed. The law of time is quite complicated, and even Yisha, the Emperor of Time, cannot understand it. Then, let's start hunting first. Yisha wants to become stronger, and the degree of strength is judged by Yuya's level. Yisha feels that he must at least reach Yuya's level first. There are 4 districts in the origin land, namely the southeast, northwest, and northeast. Yu dominates the southern district, and the place where she is called the restricted area. Of course, this does not mean that Yu is one of the 4 strongest people in the origin land, but it is definitely not a problem to rank in the top 10. Only when this level is reached can Yisha start his own plan. First to find Jian Shan, and then to explore the secrets of the origin land. Moreover, Yisha also has his own ideas about hunting. He actually has doubts about the judgment that the origin land is Noah's Arkansas. It is only based on the answer provided by Akagi, and some clues that Yisha came up with this answer. However, among the doubts, the fighting between the origin lands is also one of the questions. If the origin land is Noah's Ark, why do they have to fight? They are all survivors of civilization. Why kill each other? Yisha believed that he would be able to figure it all out sooner or later. But Yisha looked around before hunting others. I seem to be the first to become the prey. Hey, since you are here, come out. Why are you hiding? Yisha found someone. And there was indeed someone. When Yisha finished speaking, 2 men walked out from behind a tree on the side. One man seemed to be a human, with blonde hair, tall stature, and sharp features. The other man was from an unknown civilization, a little weird, and looked roughly similar to humans. But his skin was very strange and had obvious cracks. Yisha twisted his neck. Are you going to do it? The blonde man, my name is Kramer. And he is Falling Rock. We are not here to hunt you. Nor do we want to kill you. Yisha, sorry. I'd better lie to the kids. This is not the first time I've come to this hell. While Yisha was talking, he punched Kramer. The air suddenly became hot, and flames wrapped around Yisha's arms, quickly turning into a ball of fire and blasting towards the 2. Kramer and the Falling Rock leaped to both sides at the same time. Flames exploded, and roars continued to sound. The trees in the forest were constantly broken, falling one by one, and burning one by one. The flames began to erode the surroundings. Kramer landed, opened his hands to show that he had no ill intentions and had no intention of attacking, and said to Yisha, we really have no intention of fighting. We are waiting for you here on purpose, hoping that you can go to a place with us. Yisha attacked again with a punch, and said, this is interesting. Do you know me? Kramer, I don't know you. We just know you will appear here. So we have been waiting here. I see. Yisha sneered. No. Yisha attacked continuously, and Kramer seemed to have no intention of fighting. He just kept dodging, and did not fight back. He seemed to express his sincerity in this way, or the truth of his words. Kramer, I haven't said where I will take you. In fact, someone wants to find you. Yisha sneered. Since you have been waiting for me, then of course, it is that woman Yi who wants to find me. Only she knows where I left from. I say again, I won't go. As Yisha said this, he raised his hands, and a huge fireball appeared above Yisha's head. "Yisha, if she wants to see me, let her come to me herself." As soon as he finished speaking, Yisha pushed the huge fireball forward with force. The moment it fell to the ground, with a loud bang, a huge column of fire surged from the ground and flew up to the sky. The ground cracked inch by inch, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. The surrounding trees were burned to ashes in an instant, and everywhere was charred. The burning branches fell all over the ground, and there were rubbles all around. Kramer and Falling Rock walked out of the deep pit. Kramer wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Falling Rock, who had not spoken all the time. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just don't kill him, and take him to Yui by force." After Jueyin finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Yisha and raised his fist towards him. Jueyan's arm quickly turned into rock, and he came to Yisha and punched him. Yisha quickly jumped back, and Jueyan's fist landed on the ground, punching a hole in the ground. Yisha narrowed his eyes. This guy is difficult to deal with. Judging from the power of the fist, it doesn't seem to be strong, just punching a hole in the ground. But Yisha knew very well that this was not the case. The other party used the power of the apostle. The power of the apostle cannot have such a weak destructive power. There is only one possibility, that the opponent's power is concentrated on one point, and it is free to release and retract, without any waste, and does not allow the power to spread to the surroundings. So, it seems that the destructive power is not great, but the power is terrifying. Jueyin looked up at Yisha. "Don't blame us. If we don't take you there, you will cause trouble for us. In this case, it is better for us to cause trouble for you," Jueyin said while running, and after quickly jumping up, he kicked Yisha in the face. Bang! The moment Jueyin came to Yisha, the shadow behind Yisha quickly emerged and rushed forward, forming a hemisphere, blocking Jueyan's attack. Two kinds of apostle power? Jueyin was surprised. Not only the son of flame, but also the shadow demon. Yisha ignored Jueyin, but urged the apostle power. When the shadow blocked the attack, it quickly wrapped around Jueyan's body. Chapter 1890. I'm here. Boom! The shadow dragged the body of the falling rock and smashed it to the ground, shattering it. Kramer jumped up from behind and came to Yisha. He opened his hands to both sides, and a black shadow appeared on his arms, passing along the ground and entangled with Yisha's shadow. Yisha raised his eyebrows. The same apostle power? Thanks to Kramer's help, the falling rock struggled out of the shadow and rushed towards Yisha again. Yisha took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Zila! A stream of electricity blasted towards Jueyin, but the moment it hit, the current dissipated. Electricity has no use on me. Jueyin roared and attacked Yisha. Go step. Yisha stepped casually, and then his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, Yisha came behind the two. Yisha found that most people in the origin land had a characteristic. That is, they only used the power of the apostles to fight. To be more precise, the power of the apostles was the opponent's main combat ability. Apart from the power of the apostles, did they have any combat ability? There are some, but they are relatively weak and not outstanding. Most of them are physical abilities, such as being proficient in fighting skills, being physically strong, etc. Few people have additional abilities. This is why Yisha was also very strong when he first entered the origin land, even without relying on the power of the apostles. Yisha has many fighting methods. Moreover, such situations are not uncommon. The superhuman named Farmar, who was killed by Yisha, although the power of the spiritual apostle is very strong, the opponent himself is also a very powerful superhuman. And Yui is just as powerful even if he doesn't use the power of the apostles. From this, we can see that the power of the apostles is equal. Everyone who enters the land of origin can use the power of the apostles, although there are also differences in strength. If you have extra combat capabilities under comparable circumstances, you will have an absolute advantage. So, Yisha, you two are not good enough. Kramer and Jueyin are obviously not the type who have strong combat capabilities without using the power of the apostles. Otherwise, they would not have called on the power of the apostles at the beginning. After all, the consumption of the power of the apostles is huge, so it is better to use it sparingly. It is naturally best not to use it. Coming to the back of the two, Yisha took a deep breath and looked at them. Besides, you two are particularly unlucky. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristics randomly acquire abilities. Shock wave. Shock wave, temporary, natural ability, fantasy ability, destruction ability, demigod ability cause all objects to vibrate and destroy them. Lasting for 15 minutes. Yisha looked at the triggered demigod ability. The most important thing was that the shock wave was triggered. Yisha really wanted to know how he would lose. Seeing Kramer and falling rock coming towards him, Yisha punched the ground without hesitation. Shock wave. Yisha didn't actually use much force, and the fist didn't even make much noise when it hit the ground. But in the next moment, earthquake. The ground shook rapidly, and Kramer and falling rock staggered, their bodies shaking continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The ground kept making loud noises, and then it kept cracking, and huge rocks kept turning up and pressing down on the two. Kramer and Julian were quite skilled, and they dodged quickly to the left and right, avoiding the surging rocks. But at this moment, Yisha's figure flashed and came behind Julian again. Julian felt the strong wind behind him, and immediately turned his body and punched hard. Without any hesitation, Yisha punched directly. Bang! Their fists collided instantly. And then, oscillation. Ah! Julian screamed, and then kept retreating. There were fine, crack-like lines on the rock-like arm. And now, it has completely turned into real cracks. Crack! The arm of the fallen rock suddenly shattered, turning into countless pieces of broken stones and falling down. Blood gushed out from the shoulder of the fallen rock, scattering all over the ground. Kramer shouted softly, leaped up, and the shadows under his body exploded like fireworks, turning into countless strips, rushing towards Yisha along the ground. Yisha sneered and punched the ground. When those shadows invaded Yisha, the shock wave appeared again. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the broken ground cut the shadows into pieces, causing the shadows to break and shatter completely. At the same time, Yisha's shadow emerged in an instant, like a vine, quickly tied up Kramer's body and dragged Kramer down from the air. With a bang, Kramer fell heavily to the ground. Yisha walked forward. It seems that you still underestimated me? You two want to kill me? Kramer lay on the ground and panted. We don't want to kill you. We just want to take you to see Yui. If we fail to complete the task, she will kill us. Are you playing the sympathy card? Yisha said disdainfully. Whether she kills you or not, what does it have to do with me? Ha! At this time, behind Yisha, Julian suddenly jumped up. His whole body turned into rock, and he slammed into Yisha fiercely. Look! He is doing the right thing. Yisha, don't use your mouth when you should use your fists. Bang! Shock wave. Yisha punched hard in the back, and the air seemed to shatter between Yisha's fists, and cracks appeared in the air around him. Then Julian vomited blood and was knocked out again, falling to the ground. The rock tilted its head and spurted blood. The rock on the rock-like parts of its body continued to shatter and peel off, and the rock returned to its normal state. Kramer seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly jumped up and growled, Shadow space. Yisha watched Kramer's shadow quickly grow larger and fall towards him like a night curtain, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Yisha, have you forgotten? I also have the power of the shadow demon. The shadow behind Yisha surged up, entangled with the night, pushing each other, devouring each other, and finally completely turned into nothingness. Bang! Yisha attacked again, punching Kramer in the chest, and knocking Kramer out with a punch. I can't go with you, and you are not qualified to take me away. Yisha, again. If Yi wants to find me, let her come by herself. Very good. Then, I'm here. Chapter 1891 Battle. Yisha's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked back suddenly. A large night sky appeared in the sky, covering the sky, and then under the night sky. Yi slowly walked out. This is a big trouble. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to fight with Yi, at least not for the time being. But many times, things are always not as everyone wants. Yi looked at Yisha. Didn't you ask me to come to you in person? Now I'm here. Then should I be grateful that you came to me in person? Yisha paced to the side. 30 days have passed. The hunting game is over, and I think keeping promises is a virtue. Yi laughed. I can start another hunt. Yisha, you are being a scoundrel. Yi, don't worry. I won't kill you. Yisha, that sounds like the wolf telling Little Red Riding Hood that he would never eat her. Well, judging from your expression, you probably don't understand the stories passed down in my civilization. Yui, I keep my word. Since I said I won't kill you, I won't kill you. Yi Sha, then why are you here? You don't want to reminisce with me? I don't think we have such a good relationship. As Yi Sha spoke, he quietly took out a cigar and lit it. But it was just a cover-up. Secretly, Yi Sha put his hands behind his back and condensed an electric current. Yi, I need you. Yi Sha pointed at himself. Wondering, need me? What do you want me to do? Yi, mating? Puff. Yi Sha blew the cigar out of his mouth and kept coughing. Yi Sha patted his chest. With whom? Yi, with you. Yi Sha, you are crazy. Yi, my civilization has long been destroyed and collapsed. The existence of the entire civilization has been lost in the long river of time. However, I am unwilling to accept this. I want to continue everything and rebuild everything. Do you know what is the most important thing to do this? Yi Sha, faith? Yi, it is an heir. Yi Sha, then you can find one anywhere. There are many men here. Why look for me? Yi, I don't need weak and incompetent heirs. Although many things can be cultivated after birth, innateness is equally important. I need a strong person to mate with me. And the source of strength is not the power of the apostles. This kind of thing obtained from the outside world is not strong in itself. And you meet the standard. Yi Sha, I think there will be better choices than me. Yi, it doesn't matter. We can just mate when the time comes. Yi Sha, so you want to have a harem all over the world? Yi, don't worry. As long as the genes you provide are good enough, I will favor you extra. You are really crazy. Yi Sha took a long breath. Then looked at Yi. I have to tell you a secret. Yi, whatever. Yi Sha, actually. Boom. Yi Sha punched out. And the electric current flew out in front. Actually, I'm a woman. Yi Sha, so? Don't try to hit me. After punching, Yi Sha turned and ran. Yi Sha knew that it was difficult to defeat Yi with his current level. There was nothing shameful about admitting this. Failure was not shameful. Not admitting failure, and not gaining the belief of becoming stronger because of failure were shameful. Yi chuckled, then jumped into the air, turned into the night, and chased after Yi Sha. Yi Sha angrily, why are you staring at me? Are all the good men dead? If you like mating so much, go find the kings from the other 3 districts to mate. Yui's voice came from the night. Gyewu from the North District is a woman. Zacharias from the West District has a different body structure from me. And we can't mate and reproduce. Ning Yuan from the East District. I'm no match for him. Yi Sha angrily. So you want to force it? Right? Go and communicate with them. Yui, don't waste your energy. You can't get away. Yi Sha, I'd rather die than surrender. Yi Sha stopped suddenly. With a clang, Yi Sha drew his sword. 6 dragons flew into the sky. Yi Sha waved the twin Satu swords. And a blood-colored sword light appeared. After turning into a blood dragon, he rushed towards Yi with his fangs and claws. The night in the sky enveloped it. But when it was about to contact the blood dragon, it suddenly dispersed to the surroundings. And Yi appeared from the night. Okay. Yi, don't use the power of the apostles. Let me see how strong you are, and whether you are qualified to mate with me. Yi Sha hesitated. If I am weak, do we not need to mate? Yi, then I can only kill you. Weak things are not worth keeping. Fuck you. Yi Sha cursed. You'd better die. Without the power of the apostles, Yi Sha felt that he might not lose. No matter what, he would not mate. Even if he was beaten to death, he would fight first. Meeting the blood dragon, Yi raised his hand and slapped it on the blood dragon's head, and actually smashed the blood dragon to pieces. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Yi Sha found that he had underestimated Yi. During the last battle, although Yi Sha also felt that Yi was very strong without the power of the apostles, he still relied on the power of the apostles to fight most of the time, which was not intuitive enough. Now Yi Sha realized that this woman was so strong without the power of the apostles. At least in terms of body, she was extremely strong. The blood dragon was smashed to pieces when the fist hit it. More importantly, the scattered blood light passed by Yi, only cutting a small wound. Although there were many wounds, this level was at most abrasions, not substantial damage at all. Bang! Yi punched again, smashing the 6th blood dragon, then looked at the wound on his arm, not caring at all. Yi looked at Yi Sha. Can it be stronger? Yi Sha, as you wish. Yi Sha slashed with his sword again, and red light flashed around Yi. and those red lights quickly turned into blood lotuses that surrounded Yui. Blood summoning red lotus, short sword turn blood into red lotuses, and attack a designated area with a radius of 1.5 meters. Yui raised his foot disdainfully and crushed the blood lotuses around him. Are you kidding? Yisha smiled. It's just an appetizer. Now is the beginning. Yisha clenched his fists, and then his muscles continued to swell. And at the same time, fine dragon patterns continued to appear on his body. Dragonization. After Yisha entered the dragonization state, he entered the White Dragon King state again without any hesitation. Behind Yisha, a pair of white dragon wings opened, and at the same time, along the dense scales, real white dragon scales quickly grew out, covering Yisha's body. Chapter 1892 storms from all directions. The dragon flame breaks. Yisha raised his hand and punched forward. A flame swept towards Yi. It was true that the flame was a flame, but Yisha did not use the power of the apostle. Since Yi said that he would not fight with the power of the apostle, then Yisha will accompany you. This is arrogance. Of course, without the power of the apostle, Yisha might have a slight advantage. Yisha did not believe that Yi could be so strong without the power of the apostle. Facing the flame, Yi did not make any extra movements, but just waved his arms forward. With a bang, the fireball was shattered. At the same time, Yisha spread his wings and flew into the air. The corpse flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground. A crack appeared at the top of the vine, and then a large number of paper pieces flew out. Paper like snow. The paper pieces danced in the air and fell rapidly downwards. Each piece was as sharp as a knife. Yi was no longer standing still. He finally moved and jumped forward. Bang, bang, bang. Yi kept swinging his fist forward. Every time he punched, it was as if something exploded in front of him, and there were constant muffled sounds. At the same time, the power of his fist spread out in all directions, knocking away the flying pieces of paper. A vacuum zone formed around Yui, isolating all the falling pieces of paper. The next moment, a night curtain appeared above Yui's head, wrapped up Yui, and rolled up Yui's body and sent him into the air. Yisha, don't you say you won't use the power of the apostles to fight? Don't worry. Yi, I don't know how to use it. I just use the power of the apostles to fly. If you want to fight in the air, I will fight with you in the air. Okay. Yisha grinned, then let's fight in the air first. Before Yisha finished speaking, he had already rushed forward, with the dragon wings behind him flapping continuously. Yisha's speed was terrifying. With every word he said, he flew forward 3 or 4 meters, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Yi. Yi obviously wanted to test Yisha's strength, and he didn't have any intention of dodging, but went straight to face Yisha. Bang! Yisha hit Yi hard like a cannonball, and the next moment, Yi fell downwards, smashing the ground with a bang. Yisha sneered, "You underestimate me too much. How long, Yinpa?" Yisha pushed his hands downwards, and the blazing flames appeared again, bombarding downwards. With a loud bang, the flames fell to the ground, making a loud explosion. With Yi as the center, the surrounding area within 100 meters was burning fiercely. "Come!" Yisha said in a low voice. "Come out and fight again." Yisha knew that Yi would never die so easily, and shouted at the bottom. Sure enough, the moment Yisha finished speaking, the flames cracked, and Yi soared into the sky again, without suffering any damage. In fact, the flames could not get close to Yi. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth, and then pointed to the sky with one hand. White Dragon Heavenly Might. Boom! Thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky, and the sky quickly became dark. The rain began to fall. Yisha opened his hands and bathed in the rain. Yi couldn't help but frown. Yi was not naive enough to think that this sudden heavy rain was a natural phenomenon. In the falling rain, Yi felt an extremely terrifying power. This power may not be as strong as the power of the apostles, but under the power of the apostles, Yi had never felt such a terrifying power. Puff! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of flesh being torn apart. Yi turned his head and looked at his shoulder. There, he found a wound and bright red blood was constantly flowing out. Yi's expression became more serious. The raindrops were like knives. "You don't seem to be planning to kill me," Yisha said in a low voice. "But it doesn't mean I don't plan to kill you." Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed forward. The raindrops falling from the sky suddenly became violent and rushed down crazily. A slightly cool feeling. Boom! 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 There were loud noises in the forest. Towering trees fell one after another, and dust flew up. Yisha shouted, and then clasped his hands together. The rain in the sky became extremely sharp and fell madly towards Yu Yi. Wounds kept appearing on Yu Yi's body, fine and dense. Blood and rain mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish. Yu Yi took a deep breath, suddenly crossed his hands in front of his chest, and then clenched his fists. Snap! The knuckles made a crisp sound because of Yu's force. With a bang, a circle of chi energy spread out from Yu's body and pushed wildly in all directions. The falling rain was constantly pushed away, broken, and torn by the chi energy. When it collided with the chi energy, a vacuum zone formed around Yu, as if nature was afraid, and the rain in the sky was afraid and took the initiative to move away from Yu. Ha! The next moment, Yisha shouted softly, and then clasped his hands together. The scattered raindrops quickly gathered towards Yisha, forming a huge water sword in front of Yisha. As the rain gathered, the rain sword grew bigger and bigger, and soon, it reached a distance of 100 meters. Then Yisha slashed the rain sword towards Yu Yi with all his strength. Yu Yi's face was solemn, knowing that this sword was not so easy to take, and Yisha had already made a real move. But, so excited, the more powerful Yisha was, the more excited Yu Yi seemed. This is exactly what Yu pursues. Yu Yi likes strong prey and likes to mate with strong men. Only the offspring born in this way are excellent enough, and their own civilization will not be cut off, and will not face collapse and destruction again because of the mediocrity and incompetence of their descendants. Yu Yi walked forward, as if walking in the air. The surrounding rain was blocked by the chi force and all bypassed Yu Yi. The next moment, Yu Yi punched. Yu Yi's fist hit the rain sword hard. A huge force came. Yu Yi felt the pressure. Although the chi force he blasted out blocked the rain sword, his arm was shaking. The rain sword was not so easy to resist. Yisha shouted, "Die!" The rain from all around rushed in again, falling on the rain sword, making it even bigger. Puff! Yu Yi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, then raised his left arm and blasted it upward fiercely. Boom! The rain sword shattered, and the falling raindrops became more violent, falling downwards, hitting the leaves, making continuous noises, and piercing the leaves. Yisha looked at Yu Yi. It feels bad, right? I can sustain this kind of attack once, twice, 3 times, or even continuously. Then, how many times can you block it? And how many times can you spit out blood? Chapter 1893 Fist Wind Whistling. Crazy. Really going crazy. Who are these two crazy people fighting? They are causing trouble for others. They are simply sick. Shh. I just saw Yi moo. It must be Yu Yi. It's better not to speak. If that female devil finds out, you will be dead. Damn. Is it that crazy woman again? Who is she fighting? Is there anyone in the South District who dares to fight her? It's hard to say. I heard that there was a newcomer a while ago. He was very powerful and had 2 apostle powers. He killed Farmar and went to cause trouble for Yu Yi. As a result, the two fought for almost a month. But I don't know what the result is. Fought with Yu Yi for a month? He's a tough guy. Yeah. Stop talking. Let's retreat. Yisha and Yu Yi were fighting in the sky. There were still people in the woods below. They were unlucky. The woods were destroyed on a large scale. If you look down from the sky, you can clearly see that the center of the woods seemed to be hollowed out. Trees fell. The earth collapsed. And everything was desolate. At the same time, Yisha raised the rain sword and slashed again. Yu Yi still had no intention of retreating. After facing him head-on, he collided with the rain sword again. Boom! 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 The loud noises of the collision continued to appear, and the whole sky seemed to be shaking. So strong. So strong. Yisha truly felt the strength of Yu Yi, not simply because of the strength displayed during the battle, but because Yu Yi's strength came entirely from Yu Yi himself. It is true that Yisha is also very strong, but facing Yu Yi's continuous punches, Yisha can't help but have some thoughts. Yisha's strength comes from the Doomsday train, which can be understood as acquired strength. Before boarding the Doomsday train, Yisha was just an ordinary person. Without Doomsday train, Yisha is nothing. Yu Yi thinks Yisha has good genes and is strong enough. Only Yisha knows that this is not the case. Humans' genes for fighting are really average. Humans were once able to become the masters of the world and the top food in the food chain. Not by relying on fists, but by wisdom. In terms of biological evolution, humans are not strong. There are many creatures more ferocious than humans. A tiger can easily tear several humans into pieces. However, when humans pick up weapons and guns, it is a different story. This is the power of wisdom. And Yui's strength comes entirely from herself. She has never boarded the Doomsday train and has no external factors. Such strength makes people feel terrified. Of course, it is just a sigh, not self-denial, no matter how the word strong is obtained. Strong is strong. This is an undeniable fact, even if it comes from the outside world. From the Doomsday train, the result will not change. Yisha's will has always been firm, which is also Yisha's advantage, rather than being worried about gains and losses. Such firmness brings Yisha, feeling the user's belief in the desire for power. The demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristic randomly obtains ability. Barbarian King. Barbaric King temporary, strengthening ability, physical ability within 15 minutes. Physical fitness is improved by 50%. And physical attributes can be adjusted freely. Hearing the mysterious voice ringing in his ears, Yisha's eyes lit up. Enough of the fight in the sky. Yisha said to Yu, go to the ground to fight. Okay. Yu said nonchalantly, whatever you want. Yisha took the lead in retracting the dragon wings behind him, and quickly fell to the ground. Yu followed closely behind, removed the night curtain that was supporting him, and also fell back to the ground. Boom! Boom! The moment the two landed, the ground made a mournful sound, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Yisha landed first, without any pause, and leaped forward before Yu landed. When Yu landed, he was greeted by Yisha's fist. Yu did not hesitate, and punched Yisha directly. The two had fought for so long, and Yu knew very well how strong Yisha's body was. In terms of pure physical strength, Yisha was definitely not as good as himself. Bang! The next moment, the fists of the two hit each other. Then, boom! Yu's body flew out directly, and kept sliding backwards along the ground. Bang! 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 Yu's back hit a big tree, and the surrounding big trees were broken one by one and kept falling down. After breaking more than 10 big trees, Yu barely stabilized his body. His throat felt sweet, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Yu's face turned pale, and he looked at Yisha with an incredible expression. What a great power! No, this kind of power is not enough to shock Yu. The most important reason is the improvement. Compared with before, Yisha's power has been greatly improved. Even unimaginable. The method is very simple. When he came in front of Yu, Yisha used the Barbarian King's ability to lower his mental power and agility attributes to 10%. And all these attributes were adjusted to strength by Yisha. Among the half-human and half-god abilities, the Barbarian King is undoubtedly the most powerful melee ability. Yisha smiled with the corners of his mouth curled. With the Barbarian King's ability, Yuya's biggest advantage was gone. Because apart from the power of the apostles, Yuya's strongest fighting power came from himself. Or in other words, his body. And by adjusting the physical attributes through the Barbarian King's ability, Yisha could instantly surpass Yu in some aspects of physical strength. Perhaps speed. Perhaps strength. This battle must win. Bang! Yisha tiptoed forward again. So fast. After being surprised by Yisha's sudden increase in strength, Yu was surprised by Yisha's speed this time. The speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Except for the moment of starting. Yu did not catch Yisha's figure at all. And then Yisha came to him again. Still. Fist. Bang. Yisha accurately grasped the gap between attacks to adjust the attributes. When the fist was thrown out, the speed was so fast that Yu had no time to react. When the fist was about to hit, Yisha adjusted his body's attributes to strength. The next moment, Yisha's fist accurately hit Yuya's lower abdomen. Yuya spit out blood again, and was knocked out by Yisha's punch again. After knocking Yuya away, Yisha strode towards Yuya and sneered, "You dead woman. You want to rape me? It seems that you are not good enough. Do you think you can rape me?" Whispering with his fist, Yisha raised his fist, and knocked it down towards Yuya again. The wind from his fist whistled. Chapter 1894 Where the Sword Mountain Is. Yisha had no intention of holding back, and punched Yuya's head directly. However, At this moment, a large knight appeared behind Yi, covering the woods, and then fiercely crashed into Yisha. With a bang, Yisha was directly blown away and fell far away. Yisha was angry. You are cheating. The knight is Yuye's apostle power. Yuyi stood up. I am a woman, and women are born to cheat. Yisha gritted his teeth, turned around and ran, using the power of the apostles. This is really unbeatable. But just as Yisha turned around, the knight suddenly gathered around him, rushing towards Yisha and wrapping him up. Yisha was helpless. It's useless. Even if I agree to mate with you, I can't give birth to a powerful offspring. Humans are not physically gifted. My abilities are acquired later. Yuyi looked indifferent. Just try and you'll know. Yisha angrily said. You are pregnant for 10 months. What are you doing? Are you so free? Yuyi smiled. Do you think time is meaningful in this place? Is our time still meaningful? Yuye's words made Yisha completely unable to refute. It was not that time in the origin land would not pass, but the second half of Yuye's sentence. The people in the origin land were like entering a huge cage. What is the meaning of life? For the people in the origin land, there is no meaning. This is a cage that cannot be escaped. Even if you are away from the origin, you are just moving from one cage to another. Time in the cage is really meaningless. Yisha, can't we discuss it? Yi, if you can beat me, we can discuss it. Yisha cursed. And then, okay. I promise you. But not now. I don't have time to help you have a baby. Since there is no way to discuss it, let's delay it. Yi, do you think you can have the final say? Yisha, do you think this will work if you do it once? Believe me, if I want to run, I will always find a chance to run. Just like last time. Yisha can run now. But the success rate is about 50-50. The time freeze of the Emperor of Time will definitely allow Yisha to run away. But the question is whether you will give Yisha time to use the Emperor of Time. Yi thought for a while. How long? Yisha, I want to find a place. And I'll talk about it after I find it. Yi, whatever place you want to find, I can go with you. Yisha angrily said. You're dead to me. Is it my fault that I'm handsome? Yi said calmly. According to the standards of my civilization and race, you don't look that good. Of course, I know I'm not good in this respect either. But we're a good match. Yisha was dumbfounded. Is Yuye's civilization sick? How bad is his aesthetic? He doesn't look that good? Yisha felt that even if he wasn't that handsome, he was at least worthy of the people of Jiangdong. As for Yi, he didn't look that good at all. So Yuye's civilization and aesthetics were the opposite of humans? Yi, I have given you enough respect. I can accompany you to find the place you want to find. You can mate with me after you finish your business. This is my bottom line. Yisha helplessly. I want to find a sword mountain. Yi puzzled. Sword mountain? Yisha, it is a mountain. There is a huge sword monument in front of the mountain. The mountain is densely covered with swords. I know it must be in the origin, but I don't know where it is exactly. Yisha roughly recounted the place described by the great sage. And then Yi's face became more and more solemn. Yisha also noticed it quickly and couldn't help but ask, Do you know where it is? Yi nodded. Yisha was overjoyed. Tell me. As long as you tell me where it is. You can mate however you want. Yisha was very open-minded. It was embarrassing to be raped by a woman. But it was just sacrificing the tadpole. And he didn't suffer any loss. As long as he could find Jian Shan, everything would be fine. I do know where it is. Yi, but what are you going there for? Yisha, this is my private matter. Just take me there. Yi, even if you go, you can't go up the mountain. Yisha, why? Yi, because that's Ning Yuan's territory. Ning Yuan? Yisha recalled and felt that the name was familiar. Yi, Ning Yuan from the East District. He is the king of the East District. Yisha finally remembered. There are 4 districts in the origin land, and they are recognized as 4 existences that cannot be provoked. Yi in the South District, Ning Yuan in the East District, Zachras in the North District, and Daiwu in the West District. Yi, in this world, there are 6 people I don't want to provoke. The Flame Demon King Zachras, Sky Butterfly Dance, Evil Monk Shinrong, Black Prison Morrises, Lone Walker Huang, and Heavenly Sword Ningyuan, among which Ningyuan ranks first. Yisha, you are the king of the South District, but you are only ranked 7th. Yi, you are wrong. Except for Ningyuan, the outcome of my battle with the other 5 is unpredictable. It is possible that anyone will win or lose. Because of this uncertainty, the five of us will not fight. Because victory or defeat is life and death. Only Ning Yuan is an exception. I admit that I can't beat him. And those five people can't beat him either. He is the strongest in this world. As long as he wants. He can kill anyone in this world. In fact, Ning Yuan does have a bad temper. Compared with him, the people I have killed are nothing. However, many years ago, Ning Yuan not only did not leave the East District, but also did not leave the Sword Mountain you mentioned. Yi Sha, he is on Jiashan Mountain? No. He is at the foot of the mountain. You recalled, I have seen that mountain. And I know there must be something on that mountain. It is something very powerful. But even if I know it, it is useless. Many people know it and can feel it. But no one can go up. Because Ning Yuan is at the foot of the mountain. That is his place. And no one can go up without his consent. Yi Sha, why doesn't he go up himself? I don't know. Yui, it is speculated that the things on that mountain are things that Ning Yuan cannot easily get his hands on. Ning Yuan probably wants to get them. But he can't. So Ning Yuan has been guarding the foot of the mountain to prevent others from taking away the things on Jianshan Mountain. Yi Sha nodded. This is possible, and is a more reliable guess. Yui, so? Are you still going there? Of course I will go. Yi Sha, why not? Giving up without trying is not my style. Besides, no matter who I face, I firmly believe that I can do it. Yui, but you can't even beat me. How can you fight Ning Yuan? Chapter 1895. District 4. Yi Sha was very upset. Because what Yi said really made Yi Sha unable to refute. Yi Sha, how can we know if we don't try? Besides, maybe when I meet him, I might be strong enough. Yi, since you insist, then I will go with you. Yi Sha, actually, it's okay if I don't go. Yi ignored Yi Sha and got up and left. Yi Sha got up depressed. How come he has a wife out of nowhere? No. From the feeling, it seems that he is the one who is married. Damn it. Yi Sha cursed and relieved himself. Yi walked and said, to go to the East District, we have to cross the red soil. And after crossing the red soil, it is the East District. Yi Sha thought for a while. Can I ask a question? Yi looked at Yi Sha. Yi Sha, there are 4 districts in the Origin Land. Right? How are these 4 districts divided? Yi, the East is the East District. The West is the West District. And the South is the South District. Yi Sha almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you think I am mentally retarded? How could I not know such a thing? Yi Sha, I mean, since we want to divide the area by direction, there must be a center point. We can divide the area into 4 areas by dividing the center point. Then, what about the edge area? How big is the Origin Land? As big as the Earth? Is it a sphere? Yi, there is an edge, and it cannot be passed. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Yi, the edge area of the East area is a black fog. The edge area of the South area is a sea. The North area has a cliff. And the West area is a mountain. Yi Sha, can't go through? Yi, anyway. People who went and never came back. Yi Sha, I understand that people who went into the 3 areas of the Southeast and West never came back. What does the cliff mean? Yi, you can't see the other side of the cliff. Some people tried to climb down the cliff. I don't know if they succeeded. But they never came back. Yi Sha, not coming back does not mean death. Have you ever thought that maybe those people went to a new world? Yui, when you have given birth to enough children for me, you can give it a try. Fuck you. Yi Sha cursed. It was really impossible to reason with this woman. In that case, let's go. But Yi Sha soon regretted it. Hey. Yi Sha, can we go to the East District separately? Yui looked at Yi Sha. Want to run? Yi Sha was angry. Run, your sister. Don't you realize? We walked for half a day. And there was not even a fish on the road. Occasionally we found a few. But they ran faster than rabbits. Yui nodded. I know. They are afraid of me. The key is that they are not afraid of me. Yi Sha was mad. When you are with me, no one comes to trouble me. Yui, why should they trouble you? Yi Sha, fight and become stronger. Yui, do you really think that you can beat Ning Yuan by killing all the way? Yi Sha, I firmly believe that there is no answer to anything without trying it. Yui nodded. I like your persistence. Yi Sha, then go separately? Yui shook his head. I just like your persistence. I didn't say I agree. You can't leave my sight. Yisha wanted to scold again. This woman is simply not interested in the daily necessities of life. Taking a deep breath. Yisha, I want to sleep. Yui didn't care. Looked at the sky, okay. Yisha found a place to sit down and took out the spiritual power crystal given by Jiuyu. Originally, I wanted to fight in the origin land and improve myself. And at the same time, I could explore the secrets of the origin land and search for the location of Jianshan. But Yui messed with it, and the plan was completely ruined. In this case, let's go to the dreamland to fight. Fighting nightmares is better than wasting time. Yisha closed his eyes. Without the help of Jiuyu's spiritual power crystal, Yisha quickly fell into a deep sleep. And a light emerged in the dark world. Yisha looked up and saw the wilderness that he had not seen for a long time. Yisha looked around. There were a lot of burn marks and countless broken places. Huge rocks were surging and standing upright. And the ground was cracked everywhere. These were the traces left by Yisha's battle with the black light ball. Yisha returned to the dreamland and was right where he left. In addition, there were large cracks in the sky of the dreamland. And it was extremely unstable. There were cracks everywhere. And there was nothingness and chaos in the cracks. Yisha knew very well that it was caused by Jiuyu's mental power. This world was slightly broken because of Jiuyu's mental power. However, this method is only a temporary solution. At first, Jiuyu could use his mental power to forcibly resist Yisha's dream and forcibly pull Yisha out. However, with the passage of time, the effect of the mental power crystal became weaker and weaker, and it could only prevent the dream from dragging Yisha in. At the same time, the dream world also began to repair itself. At first, a mental power crystal could be used for 3 days with some surplus. But now it is 2 pieces in 3 days. When the mental power crystal can no longer prevent the dream from pulling Yisha in, Jiuyu has no other choice. Of course, this is not right. If Jiuyu follows Yisha every night and uses mental power to help Yisha resist, it can still last for a long time. But it is also a temporary solution. And this method is not realistic. Unless Yisha does nothing and stays in the foggy city. However, Yisha did nothing and had no value for the apostles. Why would Jiuyu help Yisha? This question is actually a rebuttal. Very contradictory. The next moment, Yisha felt some changes around him. There was wind blowing around him. And the grass leaves kept shaking. Then, nightmare began to appear. Around Yisha, constantly appearing out of thin air. Like a black river. Pushing towards the surroundings. A dense mass. Roar! Then, the nightmares roared and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha sneered and drew his sword to attack Nanjiang. Come on! Come on! Yisha leaped forward and swept his sword across. The nightmares that rushed over were killed by Yisha in one blow. However, just when Yisha was about to draw his sword again. Ah! Yisha stood up suddenly and opened his eyes. Yu Yi was right in front of him. And their faces were only 10 centimeters apart. Yisha quickly grabbed the clothes on his chest. Yu Yi, don't worry. I have the most basic bottom line. I won't force you. Yisha's face darkened. Generally speaking, shouldn't this be his own line? Then why are you so close to me? Yisha said halfway, and suddenly reached out to cover his face. Chapter 1896 Dream. Yisha felt his face burning and a little swollen. Thinking of Yu Yi being so close to him, he immediately understood what happened and couldn't help but ask, why did you hit me? Yu Yi, you are not in the right state. Gritting your teeth and sweating. Yisha, nonsense. We are fighting. Yu Yi, fighting? Yisha, fighting in a dream. Yu Yi, I am not kidding. Yisha, I am not kidding either. There is something wrong with my mental state. Strictly speaking, someone has affected my mental power. Yisha didn't hide the dream. Mainly because there was nothing to hide. Yisha wasn't worried that Yu Yi would harm him. If he wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have to do it this way. Secondly, only mental power could harm him. Otherwise, he would be out of the dream at any time. Yu Yi thought for a while. I'll go into the dream with you and take a look. Yisha was surprised. You? Yu Yi, don't you know that I have the power of a spiritual apostle? Ah? This information surprised Yisha a lot. Yisha really didn't know that Yu Yi had the power of a spiritual apostle, because Yu Yi had never shown this ability. Of course, most people in the South District know that this is not a secret. Yisha is just making a subjective judgment. Yu Yi explained, Night is considered a semi-spiritual power. I am not a superhuman, but I have devoured a spiritual apostle using night. So I have the power of a spiritual apostle. But I have no talent in this area and rarely use the power of a spiritual apostle. Yi Sha, then can you enter my dream? Yu Yi, although I am not good at it, it is still possible to use it purely. Yi Sha didn't care. Just take a look. Yi Sha closed his eyes and released his mental power again, while Yu Yi leaned on Yi Sha and held his wrist. The surroundings became dark again, and Yi Sha returned to the dream, still in the same place. But the nightmare disappeared. But Yi Sha knew that this disappearance was only temporary. And soon, those annoying guys would appear again, densely packed. The next moment, Yu Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Sha and looked around. Where is the nightmare you mentioned? Yi Sha, it will appear soon. As soon as Yi Sha finished speaking, the nightmare began to appear. Yu Yi frowned. Is this the nightmare? Yi Sha, yes. What's the problem? Although Yu Yi said that she was not good at mental power, and that it was purely accidental that she could have the power of a mental apostle. In fact, Yu Yi did not lie. She didn't even know how to use mental power. But at least, she had the power of a mental apostle. Yi Sha still had some expectations. If she didn't solve the nightmare, it would be difficult to sleep. Yu Yi, I can be sure that someone has done something to you. Yi Sha, that's nonsense. I know someone has done something to me without you telling me. Would a normal person encounter this in a dream? Yu Yi, I mean, how long did it take you to start experiencing this? This is the power of the spiritual apostle. Yi Sha was surprised. Ah! Yu Yi, don't doubt it. Even if I'm not good at spiritual power, I can still sense the two identical powers. Your dream was created using the power of the spiritual apostle. Yi Sha, how to solve it? Yu Yi, I'm not sure. I don't know much about the power of spiritual apostles. But we can solve these nightmares first. While Yu Yi was talking, he looked up into the distance. His eyes closed and opened. And then Yi Sha found that Yu Yi's eyes had completely turned black, and even the whites of his eyes disappeared. The next moment, a large piece of night poured out from behind Yu Yi and swept forward. Roar, roar, roar. The nightmares around him roared wildly, and then quickly turned into black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Yi Sha was surprised. Is it solved just now? Yu Yi, these nightmares are things that are materialized by mental power. When my mental power is stronger than the opponent, I can crush them directly. However, it seems that it is not so easy to solve. Yi looked forward, and the nightmares that were just killed appeared again. Strictly speaking, Yi killed a large number of nightmares, and then new nightmares reappeared. Yi looked at Yi Sha. What is the way to win the mental power battle? What standard is used to judge? Yi Sha vomited blood. You ask me? I don't have the power of a spiritual apostle. I'm not a superhuman. And the most important thing is, if I can do it, would I still face this damn thing when I sleep? Yu Yi frowned. And then the night passed again, and all the nightmares were killed. But it was useless, and new nightmares appeared again. Yi Sha was helpless, because in the last battle with Farmar, Yi Sha was sure that the power of a spiritual apostle could interfere with dreams. Since it can interfere, it is possible to win. Now Yu Yi gave Yi Sha more important information. The power of dreams actually came from spiritual apostles. In this case, the same power can definitely win. The problem is that the guy with spiritual power next to him is a fake. Yu Yi, apart from these nightmares, are there other things here? No. Wait a minute. Yi Sha, it seems that there are still some. Yi Sha thought of the house and the vampire, his former opponent, who appeared again in his dream. It was definitely not a nightmare. Or rather, a new form of nightmare. Let's go! Yu Yi, let's try to find something other than the nightmare. Yi Sha, I don't know how to find it. But theoretically, nightmares will become more and more numerous and stronger. And similar things should appear at intervals. Yu Yi, then let's move forward and try our luck. Yi Sha couldn't refute this statement. In Yi Sha's opinion, luck is more mysterious than any power. For example, some people have never picked up money in their entire lives, while others pick up money 3 times a month. There are also lottery tickets. Some people win, and some don't. This is actually a question of probability. Some people buy lottery tickets purely for the sake of buying, while others study the numbers in each issue and the probability and pattern of the numbers. The first case is even more complicated. It can be combined with additional factors such as the environment and surrounding characteristics to prove that a certain area is more likely to drop coins for specific reasons. For example, the probability of picking up money in commercial streets and bus stations is relatively high. Why? Because people in these two places often need to take money out of their pockets. But the so-called probability is that there is no conclusion and no correct answer. In this case, what should we do? It can only be attributed to something like luck. In Yishaw's view, taking a chance is to treat a dead horse as a living one. Chapter 1897 Li Xuanhe. Yishaw felt that Yuye's plan was unreliable, but his body needed to rest. If he had nothing to do and didn't waste his spiritual power crystal, Yishaw would kill Nightmare. In that case, let's kill him. He had to be killed anyway. However, Yishaw never thought that Yuye's method of catching a dead mouse by a blind cat would actually work. Finally, something that was not Nightmare appeared in front of Yishaw again. And it was Li Xuanhe. Yishaw looked at Li Xuanhe standing in front of him with his hands behind his back, his face slightly solemn, and he wanted to curse in his heart. Yishaw had killed so many opponents before. Why Li Xuanhe? Yishaw didn't really care about the appearance of his former opponents. Since he could kill them before, he could kill them now. Of course, Yishaw didn't deny that these guys were definitely more difficult to deal with than Nightmares. Moreover, Yishaw had also thought about this matter, which was basically to recall the opponents he had killed before, and then find the opponent he least wanted to encounter again. The first one was Dongfang Yu. Yishaw definitely didn't want to encounter him for the second time. The reason he was able to kill Dongfang Yu at that time was entirely because of the consumption of the two constellation monsters and the sneak attack of Gemini. Frankly speaking, if he ran into Dongfang Yu in his prime, with Yishaw's current strength after mastering the power of the apostles, he could fight. After all, Dongfang Yu was indeed the deputy train captain. But Yishaw now also had the strength of a deputy train captain. But at that time, Yishaw had at most a 20% to 30% chance of winning. Moreover, even if they can fight now, it is hard to say who will win. Between 50% and 70%. It is not absolute. Since it is not absolute, there is naturally life and death. After Dongfang Yu, it is naturally the constellation monster, excluding the half-finished Scorpio. The remaining Leo and Taurus are all troublesome. Virgo is a little better, but it is not easy to deal with. The problem is that Yishaw thought of many guys, but he didn't think of Li Xuanhe. Moreover, when Li Xuanhe stood in front of Yishaw, Yishaw remembered that this guy might also be very strong. The reason why I say it is possible is that if we measure Li Xuanhe's strength when Yishaw and Li Xuanhe fought, Yishaw could kill this guy with just one finger. But in fact, Li Xuanhe is a little special. The train conductor forcibly suppressed Li Xuanhe's strength at that time. It had nothing to do with Yishaw. It was purely Li Xuanhe's own fault. He did something that the train conductor could not tolerate. Just like Yishaw secretly obtained the power of the apostle. Rather than saying that Yishaw killed Li Xuanhe, it is better to say that the train conductor wanted Li Xuanhe to die. So he used Yishaw's hand to kill him. Yishaw had never experienced Li Xuanhe's true strength. But he was the chief purser, and the only chief purser on the Doomsday train at that time. So his strength couldn't be that bad. So, the question is here. Is Li Xuanhe, who now appears in front of Yishaw, the strength he had when he fought with Yishaw? Or will his true level be revealed? Yishaw slapped his forehead. Headache. Yi, is this guy powerful? Yishaw, I said headache. Not that I can't kill him. Yi nodded. You fight first. If the opponent is strong enough, the spiritual power and apostle power contained should also increase. I can sense it and see if there is any way. Those nightmares are not good. They are too weak. The spiritual power consumed by the opponent on the nightmares is not worth mentioning. Yishaw took a deep breath, then fight. Clang. Yishaw drew out the sword Luo Nanjiang and walked towards Li Xuanhe. Actually, I feel guilty for killing the same person twice. Yishaw suddenly grinned. Of course. If you keep appearing in front of me, I won't mind killing you for the third, fourth, and fifth time, Yishaw said as he cut a sword on his fingertips. Then raised the sword and slashed it down hard in front of him. Blood boundary sword slash. A drop of blood fell to the ground. But a blood mist floated in the air. In the blood mist, a huge blood sword rose up and slashed down hard towards Li Xuanhe. Yishaw narrowed his eyes. This attack was enough to show what level Li Xuanhe was. If it was Li Xuanhe who was suppressed by the train conductor, then Li Xuanhe would not be able to take this sword. Li Xuanhe did not speak. He was not angry, unwilling, or resentful. Perhaps it was because the Li Xuanhe in the dream world was just a puppet. All he had was fighting. When the huge blood sword fell, Li Xuanhe suddenly hooked his finger, and the ground surged up and went into the air. Boom! The surging ground collided with the blood sword, smashing it to pieces. Yisha grinned and cursed in his heart. It must be Li Xuanhe in his prime. Otherwise, he would not be able to take the sword so easily. Snap! At the same time, Li Xuanhe snapped his fingers, and the ground surged again. The soil turned into mud, and continued to surge towards Yisha. Yisha raised his hand forward. Sizzle! The electric current surrounded Yisha's arm and blasted forward, blasting the mud into pieces. Li Xuanhe's ability is called world reshaping, which is a very troublesome and perverted ability. Basically, everything in this world can be reshaped according to Li Xuanhe's will, including the environment, nature, and anything that is not a living thing. Yisha had actually studied this ability, because it was powerful enough. After being eligible to purchase items from the Doomsday train's treasury list, Yisha wanted to buy the ability to reshape the world. Unfortunately, it's not for sale. The ability to reshape the world cannot even be given by the train conductor, but is given through the Doomsday train mission. And even if the mission is completed, it cannot be specified. It is randomly given. This is quite terrifying. With this level of ability, the mission that needs to be completed is itself very difficult, and the probability of getting it randomly is naturally pitiful. Therefore, first of all, you must have absolutely strong strength and absolutely excellent luck. Yisha didn't count on it after asking the lady boss. Although this ability might be included in the treasure list, it was definitely at the top of the pyramid. But it was not easy to get. After all, this kind of ability was already on par with the power of the apostles. Just like the shock wave and the demigod, that ability was not sold in the treasure list, and it was not given in the Doomsday train mission. It could only be randomly generated by the characteristics of the demigod. But its strength was unquestionable. As he was thinking, the mud was shattered by the electric current. Li Xuanhe stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yisha. Boom! Boom! A roar suddenly sounded behind Yisha. And then the ground surged up and wrapped around Yisha. Yes, it wrapped around. Li Xuanhe directly changed the geology, making the rock as soft as a rope. But it did not change the hardness. After approaching Yisha, he planned to tie Yisha up. Chapter 1898 Fighting. Ha! Yisha didn't say anything and just stretched out his arms. The moment the rocks rushed over, they were shattered by Yisha. Li Xuanhe's attack continued, and he pointed at the sky. The black clouds kept rolling. Yisha looked up and squinted his eyes. The rolling clouds condensed into huge rocks and fell downwards. The rocks were surrounded by air waves and burned, forming meteorites. Yisha spread his hands. The sun and the moon were in the sky. The sun and the moon flew up from Yisha's hands and headed for the sky. Then the sun and the moon shone together, and the brilliant light spread out in all directions. Boom! 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 The roar of the explosion sounded continuously, and the meteorites falling from the sky exploded continuously. Countless broken stones fell downward, and Li Xuanhe stretched out his hand forward again. The stones in the sky seemed to be pulled, first suddenly suspended in the air, and then suddenly accelerated and came towards Yisha. Ha! Yisha bent over, exhaled white air from his mouth, and then suddenly opened his arms forward. Zila! Countless electric currents surged out of Yisha's body, and rushed forward, colliding with the flying stones, and crushed them in an instant. But, at the moment when the stones were crushed, Li Xuanhe raised his hand again, and the broken stones became even more broken, and then turned into black sand and swept towards Yisha. It's endless! Yisha's shoulders swayed left and right, and after a flash of his figure, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. When Yisha appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Li Xuanhe. Yisha clenched his fist and smashed towards Li Xuanhe without hesitation. Bang! A stone slab suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Yisha's fist. After one blow, the stone slab was smashed to pieces by Yisha. Li Xuanhe stretched out his hand and clenched it. The broken stones gathered together into a sword shape and chopped down at Yisha's head. Clang! Yisha raised his hand to take the blow. But at this moment, Li Xuanhe suddenly stretched out his hand forward. Feeling of suffocation. Yisha's face suddenly became ugly. His face gradually turned purple, and a trace of blood appeared in his mouth and nose. Ghost step. Yisha's figure flashed, and he was 10 meters away from Li Xuanhe. And then he breathed heavily. Vacuum zone. Li Xuanhe created an oxygen-free vacuum zone around Yisha. Although it was a dream, everything was real, especially after knowing that it was the influence of the power of the spiritual apostle. Yisha did not dare to doubt this point. If Yisha died of lack of oxygen in the dream, Yisha believed that he would definitely die in reality. However, Li Xuanhe's ability to reshape the world is very strong, but not so strong that it is irresistible. This can be felt from the scope of the oxygen-free space. If Li Xuanhe can really create an oxygen-free world, there will be no oxygen anywhere, and Yisha will have no chance to fight, and will just wait for death. At this time, Yui said, you have to force him. If he can't beat you, the power of the spiritual apostle hidden in the dream may be improved. At present, the spiritual power I feel is very peaceful, without any fluctuations, so I can't find any flaws. Yisha nodded, spread his hands, and a ball of fire appeared in Yisha's palm. Yui said again, it can't be too powerful. Yisha was angry. What do you mean? Do you want me to fight seriously? Or not? Yui thought for a while. Fight seriously. Don't kill me. Yisha sighed. If he didn't use the power of the apostle, he might be killed. Yisha stepped forward quickly, and reached out to wipe the mask. Demon body. Demon body. Illusion ability. A random part of the body becomes a demon body, which lasts for 15 minutes. And there is a 12-hour interval between each use. Last time, Yisha used the demon body to transform his legs, but this time it was his hands. Yisha's arms turned black, and black smoke continued to come out. At the same time, they became extremely thick, and his 2 arms could be dragged directly to the ground. Demonic arms. If you want to beat him hard but not to death, close combat is a better choice. However, if you get close, Li Xuanhe's vacuum zone is a problem, and the feeling of suffocation is quite painful. Then, move at high speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, the vacuum zone will not be able to capture Yisha. Wind and rain from all directions. Yisha pulled the wind around him, and the speed of the son of wind reached its limit, and the speed increased all of a sudden, almost in an instant. Yisha came to Li Xuanhe, raised his fist, and smashed it down at Li Xuanhe. At the same time, Li Xuanhe stretched out his hand, and Yisha immediately felt suffocated. It was indeed a vacuum zone. Yisha's figure flashed, and went directly behind Li Xuanhe. Bang! Yisha punched Li Xuanhe's back fiercely, and Li Xuanhe flew forward like a cannonball, hitting the ground continuously, and rolling continuously. Before Li Xuanhe could stabilize his body, Yisha accelerated again. Swift pursuit. After forcibly catching up with Li Xuanhe, Yisha threw another punch, hitting Li Xuanhe's face hard. Bang! Li Xuanhe's head fell to the ground, and the ground made a loud noise. And then a crack appeared, and the sunken ground directly embedded Li Xuanhe's head. Blood continued to flow around. Yisha raised his fist again. However, at this moment, the ground around Li Xuanhe rippled in circles, and then Li Xuanhe's body quickly sank to the ground and disappeared without a trace. Yisha's body was shaking because his legs were sinking downwards. Swamp! The ground under his feet was turned into a swamp by Li Xuanhe. Yisha struggled hard, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In the blink of an eye, the swamp had exceeded Yisha's waist. Yisha took a deep breath, and then the flame appeared in his palm again, and he slammed it down towards the swamp. Boom! A huge roar appeared, and then the sound of the explosion resounded through the world. The swamp exploded, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Yisha slowly walked out of the deep pit, looked up, and soon saw Li Xuanhe's figure not far away. Die! Yisha shouted, and the cracked ground around him trembled again. Countless corpse flower vines emerged, covering the sky and the sun, dancing wildly, and then fell towards Li Xuanhe. When the corpse flower vines fell, Li Xuanhe raised his hands, and the corpse flower vines seemed to be pulled by some force. All bypassed Li Xuanhe and fell to the ground. But at this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the corpse flower vines, and then dark green poisonous mist was suddenly ejected from those cracks. Chapter 1899 Five Gods Ring. The poisonous fog quickly enveloped Li Xuanhe, but when it was about to approach Li Xuanhe suddenly stretched out his hand and wiped it forward. The poisonous fog condensed into blocks of objects quickly, and fell to the ground one by one, like crystals. This works? Yisha cursed in a low voice, and was convinced by Li Xuanhe's ability. This ability is abnormal. It can attack, defend, and hide, feeling the user's desire for power. The demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristic randomly obtains ability. 5 god rings. 5 god rings, temporary, imagination ability, demigod ability. The god rings materialize by fantasy. Different god rings have different abilities. Thumb, Frost converts its own energy into freezing light, which can freeze objects. Index finger, cutting releases its own energy to form a cutting beam. Middle finger, shadow creates an area that absorbs all light. Ring finger, sky explosion condenses and compresses the air in front of the body, and uses fists to create a remote bombardment effect. Little finger, vibration emits a harsh noise to attack the enemy's mind, which can affect the enemy's mental power and 5 senses. A half-human and half-body reminder sounded in Yisha's ears. And then the half-human and half-god ability was triggered. I don't know whether it's lucky or unfortunate. Yisha once again saw an ability he had never seen before. Fortunately, the characteristics of demigods are undoubtedly very strong, and the upper limit is still very large. The problem is that the random appearance of abilities causes the lower limit of demigod characteristics to be occasionally very low, although they are almost all powerful abilities. The problem is that they are not necessarily applicable, and there are many strange abilities. For example, the ability of Iron Bones is invincible. Yisha feels painful when he thinks of that ability. Therefore, the emergence of new abilities is a good thing, which can allow Yisha to better understand the characteristics of demigods. Unfortunately, Yisha was definitely not familiar with the new ability, and needed to adapt and study it. However, judging from the literal meaning, the 5 gods ring was a very simple offensive ability, and there was nothing difficult to understand. This made Yisha feel relieved, as long as it was not a weird ability. The next moment, Yisha's right hand imagined 5 rings, with 5 gems of different colors on the top of the rings. Yisha raised his thumb, and a blue light shot out towards Li Xuanhe. Li Xuanhe moved quickly moving to the side. After the light landed, the ground was quickly covered with a layer of frost, and the earth was frozen. This ability, it's a bit water. The moon wheel in Yisha's sun and moon in the sky has the ability to freeze, and it can also change the temperature. Moreover, the freezing effect is better, more aggressive, and covers a larger area. To put it another way, Yisha also has the Ice and Snow God and the Ice and Snow Queen, who also have the ability to freeze, and are stronger than this broken ring. As Yisha thought about it, he changed his index finger and pointed in the direction of Li Xuanhe. Boom! A golden beam of light shot out and quickly passed forward. The ground was immediately cut open, and a huge crack appeared, more than 10 meters long. However, because it was his first time using it, Yisha's aim was a bit poor. The crack was 3 meters away from Li Xuanhe, and it was obvious that Li Xuanhe didn't even need to dodge. The next moment, Li Xuanhe suddenly moved, and a bulge appeared on the ground under his feet, like a wave, carrying Li Xuanhe and quickly moving towards Yisha. Yisha changed to the middle finger again, and a black curtain appeared around Li Xuanhe. The light in that area suddenly disappeared and became extremely dark. What was extremely strange was that except for that space, the surrounding area was still full of light, as if the light had been dug out from a place. Li Xuanhe stopped and looked around vigilantly. He had completely fallen into the darkness. Yisha changed to the ring finger again. As the light flashed, Yisha was a little puzzled, because nothing happened this time. Is it like using a fist? Yisha thought about it, then clenched his fist and punched forward with all his strength. Boom! As Yisha punched out, a loud roar came from the front. And then in the darkness, Li Xuanhe's body suddenly flew out, was blown backwards, and dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters. Yisha's eyes lit up. This move was quite powerful. While Li Xuanhe hadn't gotten up from the ground, Yisha immediately changed to the little finger. The light flashed, and then there was a noise, like the sound of nails scratching on a blackboard. Yisha himself was fine, and there was no discomfort, but he just felt a little unpleasant. But Li Xuanhe's face changed drastically, covering his ears and retreating continuously. 5 rings. 5 abilities used up. Yisha didn't know how to describe his mood. In general, he felt a little disappointed, or it could be said that it did not meet Yisha's expectations. For a long time, The abilities generated by the characteristics of half-human and half-god were either purely powerful or distinctive. Even if there were some strange ones, they were very useful in certain circumstances. But what can we say about the Five Gods ring? It is not weak, but not strong either. There is nothing worth mentioning. It is not strange and easy to use. It cannot be said to be bad. But compared with the expectations of a demigod, it is definitely not up to standard. Wait a minute. Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally discovered the power of the Five Gods ring. There is no time limit for use, and it can be used repeatedly. During the duration, the ability of the Five Gods ring can be used at will without any restrictions. Moreover, Yisha was surprised to find that the limit time of the Five Gods ring is the duration of the demigod characteristics. In other words, if it is not because the demigod characteristics trigger the ability of the Five Gods ring, but Yisha himself has the ability of the Five Gods ring, these abilities can be used continuously. There is no interval between use, and there are no additional restrictions except for the consumption of his own physical strength. This is a conventional combat ability. In this way, Yisha found that the Five Gods ring was terrifying. Since it was a conventional ability with no restrictions on use, it was normal for the power to be slightly weaker. Moreover, if viewed from the perspective of conventional abilities, the power of the Five Gods ring was not weak at all. Yisha's face lit up, and he watched Li Xuanhe break free from the influence of the sound wave vibration. And he did not hesitate to point another finger down. Cut! This time, Yisha finally aimed, and the moment he pointed his finger down, the ground kept making a rumbling sound, and a terrifying crack continued to spread forward. Chapter 1900 City. The measurement standards for conventional abilities and those with restrictions are obviously different. For example, the power of cutting is probably only about the same as that of a blood dragon of 6 dragons flying sky. And the blood dragon of 6 dragons flying sky still has a superimposed power. However, 6 dragons flying sky will be blinded after attacking once. But the cutting of the Five Gods ring is different. It can be used continuously. Once, twice, 3 times, and continuously. If facing a dead target, continuous attack, and the superimposed damage in the end, the Five Gods ring is definitely stronger. Of course, it takes more time, so there is no definitive conclusion on the strength. It can only be said that the Five Gods ring is not as weak as Yisha imagined. He stretched out his index finger forward continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Huge roars continued to sound, and cracks appeared on the ground one after another. Li Xuanhe quickly ran to the side to avoid Yisha's attack. The ground quickly shattered and cracked, becoming a mess. Li Xuanhe suddenly stopped. Yisha did not hesitate and pointed again. This time, Li Xuanhe chose to fight back. With his hands raised, huge stones continued to surge from the broken ground. Those stones were square, and they were actually perfect cubes. And then, they blasted towards Yisha. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the sound of explosions sounded, and those stones were constantly shattered. But Yisha's attack was also offset. Seeing the rubble flying, Yisha quickly switched to his ring finger. Sky explosion. A punch was thrown out, and with a loud bang, the flying stones were completely shattered, crushed into powder, and fell like sand and dust. Yisha changed his fingers again, and a frost ray appeared and fell in front of Li Xuanhe. Crack! Crack! The ground quickly froze, freezing Li Xuanhe's legs. Yisha waved his left hand, and the corpse flower vines that had been roaming around suddenly attacked Li Xuanhe at this time. More than a dozen corpse flower vines came from all directions and smashed down in the direction of Li Xuanhe. Boom! 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 Every time a corpse flower vine landed, it would make a loud rumbling sound, smashing the ground into pieces. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the ground continued to collapse and fall downwards. But, just when the corpse flower vines completed their attack, the piled corpse flower vines suddenly shook, and slowly, a column of water rose from below, slowly pushing the corpse flower vines away. Li Xuanhe actually used the ability to reshape the world to reshape the ice frozen by the frost rays, turning the ice into liquid. Bang! The liquid suddenly made a loud noise, exploded randomly, split into countless pieces, and surged towards Yisha. Sky explosion. Yisha immediately changed his fingers again, and then punched forward, accompanied by a loud noise. The liquid shattered and scattered on the ground. However, the attack was not over yet. The scattered liquid froze again, turning into ice spears, densely spread in the air, like rain, falling towards Yisha again. Yisha switched to the middle finger. Middle finger, shadow creates an area that absorbs all light. The target of Yisha's shadow is not Li Xuanhe, but himself, with Yisha as the center. The surrounding area instantly turned into a dark color, and the light was completely absorbed, and it was pitch black. The ice spear in the air stopped for a moment, and the darkness enveloped Yisha, and Yisha could not see anything around him. However, from another perspective, because of the darkness, Li Xuanhe did not know the specific location of Yisha, and naturally lost the target of attack. However, in the next moment, the ice spears in the sky spread out and continued to fall towards the black space. Since it was impossible to know exactly where Yisha was, without a target, the only way was to carry out a covering attack. With so many ice spears falling, Yisha would always be able to be hit. When the ice spears fell, they entered the dark space. The large area of black, like a piece of curtain, was quickly cut and torn by the ice spears, and became pieces, and began to peel off continuously. In a moment, the black space was completely torn apart, and the ice spears kept stabbing the ground, making a huge roar. Boom, 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 accompanied by the impact of the ice spears. The ground kept shaking and making a huge noise. But no Yisha. When the black space was completely torn apart, there was no trace of Yisha in the black space. I'm here. Yisha's voice suddenly sounded behind Li Xuanhe. Li Xuanhe turned around suddenly and saw Yisha shaking his little finger. The next moment, the extremely harsh sound rang out, and Li Xuanhe's face immediately showed pain. His facial features twisted instantly, and he kept retreating backwards. At the same time, Yisha punched again. Sky explosion. With a loud bang. As Yisha punched forward, a huge explosion sounded, and then Li Xuanhe's chest seemed to be hit by a heavy object, and flew backwards again. It was more than 10 meters away, and it kept rolling on the ground. When Li Xuanhe raised his head again, a stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. At the same time, Yui suddenly said, "Here it comes. I feel that the spiritual power of this space has fluctuated. Well, it is very strong and the improvement is very obvious." Yisha wanted to chase him, but stopped at this time. Killing Li Xuanhe is not the ultimate goal, but getting rid of this dream is the key. Moreover, for the time being, it is not difficult for Yisha to get out of the dream. Therefore, Yisha does not care about letting Li Xuanhe improve his strength. The important thing is whether you can seize this opportunity and find a way to break the dream. I feel. Yui closed his eyes and sensed. Then suddenly opened his eyes. This space is changing. It seems to be in terms of form. Yui suddenly opened his eyes, and the next moment, Yui and Yisha saw that the space around them was constantly twisting. The ground, the sky, the dry grass, the rocky mountains in the distance. Everything was twisted at this moment, like a piece of paper that was crumpled hard. This distortion lasted for about half a minute, and everything around became smooth again, just like smoothing out the crumpled paper. Then, the world changed. Yisha looked around in astonishment. The surroundings were no longer endless wilderness. There was a street under his feet, surrounded by tall buildings, many vehicles parked on the roadside, and in the air, shop signs flashed colorful lights. This is a city. Chapter 1901 Cracking Method. The change in the spatial form of the dream is not a very surprising thing. Since the dream can create a wilderness, it can certainly create a city. There is nothing strange about this. Therefore, after the initial surprise, Yisha regained his composure, and the rest was just confusion. The fluctuation of mental power should strengthen Li Xuanhe's strength. But after the mental fluctuation, what was created was a change in space. This is quite strange. What is the reason for creating a city? I don't understand it at all. Yisha looked around and said to Yu Yi, "Did you find anything?" Yu Yi, "Some things. But the time is too short. It seems that you still need to fight. Keep forcing the other party, and let me feel it again." Yisha looked around. As the surrounding buildings rose, Li Xuanhe's figure was covered. At the moment, Li Xuanhe didn't know where he ran to. He should be behind a building. Yisha, tell me first. What did you find? Yui, the power of this dream is fixed. But when there are fluctuations, it will increase. And the interference and influence will also increase. Yisha, Can you explain it in a way that I can understand? Yui thought for a while. Let's put it this way. You built a house. The house is there. It is fixed. The house is the dream. It is useless to demolish the house. A new house will be built immediately. And you are still locked in the house. Yisha nodded. This statement is easier to understand. Yui continued, well, since demolishing the house is useless, we can only use another method. What should we do? In fact, it is very simple. Just kill the person who built the house. Yisha, to build the house. That person must appear. Yui, yes. So under normal circumstances, although there is a feeling of spiritual apostle power in the dream, this power exists in advance, and I can't capture the other party's location. Therefore, there is only one way. To force the spiritual fluctuations, like just now, to appear. Only when the spiritual fluctuations occur, I have the opportunity to capture the other party's existence. The stronger the spiritual fluctuations, and the longer they last, the greater my chance of capturing the other party. Yisha, it's the same method as before. You have to fight. But you can't kill him. You have to beat him until he improves his strength. When he improves his strength, the power of the spiritual apostle will definitely take effect. Yui nodded. That's it. Yisha, I know the method. But I can't help but ask. Are you reliable? Yui was puzzled. Yisha, 2 or 3 times is fine. If you can't capture him, Li Xuanhe will become stronger and stronger. And Dreamland will also become stronger and stronger. Even if you kill Li Xuanhe, the strength of Nightmare will probably be greatly improved. Don't let me lose myself if I fail to destroy Dreamland by then. Yisha's worry is not without reason. The dream is indeed getting stronger. But it has been getting stronger step by step. The strength of the Nightmare is increasing in small increments. Yui's method is equivalent to forcing the power to increase. If it can be done, it's fine. If not, Yisha will be in trouble. Originally, with the speed of the dream increasing, Yisha could not be killed for the time being. It is possible for Yisha to continue to hold on for a few months. But after being treated like this by Yui, if he cannot break the dream this time, then Yisha may not be able to hold on for even 10 days or half a month. Yui, everything has its dangers and costs. You can choose whether to do it or not. Or you can give it a try and spin the dream normally every night. When you can't hold on any longer, try my method again. Yisha didn't say much nonsense and said directly, okay, find the guy first. Yisha is very cautious most of the time. But being cautious doesn't mean being adventurous. Yui's last words convinced Yisha. Judging from the situation of spending the dream normally, it is a fact that the dream is getting stronger. And it is also a fact that the nightmare is getting stronger. If it weren't for Joyo's help, the nightmare should have grown to a considerable extent now. But Joyo's method is only a temporary solution. And it is only a matter of time before the dream continues to grow stronger. And then 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 day. If the growth of dreams and nightmares is unlimited, Yisha will not be able to hold on 1 day. Since sticking your head out will be a knife. And shrinking your head will also be a knife. Let this knife come earlier. Yui nodded and said nothing more. Yisha looked around again, but still did not find Li Xuanhe. Since this guy didn't come to find him, he would go find him himself. Yisha began to walk forward. Yisha recalled where Li Xuanhe stood before. He was not far from him. Even if there were buildings blocking him, he was basically on the next street. It took only half a minute to get there through the alley. But Yisha talked to Yui for half a minute, and Li Xuanhe did not show up. That could only prove one thing. That Li Xuanhe deliberately did not come to find Yisha. Why? Yisha looked at the surrounding buildings. The city terrain was definitely a more complex terrain. So, a sneak attack? Just as Yisha thought of this, there was a sharp sound of twisted steel bars on the side. And then a sign suddenly collapsed and fell towards Yisha. Yisha quickly jumped to the side. And with a bang, the sign fell to the ground and shattered. And the cables that came out continued to emit arcs. Yui suddenly said, behind. Yisha quickly turned around. And the ground on the street made a boom sound. And then the ground kept rising stones. And those stones were like a circle, constantly coming towards Yisha. Yisha retreated and blasted forward. But there was no response. He immediately cursed. But it was the duration of the 5-god ring, or the time of the half-human and half-god characteristic. Zila. Yisha immediately changed his ability. A current rushed out from Yisha's fist and blasted forward, colliding with the stone and smashing it. But at this moment, the walls of the buildings on both sides suddenly squirmed, and two huge rock palms stretched out and quickly closed towards Yisha. Yisha stretched out his arms to both sides, and with two bangs, he blocked the two huge rock palms. The next moment, a car parked on the side of the road suddenly started and flew towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha was hit directly, and his feet kept sliding backwards on the ground. Then, with a low shout, Yisha raised his fist and smashed it hard at the car. Boom! The hood of the car quickly dented a large area, and the rear of the car directly lifted up, and then hit the ground heavily. Chapter 1902 Continuous Fighting. Yisha smashed the car with one punch. But at this moment, two street lamps on the roadside suddenly fell down. Yisha didn't waste any words, and kicked out with a sweeping kick, kicking the two street lamps away. But at the moment when Yisha kicked, the two street lamps suddenly turned into a U shape, restraining Yisha's right leg and left hand. And then the moment they landed, they directly merged with the ground. Steel and the ground. The two materials are completely compatible. Yisha now understands why Li Xuanhe created such a city to fight. For Li Xuanhe, the more complex the terrain, the more beneficial it is to him. This complexity not only refers to the terrain environment, but also the surrounding materials. The more complex it is, the more things Li Xuanhe can change. And naturally the stronger he is. Just after Yisha was restrained, Li Xuanhe finally showed up, standing on the roof of a building on the side. And then Li Xuanhe stretched out his hand to the front. Boom! 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 A 10-story office building on the side suddenly trembled. And then the wall on the side began to peel off. Yes, it was peeling off instead of collapsing. The cement of the outer wall first cracked and shattered. And then the wall began to dismember, with bricks falling down one by one. The bricks kept falling to the ground, making violent crashing sounds. And in the blink of an eye, they piled up densely, like a small mountain, pressing Yisha down. However, it was only for a moment. With a rumble, a large amount of electric current overflowed from the gaps between the layers of bricks, and then shook the bricks away. The bricks quickly joined together as they flew out, like building blocks, and turned into a huge human figure, raising his fist towards Yisha. Yisha stretched out his hand and grasped the void, and the infinite bow appeared in his palm. Divine punishment. Yisha drew the arrow, and the arrow appeared on the string. The next moment, the arrow broke through the air. The arrow carried a strong spiral energy and went towards the giant. Before the huge fist fell, the arrow of divine punishment hit the opponent's fist. Bang! There was a loud noise from the fist, and then it exploded, with a big hole pierced directly by the divine punishment arrow. The giant made of bricks began to crack, and its body continued to break, turning into countless bricks again, falling down. But the attack has not stopped. After the divine punishment arrow pierced the giant's fist, its power did not decrease, and it continued to move towards Li Xuanhe. In front of Li Xuanhe, the edge of the roof of the building suddenly rose a bit. The next moment, with a loud bang, the divine punishment arrow pierced through the rising wall. But when the wall shattered, there was no trace of Li Xuanhe behind the wall. Yisha frowned, then ran to the side, came to the front of the building, and shot the bow again. Explosive arrow. Yisha pulled the bowstring, and the explosive arrow flew out quickly, then shattered the window on the side of the building and flew into it. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang continuously, and the flames pushed open shattered the glass windows, and continued to surge out to the outside. And sparks fell like rain, falling downwards. Suddenly, in the flames, Li Xuanhe suddenly jumped out and fell from the air. The outer wall of the building continued to grow stone slabs, like stairs, allowing Li Xuanhe to step on the stone slabs and continue to walk down. Li Xuanhe looked leisurely, which naturally made Yisha quite unhappy. He drew his sword and slashed at Li Xuanhe with force. 6 dragons flying in the sky. Yisha slashed with a sword, and the blood-colored sword light fell in the direction of Li Xuanhe. With a loud bang, the blood dragon knocked a hole into the outer wall of the building. Li Xuanhe jumped and landed inside the building, standing on the edge and looking down. The second blood dragon arrived soon. Li Xuanhe raised his palm and pressed it. The second blood dragon suddenly exploded and turned into countless sword lights, hitting the surrounding outer walls. And suddenly there were dense holes. However, when the third blood dragon attacked, Li Xuanhe did not have time to dismember the blood dragon and was hit directly. Bang! Li Xuanhe stretched out his hand and pushed forward, catching the third blood dragon. His body was constantly pushed into the building, forcibly blocking the third blood dragon. But at this moment, the fourth blood dragon drilled into the building and fell towards Li Xuanhe. With a loud bang, the floor was cut into pieces by the exploding sword light. And then Li Xuanhe fell down. The fifth, the sixth, the two blood dragons followed Li Xuanhe closely, and continued to fall from the inside of the building. Boom! 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 The floor of the building continued to crack, and one layer after another collapsed. Dust filled the air, and Li Xuanhe's body continued to fall until he fell to the bottom. Yisha walked forward with his sword in hand, entered the building, sneered at Li Xuanhe, and then swung his sword forward again. The sword light was cold. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yisha thrust out a sword, and the sword light that swept out quickly turned into 24. At the same time, Yu Yi, who had been watching quietly, suddenly changed his face, and after a flash of his figure, he came to the edge of the building. Yu Yi was about to speak. Boom! A piece of the wall on the side suddenly broke, and then Yisha smashed the wall, flew out like a cannonball, flew across the street, and slammed into the wall on the other side. Yu Yi looked at Yisha. I feel the power of the spiritual apostle is fluctuating again. Yisha gritted his teeth. I know. When Yisha finished speaking, Li Xuanhe slowly floated out of the building, and the soil under his feet kept breaking and churning, supporting Li Xuanhe's body. On the other side, boom! The wall of the building broke again, and a figure followed and walked out, raised his fist, and beat his chest. Leo! Yisha gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Even this beast has been brought out. Of course, I know that my strength has become stronger again. Yu Yi nodded. Hold on. My method should work. Yisha, hold on. You'll be killed if you don't fight for your life. While Yisha was speaking, he stretched out his hand and wiped it forward. Puff, 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 puff. In front of Yisha, there was a sound of surging flames. And then one by one, fireballs appeared in front of Yisha. The power of the Son of Flame. Die! Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed, and the fireballs rushed forward frantically. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued. The moment the fireball landed, it suddenly exploded and became extremely huge. The flames that sprang up were 100 meters high, covering everything around. Without any pause, Yisha took a step forward and punched out again. Chapter 1903 Flaw. Lava explodes. Yisha's fist blasted forward. A circle of flames wrapped around his arm, and then quickly turned into lava, rushing forward frantically. Lava was like a sea, hitting the building in front, constantly surging, and splashing in all directions. The next moment, with a bang, Leo smashed the lava and suddenly rushed out. Bang! Yisha met Leo, and the flames wrapped around his arm turned into a huge fist, as if it had substance, blasted forward, and collided fiercely with Leo's fist. Yisha said fiercely, I am not as vulnerable as before. Get out of here. Yisha punched forward, and a current hit Leo's chest, knocking Leo away. Yisha took a deep breath, and the current appeared on his fingertips, and he was about to open the Nine Heavens domain. But at this moment, feeling the user's desire for power, the half-human half-god characteristic is triggered. Half-human half-god LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod's random ability, oscillation. A voice rang in Yisha's ears, causing him to pause for a moment. And then his expression became even more ferocious. Hey! Yisha sneered. You two bastards are dead. At the same time, Li Xuanhe appeared on the side of Yisha, pointed at him, and the surrounding buildings began to wriggle like cotton. And then countless steel bars pierced out and stabbed at Yisha. Garbage. Get out of here. Bang! Shock wave. Yisha punched to the side, and the buildings continued to crack, shatter, and collapse downwards. The steel bars that pierced through were instantly twisted. Since Leo appeared, Yisha's mind was no longer on Li Xuanhe. There was no doubt that Leo was much stronger than Li Xuanhe. Heal you first. Yisha jumped in the direction of Li Xuanhe and punched again. The shock wave was activated, and the piled-up ruins suddenly shattered. Li Xuanhe showed up and reached out again to reshape the things around him for manipulation. But at this moment, the shadow behind Li Xuanhe suddenly surged up, tied up Li Xuanhe's hands like a rope, and dragged Li Xuanhe's hands to the back. Yisha, you have to raise your hands every time you reshape something. Right? Is this how to use this ability? If so, I'm sorry. Bang, bang, bang. But the moment Li Xuanhe was tied up, the rocks that had suddenly floated up around him all fell down. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks fell to the ground, making loud noises. Yisha took the opportunity to come to Li Xuanhe and grabbed Li Xuanhe's head. Goodbye. Boom. Flames emerged from Yisha's palm, and then suddenly exploded. The sound of the explosion sounded, and the flames emerged and enveloped the surroundings. When Yisha let go, the headless body fell to the ground, and Li Xuanhe's head had been directly blown off. Li Xuanhe, die! After killing Li Xuanhe with one blow, Yisha did not hesitate at all. Turned around quickly, raised his fist, and blasted towards the back. Bang! Leo appeared in front of Yisha, and their fists collided. Yisha's expression was ferocious, and he felt a huge force coming towards him. Although compared with the time when he fought with Leo, Yisha was indeed different now. However, in terms of pure strength, Yisha still lost a lot. Yisha's improvement in physical fitness was not obvious. Or in other words, as a human being able to improve physical fitness to Yisha's current level is close to the limit. However, Yisha has more than just fists. Break it, Yisha growled, widened his eyes, and showed a bit of ferocity. Then raised his left fist and punched Leo's arm. Yisha's fist hit Leo's forearm hard, and then Leo's forearm cracked into countless fine lines. With a puff, blood suddenly spurted out from those cracks, and then Leo's arm suddenly exploded, completely shattered, and turned into a pile of mincemeat that fell to the ground. Yisha sneered, and lightning burst out of his body, blasting Leo away with one blow. Yisha strode towards Leo, but at this moment, Yisha felt a strong wind coming from above his head, and immediately jumped back. And then a long spear stabbed down from above, and the moment it landed, there was a huge sound, and the surrounding ground cracked inch by inch. Yisha looked up and saw a guy wearing a cloak falling from the air, and then pulled out the bloody long spear that was stabbed into the ground. Apostle Walk? Holy Son? Who is this guy? Yisha looked at him and fell into a brief confusion, but soon remembered. Apostle Walk, Holy Son, John Zue Hades Lawrence. Yisha had indeed seen this guy. When the water spirit Moya was captured, John Zue was one of the 3 Holy Sons. At that time, only Nen Rongjishir escaped alive. The other 2 Holy Sons, John Zue and Joey, died on the island. But, are you kidding me? Yisha cursed. Did I kill you? Go find Gonlin, the son of God. It was indeed in Yisha's calculation. This was a group of powerful people among the enemies Yisha had fought before. If they appeared again in the dream, it would be a huge trouble. However, it was not Yisha who killed John Zue. Yisha was not sure, but if he died, it was probably Gonlin's fault. If so, why did he appear in his dream? There is a perpetrator for every injustice, and there is a creditor for every debt. Go find Gonlin. If the demon Joey appears, Yisha will understand. Boom! At this time, the wall on the side cracked again, and a piece of frost quickly passed by along the ground. And then one by one, ice cones continued to pierce out from the ground and quickly came towards Yisha. Boom! Yisha punched to the side without hesitation. Shock wave. As soon as those ice cones came to Yisha, they were completely shattered, turning into a pile of broken ice flakes scattered on the ground. And the frost on the ground made a crackling sound and continued to shatter. The next moment, another person walked out of the building on the side, wearing a silver mask. A very familiar mask. Yisha wanted to slap himself. This crow mouth really said what he said. Devil Joey. It was Devil Joey who appeared. But at this time, Yu Yi suddenly shouted to Yisha, "Catch that guy." While Yu Yi was talking, he took a step forward, and a large piece of night appeared on his body. After wrapping Yu Yi, the night suddenly rushed into the air. The sky was covered by the night, and it became gloomy in an instant. Chapter 1904 End. The night went to the sky, and Yisha opened fire without hesitation. Flames continued to surge under his feet and spread wildly in all directions. Yisha shouted, "Just the 3 of you? Come on. Come together." In the flames, Leo suddenly jumped out and punched in the direction of Yisha. Although he only had one arm left, Leo was still very fierce. Get out! Yisha punched forward. But his fist did not collide with Leo's. But cracks were all over the air. Then Leo seemed to be hit by a punch. And before he came to Yisha, he was blown away. Joey and John Zue attacked at the same time, approaching Yisha from the left and right. However, before they reached Yisha, the surrounding flames built a wall of fire, rising and blocking Joey and John Zue. In the flames, black shadows kept moving, and suddenly came behind Joey and John Zue. The shadows turned into spikes and stabbed at their backs. John Zue's blood spear suddenly emitted a red light, wrapping up John Zue's body. The red light actually had the function of self-defense, blocking the black spikes. Joey obviously didn't have such good luck. The black spike pierced Joey's calf. Joey groaned, turned around and raised his palm to form a knife. Frost covered his arm and condensed into an ice knife to cut down the black spike, trying to cut it off. But at this moment, the black spike suddenly exploded, like a thorn ball, quickly piercing Joey's body. Crack! A crack appeared on the mask on Joey's face, and then it broke into two halves and fell to the ground. Joey died. After killing another one, Yisha decisively turned around. At the moment when John Zue and Leo attacked again, the paper wings behind Yisha suddenly opened and flew into the air. Zila! At the moment when Yisha took off into the air, countless electric currents spread in the air. In the black clouds, azure lightning suddenly flashed, cutting through the air like a long dragon and illuminating the sky. Jiosha realm. Open! Yisha spread his hands, and golden lightning appeared in his palms. Divine thunder. Yisha raised his hand and continuously blasted the divine thunder downwards, and the loud roars continued to sound. The golden arc spread in the air, forming a huge thunder waterfall, which continued to fall downwards. Boom! 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 When the ninth divine thunder fell, the surrounding buildings completely collapsed and began to fall downwards. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were ruins. Because it was a fake dream, there was no prompt sound. But Yisha knew that it was done. He could no longer feel the breath of John Zue, and Leo had disappeared. Yisha quickly spread his paper wings and flew into the air, constantly rising, and quickly rushed through the night. After entering the night, Yisha found that he had come to another space. This space was empty, and it was obviously black all around. But strangely, he could easily see all around. Boom! Suddenly, Yisha heard a loud noise, and then a shadow fell in front of Yisha. Yisha looked up and couldn't help but, damn! What is this thing? It's so ugly. The shadow that fell was a huge black disc, which looked like flesh, a bit like a succulent plant, with an orange-yellow eye in the center and fine tentacles on the edges. Yui appeared, descended from the sky, and came to Yisha's side. This is a spiritual apostle. In the words of our civilization, it is called Slayas. Yisha was surprised. Spiritual apostle? In my dream? No. Not a real spiritual apostle. Yui, you can understand it as a spiritual apostle's clone. Or you can understand it as a spiritual apostle splitting out his own spiritual power. It is not a real spiritual apostle. But there are some differences. Yisha, what's the difference? Yui thought for a moment. It's hard to say. I'll solve it first. While talking, Yui waved his hand forward, and a large piece of night enveloped the past, quickly surrounding the body of the spirit apostle, and then began to compress. The night kept spinning, forming a vortex, and began to suck the spirit apostle into it. The spirit apostle kept struggling and twisting, trying to struggle out of the vortex, but he was completely unable to do so, and was swallowed in bit by bit. The next moment, the darkness was gone. The blackness in the surrounding space quickly dissipated, and light gradually appeared around. Huh? Yisha suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. There was a forest around him. He leaned against a tree trunk with his clothes soaked with sweat. He returned to the origin. Yisha looked to the side, and Yui stood up. Yisha, it seems that I am free? Yeah. Yui, then the dream will not haunt you anymore, and the nightmare will not appear again. Yisha, what did you want to tell me before? Yui, that spiritual apostle is not right. Too strong. Yisha puzzled. Huh? Yui, I also have a spiritual apostle in my body. Its power is certainly much stronger than the clone you saw before. But the other party is just a clone. Yisha, what do you mean? Yui, if the clone of the spiritual apostle is the real body, It is at least 10 times more powerful than the spiritual apostle in my body. Or even much more. Yi Sha thought for a moment. You are not good at spiritual power. Yu Yi, yes. I am not good at it. But I am just not good at using the power of spiritual apostles. It does not mean that the total amount will change. Just like you may not be good at cooking, and the food you make is unpalatable. But the ingredients are there, and the quantity will not change. A piece of meat is always a piece of meat. If you cook it well, you cannot turn a piece of meat into 2 pieces. If you cook it badly, you cannot turn a piece of meat into half a piece. Yi Sha frowned, and almost understood what Yi meant. In fact, the appearance of the spiritual apostle was a strange thing in itself. Yi Sha had never come into contact with the spiritual apostle. The birth of the dream began when he left the Doomsday train. Then, there is no doubt that the appearance of the dream must be related to the Doomsday train. And this power should also come from the Doomsday train. In this case, how can it be related to the spiritual apostle? The conductor has the power of the spiritual apostle? It doesn't seem right, Yi Sha murmured, unable to figure it out. Yi Sha had always believed that the Doomsday train and the train conductor were 2 individuals, and that the train conductor could not represent the Doomsday train, and that the will of the Doomsday train was obviously not necessarily the train conductor's. So, if we want to explore this matter, we must first understand who created the dream. Chapter 1905 Ning Yuan? Dongfang Yu? Yi Sha thought for a while, but still had no idea. So he simply stopped thinking and said to Yu Yi, "Are you sure there is no problem?" Yu Yi, you will know after a good sleep. Yi Sha thought about it, and realized that it was true. So he turned over, and went to sleep. It was rare that the whole night ended. When he woke up the next day, Yi Sha was full of energy, and had no nightmares. His sleep quality was excellent. However, Yi Sha soon regretted it. With Yu Yi following him, no one challenged him in the land of origin. Now he couldn't even enter the dreamland. There was no place to fight. Yi Sha couldn't help but wonder why he came to the land of origin, since there was no place to fight. Let's hurry on. The area of the land of origin was not small, but not very huge. After about a week, he finally reached the border of the southern area. Fortunately, the Sword Mountain that Yi Sha was looking for was not far from the border. After another day of travel, Yu Yi pointed to the distance and said, "That's the Sword Mountain you are looking for. But people here generally call it a forbidden area." Yi Sha, because of Ning Yuan? Yu Yi, yes. No one wants to die. And the place where people die is called a forbidden place. So some places are forbidden places. And some places are forbidden places because of some people there. Or in other words, where some people are, that place is a forbidden place. Yi Sha nodded, stopped talking nonsense, and continued on his way. When he came near Jianshan, Yi Sha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is indeed a very strange and spectacular mountain. The strange thing is that this mountain is solitary, surrounded by wilderness, with nothing at all. Just a mountain standing there. There is a stone path in front of the mountain, which can lead all the way to the top of the mountain. In addition, as the great sage said, this mountain is densely packed with swords. All kinds of swords. Yi Sha and Yi came closer, and Yi Sha saw the sword monument that the great sage mentioned. Yi Sha's eyes lit up again, because it was really as the great sage said. This sword monument was exactly the same as the sword in Yi Sha's hand. However, the sword monument is made of stone. Extremely huge, about 7 or 8 meters high, 2 or 3 meters wide, standing at the foot of the sword mountain. After Yi Sha took out this is the sword, he came to the front of the sword monument and compared it carefully. Although he could be sure that the sword in his hand came from the origin land, this was obviously not enough. Yi Sha tried to find the connection between the two, but at this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Sha's ears. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Yui was extremely alert and looked to the side. A man, a white robe, the kind of robe in ancient China, a bit like Hanfu, with a sword on his back, walked down the stone steps. Yui whispered, "He is Ning Yuan." "Ning Yuan? Are you sure?" Yi Sha looked at Yu, then looked at the other party. "Dongfang Yu?" Yi Sha did not hide the astonishment on his face, because the man who walked down the stone steps was Dongfang Yu. Except for the clothes, the face is exactly the same. The height is the same, especially the feeling. Dongfang Yu always has a kind of arrogance, and he doesn't take anyone seriously. Yi Sha saw the same expression on the man in front of him. Yi Sha couldn't help licking his mouth. Who are you? The man looked at Yi Sha and smiled. Who do you say I am? Yi Sha raised his eyelids. Dongfang Yu. This tone. This intonation. That contemptuous attitude. Yi Sha dared to guarantee that it was definitely Dongfang Yu. Yu looked confused. Isn't it Ning Yuan? Dongfang Yu didn't care, Dongfang Yu. Or Ning Yuan is just a name. The important thing is that I am me. It doesn't matter what I'm called. Yi Sha, I should have killed you. Why did you come back to life? And why are you in the origin land? And why can you enter and exit the origin land? Dongfang Yu, first. You didn't kill me. It was that old man Malfarian. I remember this account. I will ask him for it sooner or later. Second, I died. Not alive. But Malfarian didn't know my secret. He only killed my sword soldier clone. Third, I was originally in the origin land. I have always been there. Boom. When Dongfang Yu finished speaking, there was a loud noise behind him. And then the ground cracked. And there were dense sword marks. Yi Sha showed a look of surprise. At that moment, Yi Sha felt the power of the apostle. Yu Yi, this is his apostle power, which comes from the sword disciple. A rare apostle. Dongfang Yu looked at the sword in Yi Sha's hand. That's mine. Yi Sha, it's mine now. Dongfang Yu laughed. I really admire you for daring to say such words. You are really not afraid of death. Yi Sha, then fight. Dongfang Yu, I can kill you now with one hand at most. Do you know that you have ruined my plan? Besides, I can't kill you now. While talking, Dongfang Yu kept walking down and came to the bottom of the stone steps. Dongfang Yu, I believe that you must have a lot of doubts in your heart now. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. Yes. I do have too many things I want to know. Dongfang Yu suddenly turned around and looked at the sword mountain. And then, many people come here to find something. Because they think there should be something hidden on this mountain. But they are all wrong. There is nothing on this mountain. I am not here to protect anything. But this mountain is originally mine. Because I am here, this mountain exists. This mountain. Buzz. The sword on the sword mountain trembled wildly at this time, making a constant buzzing sound. Dongfang Yu turned around. This mountain is my sword. Yi Sha frowned. He felt the sword in his hand trembling. Dongfang Yu, when your swordsmanship is superb enough, everything can be a sword. Now I give you a chance. Yi Sha, what do you want? Dongfang Yu, I'll wait for you on the top of the mountain. If you can come up, you will be qualified to fight me. You can't do it now. If you can beat me, I won't want the sword in your hand. But if you can't beat me, you can only die. I have waited for countless years. I don't care about waiting for 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Time is terrible. But if you live long enough, time will obviously not have much meaning. When Dongfang Yu finished speaking, he took a step towards the stone steps and suddenly disappeared. Come on. Don't make me wait too long. Dongfang Yu's voice echoed in the air. Chapter 1906 Bloodstained. Dongfang Yu disappeared. Yi Sha looked up and looked at the mountains. You can't see the things on the top of the mountain from the foot of the mountain. But Yi Sha always feels that he can see Dongfang Yu, standing with his hands behind his back. Very lonely. Yi Sha didn't have a good impression of Dongfang Yu. Arrogance, conceit, perverseness, and tyranny were all synonymous with Dongfang Yu. Yi Sha always wondered how a guy with such a bad temper could be the deputy train conductor and not be beaten to death. Of course, Yi Sha was not referring to these negative emotions. But a guy with so many negative emotions must be an emotional person, not a rational person. Emotional people are weak in reason and not calm enough, which is Dongfang Yu's biggest flaw and weakness. However, Yi Sha had a different feeling at the moment, as if Dongfang Yu was a little tall and had some stories. In that case, Yi Sha, let me see who you are. Yi Sha stepped forward, bypassed the sword monument, and stepped onto the first stone step. Yi Sha shouted towards the top of the mountain, wait for me. Yi Sha began to climb the mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. But at this moment, a sword light fell from the top of the mountain. Extremely sharp and terrifying. Yi Sha held the sword in front of him, but soon found that the sword light was not coming towards him. Suddenly, Yi Sha heard a light shout from behind, and a large piece of night appeared, covering the sky. Yu Yi jumped up, merged with the night, and met the falling sword light. The night quickly enveloped the sword light. And in a moment, the night dispersed, and Yui fell back to the ground. Puff! Yui opened his mouth suddenly, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground. He knelt on one knee, his face pale. Donfang Yu's voice came. I asked him to come up. Not you. Yisha looked back at Yui. Wait for me down there. I'll be back. Yisha continued to climb to the top of the mountain. Step by step up the stone steps. The stone steps to the top of the mountain must not be that simple. This is expected. Otherwise, Donfang Yu would not have to wait for him at the top of the mountain. So, what will happen? Yisha didn't care. He just believed that he could reach the top of the mountain. Buzz! When Yisha reached the 16th step, suddenly, a sound of sword chirping sounded. Yisha looked up and looked around. Both sides of the mountain road were full of swords. All kinds of swords. At this moment, those swords shook and made a crisp sound of sword chirping. Then dozens of swords flew up and fell in the direction of Yisha. Sword chi. Yisha closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, took another step forward, and the sword swept forward. 6 dragons flying in the sky. This is the sword body. The blood-colored sword light is strong, flowing out like mercury, and then in front of Yisha, it quickly condenses into a blood dragon and blasts forward. Boom! 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 6 blood dragons appeared in succession, rushing out in all directions, quickly meeting those flying swords. And the sound of collision continued to sound, knocking those flying swords down. 3,000 sword paths. One great road. A voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's ears. Not a mysterious voice, but Donfang Yu's voice. Yisha closed his eyes again, and what he saw was not darkness, but a wilderness. In the wilderness, Donfang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, with the sword across his knees. The next moment, Donfang Yu raised the sword, and the sword trembled and hummed, and then stabbed forward. Under the sword light, everything was quiet. Yisha took a deep breath and gripped the hilt tightly. There was no sword light, no sword energy. It was a seemingly ordinary sword. However, Donfang Yu was dozens of meters away from Yisha. The sword was naturally dozens of meters away from Yisha. But after one strike, the sword came to Yisha's eyes, came to Yisha's body, vowing to pierce Yisha. Then, the sword suddenly slowed down. No, it was just Yisha who was faster. And Yisha also stabbed out the sword in his hand. The name of the sword was called One Glance for 10,000 years. Clang! A crisp sound of collision sounded. And the next moment, the sword in Donfang Yu's hand broke. Yisha's sword came from 10,000 years ago, while Donfang Yu's sword was only dozens of meters away. The next moment, Donfang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground again, placing the broken sword on his knees. After a moment, the scenery of the world changed, and Yisha returned to the stone steps of Jianshan. Yisha narrowed his eyes, and continued to go up the stone steps. The swords around him came again, and Yisha swung a sword without hesitation. That sword was exactly the same as the one Donfang Yu had used before. The flying long sword was still dozens of meters away. Yisha's sword came out, and the sound of ding-dong continued to ring. And then those swords fell to the ground one after another. Yisha looked up at the top of the mountain. You are crazy. You will regret it. Donfang Yu's voice did not sound. Yisha learned Donfang Yu's sword. Not because Yisha wanted to learn, but because Donfang Yu taught him. Yisha did not know Donfang Yu's intention, so he could only think that Donfang Yu was crazy. The mountain road suddenly became quiet because the swords around him fell to the ground. Yisha continued to walk forward. About 100 meters. Yisha saw a sword again. A lonely sword. That sword was very ordinary. An ancient sword. If it was placed in the era that Yisha was familiar with, it would probably be quite valuable, or even extremely expensive, because it was an ancient sword. However, if we go back 1,000 years, it was really a very ordinary sword, and it would be worth about 2 taels of silver in a blacksmith shop, because it was just an ordinary sword. However, there were no other swords around that sword. Only this one. So it was unique. Yisha came to the sword and closed his eyes. The surrounding scenery flowed again. Yisha saw a road paved with bluestone bricks, surrounded by a bustling crowd. A vendor selling sesame cake shouted loudly, and a woman in light clothes leaned on the fence on the side of a red building and smiled to welcome customers. On the road, a man in white came with a sword. Dong Yu is here. Walking through the street, Dong Yu showed a trace of loneliness and desolation. The next moment, a low shout suddenly sounded, and countless green-clothed people suddenly jumped out from behind the surrounding walls. The street vendor selling sesame cakes threw away his bamboo hat and pulled out a long knife from the stove. The smile on the pretty woman's face gradually disappeared, and she suddenly pulled out a dagger and fell from the second floor. Those people wanted to kill Dong Yu. Dong Yu stood with a sword in his arms. It was an ordinary sword, worth only 2 taels of silver. Dong Yu watched those people come to him quietly, and then Dong Yu pulled out the sword. In an instant, snow flew all over the sky. It was not snow that was flying, but sword light. Dong Yu thrust out the sword, and the scattered sword light whistled around like wind and snow. Savage and cold, everything in the world seemed to be shrouded by the sword light at this moment, with a solemn and murderous meaning. The next moment, the snow was dyed red. Dyed with blood. Chapter 1907 The Unique Sword. The sword is just an ordinary sword, worth only 2 taels of silver. However, when the person using the sword is not ordinary, it is no longer an ordinary sword, but a unique sword. Or, the unique thing is not the sword. The unique thing is the person. Beside Dong Yu, corpses fell, and the pedestrians on the street had already scattered. Dong Yu swung the sword, and blood kept dripping from the tip of the sword. That year, people walked the streets of Luoyang with swords, and the whole world was shocked. It started to rain in the sky. It was a light rain, slightly cool. Yisha stood there, and Dong Yu also stood there, and then the two of them suddenly moved. Yisha walked forward, and the rain gathered in Yisha's palm and quickly turned into a water sword. The next moment, the two met in the middle of the street. Clang! The two swords clashed, making a crisp sound, and the swords in the hands of the two touched and separated. And then the two passed by. The rain falling from the sky was suddenly cut, and the ripples in the puddle on the ground disappeared. Yisha turned around suddenly, and drew his sword towards Dong Yu. Dong Yu did not look back, but held his sword upside down to block the attack. Then, the sword blade flashed with sword light. Yisha tapped his toes lightly, and quickly jumped back. Then he looked down, and saw countless cracks on his rain sword. Yisha threw the rain sword forward. The rain sword suddenly flew forward, then suddenly cracked, turning into dense and tiny rain swords, flying towards Dong Yu. Dong Yu lowered his head, and when countless rain swords came to him, he suddenly drew his sword. Sword light turned into snow. The silver sword light was flying and drifting in the air. Puff, 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 puff. The rain swords in the air continued to burst and fell to the surroundings. In a moment, the surroundings seemed to suddenly become quiet. On the street, two people, Dong Yu slowly put the sword back into the scabbard, and then knelt on the ground. Bright red color seeped out of Dong Yu's clothes, and blood stained Dong Yu's clothes. Dong Yu took Yisha's sword, but could not take the rain, which could turn into Yisha's sword at any time. Dong Yu did not die in Yisha's hands, but died in the rain. How can people resist nature? Dong Yu put the sword in front of him. Pious, nostalgic, dependent, and then lost his voice. The surrounding scenery flowed again. Yisha opened his eyes, and returned to the stone steps of Jianshan again. Yisha, nothing more than that. Dong Yu's voice came from the top of the mountain. It's just a sword in the world. Yisha smiled. Then let me see the sword that is not human. Yisha carried the sword on his back, and continued to walk forward along the stone steps. 1 step. 10 steps. 100 steps. After walking another 100 steps, Yisha heard the sound of swords again. And then the thousands of swords in the mountains vibrated. Those swords seemed to be pulled by some force. Suddenly flew up, and gathered together in the air. A sword came to the sky. The swords gathered in the sky and turned into a long river, like a silver ribbon, or a ferocious dragon, circling in the air, and then fell fiercely towards the bottom, landing in front of Yisha. Yisha took a step forward without any hesitation, and flames gushed out from his palms. The power of the Son of Flame. A huge fire sword appeared in Yisha's palm, and then as Yisha made a virtual slashing gesture, the fire sword rose up and headed towards the sword river falling from the sky. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the fire sword collided with the sword river. The sky seemed to burn, and the flames pushed out to the surroundings, burning the sky red. Every sword was burning. Yisha closed his eyes again. This time, Yisha saw a mountain peak, with cliffs on the side, and cliffs on the opposite side. Dongfang stood on the cliff on the other side, with his sleeves fluttering. Yisha came to the edge of the cliff, and found that Dongfang didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. So he sat down directly on the edge of the cliff. Time passed by minute by minute. When it was time to be patient, Yisha was always very patient. He was not in a hurry, just wanted to see what tricks Dongfang was going to play. Sitting quietly on the edge of the cliff, Yisha waited quietly, with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. Time passed, and Yisha didn't know how long it had been. Days came and went. Day after day, Dongfang stood on the cliff, and Yisha sat on the cliff. And the days passed one by one, and the time was unknown. Finally, Dongfang opened his eyes and looked at Yisha. Do you understand? Yisha, the sky is a sword. The earth is a sword. And you are also a sword. As long as you are willing, everything is a sword. Dongfang is comprehending the sword. Comprehending the sword on the cliff. One day, all the sword arts in the world belong to one person. This is the heavenly sword. Heavenly sword Dongfang. Dongfang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yisha. Take my sword. The moment Dongfang finished speaking, a sharp feeling seemed to suddenly appear, enveloping Yisha. The world is all swords. Yisha took a deep breath and looked at Dongfang. I can't take this sword. Dongfang said indifferently, if you can't take it, you will die. Yisha, you're wrong. If we fight with swordsmanship, I really can't take it. But it seems that I only know swordsmanship. Yisha spread his arms. Zila! A sharp electric current sound appeared in Yisha's ears. And then countless electric currents appeared, surrounding Yisha's body. Dongfang raised his eyebrows. Yisha's aura changed. It was like a sharp sword hidden in a sheath suddenly came out of the sheath, showing its sharp edge. Dongfang turned the world into a sword. Yisha transformed himself into a sword. Dongfang was naturally more skilled. But, as Yisha said, Yisha had more than just a sword. Divine thunder. In the sky, thunder roared. Summer rain flew. And lightning was like a long dragon. Golden divine thunder appeared in Yisha's palm. And then Yisha closed his hands, and the golden thunder ball turned into a sword shape. The next moment, Yisha attacked. The world became extremely sharp at this moment. Because at this moment, the world was a sword. But at this moment, Yisha walked with a thunder sword, heading for the sky. Golden electric currents surrounded Yisha's body. At this moment, Yisha turned into a sword and went forward. This is a sword that defies the heavens. A sword that defies the heavens with a human sword. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The collision of the two swords was not as loud as imagined, without a violent roar or a shock that would destroy the world. It seemed as if they were just two ordinary swords. However, in the next moment, Dongfang's body cracked, and the wind blew, and Dongfang's body turned into nothingness and drifted away with the wind. Puff! Yisha opened his eyes, felt a sweetness in his throat, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and then he gritted his teeth and continued to go up the stone steps. Chapter 1908 Eternal Night arrives. Yisha has already walked halfway up the Jianshan mountain. After a moment, Yisha stopped. Swords appeared on both sides of the stone steps. Those swords were a little different. They were covered with traces of battles, and even many of them were broken swords. Those swords were inserted on both sides of the stone steps, and they went up along the stone steps. Yisha did not hesitate and stepped into it. This time, Yisha did not close his eyes, and the dark color enveloped Yisha's world. Yisha found himself standing on an ancient city tower, and the sound of crying and shouting kept coming to his ears. Yisha looked sideways, and found that the street below the tower was full of people kneeling. Men, women, young and old, with fear, terror, fear, unwillingness and despair on their faces. All the emotions that might appear when facing death can be found on their faces. Yisha showed doubts, watching the people on the street kneeling on the ground, kowtowed to the sky, crying and shouting, and some even knocked their heads to bleed. Yisha looked at the sky, looking even more confused. The sky was pitch black. Nothing was there. No stars. No moon. That night, the lights of thousands of houses in the city were on all night. That night, Cries were heard everywhere, filling the city. Yisha didn't understand why those people were so scared, so terrified. But he soon understood. Because the sun did not rise, and the eternal night fell. There is a legend in this world that on the 99th day, when the night falls, the sun will no longer shine. The world will fall into darkness, and the eternal night will fall on the earth. This legend is a prophecy of the end of the world, and it has come true. Yisha was shocked. He had heard about this end of the world from the mouth of the great sage. When the eternal night came, the world fell into loneliness. Even if there were still many people in the world, the end of the world had already arrived. In the eternal night, people can light up lights to escape, but they can never escape. The dark night will completely devour the world, and light will no longer come. The cold will sweep across the earth, and all things will be annihilated. People can only wait to die. This is the end of the world. The process is not important. What is important is that it brings despair to people. However, where there is despair, there is hope. Most people began to look for hope, walking in the dark night, looking for the lost light. In this world, there are many ordinary people, and there are also some strong people standing at the top. For example, Dongfang. Yisha also began to walk in this dark night. Yisha did not think that walking aimlessly like this could get answers, or really get hope. He only felt cold. When the eternal night fell, Yisha's most intuitive feeling was the cold. This dark world was getting colder and colder. The temperature of the world was constantly dropping. Sooner or later, there would be only two possibilities for human beings. The first possibility was death. Unable to adapt to the harsh cold, there was only one way to extinction. The second possibility was evolution. Just like the birth of amphibians. Some people said that land creatures went to the sea to avoid extinction and became amphibians. Some people said that fish climbed onto land and amphibians appeared in order to survive. But no matter what, evolution is always more difficult than death. Yisha felt that the end of this era was worse than zombies. Even if zombies were rampant and ancient species were rampant, humans could still work hard and try their best to survive. In this world, there was no hope, just like this dark night. However, what Yisha did not expect was that there was really hope. It was a wilderness. And at the end of the wilderness, there was a black line. Behind the black line, Yisha actually saw light. Or, it is hope. It seems that there is a will of heaven. Yisha was just walking aimlessly. But he came to this wilderness, and then saw hope at the end of the wilderness. Many people tried to walk through the wilderness, and tried to walk towards the light. Then, those people died. Yisha stood in front of the light, and saw many people coming here. These people were all strong people in this world. They once dominated one side, then came here, and then died. Finally, Yisha saw Dongfang, a single man holding a sword, covered in dust. Still could not hide the eternal arrogance on Dongfang's face. There was a tree in front of the light, a pool under the tree, and bones on the edge of the pool. Dongfang crushed the bones, drank a mouthful of water, and then drew his sword. The sword came out, and the world was shocked. That was not a sword from the human world. It was a sword from heaven. Dongfang walked forward, crossed the black line, walked into the light, and then, Yisha saw the sky fall. The dark sky collapsed directly, like a wave, covering the sky and the earth, pouring down like smoke, water, and fog. Dongfang sneered and raised his sword towards the darkness. Yisha felt as if his body was being pulled, and the surrounding scenery was twisted and changed. When Yisha came to his senses, he was suddenly above the clouds and in the darkness. The next moment, a sword light appeared, bright and cold, as if it cut through the darkness and illuminated the earth. And then the sword light came to Yisha. That was Dongfang's sword light. Yisha showed a look of surprise. And then the darkness around him gathered forward, smashing the sword light to pieces. Yisha looked at Dongfang who was coming towards him, and seemed to understand something. It seemed that he was going to fight Dongfang on behalf of the darkness? Yisha grinned. It didn't matter. The process was not important. The reason was not important. Because Yisha knew that it was only his consciousness that came here, and he was still on the Sword Mountain. Only after defeating Dongfang could Yisha continue to go up the Sword Mountain. The next moment, the second sword light came. Yisha did not hesitate at all. A large amount of electricity surged around his body, constantly flowing around, and then gathered in front of Yisha's body, forming a thunder sword that slashed downward. Boom! The thunder sword collided with the flying sword light, making a loud roar. The surrounding darkness was like clouds and mist, and Yi Sha felt a shock in his chest. And then, he was pushed away. Yi Sha reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth. There was blood. Dongfang, so strong. Stronger than before. Yi Sha stood at a high point, looking down at Dongfang on the ground. The two looked at each other from top to bottom. After a moment, Dongfang attacked again. A sword came from the sky. It was a virtual sword. Extremely huge, stabbing from the air, and even extremely terrifying. The sword was above the dark night. Yi Sha shouted softly, with no choice but to watch the sky sword pierce the dark night. And then he went up again. The sword light was cold. Yi Sha held the sword in his hand and stabbed it hard into the air. As the sword came out, the sword light turned into 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword light shining from this sword quickly met the sky sword. Chapter 1909 Will. The sword light flew and quickly hit the heavenly sword. The sound of collision continued to ring out. And then, the heavenly sword became bumpy and pierced with small holes. However, in the next moment, the heavenly sword suddenly exploded, and circles of chi energy spread wildly in all directions. Yi Sha was hit in the chest, and felt a moment of suffocation. His body was like a tidal wave, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Yi Sha roared, and the shadow behind him suddenly stretched out, spreading wildly in all directions. Soon, it merged with the darkness around it, and spread wildly in all directions. Die! The broken heavenly sword was wrapped up by the shadow, and with a strong twist, the heavenly sword was shattered. Yi Sha's attack was different. The shadow quickly enveloped the lower part and fell towards Dongfang. Dongfang drew his sword again. The sword energy spanned 3,000 miles. Dongfang thrust out his sword, and the sword light flashed. The light actually illuminated the dark night in the sky. The next moment, the sword energy collided with the falling shadow. A huge roar sounded, and the black shadow was torn into pieces. Dongfang shouted softly, and suddenly jumped up, turning his body into a sword. Dongfang was like a sword out of its sheath, rushing madly into the air, sharp and unstoppable. When Dongfang rushed towards the sky, the black night was cut open by Dongfang's sword, tearing a huge crack. The next moment, the sword pierced through the sky. Dongfang came directly to the clouds and left the cover of the night. Enjoy the light alone. Dongfang's figure gradually faded and finally disappeared. And the night around Yi Sha also gradually disappeared. Soon, Yi Sha found himself back on the mountain road. Clang! Yi Sha stabbed the sword into the ground, supported his body, opened his mouth suddenly, and spurted out a mouthful of blood again. Dongfang stood on the top of the peak, holding a plate and bowl in his hand, which was filled with clear wine. Seeing Yi Sha kneeling, Dongfang snorted coldly. Waste. Dongfang raised his hand and swept forward, and the wine spilled downward. Wine is like a sword. The wine spilled, but it did not fall to the ground, but went to the mountain path. Each drop of wine turned into a sharp sword, splashing towards Yi Sha. Puff! 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 Yi Sha was hit by 3 swords in a row. He gritted his teeth and held on without falling down, then raised his sword and swept forward. With one sword, the remaining wine was chopped into pieces by Yi Sha. Yi Sha took a deep breath and walked towards the top of the mountain again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Sha climbed to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was not spacious. Near the cliff, there was a table with wine pots and plates and bowls on it, all of which were very ancient things. Dongfang looked at Yi Sha with a bad look, but still said, "Sit down." Yi Sha sat down in front of the table, and Dongfang sat on the other side carelessly, directly picked up the wine pot and drank. After a moment, "Dongfang, who are you?" "Yi Sha, Yi Sha." Dongfang suddenly laughed. "You have a secret." "I know it." Yi Sha remained silent, then looked at Dongfang. "Don't you have one? Otherwise, why are you still alive? Why are you here?" "Dongfang, I said. I have never died. The only one who died was one of my sword soldiers." Dongfang was silent for a while. Then, "I come from the end of the eternal night." "Yi Sha, I saw it." "Dongfang, in my era, above mortals, pursuing the limits of the flesh, peeping into the will of heaven, going against the will of heaven, and achieving extraordinary results. Yisha was puzzled. Cultivating immortals? There are no immortals in this world. If there really are immortals, you can also call the wind and rain. Are you an immortal? Dongfang said disdainfully, or in the words you understand. It is biological evolution, breaking through the limits of oneself. But this evolution is not only physical, but also the unity of spirit, energy and spirit. Until one day, the eternal night came. At that time, there was no talk of the end of the world, but it was believed that the heaven and earth were angry and brought disaster to the world. Therefore, the idea of immortals is not wrong. At that time, many people still believed in such supernatural things. Yisha nodded and made a gesture of listening attentively. Dongfang, I realized the way of the sword at that time, and succeeded. 3,000 ways of the sword belonged to me. At that time, there were 3 strongest people in the world. One sword, and one Taoist. I was the sword. After the eternal night came, only the 3 of us stepped through the darkness and found the light. Yisha knew that the highlight was coming. If the eternal night was a form of the end of the world, then what did the light represent? Hope? Or the end of the world? Dongfang laughed at himself. After the light, there is no light. Yisha, I don't understand. Dongfang, in our words at that time, the world was a small cage. We wanted to transcend ourselves, and we thought that the light was the end of transcending everything. We fought against the eternal night together, and then entered the light. In fact, in order to transcend, the 3 of us fought a battle. I won, and the other 2 died. However, I thought I won, but I didn't expect that after the light, there was still darkness. Yisha frowned. What does darkness mean? Dongfang, the land of origin. Yisha was surprised. You mean, after you walked out of the eternal night, you came to the land of origin? Yes. Dongfang looked at Yisha. You have seen the end of the world many times in the cylindrical tower. You should know that the end of the world is irresistible. Then, do you know why the end of the world is irresistible? Yisha shook his head. Dongfang, because the end of the world is a will. Yisha, I am even more confused. Dongfang, just like the king of hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning and not live until 5 o'clock. This is a will that must exist, so it cannot be resisted. Yisha, that is to say, someone wants the end of the world to appear, so the end of the world must appear. Then, whose will is this? Dongfang, no one. Only will. Yisha frowned and thought for a moment. Then, I still don't understand. With your level, it's normal not to understand. You can't feel that kind of will. Dongfang is still so annoying. But Yisha can only choose to listen quietly. Dongfang, this kind of will is hard to explain. You can't see it or touch it, but it really exists. It's like luck. You can't see it or touch it, but can you deny the existence of luck? Of course. The will I'm talking about is not that simple. It's like a kind of inevitability. It doesn't help people make choices, but because of its existence, the direction of the world will always appear inevitable. Yisha looked confused, obviously even more puzzled, and still didn't understand what Dongfang was saying. Chapter 1910 Prison. Dongfang, then tell me what you can understand. I can answer your questions. Yisha, I have many questions. Dongfang, time is meaningless to me because I have lived long enough. You can ask slowly. Yisha, who is the conductor? And the Doomsday train? Dongfang, you should ask this question last. Yisha, so? What is the Apostles' Walk? What about Noah's apostle? Dongfang, apostles? A bunch of trash. Trash that should have died but didn't. Apostles of Noah? I am. Yisha was surprised. Ah. Dongfang looked at Yisha for a few times. Are you an apostles now? Yisha nodded and explained simply. The conductor wanted to kill me. I escaped, and the apostles found me. Dongfang, in that case, you don't know the origin of the apostles? Yisha, I know a little. The apostles of Noah are the people chosen by God, the survivors who are allowed to survive in the end of the world. And the apostles are the people who competed for the quota, but ultimately failed. They are the eliminated of the apostles of Noah and the people abandoned by God. Some of them changed their life forms and became guides. At the same time, they formed the apostles to resist the end of the world, or to put an end to the appearance of the end of the world. Dongfang looked contemptuous. Pure bullshit. Yisha was stunned. No. Dongfang was disdainful. the origin is basically correct. But those rubbish made up a beautiful and great story to add a little face to themselves. No. Maybe they think so. Yi Sha, then what is the Apostles' Walk? Dong Fang Yu, people who should have died in the end of the world, but did not die. Yi Sha waited for a while. Then, no more. Dong Fang Yu said impatiently, they are just a bunch of trash. A bunch of trash who survived the apocalypse because of good luck. What they said about competing with Noah's apostle, being chosen by God, resisting the apocalypse, and ending the apocalypse are all bullshit. Of course, they may really think so. So we can add a few more words. A bunch of trash who know nothing and are self-righteous. Just lucky. Yi Sha then. What about Noah's apostle? In the cognition of the apostles, Noah's apostle is the person chosen by God, and the reason for the coming of the apocalypse. The apostles have always believed that killing Noah's apostle can end this apocalypse. And as long as they can end this apocalypse, they may end all apocalypses. Dong Fang Yu, it seems that I need to add 2 more words. The apostles are not only rubbish, but also idiots. Yi Sha was confused again. Dong Fang Yu pointed to the ground under his feet. Noah's apostles are not as great as you think, but a group of losers, just stronger than the apostles. I will tell you what Noah's apostles are. Those who cannot be killed are Noah's apostles. Unkillable? Yi Sha, the end of the world? Dong Fang Yu, I think that only those who cannot be killed by that will are Noah's apostles. Of course, you can think that those who cannot be killed in the end of the world are also fine. The two are originally one. Then I ask you, what should I do if they cannot be killed? Dong Fang Yu didn't wait for Yi Sha to answer, but gave the answer directly. If you can't kill them, imprison them. Do you understand now? The origin land is a huge prison. A prison that imprisons those who can't be killed. There is no such thing as a person chosen by God. They survive only because they are strong and can't be killed. Yi Sha, then I am also considered a Noah's apostle? Since it is a cage, shouldn't I be unable to leave? I can come and go here at will. Dong Fang Yu, because in your era, your end of the world has not ended. Everyone has their own story. And every era has its own story. Your story has not come to an end. Just like I traveled thousands of miles to find that light, and killed my friend who I once regarded as a confidant. I even think this is a test. Eliminating emotions and nature can make me transcend. I put an end to my story, and then I am trapped in this world. Because I have seen the end. But you haven't. If you can reach the end and survive, you will become a Noah's apostle in the malice of others like me. In fact, this title is meaningless, and I don't know who called it out. In fact, we are just a group of prisoners. Yi Sha savored Dong Fang Yu's words, somewhat confused. Dong Fang Yu was angry. Are you brainless? Do you have to make me say it so bluntly? You can only enter and exit here because you have the power of the apostles. Because the power of the apostles affects this space. Why? The reason is that this space was originally created by the power of the apostles. The power of the apostles is like a key. But this does not mean that this is not a cage. When the end of the world comes, civilization will be completely destroyed. You have 2 choices. One is to live secretly like those rubbish apostles, and then die at an unknown day. Or you find a way to fight. When you are strong enough, that will thinks it cannot kill you. It will imprison you. Yi Sha looked at Dong Fang Yu. I think it's better to speak directly. You see, if you speak directly, I will understand. What a story. It's a bullshit story. Yi Sha, but the apostle Noah appeared. How does Limos explain it? Dong Fang Yu suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep, and Yi Sha could even feel a trace of sadness from Dong Fang Yu. Dong Fang Yu, he just wants to go home. Yi Sha, go home? Dong Fang Yu, do you think anyone would be willing to be trapped in this damn place? You said that Noah's apostles appear every time at the end of the world. So they are considered the culprits of the end of the world? Bullshit. Noah's apostles just want to go home. No one wants to be imprisoned in this damn place. Do you know what is more terrifying than death? It is living without hope. Yi Sha, why is it when the end of the world comes? Dong Fang Yu, because only when the end of the world comes, the will be flawed. And the power of the apostles will be flawed. Just like you have the power of the apostles. And then you can enter and exit here at will. We who are imprisoned will have a chance to escape. Yi Sha then. My next question is, what exactly is the apostle? Dong Fang Yu, it is the embodiment of will. Or prophecy. A symbol of disaster. Yi Sha, it's that simple? Don Fa Yu, what else do you want? Chapter 1911 The Sword. Yi Sha, I think the existence of the apostles must be meaningful. Because every time the end of the world comes, the apostles will appear. Since they exist, it is inevitable. Just like Noah's apostles will only appear at the end of the world. Everyone wants to know why. The apostles' walks are also blind guesses. Whether they guess right or wrong, there is always an answer. And that answer is always there. Don Fan Yu, of course it is inevitable. I said that the will cannot be seen or touched. When you are strong enough, although you cannot find it, you can feel its existence. And the apostles can be said to be the embodiment of this will. Yi Sha, is there no meaning? I don't think it's just symbolic meaning, which will make so many people feel nervous. Even the conductor. Don Fan Yu sneered. You think so because you have never seen a complete apostle. When a complete apostle appears, it means the end of the world. By the way, you have seen the destruction of Atlantis, right? Yi Sha nodded. Don Fan Yu suddenly laughed. Do you think it was really just a tsunami that submerged Atlantis? Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened. Water elf Moya? Don Fan Yu, it seems that you are not too stupid. Yi Sha, so? Eternal night is actually nether night? Sorry. I said it wrong. It is the apostle power that nether night controls? Yi Sha thought of nether night's night. A very terrifying power. But if he thought about it in a more terrifying direction. If that night was huge enough to cover the entire world. Would it be the eternal night he saw? Don Fan Yu, of course. If you insist on talking about meaning, it's not completely meaningless. Yi Sha showed a puzzled look. Don Fan Yu, the beginning and the end. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Apostle Zero? Oh! Don Fan Yu looked at Yi Sha. It seems that you still know something. Yi Sha was ashamed. I only found out recently. And I know that the existence of Apostle Zero is meaningless. It was Limos who wanted to use Apostle Zero to set a trap to kill the train conductor. But of course failed. Moreover, Limos is dead. So what does Apostle Zero mean? Zero represents the starting point of numbers. That is, the first apostle. The arrival of the first apostle represents the beginning of everything. Don Fan Yu, in addition, there is a final apostle. Just as zero represents the starting point of everything, the final apostle represents the end of everything. Which means the end of everything. Yi Sha, then, what should we do? Kill the beginning? Or destroy the end? Don Fan Yu, it seems that you are still stupider than I thought. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. Then, I understand. When you can't figure it out or are unsure, just kill them all. This is the best way. Don Fan Yu, now we can talk about the conductor's business. Or my business. Yi Sha nodded. This is the main topic. Don Fan Yu, I said that no one wants to be trapped in a cage. And I don't want to either. I want to leave. I want to go home. Back to my world. Don Fan Yu and Ning Yuan are the same person. Both of them are me. There is no difference. I made a sword soldier clone. Yi Sha interrupted. Why don't you just leave? If Limos can do it, you should be able to do it too. Right? Don Fan Yu, because I'm too strong. The stronger I am, the greater the restrictions. Yi Sha almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Sha's reason was that Don Fan Yu must be stronger than Limos. Of course, he was not referring to the Don Fan Yu he had seen. The strength of the sword soldier clone was definitely far less than the real Don Fan Yu. If he had to make a judgment, then the position of deputy train captain was the best interpretation. The Don Fan Yu that Yi Sha had seen was still as strong as the deputy train captain. Of the two deputy train captains, Don Fan Yu is obviously stronger than Malfarian. But the gap is not that scary. However, Don Fan Yu's true self is different. Although they haven't really fought each other, Yi Sha can feel that Don Fan Yu may be stronger than Limos. I didn't expect that my theory would be the opposite. Moreover, although Don Fan Yu's words were arrogant, Yi Sha really couldn't find a place to refute. Don Fan Yu, I used 2 sword soldiers in total. And Malfarian killed one of them. And the other sword soldier is now in your hands. Yi Sha, is this a sword? Yes. Don Fan Yu seemed a little annoyed and angry. I don't know whether to say you are too lucky or I am too unlucky. Yi Sha looked at the sword. It's not that simple. Right? If it's just like that, I don't think Malfarian needs to take it so seriously. And you probably won't want to get the sword back. Especially since you just said you have 2 sword soldiers. Nonsense. Of course it's not that simple. Don Fan Yu, if it's just to create a clone, What's the point? Do you think you can just leave this damn place? If the apocalypse is not over, leaving is also seeking death. Sooner or later, you will be trapped back in the cage. And then, there will be endless waiting. Why would I send a rubbish sword soldier away from here? Am I just idle, and have nothing to do? Yisha, so? What's the reason? I heard that this sword is a key. Yes. Dongfang, the key to open the door, and let me leave. Yisha nodded. I see. What the hell? Dongfang, have I finished? That's what you said. Yisha looked embarrassed. Dongfang wanted to leave the origin land. If this sword could allow Dongfang to leave, he would certainly value it, and would definitely want to take it back. However, thinking carefully, Dongfang's scolding made sense. If that was all, why did Malfarion snatch it? Dongfang, this sword also contains my swordsmanship. All swordsmanship. And even the sword arts. The 3,000 sword arts are all in this sword. Yisha, isn't there another sword? Dongfang, that one is the same. Yisha, your sword arts are really worthless. Dongfang is angry. You know shit. This is not a thing. There is only one piece. It cannot be taken apart. If I can teach you swordsmanship, I can teach others. No. It's not that simple. Yisha spread his hands. I'm not in a hurry. You have plenty of time. Dongfang took a deep breath. Let's put it this way. For example, if I am willing to teach you my swordsmanship, will you learn it? Yisha's eyes lit up. Can you? Dongfang cursed. Can you? Even if I am willing to teach you, can an idiot like you learn it? Yisha, how do you know if you don't try? Dongfang, this is the key. Whether you can learn it depends on yourself, your talent, your understanding, and even the environment and opportunities. But as long as you have this sword, you will definitely learn it. Chapter 1912 Origin and End. Yisha tilted his head and understood a little. Dongfang, however, the reason why Malfarion wants this sword is not just this. Yisha, because it can kill the train conductor? Although Yisha knew about this, he did not think it was very reliable. The reason was very simple. This sword was in Dongfang's hand, and had always been there. If this sword could really kill the train conductor, why didn't Dongfang do it? Dongfang seemed to see through Yisha's thoughts, and said directly, then we have to start with the train conductor. Who do you think the train conductor is? Yisha thought for a while. There is no answer to this. I also asked this question in the Apostle Walk. But the guide's answer was that he didn't know. Although there are many guesses, there is no definite answer. Moreover, those guesses are not very reliable. They also believe that the origin land is actually known as Arkansas. Ignorance. Dongfang showed obvious disdain for the Apostle Walk. And then, as for who the train conductor is, I don't know either. Yisha rolled his eyes. It was all nonsense. If you don't know, how can you be better than the apostles? Dongfang, what kind of existence is the train conductor? What does he represent? Everyone has a position. So what is the train conductor's position? Yisha, if I knew, do you think I would still be here chatting with you? Dongfang ignored Yisha's teasing and continued. This is why one of my sword soldiers is on the Doomsday train. The train conductor may be that will. No, that's not right. Yisha, what does it mean? Dongfang, I found something. That will become obvious. Or to put it this way, if the end of the world is what that will wants, when the end of the world appears, that will certainly appear. Yisha, do you think that is the conductor? Dongfang shook his head. That will is invisible and intangible. But it does exist. My idea is that the conductor is the incarnation of that will in the world. But I can't be sure. The conductor may also be an apostle. Maybe Zero? Maybe the final apostle. Who knows? Yisha, we need to find the answer ourselves. Why can this sword kill the conductor? Dongfang, this is based on the fact that the conductor is the incarnation of that will. Because I fought with that will, just when the eternal night fell, above the clouds. Yisha, you won or lost? Forget it. Don't answer this question. I think I know the answer. If Dongfang won, he would not be imprisoned here, and the eternal night should end. Dongfang looked at Yisha coldly, and then said, I didn't win, but I didn't lose either. I cut off a part of that will, and that will was sealed in this sword. If the train conductor is the incarnation of that will, this sword is the only thing that can kill the train conductor, because they have the same will. Yisha, what if the train conductor is not? Dongfang Yu's eyes became deep and looked into the distance. So I haven't taken action. Although there are reasons why I can't leave here. And another reason is that I can't be sure. But since I failed, it's just another wait. Maybe 1,000 years? Maybe 2,000 years? Maybe 10,000 years? When the next apocalypse comes again. When the next apocalypse comes, it will be the start of another battlefield. Yisha, how sure are you? Dongfang Yu, who knows? Yisha did not speak, but was thinking deeply. Dongfang Yu, now it's time to talk about our business. Yisha, you want to take back this sword? Yisha was very calm and put the sword on the table. Yisha returned the sword to Dongfang Yu very straightforwardly. His criterion for judging this matter was whether Dongfang Yu was telling the truth. If Dongfang Yu was telling the truth, then they had the same enemy. When the goal is the same, all hatred can be put aside. If the train conductor can be killed, then Dongfang Yu has a higher probability, or Yisha has a higher probability. Many things are not simple math problems. But many things are sometimes so simple. Yisha can give up the sword for the probability. As for whether Dongfang Yu is telling the truth or a lie, Yisha does not think that Dongfang Yu has any meaning in deceiving himself. He can use a more direct method. Dongfang Yu glanced at Yisha. I said, you are qualified to fight me only after you reach the top of the mountain. Yisha was puzzled. You don't want the sword, but want to kill me. Dongfang Yu, what's the benefit of killing you? What's the use of giving me the sword? That's right. Yisha suddenly realized, you can't leave here at all. And it's useless to take the sword. Dongfang Yu gritted his teeth. Who do you think ruined my plan? Yisha, we were enemies at the time. Since you wanted to kill me, of course I could kill you. Moreover, you have explained that I didn't kill you. But Malfarian, that old man, I will tear him into pieces sooner or later. Dongfang Yu snorted, and then said, that guy is not a good guy either. He looks like an old dog and is extremely loyal to the train conductor. But his heart is another matter. However, he knows himself well, and will not show any clues until he has the strength to compete with the train conductor. However, I used the sword to lure him, and he seemed very tempted. I wanted to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, Malfarian doesn't know more than me. Yisha, let's talk business. Dongfang Yu, business? I think I've made it clear enough. If you still don't understand, it means you're stupid. Yisha, your other sword soldier clone? Dongfang Yu, not really stupid. Yisha, I don't quite understand. I can give the sword to your sword soldier clone. As long as I'm sure it's beneficial, I can give it up. Dongfang Yu, it's not that simple. The sword soldier clone is also a will. From my will. And you took the sword. And now it's my will. There can only be one will. It's not wrong to say that this is a sword and a key. Have you ever seen a lock with 2 keys? Yisha, there is usually a spare key. Right? Dongfang Yu was speechless. This made a lot of sense. And he couldn't refute it at all. Dongfang Yu took a deep breath, then put it another way. One key can't open 2 locks. Right? Yisha, a universal key can open dozens of locks. Dongfang Yu slammed the table angrily. Do you think I dare not kill you? Chapter 1913 Showdown. Dongfang Yu really didn't dare to kill Yisha. Yisha probably knew what was going on. Dongfang Yu had a way to leave the origin land, but he needed to rely on 2 sword soldiers. Yisha didn't know how to do it, and Dongfang Yu didn't say, but both were indispensable. The problem was that one of the sword soldiers died, and the sword fell into Yisha's hands. If Yisha died in the origin land, he wouldn't really die anyway. He would just leave the origin land and couldn't enter it again. But if the sword stayed, Dongfang Yu would be finished, and he would never be able to leave the origin land again. At least in this apocalypse, he would definitely not be able to leave. This is what Yisha understood. There is something else that Yisha did not understand. Dongfang Yu's determination was actually greater than Yisha imagined. But he was quite calm on the surface. Because, if the plan failed, Dongfang Yu would lose a sword soldier. And the sword in the hands of the other sword soldier clone would not be taken back. And there was a will in that sword. That will was very important. In Dongfang Yu's view, it was the only thing that could defeat the train conductor. Even if Yisha sent one of the swords back, there was still one missing. For Dongfang Yu, it was completely unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Yu said, as long as you understand what I mean, I don't believe you won't be attracted by my swordsmanship. Yisha curled his lips. But he didn't deny it. Dongfang Yu hadn't really made a move yet. But with just this sword, Yi Sha had already felt how powerful Dong Fangyu was. When Yi Sha recalled that heavenly sword, he still felt a little frightened. Moreover, that was only Dong Fangyu when the eternal night descended. Now countless years have passed. How strong is Dong Fangyu now? Dong Fangyu's eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Besides, even if you have that sword, can you kill the conductor? You can't. Even if you have the sword, you can't kill the conductor. You are too bad. Yi Sha's eyes twitched. Although Dong Fangyu's words were harsh and his temper was indeed bad, Yi Sha really couldn't deny Dong Fangyu's words. Although this guy was asking for his help, Yi Sha could only suppress his anger temporarily. Yi Sha, what do I need to do? Dong Fangyu, kill my sword soldier clone. Get both swords. And then find an opportunity to kill the conductor. Leave it to me from now on. Yi Sha, then where should I go to find your remaining sword clone? I don't know. Dong Fangyu, although the sword clone was split out according to my will. When it split out, it became an independent individual, thinking, having its own ideas, and being able to judge everything on its own. I cannot know its movements, but the fundamental will is unchanging. That is, my will, and my will is the will of the sword clone. So even if you don't go to find him, he will come to find you. Yi Sha thought for a moment. I'll try my best. Not trying my best. Dong Fangyu, you have to do it. For me. It doesn't matter if you die or my sword clone dies. I only care about the result. If you don't care about your life or death, then just ignore what I said. Yi Sha thought for a moment. Do you really believe that after I kill your sword clone, I will help you leave the origin place? Dong Fangyu spread his hands. Do I have a choice? This is the truth. If you think about it carefully, does Dong Fangyu have a choice? He really has no choice. Dong Fangyu's goal is the two sword soldiers. Even if Yi Sha is not there, the two sword soldiers will probably have to fight. Only when the two wills are united can Dong Fangyu's plan be achieved. After thinking about this, Yi Sha was in a state of doubt. He did not completely believe Dong Fangyu's words, but he did not disbelieve it. Yi Sha believed that the result must be true. Otherwise Dong Fangyu would not have to show his cards to him. Then, the reason for the showdown was established. Judging from the current situation, Dong Fangyu can let it go. If his other sword soldier clone kills Yi Sha, then everything will be on the right track. But if the sword soldier clone is killed by Yi Sha, and Yi Sha is stupid and does not know that this is the function of the sword, then it will be a lot of fun. The failure of Dong Fangyu's plan is a small matter. What's more important is that he will completely lose the trump card to kill the train conductor. In this case, it is better to confront Yi Sha. No matter what, we can take a gamble. If Yi Sha chooses to believe Dong Fangyu, the result will definitely be good for Dong Fangyu. No matter who dies, the plan can continue. If Yi Sha does not believe Dong Fangyu, then there is no worse situation than before. Yi Sha, it seems that I can't stay in the origin place any longer. Dong Fangyu is impatient. What are you doing in this broken place? Yi Sha, fight. Become stronger. And improve the power of the apostles. Apostle power? Dong Fangyu showed disdain. How can there be such a thing? Yi Sha was puzzled. What do you mean? Dong Fangyu, many people think that my power comes from the apostles. A kind of apostles called sword disciples. Yi Sha nodded. I heard you say that. Bullshit. There is no such thing as a sword disciple. Dong Fangyu, my sword is my sword. There is no bullshit power. But those weak guys think that if it weren't for the power of the apostles, I wouldn't be so strong. It's just a self-righteous idea. This? Yi Sha was stunned. This statement was really a bit strange. Yi Sha couldn't help but this power is obtained from the apostles. Dong Fangyu thought for a while. The power of the apostles exists. But it is not what you think. Yi Sha, what is it? Dong Fangyu, you can understand the power of the apostles as a certain ability, element, mental power and many other types. The power of the apostles is to improve this kind of ability to the extreme. For example, there is a kind of apostle called the Thunder Strike, whose ability is the element of lightning. And you have the ability of the Thunder Emperor. If your Thunder Emperor ability is improved to the limit, the power, change and application will exceed the level of the apostle power. Then it is the power of the apostles. Dong Fangyu paused and thought for a while. As for absorbing the power of the apostles, you can understand it in two aspects. On the one hand, you don't have such ability, but you can get it through absorption. On the other hand, you have this ability and can be strengthened, just like a tonic. Yisha, in this case. Why does the conductor care so much about me getting the power of the apostles? I was kicked off the train because of this. Dongfang Yu held his chin and frowned. This is indeed a question. At least in my opinion. The power of the apostles is not that great. You can't beat me even if you have the power of the apostles. I have even fought with the so-called swordsman. And it was a complete body. But the opponent's swordsmanship is not my opponent at all. Chapter 1914 The Terminal? Yisha, at least the train conductor's attitude is not like this. The train conductor cares a lot about the apostles. Dongfang Yu was impatient. The train conductor cares about the zero apostle and the final apostle. Of course, there may be reasons I don't know. But is it important to you? You have my swordsmanship now. You are fighting here. Is there anyone who can be your opponent here? What can you improve? Yisha shrugged. The woman downstairs won't let me go. She wants me to help her have a baby. Dongfang Yu waved his hand. I'll take care of it. Yisha, don't kill her. Dongfang Yu sneered. You are also this kind of person? A sentimental lover? Yisha, my style is that if someone respects me 1 foot, I will return 1 foot. If someone slanders me 1 grain, I will take 3 buckets. That woman didn't kill me. And she helped me get rid of the nightmare. I have no reason to kill her. And naturally I won't let you kill her. Dongfang Yu, got it. Get out of here quickly. I promise she won't die. At most I will drive her away. Yisha nodded. Leaving? Dongfang Yu, are you annoying? Get out of here. Yisha stopped talking nonsense. His figure gradually faded. And he left the origin place directly. After leaving the origin place, Yisha returned to Mount Everest. And it was a bit cold in the cave. Yisha came out of the cave, stretched his body, and then began to leave. Dongfang Yu's words kept echoing in Yisha's mind. How to say it? Yisha has his own inference. Which does not mean that he believes everything Dongfang Yu says. In Yisha's inference, Dongfang Yu's words are 70% to 80% credible. Regarding Dongfang Yu's purpose of looking for him, Yisha thinks it is true, but other aspects cannot be trusted. Secondly, Dongfang Yu never talked about his plan. Or rather, he only mentioned the result but not the process. He only told Yisha what to do, but he didn't elaborate. Yisha felt that there must be some reservations. According to Yisha's style, it is true that he got a lot of surprising information from Dongfang Yu, which can improve credibility. But since Dongfang Yu has reservations, Yisha will naturally keep some things. Yisha wanted to make it clearer, but he couldn't get it directly from Dongfang Yu's mouth. Maybe he could start with another swordsman of Dongfang Yu. The resurrected Dongfang Yu that Nye saw should be another sword soldier clone. Right? Yisha murmured, and then began to go down the mountain. Maybe he should go find Dongfang Yu's sword soldier clone? Yisha did not leave Mount Everest directly, but wandered around. Yisha needed to hunt something to test Dongfang Yu's sword, and also to test his current strength and what level he could reach. Of course, the most important thing is to get used to this sword. However, when time moved forward to the 6th day, Yisha had to leave, because Yisha saw Mo-shi, who was on the hillside of the snow mountain. Why are you here? Mo-shi looked at Yisha in surprise. You shouldn't be in the origin land? Yisha, I'm out. What are you doing here? Mo-shi, you are in the origin land. I can't contact you. The only way I can think of is to leave you a message at the entrance of the origin land, so that when you come out, you can see it first. Yisha, something happened? Mo-shi nodded. The terminal of the Doomsday train has appeared. Yisha raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Mo-shi, do you think it's fun for me to joke with you about this? Yisha, where is the terminal? Mo-shi, New Citrus. Yisha looked puzzled. Where is that? Mo-shi, a Doomsday city. Or to put it more directly, it is the headquarters of Computech. Yisha was even more confused. Why did Compu show up again? Yisha had never looked down on Compu. It was not just a matter of combat power. Moreover, since the emergence of the Constellation monster, Compu has made up for its high-end combat power, and is not as bad as before. The reason why Yisha looked down on Compu was because of its position as the source of the zombie virus and the initiator of this apocalypse. Compu knew far less than expected and had far less control than expected. How should I put it? In Yisha's mind, Compu is a bunch of bastards. They created the apocalypse, but used it to develop. They want to end the apocalypse. The result is good, but the original intention is not necessarily good. In today's world, If the apocalypse is really ended, with the power that Compu controls, after redevelopment, establishment of order, and shaping of society, Compu will undoubtedly obtain the status of a ruler, just like the kings in ancient times. In the end, it's all about selfishness. Of course, Yi Sha is not that great. After all, no one likes to live in the apocalypse. Not even Yi Sha. This is also selfishness. But it doesn't mean that Yi Sha thinks highly of Compu. A bunch of bastards created the apocalypse, and finally became the ruler of the new world? It's disgusting to think about it. Moshi, you're wrong. Compu has more than you think. Yi Sha, what do they have? Moshi, Apostle Zero. Yi Sha was surprised. Ah! Compu has an apostle. Yi Sha knew this a long time ago. According to the information Yi Sha got, Compu did not get the apostle after the end of the world, but found an apostle before the end of the world. However, it is hard to say whether it is an embryo, an incomplete body, a complete body, or a corpse. At the same time, before the end of the world, Compu had a period of rapid development and developed many new drugs. In terms of the drug technology at that time, the drugs researched by Compu were completely epoch-making, including anti-cancer drugs, leukemia drugs, and other very rare drugs. At that time, Compu's reputation was still very good. So, where did those drugs come from? All from that apostle. If we stop here, then this is a very beautiful story. Compu is the savior of mankind, saving many people, a conscientious enterprise. In short, many titles can be crowned. The problem is that Compu got too excited. That's another matter. If nothing unexpected happens, the zombie virus is something that came from the apostle's body. Many things only look at the results, not the process. Take Compu for example. Before the end of the world, it developed many new drugs and made great contributions to medical research. So is Compu a good company? Not necessarily. They are a company after all. They research and develop new drugs to make money. They may not have violated regulations during the experiment, but they are good if they can help people. Compu created the zombie virus, so they are bad. Even though Compu's original purpose was definitely not to create the zombie virus. However, Yi Sha never thought that the apostle in Compu's hands was actually Zero. Chapter 1915 Doomsday City. Yi Sha, that is to say, Apostle Zero has always been in the hands of Compu Corporation. And now the train conductor is finally going to take it away. Moshi, that's probably it. Yi Sha frowned. I'm confused. Moshi, why? Yi Sha, when I was on the Doomsday train, I received a mission from the train conductor. The train conductor wanted the initial zombie virus. Moshi was puzzled. What does it mean? Yi Sha, of course it does make sense. According to my comprehensive intelligence, the initial zombie virus came from the apostles. Compu used the apostles to make medicines, and then went crazy and created the initial zombie virus. Judging from the fact that the train conductor was looking for the initial zombie virus, he must have known about it. But if he knew, why didn't he destroy Compu? With Compu's level, it would be easy for the train conductor to destroy them. Moshi, so what is your conclusion? Yi Sha, there must be a reason. The simplest and most direct reason is that the train conductor knows that Apostle Zero is in the hands of Compu. But he doesn't know where Apostle Zero is. But it's actually far-fetched. Why start with the initial zombie virus? Will Apostle Zero be found if the initial zombie virus is found? Moshi, I think you think too much. Maybe it's just to find a place. Because New Ciceterus is really hard to find. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Moshi, New Ciceterus is a small town around a small city. Completely unknown. Just like you should know all the cities in China. But do you know the towns around those cities? Especially around small cities. Yi Sha, those who study geography don't know. Moshi, and the most important thing is that the place is not on the ground, but underground. Compu built an underground fortress, and it can even be said to be a city. Yi Sha, like the one we saw when dealing with Apostle X? Moshi nodded. It's called the City of Doomsday, and it's now the headquarters of Compu. Yi Sha nodded. Moshi, besides, don't think too much now. We will know everything when we get there. Besides, the guides have been dispatched. Yi Sha, all the guides have been dispatched? How many? Moshi, all. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Are you going to get serious? Moshi, to fight against the train conductor. This is inevitable. In fact, A lot of things happened when you were away. Yisha, for example? Moshi, the train conductor, had a direct conversation with the great sage. Yisha was surprised. Ah! Moshi, the train conductor, came to the door in person. Although it was just a projection, he had a direct conversation with the great sage. Then the great sage went to the fog city. And then everyone went to the city of Doomsday. Interesting. What did the train conductor say to the great sage? Yisha, this happened a few days ago? Moshi, 7 days ago. 7 days is not Yisha's time, but the time of the real world, because the time on both sides does not overlap. It is difficult to convert. So just ignore the time of the origin land. Yisha, son, don't you know what the great sage said to the train conductor? Moshi shook her head. And then, I don't know. Or there is no time to talk about it. The meeting of the guides only lasted 15 minutes. And then they notified everyone to rush to the city of Doomsday. And it was the first time that all members went out. I think it should be very urgent. So let's rush there first. While the two were talking, they were not idle. Yisha needed to reposition the coordinate point of the interlude space and go directly to New Ciceris. Okay. Moshi, let's go. Yisha nodded and took a step forward with Moshi. And then the figure gradually faded until it completely disappeared. The surrounding space scene was flowing. And when the distorted space gradually recovered, Yisha smelled a very strong smell of gunpowder. Looking up and looking forward, Yisha squinted his eyes. Is this a small town? Moshi, maybe. It should have been a small town. Yisha did not see a small town, but saw a large area of ruins. The houses collapsed completely, turning into a piece of ruins. And there were collapsed rubble everywhere. Only the shattered low walls were left on both sides of the street. Black smoke continued to rise, and the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. In addition, there were corpses. A lot of corpses. Looking up, you can see corpses behind the low wall, on the ruins, under the rubble, etc. There are countless bodies everywhere. Yisha, it feels like a war has broken out here. Moshi looked indifferent, but with a hint of pity. And then resolutely, this is a war. Yisha nodded. And then, we seem to be late. 7 days can do a lot of things. The question is how late they are. In fact, if we calculate the time back, a week ago was almost exactly when Yisha left the origin land. If Moshi had used the communication equipment to contact Yisha directly at that time, perhaps the two of them could have arrived in the first time. Unfortunately, Moshi thought that Yisha was in the origin land and could not be contacted at all. So she did not contact him directly. According to Moshi's idea, the time after Yisha came out would not change anyway. And after seeing the message, she could definitely catch up. But she would be late for a few days because of her own travel and handling of things. Who would have thought that Yisha had already come out? And the two of them were delayed together. At the same time, Yisha turned over a corpse and looked at it. Armed personnel of Comp Corporation. Moshi nodded. This town has been built into a military town. There is no problem on the surface. It has been disguised as a survivor human camp. Barbed wire and walls have been built on the outside. In fact, there are Comp Corporation people inside. However, the real Doomsday City is underground. Let's go and find the entrance. Yisha, why bother? Yisha suddenly drew out his sword and slashed forward. Boom! The sword flashed, and Moshi only felt a silver light in front of her eyes, followed by a loud roar. In a moment, the sword light gradually disappeared, and then Moshi was stunned. In front of the two, a huge crack appeared on the ground, nearly 100 meters away. Looking down at the crack, there was a dark mass below, and it was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. Moshi looked at Yisha in surprise. What did you encounter in the origin land? Why did your strength increase so much? Chapter 1916 Entering the City. It's just a small opportunity. Yisha, you have time to talk to me about this. Why not act quickly? Moshi nodded, and the two quickly jumped into the crack that Yisha cut. Going down, Yisha felt that his feet stepped on something, and there was a bang, and the sound of metal collision sounded. Moshi stretched out her hand, and a ray of light surged from her palm, illuminating the surroundings. Steel plate. Yisha squatted down. It's not an ordinary steel plate. Moshi, how did you tell? Yisha, I couldn't even cut it open. So it's definitely not an ordinary steel plate. Moshi rolled her eyes. This was so narcissistic. But there was some truth to the narcissism. With the strength of Yi Sha and Mashi, ordinary things couldn't stop them. This steel plate was indeed extraordinary. Yi Sha, do you know what the structure underneath is like? Is it similar to the one with Apostle X? Mashi, similar, but with some differences. In Mashi's hand, the light turned into a line, flowing quickly and taking shape. Moshi, the Doomsday City is underground, and the area it occupies is terrifying. Normally, if such a large area is dug out, the ground will definitely collapse. But Computech has attached steel plates around it, with countless support columns inside, and then reburied the ground and supported it with steel plates. Yi Sha, is the Doomsday City a cube? Moshi, yes. And then they built buildings inside. It's not as deep as the new third city, and the buildings are not upside down. Let's put it this way. As long as you can break through the outer steel plate, there will be a city inside. However, I suggest not to use the method of destruction, but find the entrance. Yi Sha, why? They've all come down. Moshi, there are 12 layers of steel plates, each thicker than the other, made of a special alloy. It's really not as fast as finding the entrance to the place where you can chop it down with your sword. Besides, I already know where the entrance is. Yi Sha, didn't you just get here? How do you know it so clearly? Moshi took out the communicator. I asked about the other people's situation, and Noi just sent me a message. Okay. Yi Sha admitted that he was stupid and forgot that there was such a simple method. Yi Sha, let's go! The two returned to the ground, and Moshi led the way forward. The entrance was very easy to find. The town on the ground had been completely destroyed. In Noi's words, there was an area at the center, which was the entrance. The entrance had been destroyed, and there was no obstacle to entering. In addition, as they moved forward, Yi Sha and Moshi saw some zombies, all of which appeared after being infected with the virus after death. At the same time, apart from the zombies, there was no fighting on the ground, and no living people. Obviously, the battle on the ground had ended. Arriving at the center, Yi Sha and Moshi quickly found the entrance and exit, because the ground at the entrance and exit had been completely blown up, leaving a large hole. After entering the large hole, there were alloy steel plates all around, and a straight tube-shaped passage going down. The passage was not a real passage. There should have been a huge elevator here, which was also completely destroyed. After entering and exiting the passage below the large hole, there was a very large space, with arcs jumping around. There were about 20 or 30 handheld elevators in front of them, all of which were out of service. Some of them were even broken, and some were intact, connecting to the bottom. Mashi, let's enter from here. Yi Sha nodded, and the two randomly chose an intact elevator and started to walk down. The elevator was very long, a little scary, deep underground. After walking down for about a quarter of an hour, Yi Sha and Mashi saw a huge steel plate, rotating, like a whirlpool, opening and closing in a rotating manner. It had also been destroyed, but there was still an elevator connecting to the bottom. After entering, Mashi looked around. It seems we are in. Yi Sha nodded, feeling somewhat shocked. Looking down, one can see a steel city with countless buildings standing tall, all made of metal. Of course, the scale cannot be compared with a real city. It is probably not even the size of a county town. But the city is completely underground, with supporting walls built around it and a dome built on top, which is another matter. Yi Sha dares to guarantee that the manpower and material resources required to build such an underground city are definitely more than those required to build a real city on the ground. In addition, Yi Sha saw black smoke rising from some places. Not far below, a building was blown down, and there were countless piles of rubble below. Moshi, it seems that the war has spread to the inside. Yi Sha, this is nonsense. Moshi smiled and didn't mind. Moreover, this was indeed nonsense. Since there was no fighting outside, it must have started inside. Moshi was about to continue speaking, but saw Yi Sha's surprised face, and couldn't help but, what's wrong? Yi Sha moved his Adam's apple and pointed downwards, down below. The Doomsday train? Moshi looked down and soon had the same expression as Yi Sha. The Doomsday train was actually right below, crashing into a building and passing through it directly, with many carriages overturned. Yi Sha, it seems that the Doomsday train has really reached the terminal. Moshi nodded. After a while, the elevator reached the end. not to the ground, but to the end. These elevators fell from the dome and led to various locations, which could be the ground or the surrounding buildings. The elevators of Yisha and Emoshi led to the roof of a building. Emoshi took out the communicator and frowned. No signal. There was still signal just now. It seems that the signal here is not stable. It should be impossible to completely block the signal, because he was able to contact Noi just now. So it should be unstable, and there may be signal interference. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly reached out and pushed Emoshi. Be careful. The next moment, a beam of light passed by the place where Emoshi was standing before, cutting a hole in the roof of the building. Yisha narrowed his eyes and looked forward. What the hell is this? A person appeared in front of Yisha and Emoshi. Or rather, it was probably a person. It was a human figure made of a metal shell, with many hollow places on the body, and a spherical head with many cracks. In the cracks and hollow places, there was a light blue light emanating, supporting the entire metal shell of the human figure. Emoshi, it's probably some weird thing made by Compu Corporation again. Yisha nodded. Deal with this thing first. Yisha drew out this sword and casually slashed at the opponent. The next moment, the silver sword light quickly passed by. Extremely sharp. Chapter 1917. Advance. Yisha slashed at the opponent with a sword. The thing inside the metal shell of the monster turned out to be a substance similar to an energy source. It suddenly radiated out and collided with the sword light, making a loud roar. Yisha was surprised. It's interesting. Yisha really didn't expect that Compu Company had this thing. It seemed to be quite strong. Judging from the attack power, this level exceeded the Three Dragons team, and was at least one level higher than the cleaning team. However, after all, it was their base camp. It would be disappointing if there was no stuff. At the same time, similar monsters kept appearing at the edge of the building. There were about a dozen of them. They could use their abilities to fly and quickly surround Yisha and Emoshi. Emoshi spread her palms, but was stopped by Yisha. Yisha, don't waste time. Emoshi looked puzzled. And at that moment, Yisha raised his sword. Dang! Yisha casually stretched out his fingers and flicked the sword lightly. A crisp sword sound rang out. The next moment, boom, 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 the sound of explosions continued, and the surrounding monsters exploded continuously. The energy shock continued to spread around, like a circle of ripples. The top floor of the building continued to shatter into spider-web cracks, and countless metal shells fell to the ground. Emoshi looked at Yisha in surprise. You did it. Yisha, it's a trick. It's the heart sword. You didn't see it because you didn't take it seriously. They can't see it because they are mechanical life forms and have no heart, Yisha said as he walked forward. Yisha, let's focus on the present. We must establish contact. Otherwise we won't know the current situation. Emoshi, you know. Noi has a special way of communication. But this method is one way. If he doesn't use it, I can't do anything. Yisha, it seems that I can only ask someone, at least to find out where the core area of this Doomsday City is. Emoshi, this is not easy to find, and I think it has not been found yet. Yisha nodded, agreeing with the latter sentence, because if they really found it, it would be time to wrap it up now. When Noi contacted Emoshi earlier, he would not have said so. Besides, there was smoke all around, and it was obvious that the battle was still going on. Yisha, should we split up? Emoshi hesitated. It might be easier to collect intelligence if we split up. But we can't use communication equipment. So what should we do even if we find something? Yisha thought for a moment, and pointed to a building in the distance. Meet at that building in 2 hours. Emoshi nodded. Okay. Which area are you going to? Down below. Yisha, I'll go see the Doomsday train first. Yisha took a step forward, his body suspended in the air, falling downward. But soon, the paper wings behind Yisha spread out, and he quickly fell downward, coming to the ground. Yisha approached the Doomsday train. The car in front of Yisha tilted and pressed against the wall of the building on the side. Yisha stretched out his hand and pulled the door open, entering the carriage. The Doomsday train seemed to have become a very ordinary train, with no tables or chairs in the carriages, and sparks constantly coming out of the places where the carriages were connected. Yisha walked forward, and after walking through more than a dozen carriages, Yisha entered the dining car. Everything was familiar. Familiar metal tables and chairs. Familiar counters. But the space in the dining car seemed to be destroyed. And the space was not that big, but became a normal train dining car, with only about 7 or 8 tables and chairs, which was already crowded. Yisha sat down at a table and took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. Do you miss it? At this time, a voice sounded in front of Yisha, and then someone entered the dining car. I know that table. Niexian smiled. Your seat. This table can only be used by your people. After you left the Doomsday train, it became Nyepo's table. He didn't allow others to sit on it. 3 people tried to sit down, but they all died. Nyepa killed them. The seat you sat on has always been empty, and Nyepa doesn't sit on it either. Nonsense. Yisha put out the cigar on the table. What gave you the courage to stand in front of me? You should have run away when you saw me. Maybe you could have lived a little longer. Niexian smiled. Maybe it's because your companion who can't die is not here? Yisha raised his eyebrows, knowing that Niexian was talking about Ming Hai, who had broken Niexian's 13 God Gate formation. The 13 God Gate formation is actually very strong, one of the few powerful formations on the Doomsday train. But when it comes to Ming Hai, the guy who can't die, the 13 God Gate formation completely loses its effectiveness, and Niexian can only retreat. I see. Yisha, have you set up the formation? Niexian smiled. Otherwise, how could I dare to appear in front of you? Former train attendant? Oh! Yisha raised his hand suddenly. A fireball appeared in his hand, and then threw it forward. Boom! The next moment, the fireball exploded, and the blazing flames instantly filled the entire carriage. Ah! Niexian screamed, then quickly retreated and escaped from the Doomsday train. Yisha stood up and walked off the Doomsday train. Niexian was surprised. How did you break my formation? Yisha teased. How did you break it? That's how it was broken. Yisha patted the burning carriage. And then, there was a loud bang. And the carriage exploded again. And the carriage was completely deformed and turned into a twisted iron shell. Yisha, you need props to set up the formation. Right? At least you have to draw the formation. I destroyed the entire carriage. Tell me, how do you use the formation? Niexian gritted his teeth, took out a metal pen, and poked his fingertips. And blood immediately flowed onto the metal pen. Yisha didn't care. Looking at Niexian, although you are a minion and probably don't know, I still ask just in case. Where is the conductor? Niexian sneered and pointed the metal pen forward. But at this moment, clang! The sound of a sword suddenly appeared. Yisha stood in place, as if he had not moved at all. But Niexian's expression was instantly frozen on his face. Crack! The metal pen in Niexian's hand cracked. And then a line of blood appeared on Niexian's forehead, until Niexian's entire face was cut open. Plop! The next moment, Niexian fell to the ground. Yisha looked back at the familiar Doomsday train, then turned and left. The Doomsday train came here, was destroyed here, and everything ended here, which seemed not bad. Then, we should do business next. While thinking, Yisha walked towards the direction of a wisp of rising black smoke. The presence of black smoke means that someone is fighting, and Yisha now needs to find someone to understand the current situation. Chapter 1918 Sagittarius. Yisha walked forward, but unfortunately, he could not go to where he wanted to go. Directly in front of him, at the intersection, a building on the side collapsed, and the rubble that fell blocked the intersection. When Yisha wanted to turn over, a large number of steel-armored men appeared above the ruins, the kind that Yisha had seen before, covering the entire ruins. Is Compu still resisting? Yisha grinned. It seems that the train conductor is not quick enough. Boom! 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 Behind Yisha, the ground cracked, and countless corpse flower vines appeared and rushed forward. Another violent roar sounded, and under the crush of the corpse flower vines, the ruins collapsed. All the steel-armored men flew up and started firing. Yisha didn't care. These guys could be dealt with by the corpse flower vines. And Yisha shuttled through the gunfire and continued to move forward. But more than 10 meters ahead, Yisha suddenly stopped. Yisha quickly raised his head and looked around. He felt a sense of danger, as if he was locked by something. Suddenly, an arrow broke through the air and flew towards Yisha's back. The arrow was so fast that it fell from a building behind him. At first, it was just a silver dot, but in almost an instant, the arrow crossed at least a kilometer and suddenly came behind Yisha. Yisha turned around suddenly and took a step back. Ghost step. Yishaw's body moved back 10 meters. And then the arrow hit the ground. With a bang. When the arrow landed, the ground made a loud noise. And then a huge pit was blown up. With a diameter of at least 5 meters and a depth of half a meter. Yishaw was a little surprised. The speed of the arrow was not only terrifying, but also extremely powerful. Although Yishaw could do such destructive power, and many people could do it, it was another matter to shoot an arrow from 1,000 meters away and cause such destructive power. This is related to his own strength, but not entirely. The most important thing is that the bow used by the opponent must be a very terrifying thing. At this time, Yishaw suddenly heard a shah sound, and a screen on the side suddenly flashed, and then a picture appeared on the screen. Dr. Witzel. Nice to see you again. Witzel looked at Yishaw and smiled. But I didn't expect to see you again under such circumstances. Yishaw, then you are still in the mood to appear in front of me? Witzel, I don't know who you are. And it seems that you have 2 groups. But you can't break into the base. Yishaw, I really don't know what gives you confidence. Witzel, then wait for the results to come. Now, I have prepared some small gifts for you. Enjoy them. By the way, let me remind you that although I have found some good other prey, it is hard to imagine why humans can have such a strong body and so many weird abilities. But you are still my #1 choice. And I have not given up your body. Yishaw, then find a way to get it yourself. Dr. Witzel smiled. I will. The next moment, the image on the screen disappeared. And Yishaw heard the sound of breaking through the air again. And then the arrow came to Yishaw again. A corpse flower vine suddenly rose up and blocked Yishaw. And then with a bang, the corpse flower vine was broken by the arrow. Yishaw squinted at a building. Since Dr. Witzel showed up, Yishaw probably knew what appeared. A constellation monster? Yishaw murmured, use arrows? Could it be Sagittarius? The moment Yishaw finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed. Continuous ghost steps. Yishaw's body flashed rapidly, shaking continuously, like an unstable projection. At the same time, with each shake, Yishaw's body would continue to move forward. The arrows that broke through the air could not be considered a sneak attack, because the opponent had no intention of concealing it. When Yishaw approached at high speed, the number of arrows that appeared suddenly increased. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of arrows breaking through the air continued to ring in the air, and the air seemed to be torn apart, with cracks in the void appearing one after another. Yishaw's figure flashed, and he came to the bottom of the building and looked up. Sure enough, Sagittarius. It was a humanoid creature, with a pile of rotten meat hanging on his body, naked upper body, and a pair of black leather pants. It is worth mentioning that the other party's arms, on both sides of Sagittarius's hands, there are 6 bones extending to both sides, crescent-shaped, forming the shape of a bow body, and the tendons on both sides are connected, which is the bowstring. Yishaw looked up, and Sagittarius looked down. The moment their eyes met, Sagittarius suddenly raised his arm, and a bone arrow pierced through his arm, automatically wound up, and then shot at Yishaw. Paper wings grew out of Yishaw's back, and then he flew straight up to the top of the building. Die! Yishaw opened his hands. Flames appeared between his palms, and then he clapped his hands fiercely. With a loud bang, a violent explosion sounded, and the flames quickly spread to the surroundings, rushing towards Sagittarius frantically. Sagittarius began to run along the edge of the building, while continuously shooting arrows in the direction of Yishaw. Yishaw sneered and suddenly drew his sword. The sword flashed. The silver-white sword light swept forward, sweeping away those bone arrows, and then fiercely chopped the edge of the building. Then a piece of the corner of the building was directly cut off, falling downwards with a loud noise. Yishaw fell on the roof of the building, in front of Sagittarius. Yishaw held the sword horizontally in front of him, exuding a sharp feeling, and his edge was exposed. This is the sword that contains Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship. And now, this sword is Yishaw's weapon. A sword comes from the sky. Yishaw swung a sword forward, and the sky was filled with silver sword light. And then those sword lights quickly condensed together, quickly condensed into a sword, and fell downward. The sky sword fell to the north. The giant sword condensed by the sword light fell rapidly downward, falling towards Sagittarius. Sagittarius naturally couldn't sit and wait for death, and stretched out his hand to the sky. Bone arrows kept piercing his arm, and then kept flying into the air. However, the heavenly sword cannot be shaken. Yishaw sneered. raised the sword, and made a gesture to slash forward again. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly felt something and raised the sword. But instead of slashing forward, he suddenly swept it horizontally behind him. Chapter 1919 Gemini and Sagittarius. Dang! The crisp sound of the collision sounded. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. You guys are really everywhere. Gemini. Gemini can be said to be the most annoying constellation monster Yi Sha has faced so far. This guy has a body close to the evolution of the physical fitness limit, is extremely fast, and has the ability to hide. His melee ability is quite good, and he is also good at sneak attacks and assassinations, which is really a headache. The most important thing is the Gemini's fighting style, which is also extremely annoying. If you miss a strike, retreat. The Gemini's strength is not inferior to Yi Sha. But when the two weapons collided, Gemini didn't even have the intention of competing in strength. His figure flashed, quickly moved to the side, and then disappeared. If the target is a human, Yi Sha will still provoke a few words, such as spineless or something. But for Gemini, this provocation is useless. This is also the trouble of the constellation monster. Except for Virgo, all the constellation monsters have a complete set of combat modes, and they will strictly follow the combat mode and will not be easily changed due to external factors, just like a smoothly running machine. In fact, the research strategy of the constellation monster is a combat machine. This combat method has advantages and disadvantages. Let's ignore the disadvantages for now. The advantage is that there will be no flaws, and it is extremely stable. Moreover, Gemini and Sagittarius actually cooperate. When Gemini disappeared, Yi Sha's first reaction was to chase after him. The great thing about Gemini is that they have a similar ability to invisibility. Invisibility is invisibility, but it does not mean that they disappear without a trace. As long as Yi Sha continues to oppress them, he can still determine the location of Gemini. However, at this moment, Sagittarius's arrow came. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment when Yi Sha was about to chase, Sagittarius's arrow arrived. 3 consecutive arrows, connected in a line, hit the ground, and collapsed a part of the building. Get out of here! Yi Sha slashed at Sagittarius with a sword without hesitation, and then searched for Gemini. Yi Sha and Sagittarius were meeting for the first time, so it was hard to evaluate Sagittarius's combat power. But as far as it was concerned, Sagittarius was a long-range attack type. Sagittarius's bow and arrows had a very terrifying range and a good attack power. But Yi Sha was also a good archer and knew the characteristics of this type of guy. If you keep a distance, Sagittarius is very scary, especially if he suddenly shoots you an arrow, which is very stressful. However, Sagittarius was only 10 meters away from Yi Sha, so the threat was greatly reduced. When dealing with Sagittarius, the closer you are, the less threat they pose. Of course, if Sagittarius has other means, that is another matter. At present, in Yi Sha's mind, the biggest threat is still Gemini. However, Gemini appeared. Clang! Gemini's 4 arms came out at the same time, taking the sword light slash by Yi Sha, and then disappeared again, while Sagittarius shot arrows at Yi Sha again. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. I see. Sagittarius is responsible for attacking and holding back, giving Gemini a chance to sneak attack, while Gemini is responsible for sneak attack and protecting Sagittarius at the same time. Without Sagittarius's holding back, Yi Sha always maintains a high level of concentration, and Gemini may not be able to find a chance to sneak attack. Yi Sha pondered for a while. It's a very good cooperation mode. But if that's the case, then no matter which one it is, just kill one first. Go step. Yi Sha's figure flashed, and he quickly went towards Sagittarius. To Yi Sha's surprise, Sagittarius had no intention of confronting Yi Sha head-on. He suddenly jumped up, but not towards Yi Sha, but jumped out of the building. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment, and then Gemini suddenly appeared, swinging his arms and slashing at Yi Sha. Clang, 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 clang. Yi Sha held the sword upright in front of him, and Gemini's black knife slashed continuously, one knife after another on the sword. Gemini has 4 arms, so there are 4 swords in total. Each sword is more powerful than the previous one. Under the force, Yi Sha's body is constantly retreating. The next moment, boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a bow and arrow suddenly flew out. Sagittarius was below the building and shot an arrow directly through the building at an oblique angle. then attacked Yisha. Yisha reacted very quickly. When the ground cracked, he jumped away quickly. Even so, after landing, Yisha touched his cheek near his chin and found some blood. Yisha dodged the arrow. But even if it was just a strong wind, it caused some scratches on Yisha. Yisha glanced at the corner of the building and cursed. This bastard didn't use his eyes to locate. There was another building opposite the building, 15 meters apart on both sides, and the building was about 20 stories high. After falling to the ground, looking up, it completely formed a four-corner. Sagittarius had no way of knowing where Yisha was. However, that arrow was quite accurate. Sagittarius could not be so accurate without knowing Yisha's position. There is only one possibility. Sagittarius does not use his eyes to confirm Yisha's position. Or in other words, in addition to his eyes, Sagittarius has other ways to confirm the target's position. Yisha thought. But his hands did not slow down. And he slashed at Gemini with his sword again. Bang! The swords collided, making a loud noise. And trembling at the same time, Yisha suddenly stretched out his finger and flicked the sword. A crisp sword sound rang out. And then a circle of sword light swung out and slashed at Gemini. With a puff, a wound was cut open on Gemini's chest, and blood kept flowing out. Gemini had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't care about his injury at all, and quickly retreated. In fact, this kind of wound is really not a big problem for constellation monsters. Constellation monsters have strong regeneration capabilities. If the frequency of causing damage cannot exceed the regeneration speed, or cannot cause fatal damage, then the constellation monster cannot be killed. Yisha narrowed his eyes. Apostle 0. At the beginning, Ares could not be successfully made. And finally, it was completed with Yisha's blood. Why? It's very simple. The power of the apostles. Or the cells and genes of the apostles. Why did Dr. Witzel generously give the constellation monster information to Yisha and did not falsify it? Because Dr. Witzel believed that it was useless for Yisha to get the information. And he could not make the constellation monster at all. Because Yisha did not have an apostle. In fact, it is true. The cells and genes of the apostles are the core of the constellation monsters. This is really beyond Yisha's expectation. It's not that Yisha doesn't have apostles, but he doesn't know that apostles are needed to make constellation monsters. However, this also proves why constellation monsters are so powerful. At the same time, the only thing that Compu can provide apostle cells and genes is the Apostle 0. Chapter 1920 Pull and Pull. Clang. Gemini's forearms swept, and the sharp edges of the four black knives rubbed against each other, making a harsh sound. Although the wound did not cause much damage to Gemini, being injured was definitely not a happy thing. Although Gemini had no expression on his face, it did not mean that he would not be angry. Just like a wounded beast, it was instinctive to express anger at this time, even if the wounds on Gemini's body were healing rapidly. The next moment, Gemini jumped forward. This time, Gemini did not choose to hide, but to fight head-on. Come on. Yisha is not afraid of Gemini fighting him, but he is afraid that Gemini will hide and fight him, which will be troublesome. But, a feint! Gemini seemed to rush towards Yisha madly, but when he was about 5 or 6 meters away from Yisha, Gemini's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. The real attack came from Sagittarius. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous shooting of bone arrows. Sagittarius fired bone arrows continuously from below, and the shooting speed and number of bone arrows were much more terrifying than before. He kept penetrating the building and shooting at Yisha. The roar of the building breaking continued, and circles of broken holes appeared continuously. Then, boom, there was another roar, and then a corner of the building was completely broken, unable to support it anymore, and began to collapse downwards. Yisha could feel the shaking under his feet. And then a corpse flower vine suddenly jumped out from the ground, and then sprayed paper pieces upwards, under the traction of the wind. Those pieces of paper quickly flew towards Yisha, and then formed paper wings behind Yisha. The paper wings flapped, and Yisha flew up immediately. Gemini had disappeared, but Yisha knew that Gemini was still somewhere on the roof, just hiding again, waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Yisha sneered and suddenly dived towards the ground. Yisha ignored Gemini and fell directly towards Sagittarius. In midair, Yisha slashed a sword towards the ground. The crisp sound of the sword rang out at this moment, and the next moment, A sword light fell from the sky and blasted toward Sagittarius. Boom! Almost at the moment when the sword landed, the ground began to tremble continuously. And then the street suddenly split open, and a huge crack appeared, spreading directly from the beginning to the end of the street. Some small buildings around began to collapse continuously because of the shaking of the ground, and countless rubble piled up together. Yisha landed and looked around quickly. He did not find any trace of Sagittarius, but Yisha knew that Sagittarius was around, and the previous attack was not enough to kill Sagittarius. Yisha's eyes quickly swept around. Sagittarius's ability to hide may not be as good as Gemini's, but Yisha believes that Sagittarius must have this ability. An excellent shooter does not only need to be accurate, but also needs to be very good at hiding, escaping and tracking targets to be strong enough. At the same time, Yisha heard a noise. Looking up, Gemini was coming down from the building at a high speed. The way Gemini went downstairs was very direct and violent. He kept jumping down, then stabbed the black knife into the wall to buffer, then pulled it out, and then stabbed it again. In terms of combat wisdom, the constellation monsters should not be underestimated. Gemini would not be in any trouble if he jumped down from the building. In that case, why did he do that? Because he did not give Yisha a chance to attack, and he had to find a way to resolve the impact. And that was the best opportunity to attack. In a moment, Gemini fell to the ground. But the attack still did not come from Gemini, but from Sagittarius. The bone arrow came very suddenly, because it did not shoot directly at Yisha, but borrowed a building as a cover, and used a parabola to bypass the building before falling towards Yisha. Yisha, do you think you can hide your body like this? Yisha suddenly punched the building, and the electric current surged, hitting the outer wall of the building, and punched a big hole. Yisha ran without hesitation. Yisha's target has changed. Now the target is to kill Sagittarius first, since killing any one of them can make the opponent lose cooperation and reduce the combat effectiveness. Yisha will of course choose Sagittarius. After all, Sagittarius does seem to be easier to kill than Gemini. Gemini can at least fight in close combat, but Sagittarius seems to have no close combat ability at all. At least not so far. Yisha quickly entered the building, and without delay, he ran forward, and then punched out again, and a current shot out forward, knocking down the wall on the other side. Yisha quickly passed through the broken wall, and came to the wall on the other side. Nothing. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then cursed, "Damn it!" Yisha found that he was negligent. Since Sagittarius can shoot at his position without using his eyes, he can also know that he is approaching at high speed and run away without using his eyes. Yisha only thought about his vision being blocked by the building, and used the arrows to confirm the approximate position of Sagittarius, but forgot that Sagittarius did not need such trouble. Boom! At this time, a roar sounded behind Yisha, and Gemini rushed out, leaped up, raised his 4 arms, and chopped down at Yisha again. Yisha held the sword horizontally in front of him, and with a bang, he directly blocked the 4 black knives of Gemini. Crack! The ground under Yisha's feet made a cracking sound, followed by a roar, and the ground under his feet was completely shattered and collapsed downwards. Yisha said sternly, "It's endless." Yisha's left hand suddenly flicked the sword. Hard sword. A circle of sword light suddenly swung out and slashed Gemini's body, sending Gemini flying with one blow. After the blow, Yisha slashed another sword to the side, but it was Sagittarius who attacked again, and a huge bone arrow was flying quickly towards Yisha. The bone arrow was as thick as an arm and about 2 meters long. After colliding with the sword light, it was cut into pieces by the sword light slashed by Yisha. However, the attack did not stop. At the moment when Yisha chopped the bone arrow into pieces, countless tiny bone arrows were ejected from the huge bone arrow and flew towards Yisha again. Bang, bang, bang. The bone arrows kept falling to the ground, and the ground was hit, and a deep pit was immediately blown up. The surrounding walls were hit and immediately shattered. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of sand and dust swept away, covering a large area. Then, a sword light suddenly appeared, suddenly cutting the sand and dust in front, and then went towards the end of the street, because the huge bone arrow came from the end of the street. Chapter 1921 Confrontation. Faced with the sudden appearance of the sword light, Sagittarius was completely caught off guard, because that sword was too fast. With a puff, A large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from Sagittarius' shoulder. And then Sagittarius' arm flew up and fell back to the ground. One sword and one arm. Yisha didn't care about Gemini, but continued to use the ghost step until the ghost step could no longer be used. Approaching Sagittarius at high speed. Before Yisha arrived, Sagittarius suddenly roared. And then the muscles on his body began to wriggle strangely. Form change. Sagittarius entered the second form. With a puff, the wound of the broken arm made a muffled sound. And then a new arm grew out. At the same time, 2 more bows appeared on each of Sagittarius' arms. However, Yisha did not give Sagittarius a chance to draw his bow. The sword light fell again. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out of Sagittarius' chest, splattering wildly around and falling all over the ground. Sagittarius kept roaring. And then his back was torn again, and small holes appeared densely on his body. The third form. Sagittarius directly skipped the second form and entered the third form. Yisha cursed in a low voice. Sagittarius was more experienced than he thought. Form evolution could accelerate regeneration. This regeneration ability was very exaggerated. It could be recovered instantly without dying. Of course, this regeneration acceleration could only be enjoyed at the moment of form switching. Sagittarius was using this method to save his life. Yisha's previous sword almost cut Sagittarius in half. The next moment, countless bone arrows suddenly shot out from the densely packed small holes on Sagittarius' body. And they shot out in all directions in a dense mass, with an astonishingly fast speed and an astonishingly large number. Yisha didn't waste any words, and swept forward with his sword again. The sword came out, and the sword light overflowed. The sword swept forward, and the sword light exploded in all directions like an explosion, heading forward, colliding with the bone arrows with a clanging sound, and knocked the bone arrows down. At the same time, Gemini came behind Yisha, and 4 black knives slashed down continuously. Boom! As Yisha dodged, 4 black knives slashed the ground continuously, making a loud roar, and the ground cracked inch by inch, sweeping away a large amount of smoke and dust. Yisha took a deep breath, and his eyes became deep. A mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears, feeling the user's determination to fight to the death. The decisive feature is triggered. Decisive LV5. I am not afraid of death. So how can I be afraid of you? Death trait randomly improves ability. 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. 24 Bridges Moonlit Night conducts swordplay matching. And the matching result is star swordplay. Yisha held the sword horizontally in front of him, then stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. The sword trembled slightly, making bursts of sword sounds. The next moment, Yisha leaped out and pointed his sword forward. Starfall. Yisha shouted softly, and then the tip of the sword touched the black knife of Gemini. Dang! A crisp sound of clashes rang out, and Gemini crossed his black swords to block the sword. But at this moment, a sword light fell from the air. Puff! The sword light swept across Gemini's back, cutting a huge wound behind Gemini. Star sword technique? Yisha smiled. Not bad. As Yisha spoke, he twisted his ankle and turned his body half a circle. With the power of rotation, he swept the sword out again. Stars! Yisha pointed the tip of his sword, and countless sword lights appeared like stardust, densely covering the front and covering Gemini. Gemini crossed the black swords and shrank up. Then the sword light kept hitting the black swords, and a crisp sound of fighting rang out. At the same time, there was also the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. The black sword could not completely cover the body of Gemini, which meant that it was impossible to block all attacks. But there was Sagittarius. When Yisha was entangled with Gemini, Sagittarius suddenly attacked. Sagittarius did not need to use a bow at the moment, because Sagittarius himself was a bow, and his whole body could shoot bone arrows. After entering the third form, the most obvious change of Sagittarius was that there were many small holes on his body. Puff! 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 Bone arrows kept shooting out of Sagittarius' body, and the speed of the shooting was probably so fast that even machine guns would be ashamed. Yisha turned over, dodged the bone arrows continuously, and then took out the Emperor of Time. 7 o'clock, time slow flow. The flow of time in the consciousness slowed down by half, and lasted for 30 minutes. The Emperor of Time was activated, and those fast-moving bone arrows suddenly slowed down in Yisha's eyes. Yisha quickly moved forward and shuttled quickly among the bone arrows. Those bone arrows seemed to hit Yisha, But every time they were about to hit, Yisha dodged them. Gemini kicked his feet and quickly chased Yisha from the side. An important task of Gemini is to protect Sagittarius. After Sagittarius evolved to the third form, it did not have melee ability. So there is no doubt that Sagittarius has no melee ability. Gemini could not catch up with Yisha. But in the process of chasing, Gemini kept roaring. And his form was also changing. His flesh and blood were torn. And countless bones grew out, wrapping Gemini's body. Second form. The change in Gemini's form did not bring about a big change in appearance. But the improvement in strength was very direct. The obvious increase could be seen from the speed. Almost in an instant, Gemini, who was originally several steps behind Yisha, suddenly caught up with Yisha. Yisha narrowed his eyes and fiddled with the Emperor of Time. For points, time prediction can predict the time of 1 minute in the future. And the prediction result cannot be directly related to life. Countless pictures suddenly appeared in front of Yisha's eyes, constantly flying past. Those pictures are pictures of Yisha fighting Gemini and Sagittarius. Or more directly, pictures of the battle in the next minute. However, the pictures are different. Because according to Yisha's choice, the way of fighting, even the movement of the area, and the changes in the surrounding environment will have an impact and change on the future battle. Time prophecy does not let Yisha plan the future by himself, but shows Yisha all the possible situations in the next minute. And then Yisha can freely choose the battle that is most beneficial to him. Found it. Yisha suddenly licked the corner of his mouth, and the shadow behind him stretched out. The Archon and the Ice Queen jumped out at the same time and rushed towards Sagittarius. At the same time, Yisha stopped and slashed back with a fierce sword, slashing towards Gemini. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang again. Chapter 1922 Opportunity. Yisha blocked Gemini forcefully. The Archon and the Snow Queen rushed to Sagittarius immediately. At the same time, this was not the end. The little ancient cat and the Snow God followed closely. In addition to the corpse flower, the other 4 alien creatures under Yisha came out together. Is this a good choice? On the surface, it seems to be a good choice. The reason is very simple. Yisha fought Gemini forcefully, and the other alien creatures fought Sagittarius. If they fought separately, the cooperation between Gemini and Sagittarius would certainly not exist. But in fact, Yisha knew very well that if he hadn't seen the future, he would only have a small chance of making this choice. Because, in fact, this is not a very good choice. Because the Archon, the Ice Queen, the Ice God, and the little ancient cat together can't beat Sagittarius. The advantage of fighting separately is obvious. If one side has the advantage and kills the other, it will immediately have a greater advantage, and then surround and attack, and naturally end the battle. But the current situation does not match. The reason is very simple. Yisha's alien creatures can't beat Sagittarius. Yisha is not afraid of Gemini. But Gemini's speed and stealth ability are too abnormal. Beating Gemini and killing Gemini are not the same thing. This has nothing to do with strength, but is determined by characteristics. This is also the reason why Yisha thinks that Gemini is the most troublesome among all the constellation monsters. The characteristics of this guy determine that it is difficult to kill. Of course, it can be reversed. Yisha will deal with Sagittarius, and the alien creatures will deal with Gemini. But the position of the alien creatures has not changed. They still cannot beat Gemini. But Yisha can try to kill Sagittarius. However, Yisha saw the future. Such a choice cannot kill Sagittarius. But it can do so now. Dragon Scales, Fantasy Item, Battle Flag, Benefit Item after planting the flag. Within a radius of 35 meters. The Fantasy Dragon ability is enhanced by 10%. And all friendly alien creatures have dragon attributes. Duration, 30 minutes. Use interval 2 hours. Life and Death, Fantasy Item, Battle Flag, Benefit Item after planting the flag. Within a radius of 30 meters. The physical fitness of friendly targets is enhanced by 5%. And the physical fitness of enemy targets is weakened by 5%. The maximum number of targets is 10. The duration is 30 minutes. And the use interval is 2 hours. Yisha planted the flag without hesitation, strengthening the combat effectiveness of the alien creatures, and then continued to swing the sword to slash at Gemini. Yisha needs to wait for an opportunity that will appear in the future. Clang! This is the sound of the sword and the black knife clashing. Yisha shouted and punched forward. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, hitting Gemini and sending Gemini flying. The damage was not great. Or even to be more direct, there was no damage at all. But the 100% knockback effect was irreversible. And it would definitely be activated as long as it hit. Gemini was sent flying by a punch. And when he got up, Yisha had already come quickly and blocked in front of Gemini. Yisha would never give Gemini any chance to try to work together with Sagittarius. On the other side, black chains appeared in the Archon's hands, swimming forward like a snake, and quickly wrapped around Sagittarius. After the chains bound Sagittarius, the Ice Queen quickly stretched out her hand a little forward. Boom! 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 A beam of aurora suddenly appeared and blasted towards Sagittarius. The little ancient cat also changed its form suddenly at this moment. It originally had pseudo-dragon blood, and the effect of dragon scales was triggered. And the little ancient cat's combat power increased the most. The body of the little ancient cat suddenly became huge, and then flew towards Sagittarius. But it was useless. Aurora came to Sagittarius, and Sagittarius shot a bone arrow. With a bang, Aurora suddenly exploded. The Ice Queen's attack failed, but she did not suffer any loss. It was considered a two-way cancellation. At the same time, the little ancient cat came to Sagittarius, but was met with Sagittarius's fist. With a bang, the little ancient cat was blown away. Sagittarius does not have much melee ability. But after all, it is a constellation monster. This physical fitness is not for show. Even if it is just an ordinary punch, even if it is not as good as other constellation monsters, it is not weaker. The little cat was knocked out by a punch and hit the side of the street. With a loud bang, a wall was smashed to pieces, and the little cat fell directly into it. Roar! After offsetting the attack of the Ice Queen and knocking the little cat out with a punch, Sagittarius suddenly raised his head and roared. And then, the chain of the Archon was forcibly broken. The crystal feathers behind the Archon suddenly spread out, and countless red crystals flew forward. Boom! 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 The crystal feathers fell in front of Sagittarius, and then continued to explode. The roar of the explosion sounded continuously, and the scattered flames enveloped Sagittarius. However, in the next moment, a huge bone arrow suddenly tore through the flames and shot towards the Archon. The speed of the bone arrow was so fast that the Archon had no time to block or dodge. With a puff, a big hole was opened in the Archon's chest, and the bone arrow passed through his body. This level of damage could not kill the Archon. The Archon is now very durable, and the U2 virus has played an important role. However, this blow is definitely a heavy blow, and it is inevitable that the Archon will lose his combat ability in a short period of time. As Yisha had guessed, all the alien creatures under his command were no match for Sagittarius. After all, they were constellation monsters. To a certain extent, the power of constellation monsters could be considered artificial apostle power. After all, the core of the opponent was apostle cells and genes. But, at this moment, boom! A huge roar sounded at this moment, and the building on the side made a huge noise. And then the top 3 floors suddenly collapsed and fell downwards. This was not done by Yisha, nor by the alien creatures under Yisha. It was purely an accident. Others were fighting not far away. And then the situation spread here. If Yisha did it deliberately, Sagittarius would be prepared in advance. But if it was an accident, it would be another matter. And this was also Yisha's opportunity. Although Yisha did not do it deliberately, he foresaw this situation in the future of 1 minute. Next is Yisha's opportunity. Boom! Sagittarius was not afraid of the collapsed building. He continuously fired bone arrows, bombarding the collapsed part of the building. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly disappeared from in front of Gemini, and the Archon also disappeared at the same moment. The Archon appeared in front of Gemini out of thin air, standing in the position where Yisha had stood before, while Yisha came to Sagittarius and appeared in the position where the Archon had stood before. Chapter 1923 Killing. Transfer. Yisha had long forgotten this skill. It was a long time ago that he was given the title of puppeteer because he had enough alien creatures under his command. The title skill was this, which allowed Yisha to exchange positions with any alien creature under his command. This is an ability to teleport, and any ability of the teleportation type is very precious. However, Yisha hardly used this ability because it was of no use to him. This ability is indeed teleportation, but it cannot move over a large range. At critical moments, he just threw his alien creatures out as cannon fodder. It is actually quite useful to cooperate with the Archon, because the Archon is also a very difficult type to kill. However, when you are stronger than the alien creatures under your command, do you still need to throw the alien creatures out as cannon fodder? Obviously there is no such need. So this ability must be very useful in the hands of people like Noi who rely entirely on alien creatures to fight. But it is another matter in Isha's hands. However, special situations require special treatment. And this is a special situation right now. Sagittarius had already noticed Isha's arrival. Originally, they were 30 meters away, so Sagittarius didn't need to be on guard against Isha, especially since Isha was still fighting with Gemini. When Isha entangled Gemini, it also meant that Gemini entangled Isha. But Isha appeared in front of Sagittarius, less than 5 meters away. Sagittarius immediately gave up dealing with the collapsed building above his head and attacked Isha. Obviously, Isha was a greater threat, but it was too late. The shadow behind Sagittarius suddenly surged up, quickly wrapped around Sagittarius' body, and bound Sagittarius tightly. The next moment, Isha drew his sword. Tiendo Galaxy. Isha thrust his sword forward, and the dense sword lights were as bright as stars. After a continuous piece, those sword lights surged towards Sagittarius like a galaxy. Puff, 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 puff. Blood holes kept bursting on Sagittarius' body, and countless blood sprayed out, dyeing the ground bright red. Plop! Sagittarius fell to his knees. His hands slowly dropped down, and his head quickly dropped down. Sagittarius, die! Almost instantly, Sagittarius was silent. His body was covered with sword holes, and there was no place left intact. After Isha succeeded in killing Sagittarius with one strike, he immediately turned around and cursed. Gemini ran away. This bastard really ran faster than a rabbit. Isha looked a little helpless. In terms of hard power, Isha was now confident that he could kill Gemini. Dongfang Yufeng's swordsmanship in this sword was indeed not exaggerated. Isha's strength could be said to have increased significantly. But the trouble is the characteristics of Gemini. That bastard can really disappear if he is not careful. The most important thing is that it is difficult to track him. However, Isha was calm. If he ran away, he ran away. If he couldn't catch up, he didn't think about it. He could always meet again. Gemini couldn't stop everyone. Isha collected all the alien creatures and quickly crossed the street. Isha is now very interested in who is fighting on the side. Being able to cut off a quarter of a building with at least 12 floors in one blow. This strength is not possessed by everyone. And it is only the extent of the impact. The opponent is at least 200 meters away. After crossing 2 streets, Isha stopped. The streets were full of corpses. And then, Isha saw the target. Or it was not accurate to describe the other party as a target, because the other party should barely be considered as one of his own. 1,000 faces. Isha remembered that the other party, the last son of God, was very mysterious and had never shown his face in the Apostles' Walk or even in front of the guide. This was actually not very reasonable, because if he had never shown his face, how could he join the Apostles' Walk? But Moshi did say so. And the guy in front of him was not very likable in the Apostles' Walk. But whether he was likable or not had nothing to do with Isha. Isha was not likable either. But no matter what, they were all apostles, and the Son of God. Isha had no intention of getting close to the other party. Although Isha needed to figure out the current situation, Xianmian had a sense of keep away from strangers. And Isha did not want to make himself unhappy. Isha was ready to leave. But at this time, a sword light suddenly attacked Isha. Isha just turned around and felt the strong wind behind him. He immediately turned around and swung out his sword. Clang! Isha also drew his sword. The 2 sword lights met in the air. And then, there was a loud bang, and they exploded at the same time. Isha said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Xianmian did not speak, but put the sword back into his cloak and turned away. Isha's pupil suddenly shrank, and he whispered to Xianmian, "Show me your sword." Xianmian ignored Isha and turned around to leave after a sword strike. Since the other party was not polite, Isha would not be polite either. He took a step forward, pointed the sword in his hand forward, and a sword light attacked Xianmian's back. Xianmian did not intend to dodge. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Then the sword light that Isha slashed fell to the ground. And with a bang, it split the ground into a 7 or 8 meter long hole. Xianmian disappeared. Isha frowned and did not chase him, but recalled, The sword in Qianyan's hand seems to be a twin serrated sword. Yi Sha took out the twin serrated sword while thinking. It is impossible to have two twin serrated swords, because this thing is a product of the blueprint. If Yi Sha fails to make it, then after the blueprint is destroyed, it will continue to appear and be made by others. Then the unlucky guy will be killed by Qianyan. It is normal for Qianyan to have a twin serrated sword, but Yi Sha succeeded in making it. The blueprint equipment is the same as the things in the treasure list. Unique. Since Yi Sha has the twin serrated sword, it is impossible for others to have it, whether it is the people on the Doomsday train or the apostles. Even the train conductor should not be able to make a second one. This has nothing to do with the quality of the things, but the rules. Did I see it wrong? Yi Sha frowned and murmured. At that moment, Yi Sha found that the sword in Qianyan's hand was very similar to the twin serrated swords. But it was only for a moment, so it was possible that he saw it wrong. However, it was certain that Qianyan had ill intentions towards him. The sword that Qianyan slashed at Yi Sha was obviously murderous, but it was also a little strange. That sword was not enough to kill Yi Sha, and after one sword, he left. Yi Sha was a little bit unable to guess what Qianyan meant, and it felt a little weird. Ah! 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 At this time, a scream suddenly sounded, and Yi Sha looked up involuntarily. Chapter 1924 Ming Hai is here. Bang! Yi Sha looked up and saw a figure falling from the sky. The next moment, the figure fell to the ground and turned into a pile of meat paste. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment, then walked to the side and put a cigar in his mouth. After about a quarter of an hour, the meat paste returned to its original state. Ming Hai excitedly said, "You are finally here. Yi Sha, so you jumped down from the roof in excitement?" Ming Hai, am I a jerk? I was thrown down by someone, and I was still being beaten up there. Yi Sha, who is with whom? Ming Hai, the people from Doomsday Train and Computech. Well, they are barely human beings. Yi Sha rolled his eyes. Then why are you joining in the fun? You are sick, right? It has nothing to do with you, right? Ming Hai is now an apostle. Ming Hai, I just happened to run into them. What can I do? Damn it. I am miserable. The people from Doomsday Train also beat me. The people from Computech also beat me. Who did I offend? I didn't kill anyone. Yi Sha, what is the situation now? Ming Hai, what do you mean by what is the situation? Yi Sha, aren't you here to find Apostle Zero? Where are the people? Where is the guide? Yi Sha felt something was wrong when he entered this place. He didn't understand it at the time, but now he understands that the number of people is wrong. The Doomsday Train has been scrapped, which means that everyone on the Doomsday Train has gotten off. How many people are on the Doomsday Train? Yi Sha really doesn't know. However, the Doomsday Train is currently all death carriages, with about 15 to 20 people in a carriage. Yi Sha has seen carriages with more than 100 people appearing when on a mission, but has never seen more than 200 people. In this case, let's assume there are 200 carriages, and the number of people should be around 2,000. Even with the most conservative estimate, there must be more than 1,000 people. The apostles are a bit worse, with about hundreds of people. However, the apostles are more elite, and the minimum standard is also the standard of crew members. So the combat power is actually equal. Finally, there is Compu, which has more people. Compu has more people, and there must be thousands of people. Secondly, Compu has a lot of strange combat power, such as the glowing man, the steel man, and many other technological products. Don't forget that Compu still has mass-produced Geminis. Of course, they are smuggled and are completely different from the real Geminis, but the number is still good, and the destructive power is very strong when gathered together. After calculating this, it feels quite wrong. It is true that this damn place seems to be fighting everywhere. There are fighting sounds everywhere. Black smoke billowing. And it seems that there are fighting everywhere. But compared with the number of people estimated by Yi Sha, it is completely different. Ming Hai scratched his head. I don't know either. Yi Sha, I don't know. You weren't one of the first to come? Ming Hai, I was one of the first to come. Let's talk about the guides first. It's true that the guides were dispatched. But do you think the guides can act like ordinary apostles? They don't report to me where they go. Anyway, I heard that they were dispatched, but I didn't see any of them. Yi Sha nodded. This is understandable. It's like a subordinate in a company has to report to the manager. Have you ever seen a manager report to a subordinate? Yi Sha, then who did you come with? Ming Hai, Nan Rongji sure. Yi Sha then? Ming Hai, what's the next? The people from Doomsday train arrived first. When we arrived, the fighting had already started. There were fights everywhere. I was just walking around. You know what? I didn't notice it at first. But now I find that there are really fewer people. Yi Sha sighed. What can you do? Ming Hai thought for a while. To die? Yi Sha rolled his eyes. Then pondered. What exactly is going on? Judging from the current situation, the most likely scenario is that the core area has been found. But that doesn't make sense. If the core area has been found, why are we still fighting in the periphery? Yes, there is no way to communicate here. But that doesn't make sense either. There is no reason why the Gemini and Sagittarius are not killing people in the core area, but are still wandering around the periphery. Yi Sha scratched his head. What the hell is going on? Yi Sha asked again. You have been wandering around for so long. You should understand the building conditions here. Right? What about the general area? Ming Hai pointed to the building behind. This is the experimental area. There are all kinds of messy things in the building behind. And all kinds of zombies are thrown into jars. The front is the office area. I don't know what kind of office it is, but it's almost like an office building. There are a lot of desks, scattered files, and an armory over there. The area coming in seems to be where people live. Yi Sha held his chin up, thinking that he should change his mind. For example, if he were a member of Compu, where would he hide Apostle Zero? Probably the experimental area. But there must be more than Apostle Zero in the experimental area, and it seems too conspicuous. Yi Sha rubbed his hair and felt a little crazy. If he had known, he would have contacted Mo-Shi after leaving the origin. Now he is one step late and has no clues. It's a headache. Hey! At this time, Ming Hai suddenly shouted, Be careful. Ming Hai suddenly pushed Yi Sha and stood in front. Is there danger? Yi Sha looked around in confusion. There was no reason why he didn't feel it. Ming Hai should have noticed it first. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared, and then penetrated Ming Hai's chest, leaving a big hole. Yi Sha immediately dodged and entered behind a building on the side. Ming Hai crawled on the ground, came to Yi Sha and said with his thumb, You are really nice. You don't care about me now? Yi Sha, you can't die. The wound on Ming Hai's chest healed quickly, and then he climbed up. This is the fact. Yi Sha, who attacked? Ming Hai, a psychopath, who seems to be from Doomsday Train, has been chasing me for 2 days, saying that he doesn't believe that he can't kill me. Yi Sha, how did you find out about the attack? Yi Sha was not necessarily afraid of the other party, but was surprised at the concealment of the attack just now. Yi Sha did not find any signs of the attack at all. Ming Hai, that bastard was at least a few hundred meters away, so it was certainly not easy to find. Yi Sha, sniper? Ming Hai nodded. And then, however, before he attacked, a light spot would appear briefly at his location, and then the beam would appear. I didn't always find it, but I just happened to turn around and face the position of the light spot, so I saw it. Boom! At this time, a roar suddenly sounded, and the place about 1 meter above the two people's heads was suddenly penetrated. The beam appeared again and hit the ground at an oblique angle. After a loud bang, a large area of the ground was shattered. Chapter 1925 Sniper. Yi Sha looked up. Long range, powerful attack, sniper type. Yi Sha cursed in his heart. Is Sagittarius popular recently? Just killed a Sagittarius, and here comes another of the same type. Yi Sha had his back against the wall. The opponent did not have the ability of Sagittarius to accurately know their location without using eyes. It was purely speculative shooting, or to scare Yi Sha and Ming Hai and let them run away by themselves. He looked at the surrounding environment from the side. Ming Hai's attack distance of hundreds of meters was still reliable. The opponent probably had a longer range, but it was too far away to see anything. Although the Doomsday City was a name, the scale here was really like a small city, and it was still a very prosperous one. There were high-rise buildings everywhere, but no low-rise buildings. If you really go 1,000 meters away, you can only see overlapping buildings in front of you, and you can't see the target at all. In fact, urban sniping rarely exceeds 500 meters. There are too many obstacles. Generally, 100 to 200 meters is the most common. It is considered far beyond this number. Yi Sha thought about it and pushed Ming Hai, Go and die a few more times. Ming Hai rolled his eyes. Do you still have humanity? You make it sound so simple to die. Yi Sha, it's for others, but not for you. Anyway, you are used to it. Besides, if you don't act as bait, how can you find the person? Ming Hai sighed. Okay. Sacrifice the small self for the big self. Ming Hai walked back to the street and opened his arms. Come on. Ming Hai, shoot at me. Then, the other party really fired. A light spot flashed in the distance. And then a beam of light suddenly appeared and hit Ming Hai again. This time, the other party obviously aimed more accurately and hit Ming Hai's head with one shot. Then Ming Hai's head suddenly exploded and fell to the ground as a headless corpse. Found it. Yi Sha observed the position of the light spot from the side, and then rushed out, running fast. The target is a building about 300 meters away. On the one hand, the light spot exposed the position, and on the other hand, when the light beam appeared, Yi Sha observed the angle. That building was the only one that could see the street, and it was also the tallest among the surrounding buildings. The distance of 300 meters was not long for Yi Sha, but it didn't take long for the other party to shoot. When Yi Sha ran halfway, the light spot appeared again, and the target this time was naturally Yi Sha. Zila! At the moment the light spot appeared, Yi Sha punched out, and a current surged and flew forward at a high speed. Boom! The light beam appeared again, collided with the current, and after a loud bang, it exploded. The light beam turned into a halo, and Yi Sha accelerated again, rushed to the bottom of the building, and then spread the paper wings behind him, and flew suddenly into the air. He climbed up the wall all the way, and quickly came to the top of the building. He looked around and saw no one. You're running really fast. Yi Sha curled his lips. If you miss the first shot, you expose your position, and then leave immediately. This is the typical style of a sniper. Yi Sha looked at the edge and saw some traces. It can be confirmed that the opponent was here before. There were no ropes around, which means that the opponent did not rappel, which means he left from inside the building. Yi Sha spread the paper wings again, went down one floor, and then broke the glass to enter. This is an area that is difficult to describe. There is an office area on the floor, with desks and chairs, but no computers or paper documents. On one side is a rest area with a bar, a coffee buffet, and a fitness area on the other side. Yi Sha looked out the window and saw no one leaving the building. He snapped his fingers, and the paper wings of Yi Sha's hand spread out and quickly folded up, turning into paper birds flying around. Yi Sha, search! Leaving from the top floor of the building, taking the elevator to the first floor, and then leaving. It would take at most 3 minutes if he moved quickly, and it would be difficult for Yi Sha to intercept the other party. However, we can gamble now. If the other party is greedy and wants to kill Yi Sha, then he may not leave the building but hide. Judging from Ming Hai's description, the other party is undoubtedly a competitive person. Otherwise, he would not chase Ming Hai for 2 days, just because Ming Hai could not kill him. Because normally, the best way to deal with Ming Hai is to ignore this guy. Anyway, Ming Hai is basically no threat except that he cannot die. Now he is not as weak as before. Ming Hai also got some things from the people of Doomsday train, but his combat effectiveness is still low. In this case, the other party is still determined to kill Ming Hai, which naturally means that the other party is a person with a strong desire to win. The paper birds around Yi Sha's body flew out quickly, scattered around, and began to look for the target. Yi Sha crossed the floors and came to the elevator. He tried to start the elevator and was more convinced of his guess, because 2 elevators were unusable. One elevator was directly smashed, and the door was wide open. Yi Sha looked out and saw that the elevator fell on the first floor and was completely smashed. The other one looked intact, but when I tried to press the button, there was no response at all. Yi Sha came to the next floor through the safety corridor and looked around. The structure was similar to the previous floor. Suddenly, Yi Sha looked to the side, then quickly came to the window and smashed it with a punch. Outside the window, there was a red light. Yi Sha quickly looked up and down, and the light formed a cube, wrapping up the entire building. Yi Sha immediately punched out, and with a sizzling sound, a stream of electricity shot out forward, hitting the light, and ripples spread out on the light, and then the light disappeared without a trace. Yi Sha frowned. Field? Yi Sha tried to stretch his hand towards the light, but his palm could not penetrate the light. And then Yisha suddenly drew his sword. A sword light slashed forward, fiercely slashing on the light. And the light still rippled. This was a sword technique among swords. And it was also unable to split the light, and even failed to cause damage. Yisha was not surprised. He just wanted to confirm whether it was a domain. Generally, if it is not a domain of a constructed environment, it is absolute. The so-called absoluteness means that within the scope of the domain effect is an absolute rule that cannot be destroyed or violated, no matter how strong you are. This is why even the worst domain ability is considered a high-end ability on the Doomsday train. Yisha left the window, and at this time, a noisy sound attracted Yisha. Yisha followed the sound to the rest area, and a picture suddenly appeared on a wall-mounted TV screen. A man with a baby face and difficult to tell his age smiled at Yisha. Chapter 1926, I want to play a game. First, let me introduce myself. I am Carol Ross. The man smiled. Hello. Former purser. Yisha, you call me former purser. You must be from the Doomsday train. Carol, I used to be under the command of Purser Gonlin. However, since Lord Gonlin became the deputy conductor, I have started to work alone. You don't need to remember. I am just a nobody. You should not know me or remember me. Yisha took out a cigar, lit it, and sat down on a chair in the lounge area. Well, the self-introduction ends here. Let's talk about something else. Do you want to kill me? If you want to kill me, you should stand in front of me, not hiding behind the screen. Khalil smiled. I know myself well. I can't kill you in a normal way. Fortunately, I have a very good field ability. So I want to play a game with you. Yisha, what if I'm not interested? Khalil, you can't refuse this. Let me introduce my domain ability. It's called Hunting Game. Before the game ends, the domain will not disappear. And you can't leave this building. Yisha, it seems that I really have no choice. How do you want to play? Khalil, there are currently 10 people in this building, including you and me. The 10 people will be divided into 2 groups, blue and yellow. When all the people in one group die, the domain will be lifted. So, this game is very simple. Right? Just find people in the same group and then kill the other group together. However, I need to remind you that every time one person in the team dies, something bad will happen. To be frank, this is also the opportunity one think I can kill you. Yisha, then. Let's give it a try. Carol smiled. Then, the game begins, and I look forward to meeting you. After Carol finished speaking, the picture on the screen suddenly disappeared. Yisha looked around, and he did not doubt that there was some truth in the other party's words. There were many strange abilities on the Doomsday train, and it was not surprising to have such an ability. Moreover, Yisha could not leave now, and the cube's field enveloped the entire building. The key words are, something bad will happen if someone in the same group dies. What is it? Yisha is not very clear, but it should be to weaken his own strength or to strengthen the opponent's strength. Yisha has always liked a person for many reasons, one of which is that when you are alone, your fate is in your own hands. But if you are in a team, your fate may be in the hands of others. Now Khalil has obviously taken advantage of this. At the same time, Yisha found a yellow halo under his feet. Obviously, this meant that Yisha belonged to the yellow team. Other people with yellow halo under their feet, like Yisha, were on the same team as Yisha. On the contrary, the blue halo was the other team, and they were the targets that needed to be hunted. Yisha took a deep breath, then walked towards the safe staircase, and then came to the next floor, and suddenly stuck to the wall. There was a sound in the side passage. Yisha held the sword horizontally in front of him. When a figure appeared on the side, Yisha raised the sword fiercely, but did not cut it down. It's Ming Hai. The one who came out of the corridor was Ming Hai. Yisha looked at Ming Hai's feet, and then said, what bad luck. Ming Hai, you don't have to be like this when you see me? Yisha, of course it's bad luck to be in the same group with you. Ming Hai looked at his feet. Oh, you also have a yellow light circle. Yisha was puzzled. You know? Ming Hai, you mean the light circle? Of course I know. When I came up, a fool suddenly appeared on the small screen in the elevator. He said that he was going to play a hunting game and explain the rules. I thought he was crazy. But when I saw the light circle appear under his feet after he finished speaking, I knew it was true. Yisha nodded. It seemed that the other party had not only met him, but also met everyone and told them the rules. It was very likely that this was one of the rules for the activation of the domain. And he had to tell others. After all, the name of the domain was the hunting game. Even if it was a killing game, there should be rules for the game. As for Ming Hai, well, Yi Sha thought about it in a positive way. At least this guy was in the same group with him. At least one person in the group with a blue light circle could definitely not be killed by them. But on the contrary, Ming Hai's combat power was equivalent to nothing, which was also quite depressing. Ming Hai, what should we do now? Can't we just destroy this place and leave? No. Yi Sha, domain ability is decisive and cannot be forcibly destroyed. This has nothing to do with strength, but the rules. Let's find someone first. Damn it! Yi Sha was halfway through his words when he suddenly cursed, because a reminder sounded in his ears. The yellow team has lost 4 people, and a negative effect has occurred. Only firearms can be used as weapons, and the damage caused by any other weapons will be invalidated. Ming Hai, you heard it too? Yi Sha, nonsense. This is the rule. Everyone should have heard it. Yi Sha wanted to curse. This was obviously premeditated. Otherwise, how could there be a loss of people at the beginning? Khalil didn't intend to play fair at all, but wanted to use the field to play the game, and then weaken Yi Sha. And the ultimate goal was to kill Yi Sha. Moreover, this negative effect seems to be quite brutal. Can only use firearms as weapons? Yi Sha looked at the sword in his hand. If the sword cannot be used, it means that the swordsmanship is completely useless. Fortunately, there is no ability to seal. But it is hard to say. What if another person dies, and the ability is directly sealed? Let's go! Yi Sha, we have to act as soon as possible. Yi Sha guessed that Khalil probably knew the location of everyone, and it must be the group with the blue light circle, and then quickly gathered people, while causing Yi Sha's side to lose people quickly, which would be very disadvantageous for Yi Sha. Yi Sha and Ming Hai quickly walked to the next floor. Yi Sha said as he walked, "Does the guy chasing you have short light blonde hair, a hooked nose, and a scar at the corner of his eyebrow?" "Ah?" Ming Hai was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No. He is an Asian with a black hat." Yi Sha was also stunned. The characteristics he mentioned were Khalil's characteristics. So, Khalil was not the sniper? But 2 people? Fuck. Yi Sha cursed again. Damn it. The 2 people were in the same group. A sniper was good at using sniper rifles, and he must be good at other firearms. He must have other powerful firearms in his hands. But now, he can only use firearms as weapons. Chapter 1927 Attack. Yi Sha was thinking when he suddenly heard the sound of metal hitting. Yi Sha pushed Ming Hai away and looked up at the ventilation duct above his head. The next moment, a grenade fell from the ventilation duct that was opened in front of him. Yi Sha immediately hugged his head and jumped back. As for Ming Hai, he didn't care because he couldn't be killed by the explosion anyway. Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded, and the flames pushed out in all directions, sweeping a large area. At the same time, with a clang, the fence door at the ventilation duct on the other side was kicked down, and then a man hung upside down, holding a gun and shooting in the direction of Yi Sha and Ming Hai. Yi Sha's red flame armor was activated, and the flame formed a defense, but it was completely useless. The gun looked ordinary, and the bullets looked extraordinary. But how could the things produced on the Doomsday train be ordinary? The bullet easily penetrated the red flame armor. But at the moment when it was about to hit Yi Sha, a large amount of electricity surged from Yi Sha's body, shaking the bullet away. The next moment, Yi Sha punched forward. The piercing sound of the current surge was heard. And soon, a current swept forward, and the man quickly crawled back into the ventilation duct, avoided the current and landed, and then quickly ran in the opposite direction. This is a smart man, crawling in the ventilation duct. He definitely can't escape Yi Sha's pursuit. But can he run away after landing? Yi Sha snorted coldly, and then quickly chased him. When he chased to the corner of the passage, an iron kin was thrown out. Yi Sha's eyes immediately flashed with white light, accompanied by noise, and Yi Sha began to have tinnitus and dizziness. Damn it. Stun grenades. Yi Sha shook his head, and when he felt better, he turned the corner, and the other party had already run away. Yi Sha must admit that the power of technology cannot be underestimated. Now bombs can't kill Yi Sha, but it doesn't mean it has no effect. The same is true for stun grenades. Stun grenades can produce a strong flash equivalent to about 8 million candle flames, and a huge noise of about 170 decibels. It takes at least 5 to 10 seconds to restore vision. And the noise can even knock people unconscious. With Yisha's physical fitness, he can recover in 1 or 2 seconds, and it is even more impossible to be stunned. But he is still affected. There are 2 roads on the left and right of the corner. And there are rooms around. There must be ventilation ducts in the rooms. There is no way to chase him. It is impossible to be sure where the other party escaped from. At this time, Ming Hai has come back to life and ran up. It is this grandson who is chasing me. Yisha, there is a blue halo under his feet. It is Khalil's people. We are in trouble now. Ming Hai, what? Yisha, they probably know the location of everyone, which can be seen from the fact that Khalil confirmed that there are 10 people in the building. They must have confirmed it. I think the number of people is also a limit for the activation of the domain. If there are more than 10 people in the range, or less than 10 people, it will definitely not be activated. Yisha thinks this domain ability is really good. And good domain abilities must have greater limitations. Ming Hai, if they can determine the location, they can attack us at will and retreat calmly. We need to find out how the other party confirmed our location. Yisha pointed to the upper corner of the wall. Surveillance. Ming Hai, then we need to find the monitoring room. Yisha, how to find it? It's very troublesome. It's easy to find a certain area. Go to the lobby on the first floor. Generally, this kind of building has a rough structural diagram in the lobby, so that people entering and leaving can know exactly which floor they are going to. However, it does not include the monitoring room. Except for security personnel. No one will go there. It is impossible to open it directly. Yisha turned to the side and said, but we are lucky. Find a usable computer. This is an office area with many computers, but most of them are damaged. A few seem to be fine. As for whether there is a usable one, it depends on luck. Yisha and Ming Hai searched for a while. Ming Hai said, this one can be used. Yisha nodded, and then asked the Archon to come out from the shadows. Then it was up to the Archon. Ming Hai was skeptical. Can it work? Yisha, this is a very simple job. It is not an external intrusion, but an internal connection to the server, so that we can see the surveillance screen here. But this depends on luck. Ming Hai, what do you mean by luck? Yisha, there must be a terminal server inside this kind of building. The images of the monitoring equipment will be transmitted to the monitoring room, and these images are generally saved for a short time. If they are saved on the computer in the monitoring room, then there is nothing we can do. If they are automatically uploaded to the terminal server, we can receive the computer images in the monitoring room through the server. Yisha is very confident in the Archon's intrusion ability, but sometimes it does depend on luck. For example, a super hacker cannot hack into a computer without an internet cable. However, it turned out that Yisha was lucky. After about 5 minutes, the image appeared on the computer screen of the Archon. Yisha, find someone to transfer it to the PDA. Yisha picked up the PDA. And at this time, Ming Hai suddenly asked, did you hear any sound? What sound? Yisha was halfway through his words, and suddenly froze for a moment. Music? Yisha looked up and looked around, and faintly heard the sound of music. Crash! The next moment, the glass on the side suddenly shattered, and a figure suddenly rushed in from outside, and jumped up the moment he landed, kicking Yisha. Bang! Yisha instinctively raised his arm to block the opponent's attack. And then Yisha felt a huge force coming, and he could not help but retreat to the back. Huh? Yisha looked up. You? Yisha knew the man in front of him. One of the 4 stars. Ultra Beast Besta. Fong King Yutong Kong. 100 Eyes Demon Francis. Yisha knew the names of the other 3 4 stars. And even 2 of the 4 stars died at Yisha's hands. But Yisha really didn't know much about the man in front of him. Yisha only knew that the other party was ranked 2nd among the 4 stars. Although they had met twice, the other party was very silent. Yisha never saw him speak. Every time he wore headphones and listened to music. Of course, the more important thing was the enemy. Yisha lowered his head, and then saw a blue light circle under the other party's feet. Yisha cursed in a low voice. That bastard Khalil really knows how to pick people. There was nothing to say about being an enemy, not a friend. Yisha twisted his shoulders and then took a stance. However, unexpectedly, the other party did not move, but stretched out his hand to the side. A black crack appeared, and then, under Yisha's stunned expression, The other party took out a recorder from the void crack. Chapter 1928 Fighting. Yi Sha was a little confused. He really couldn't figure out what he was doing with this thing. Moreover, the recorder was super old-fashioned. Not even electronic. And it didn't play CDs, but antique cassettes. Then, just as Yi Sha thought of the cassette, the other party actually took out a cassette and put it into the recorder, and then started playing music. Ming Hai, is this guy here to make fun of me? Hey, buddy, do you want a speaker? Bang! As soon as Ming Hai finished speaking, the opponent suddenly kicked Ming Hai's head, causing a dent in his head, and then he fell straight to the ground, with blood flowing from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Yi Sha frowned, and the opponent began to jump. The next moment, the opponent suddenly did a somersault forward and kicked at Yi Sha with both legs. Yi Sha immediately crossed his arms to block the opponent's legs. But at this moment, the opponent suddenly pressed his hands to the ground, did a Thomas spin, and kicked his legs on Yi Sha's waist and abdomen. Yi Sha took 2 steps back and hit the table, then looked at the other person. Capoeira? The full name of capoeira is capoeira war dance, a fighting technique that uses spinning, circling, somersaults, music, and a lot of kicking techniques. This fighting technique is more of a performance than a practical nature. The most important feature is weirdness, using the rhythm of music and the twisting of the body. The attack is very weird and may attack any part of the human body, making it hard to defend against. Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth. No wonder they play music. Music is an important part of capoeira. It allows capoeira to have its own rhythm, and is an indispensable part of this fighting skill. Click. Click. Yi Sha clenched his fist. Can only use guns as weapons? This should not be considered weapons. So let's try to solve the problem with fists. Yi Sha dived forward without hesitation, and then raised his fist to hit the opponent. Bang! The opponent suddenly raised his knees, and blocked Yi Sha's attack with his knees. Then supported with his left foot, and kicked out with his right foot continuously towards Yi Sha. After being blocked by Yi Sha, he suddenly spun his body, and the hands supporting his body became both hands again, and his left leg swept Yi Sha's head fiercely. Yi Sha swayed his body, took 2 steps back, shook his head, and the opponent approached again, leaped up, and kicked Yi Sha continuously in midair. Yi Sha was kicked 5 or 6 times in the chest, and kept retreating, hitting the wall hard. Ming Hai had resurrected and shouted at Yi Sha, "Can you do it? Fuck you." Yi Sha cursed in a low voice, and he didn't need to use his fists and feet. Yi Sha also had other abilities to use, but Ming Hai's roar made Yi Sha's stubborn temper come up. After standing firm, he got ready again. The opponent suddenly leaped up, and did a series of somersaults towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha took a deep breath. The supreme martial arts master in heaven and earth. Yi Sha's aura suddenly changed. Seeing the moment when the opponent came to him, he stretched out his hand fiercely. Yi Sha grabbed the opponent's ankle, took advantage of the momentum of the opponent's somersault forward, and swung his hand. With a bang, he slammed the opponent against the wall. The next moment, Yi Sha took a step forward and punched forward. Bang! Yi Sha's fist hit the wall, and immediately smashed a piece of the wall. The opponent fell to the ground, but did not get up. He supported the ground with his hands. His body floated in the air, and kicked at Yi Sha with his legs. Yi Sha was not anxious. He crossed his hands and took a Tai Chi stance. He met the opponent's legs and pulled them, and then avoided them. Tai Chi is not suitable for actual combat, mainly because it is not good at attacking. Using force to counter force is deceptive, or it is not that mysterious. But Tai Chi is good at defense, and can really relieve force. After removing the power from the opponent's legs, Yi Sha immediately kicked out. The opponent immediately exerted force with both hands and flew into the air. He never expected that Yi Sha was just faking it, and his right leg flew into the air. Flip! Yi Sha kicked the opponent in the chest, and at the same time, he flipped over. When he landed, he immediately pointed his toes and jumped forward again. 3 no-looks at the door. But Jiquin's killer move. Yi Sha's hidden power burst out, and he hit the opponent's chest with a fierce palm, sending him flying. The opponent hit the table and pushed it back continuously. After several tables collided, the opponent finally stabilized his body and spit out blood. Yi Sha said disdainfully, "In terms of punches and kicks, Chinese martial arts are the best in the world. What is capoeira?" As Yi Sha said this, He took a ghost step forward and came to the opponent in an instant, raised his palm, and chopped it down hard. Bang! The opponent quickly dodged, but Yisha turned his arm and hit the opponent's chest with a reverse thunder in his chopping palm. Poof! The opponent spit out blood again, and felt his internal organs shaken by the invasion of the hidden power. As the saying goes, Bajiquan plus Paigua. Even gods and ghosts are afraid. Everyone knows that Bajiquan is fierce, but few people know that Paigua Zhang is actually more fierce. Bajiquan's fierceness is obvious, and it is common to beat people to disability, and it is easy to break arms and legs, while Paigua Zhang is fierce in the dark, and one palm strike will hurt all internal organs. Bajiquan can only break people's bones, but Paigua Zhang requires more skills to use force, and one palm strike will break all bones. Yisha sneered and approached the opponent again. The opponent gritted his teeth and kicked again. Yisha stepped back lightly, but at this moment, a ray of light appeared on the opponent's leg and hit Yisha hard. Yisha was blown away until he hit the wall behind him. The steel plate embedded in the wall instantly sank, and the wall between the steel plates shattered. Yisha fell directly out of the building, but at the moment of falling down, Yisha grabbed the edge and jumped back into the building. Since you use other abilities, Yisha, then don't blame me. Yisha's hands condensed into a ball of fire, and then threw it forward fiercely. The power of the Son of Flame. Boom! A huge explosion roared, and the flames pushed wildly in all directions. Damn! Minghai cursed. Are you really not afraid of killing me too? The flames covered the entire room in an instant, rolling and spreading, and when they hit the wall, they rolled like waves. Faintly, the other party escaped from the room. Yisha sneered and chased forward, but at this moment, 2 stun grenades were thrown from the ventilation duct. Your uncle! Yisha cursed. Again? The stun grenade exploded, flashing and making noise, and Yisha was hit again. It's not that Yisha didn't want to hide, but there was no use hiding anywhere in the 4 square space in the room. Stun grenades are different from grenades. Grenades can find shelters, but the noise of stun grenades is not afraid of shelters at all, unless you are deaf. Chapter 1929, the third person. When the tinnitus stopped, Yisha rushed out of the room, and there was no one to be seen. At the same time, Team Yellow has lost 3 members, and a negative effect has occurred. Fantasy abilities are invalidated, and any fantasy abilities cannot be used. Your uncle. Yisha listened to the mysterious voice in his ear and cursed in a low voice. Another one of his grandma died. Yisha really guessed it right. The second person died and began to seal the ability, and it was a fantasy ability. Yisha wanted to curse, and his strength suddenly dropped. Dragon Transformation, Paper God, Thunder Emperor, Red Flame Armor, etc. Yisha has a lot of fantasy abilities. In fact, Yisha wondered whether the forbidden ability could be chosen by Khalil himself. There is no doubt that fantasy ability is a large category on the Doomsday train, and many abilities are related to fantasy ability. Fantasy ability, domain ability, and space and time ability. These 3 categories are recognized as powerful ability categories. Among them, fantasy ability covers the widest range, such as elemental power, which belongs to fantasy ability. Therefore, basically on the Doomsday train, those who can be called strong have a lot of fantasy abilities. This fantasy ability ban is not only for Yisha, but for everyone. 100% of the coverage is too large. If you have the guts, then the apostle power as well. Yisha cursed angrily, and at the same time was a little fortunate that he had the apostle power, and the apostle power was almost impossible to be banned. The opponent's domain ability came from the Doomsday train, and there was no apostle power category on the Doomsday train. Yisha really didn't believe that even the apostle power could be banned. After Ming Hai was resurrected, Yisha waved his hand. Let's go. We must find the last person on our side as soon as possible. First the weapons, then the abilities. Yisha was a bit troubled. Khalil's strategy was relatively successful. Fortunately, Yisha still had the power of the apostles. Otherwise, he would be basically blind. Yisha's strength was suppressed by more than a little bit. It was an understatement to say that his strength was halved. After leaving the room, Yisha walked forward along the corridor, looking for people on the screen. Some on his side, and of course some on the enemy side. Although there were surveillance images, it was not an easy task. There were too many surveillances, and the PDA had 8 screens. which were constantly switched. It took a long time to switch around. However, Yisha still found the target quickly. It was not the other person, but the yellow light circle. Yisha, why is it this guy? Minghai came over. Who? Yisha, Ice Emperor Tesla. Tesla and Lu Hao were the only two crew members who chased Yisha to the sea. These two guys said they were crew members, but in fact they had the strength of the chief crew member. As a result, Lu Hao died and Tesla ran away. Minghai, the 9th floor is not far from us. Find him? No. Yisha frowned. It's a bit troublesome. Minghai, why? Yisha, he is from Doomsday Train. In fact, the people from Doomsday Train don't matter. This damn domain is not limited by time. But the domain will end after one of the people dies. Then, Tesla is also the opponent's must-kill target. If Tesla doesn't die, even if Minghai and Yisha are killed, the opponent can't leave. However, there is a prerequisite here. That is, Khalil is telling the truth. What if that bastard fools Yisha and puts Tesla next to him? It is like placing a time bomb. Even Tesla may be deliberately placed by the opponent next to Yisha, looking for an opportunity to stab Yisha in the back. Yisha was confused. This matter was completely impossible to judge. Khalil showed up and announced the rules. The two did not communicate much. Yisha was not a human lie detector. How could he know whether the other party was telling the truth or a lie? Minghai, there must be a way. Right? Yisha, ignore him for now. Let's find a way to kill two people first. The effect of this field is very pitfall, but the weapons and abilities are limited. Yisha has no other way. Then, he can only solve this problem in an alternative way. Killing a few people on the other side, and pulling both sides back to the same starting line. If we want to restrict, we should restrict together. This is fair. Yisha quickly switched the screen. It was known that Khalil, a sniper, and the 4-star had already joined together. The three could confirm the location of Yisha and Minghai, but Yisha could not determine their location for the time being. Obviously, they deliberately avoided the monitoring equipment. This was very disadvantageous. Yisha could not attack them. In this case, he could only think of other ways. That is, to attack the remaining two people. Yisha quickly switched the screen. But there was no target. Theoretically, the monitoring equipment has blind spots. But with the technological strength of Compu, it is easy to achieve no blind spots. But the problem is that this building has obviously experienced large-scale battles, and many monitoring equipment have been destroyed. Do I have to be so unlucky? Yisha suddenly paused. It seems that luck has not left me. Go to the 7th floor. Yisha shouted to Minghai, and then crashed into the French window on the side. Yisha's current position was just at the edge of the outer wall of the building. After crashing through the window, Yisha fell down. When he reached the 7th floor, Yisha suddenly pulled out the twin serrated swords and stabbed them into the wall with hatred. Although sword weapons cannot cause damage, they can still be used. After stabilizing his body, Yisha rushed towards the window again. After breaking the window, Yisha entered the 7th floor. Not far from the window, Yisha saw a middle-aged man with mechanical arms in both hands. Someone from Compu. This was originally a good opportunity to interrogate the situation. The people from Compu must be the most familiar with the current situation because they are the only defenders. At the same time, the other party may also know the location of the core area. However, Yisha obviously couldn't care so much now. Die! Yisha leaped forward, and the armed man from Compu was startled, and instinctively blocked the mechanical arm in front of him. Crack! The next moment, Yisha grabbed the opponent's mechanical arm and squeezed it hard, and the mechanical arm was shattered into a pile of metal fragments. Raising his palm like a knife, Yisha stabbed forward with force. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood tearing was heard. Yisha's palm knife directly pierced the opponent's chest, and then he pulled his hand violently, and blood flowed out crazily. The blue team has lost 4 members, and negative effects have occurred. Physical exhaustion. Physical fitness has decreased by 30% before the domain is lifted. No drugs can be used to improve or restore physical fitness, and regeneration and self-healing abilities are invalidated. The mysterious voice sounded again, but this time it was the other side's turn. Chapter 1930 Encounter. Yisha bared his teeth. The negative effects provided by this domain ability are really severe. 30% physical fitness weakening is normal. Now is not the beginning of the apocalypse. Everyone is desperately strengthening their physical fitness in order to fight zombies or avoid zombies. The various abilities, weapons, props, equipment, etc. obtained from the Doomsday train are the key to survival. Of course, it cannot be said that physical fitness weakening is useless. After all, it is impossible to stand still in battle. Speed and strength are all related to physical fitness. Moreover, after getting used to a certain degree of strength and speed, sudden weakening will cause discomfort. For example, with Yisha's physical fitness, he can jump up to 6 or 7 meters, and the two buildings are only 5 meters apart. So, he can easily jump to the other side by jumping from the separated building. And then his physical fitness weakens, and he falls directly to the bottom of the building. But the most important thing is that the self-healing ability and regeneration ability are invalidated, which is the real killer. Nowadays, people who can be considered powerful have more or less self-healing ability or regeneration ability. Having similar abilities does not mean immortality, but it does make it easier to fight. For example, bullets, as long as they are not in the head, eyes, or heart. Yisha almost doesn't care. The bullet hits Yisha's shoulder. The regeneration ability is activated. The muscles squeeze the bullet, push the bullet out of Yisha's body, and then heal, almost unable to cause damage. Of course, the time period from injury to regeneration still has an impact, but it is not that big. Similarly, some minor injuries, including ordinary slashes and explosions, can be ignored. In battle, you can also appropriately ignore attacks that cause such damage. But if there is no regeneration and self-healing ability, it will be very troublesome. Even if it is only a minor injury, enough injuries will cause death. Secondly, it affects the battle. Minor injuries can recover quickly, so there is no problem. But if they do not recover, even minor injuries can still cause pain and influence. From this point of view, Khalil and his men are also in trouble. However, compared with them, Yisha's loss is definitely greater. After all, Yisha is restricted from fighting, while the other party is affected from fighting. However, once there is one, there will be another. Yisha took out his PDA. Find the next one, Yisha said as he entered the security corridor. The security corridor is not densely monitored. There is one at each entrance and exit, but there is none in the corridor, which can form a blind spot. Looking at the surveillance footage, Yisha still did not find the last person on the other side. But Tesla, they actually started fighting. Tesla didn't know how he ran to the 22nd floor, and then was ambushed. And then, they started fighting. At present, the 22nd floor has been so violent that the whole floor has been frozen into an ice storage by Tesla. But it's hard to say who will win or lose. Tesla is a flight attendant, and it is generally recognized that he has the strength of a flight attendant chief. But the minimum standard of 4 stars is equivalent to the strength of a flight attendant chief. Ming-Hai came over. Are you very conflicted? Should I help or not help? Yisha rolled his eyes. Go to hell. Stop gloating. Ming-Hai, think on the bright side. At least we are invincible. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Ming-Hai pointed at himself. I can't die. Even if all of you die, and I am the only one left. Can they kill me? Then they will all be trapped here, unable to leave forever. And maybe they can't stand it in the end. And suicide is also possible. Yisha was stunned, although Ming-Hai's statement was nonsense. If you think about it carefully, it actually makes sense. If what Khalil said was true, and the domain could not be lifted unless all the people in one group died, then Khalil would never win. Even if he killed Yisha, he could not kill Ming-Hai. And then, he would be trapped here forever? Or would he be trapped here by his own ability? Although this ending is funny, it seems to be really possible. This is really an invincible place. To be honest, Yisha is really interested in knowing what Khalil's expression would be if such a situation happened, and whether Ming-Hai could be killed if he stood there and let them kill him. However, forget about risking your life. Isn't he sick? If he dies to satisfy his curiosity, then he can't satisfy his curiosity even if he dies. Can Ming-Hai call hell to tell him the result? While thinking about it, he walked up the stairs. Suddenly, the door of the upper safety staircase opened and 2 grenades were thrown in. Your grandma. Are you coming? Yisha raised his hand and pulled out 2 red flame bombs and threw them back. Then, with a flick of his finger, Countless thin lines shot out from the string rings, crisscrossing in front of Yisha and forming a wall. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the explosion sounded continuously. The flames quickly pushed away. The thin wire was blown up, but it also blocked the impact of the explosion. Yisha quickly moved forward, jumped over the flames, and rushed out of the safe corridor. The opponent did not run. Or it should be said that he did not have time to run. The red flame bomb thrown by Yisha worked. The opponent was affected by the explosion, and a part of his trouser leg was torn, and blood was faintly flowing out. Without saying a word, Yisha came directly to the opponent and kicked him horizontally. Bang! Yisha hit the opponent's chest. As the opponent retreated, he took out 2 iron cans again. But at this moment, Cocoon! Cocoon, release a thin string to the target, bind the opponent's body, and can be hung upside down on an object higher than 2 meters. The target is not killed when it is still, but it will cause damage when struggling. Yisha's string ring shot out a thin line again, and almost in an instant, the opponent was firmly bound. Aren't you tired of using the same trick over and over again? Yisha kicked the opponent's body and kicked him away again. How should you run now? As Yisha spoke, he spread his right hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. The power of the Son of Flame is not a fantasy ability, and it will not be bound by domain abilities. But at this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared above Yisha's head, and the position of the ceiling twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then 2 metal spikes suddenly appeared and stabbed downwards. Finally, it's my turn to play. Ming Hai flew excitedly and blocked in front of Yisha. With 2 sounds of puff, puff, 2 metal spikes pierced through Ming Hai's body and nailed him to the ground. The next moment, Ming Hai was crawling on the ground and trying to get up. The floor also squirmed. The metal alloy floor twisted, and the 2 metal spikes rose up and pierced Ming Hai's body again. Ming Hai screamed, and blood gushed out of the wound like crazy. Chapter 1931 Despair. For metal spikes completely penetrated Ming Hai's body, but it was not enough. The 2 floors suddenly flipped up, and the edges became sharp saw teeth, and then fell towards Ming Hai's body. With 2 sounds of puff, Ming Hai's body was completely torn apart. Although it was not broken into 2 halves, it was almost the same. The body was directly torn apart. Under normal circumstances, this degree of death is basically the death that cannot be more dead. No one can be alive after the body is almost torn apart and the internal organs are scattered all over the floor. Of course, it was just a normal situation. Ming Hai was not a normal situation. So Yisha's focus was not Ming Hai at all, but the traps. This was a trap. But it was not a trap, because the floor was the floor. The ceiling was the ceiling. There was nothing special about it, and the traps were not placed there. But the ceiling and the floor suddenly became traps. This was an ability, and Yisha knew it was called Trap Master, which was not purchased from the treasure list because it was rarer. Trap Master was a title, and the title ability of this title was to be able to transform all objects into traps. At the same time, the bad news did not stop. The yellow team has lost 2 people, and a negative effect has occurred. The domain ability cannot be used, and the effective domain ability will not be affected until the domain ability is automatically removed. Tesla is dead. Yisha really did not expect that the other party really killed Tesla. It seems that Tesla and the other party are not in the same group. At the same time, the negative effect this time has almost no effect on Yisha, who has no domain ability. No, that's not quite right. Yisha has domain abilities, but the 9 Heavens domain is a subsidiary of the Thunder Emperor's abilities. The Thunder Emperor's abilities have been banned, so it doesn't matter whether the domain abilities are banned or not. Secondly, all under heaven belongs to the king, and the king's domain are domains attached to weapons and are not affected at all. The Sword Falls to Southern Frontier cannot be used, but the Sword Falls to Southern Frontier's abilities can be used, as long as the sword is not used to cause damage. It is not within the opponent's domain restrictions. The negative effect bans the damage caused by non-firearms, not the effects of non-firearms. Similarly, the domain ability attached to the weapon is a weapon effect, not an ability, so it will not be affected. Therefore, the forbidden domain ability has no effect on Yisha at all. If it is a random negative effect, then Yisha is very lucky this time. If it is a negative effect specified by Khalil, then Khalil miscalculated this time. At the same time, Khalil walked out of the office area on this floor and looked at Yisha. Captain, do you still have a way to struggle now? You are the only one left. Nonsense. Ming Hai struggled to get up and stuffed his intestines into his stomach. It's obviously too. Khalil showed a look of surprise, then stretched out his hand to the ceiling. And a cover of the ceiling suddenly fell down, and dense spikes suddenly grew on it, which fell on Ming Hai's head. Ming Hai's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon hit by a stick. Plop! Ming Hai fell straight to the ground. But only half a minute later, a new head grew out. Khalil looked at the sniper in astonishment. Really unkillable? The sniper nodded. Yisha suddenly found it a little funny. It seemed that Khalil and the sniper had also reached a temporary alliance. Otherwise, knowing that Ming Hai could not die, Khalil should not use his domain ability. Otherwise, how could Khalil break this situation? How could he kill Ming Hai? Of course, it is hard to say. There must have been communication between the two. Maybe Khalil did not believe that someone could not be killed after listening. This possibility is also very high. If Yisha had not witnessed it countless times with his own eyes, Yisha would not believe that someone could not be killed. Yisha himself has the ability to revive. But there is a limit to the number of times. Yisha became interested and looked at Khalil. What are you going to do now? I'm curious. Even if you kill me, you can't end this. Khalil looked at Yisha calmly. That's for later. The most important thing right now is to kill you. This means a generous reward from the train conductor. And even glory. Glory? Yisha said disdainfully. I really didn't know I could reach such a height. Besides, the guys on the Doomsday train have something like glory? Khalil smiled. In my opinion, the so-called glory is a kind of capital for showing off and a sense of achievement. It is undeniable that your strength is impressive. You are the only person that the train conductor wanted to kill, but did not kill. If you were still on the Doomsday train, you would definitely serve as the deputy train conductor. It is indeed an honor to be able to kill you, and I can show off to others. Yisha, the premise is that you can kill me. Khalil, I admit that I am not your opponent. But that means when you are in your prime. In the current situation, you can't exert half of your strength. The situation is 3 against 1. I don't think I can't do it. Yisha laughed. Ignorance is the greatest sin. You shouldn't appear in front of me. If you hide, this game can still be played. If you appear, this game should be over. Yisha took out the Emperor of Time and fiddled with the pointer. The next moment, the space around Yisha suddenly twisted, and then 2 identical Yishas appeared beside Yisha. One on the left and one on the right. 11 o'clock, time clone. You can summon 2 clones from the past time period to fight, which lasts for 15 minutes. Clone? Khalil shook his head. It's useless. The clone is also restricted by my domain. Sizzle. The 2 clones of Yisha suddenly took action, and electric current continued to flow out of their bodies, and then attacked Khalil and the sniper from the left and right. Khalil was caught off guard and was hit by the electric current. His body flew backwards and hit the wall hard. His chest was charred and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Impossible. Khalil was shocked. You can't use fantasy ability. Yisha, let me briefly introduce them. These 2 are time clones, summoned from the past or future. As long as I choose to summon them when they are not trapped in the domain time period, they will certainly not be affected by the domain ability. This is a very simple truth. For example, Yisha summoned himself 2 hours ago as a clone. At that time, he had not entered the building or the domain, so of course, he was not restricted. Yisha narrowed his eyes. In addition, I can tell you something that will make you even more desperate. I did not summon them from the past, but summoned them from 2 hours in the future to become clones. Chapter 1932 Beehive. Khalil's face changed drastically, because this was indeed a desperate news. If Yisha could summon a time clone from the future time period, it could only mean one thing. Yisha was not dead. Not here. Those who died here have no future. And of course, it is impossible to summon a time clone from the future. Yisha, so, say goodbye. Boom. Boom. The 2 time clones simultaneously activated the power of the Son of Flame, and a large piece of flame spread out in all directions, engulfing everything. The battle lasted for 5 minutes, and Khalil and the sniper died. This was the expected result. The opponent couldn't even beat 1 Yisha, let alone 2. Yisha himself didn't even make a move. The sniper was quite strong, but unfortunately, a sniper who lost the advantage of distance was like a bird breaking its own arm. This was Khalil's failure. He shouldn't have asked a sniper to help in close combat. Of course, Khalil had his reasons. It was not so easy to get exactly 10 people. Similarly, 3 Yishas fought against a 4-star. A completely unequal battle. And it also ended in 5 minutes. As for the last one, he turned out to be a burden. A member of Comp Corporation. It took Yisha less than 20 minutes to kill the 3 of Khalil. But it took him an hour to find the guy who was locked in the locker room. Yisha took out the ID card from the opponent's pocket. Joseph of the Aero Squadron of the 2nd Armed Team? And a deputy captain? After reading it, Yisha threw the ID card aside. Yisha, be direct. Do you want me to torture you and then answer my questions? Or do you want me to answer my questions directly? It's your choice. I'll only give you 30 seconds. Yisha took out the Emperor of Time to check the time. Joseph bit his lip and said nothing. Time's up. Puff. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it directly into the opponent's thigh. Ah! The scream suddenly rang out. Yisha, believe me. I have medicine that can treat you. I will never let you die from excessive blood loss. Nor will I give you the opportunity to commit suicide. And I have time and can afford it. Joseph gritted his teeth. What do you want to ask? Yisha, let me introduce myself first. Your ID card is not clear. Are you specifically affiliated with the 3 Dragon Squad? The Cleanup Force? Or? Joseph, the Future City Armed Defense Force belongs to the Cleanup Force. But it is not affiliated with the Cleanup Force. It is directly led by the upper management of the company. Yisha, what do you mean by upper management? Joseph, Wayne Astaire. Yisha was stunned. Wayne was one of the 3 giants of Compu. After the death of Kareem and the advent of the end of the world, Martha led people to leave and become independent. Wayne was basically the only boss of Compu. Another giant, Adams Will, was a scientist who was in charge of research matters, not Compu's decision-making issues. A deputy captain of an armed team is not a big fish anyway. But it is interesting to be directly under Wayne's jurisdiction. Yisha continued, many people have invaded the Doomsday City. Right? Joseph looked at Yisha as if he was looking at a fool. You are an invader. And you ask me? Yisha, where are those people now? Joseph was stunned. Aren't you the first batch to come in? Yisha patted Joseph's face with the Alaskan whale harpoon. You better find out who is asking questions. Joseph, they were sent into the hive by the Vortex device. Yisha frowned, to be more specific. What is the Vortex device and the hive? Joseph, a very high-end defense system. 1/3 of the hive is on the ground, and 2/3 is deeper underground. The internal structure is unknown. That is not something I can know. I am only responsible for the outer security. But I know that the hive has at least more than 500 entrances, connecting more than 500 branches. And the inside is a huge maze. The name of the hive is because it is very complicated inside. Yisha, big vortex device? Joseph, it is a part of the beehive security system. There are countless traps inside the Doomsday City. When the big vortex device is turned on, these devices will force people into the beehive in various ways. For example, when you are walking on the street, the ground suddenly collapses. The space behind the door inside the building changes, and it is directly connected to the transmission channel. There are also simulated environments, etc., which make you enter the beehive inexplicably. The big vortex device can turn the Doomsday City into a huge vortex, and anyone will be sucked into it. Minghai wondered, even if we send people into the hive, what can we do? Joseph showed disdain. That is the most advanced technology of our company. Yisha grabbed Joseph's throat, and the feeling of suffocation quickly swept Joseph's body, and his face turned purple. Yisha, I'm not here to listen to your bragging. Yisha let go of his hand, and Joseph coughed. I don't know much. I only know that there are many traps in the hive. It is easy to get in but difficult to get out. And there is also a Skynet intelligent security system responsible for defense. People who go in are in danger of death and will not survive. Yisha narrowed his eyes and guessed something. Then, the core area of the Doomsday City is inside the hive? Joseph sneered, otherwise. What do you think the hive is for? Yisha, then how do you get into the hive? Joseph, I don't know. In fact, the vortex device has only been activated for the first time, because this is the first time someone has invaded. At present, the vortex device has stopped moving, and the entrance to the hive should have been completely closed. Oh! Puff! Yisha suddenly reached out and stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon into Joseph's heart. Yisha looked at Joseph with wide eyes. People without value will not live long. You told me everything you know so straightforwardly. How can I not kill you? Besides, I can't leave here if I don't kill you. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. And Joseph died soon. He came to the edge of the building and took a look. The domain had completely disappeared. Yisha waved to Ming Hai. Let's go. Yisha and Ming Hai left. Now they knew why there were so few people in the future city. It was totally disproportionate to the number of people who invaded here. It turned out that this place could only be considered as the periphery. This made us sigh at the generosity of Compu. With the scale of this place, who would have thought that it was just the periphery? Yisha, next. We have to find a way to enter the hive. Ming Hai, isn't 2/3 of it underground? With your ability, just destroy it violently and enter directly from the outside. Well, that's one way. Yisha, but I don't think it can be done so easily. Chapter 1933 Password. Yisha is not self-deprecating. But this matter is indeed more troublesome. There are only so many steel plates to enter the future city from the ground. And there are so many layers. Cutting down layer by layer can kill people. There must be steel plates outside the beehive to prevent violent invasion. There is no reason to be tied outside and loose inside. The defense measures are either tied outside and tight inside, or loose outside and tight inside. Therefore, violent entry is not impossible. But it is not necessarily easy to use. It is also possible that Yisha is exhausted after entering the beehive. Ming Hai, what should we do now? Yisha, let's go meet Mo-shi first, and see what information she can give us. Yisha looked at the time and found that it was past the time he and Mo-shi had agreed on. So he went straight to the agreed building. When he reached the rooftop, Mo-shi was fighting. Mo-shi's opponent was a giant crow, 3.5 meters tall, with bird legs but no wings, and a bunch of thick human-shaped arms in place of wings. This is a stitched zombie, a product of Compu. The crow is a shadow night crow, a king-level alien creature. And then the arm is stitched. And there are countless infusion tubes and some mechanical parts behind it. So, Compu made a stitched zombie that can obey their orders. I have to say that in terms of technological power, Yisha really admires Compu. The technological power they have mastered has surpassed this era. Unfortunately, now is the end of the world. Not a peaceful era. This technology can only be used for violence and killing. But then again, it may also be that the living environment of the end of the world has given rise to the progress and development of technology. Otherwise, how can we say that every war is the driving force for the advancement of civilization? Yisha and Ming Hai sat on the sidelines and watched the show. After about 15 minutes, Mo-shi solved her goal. Mo-shi wiped the sweat from her forehead and came over. You really have the nerve to sit on the sidelines and watch. Yisha, I also played a lot of games. It was very tiring. And you can solve it. Isn't it a king-level stuff? Mo-shi shrugged. What information do you have? Yisha, beehive. The big vortex device? Do you know? Mo-shi, I know. Yisha spread his hands. Then there is nothing to say. Mo-shi smiled. It seems that I know a little more than you. Yisha, what do you know? Mo-shi, I'm looking for Oliver Twist. Ah? Yisha was stunned. Is it the Oliver Twist I know? Mo-shi nodded. Yes. Ming Hai wondered, what is Oliver Twist? Yisha looked down on him. It's terrible to be uneducated. It's a world-famous book. Ming Hai suddenly realized, oh, it was written by Shakespeare. Yisha, it's terrible to be uneducated. But it's even more terrible to pretend to be educated. The 4 tragedies were written by Shakespeare. Ming Hai was dissatisfied. I'm Chinese. I don't know what's strange. You can catch a foreigner and ask him if he knows what water margin is? Damn it. They call water margin the story of 105 men and 3 women. Ahem. Mo-shi coughed. I'm off topic. Yisha came back to his senses. Yes. Why are you looking for Oliver Twist? Moshi, do you know the absolute password? Yisha, I don't know. Moshi, to put it simply, the absolute password is an unbreakable password. A string of numbers, such as 15, 112, 390, 55, etc. Is it completely incomprehensible and impossible to crack? Yisha nodded. Moshi, because it requires props. The digital password corresponds to a book, and the first word of the page corresponding to the number is connected. And that is the answer. Yisha tapped his head with his finger. Can you explain it more carefully? I still don't quite understand what you mean. Moshi, okay. I caught a researcher from Computech. This researcher has a high status and works inside the hive. He shouldn't be here, but he happened to be on vacation. So he went out to meet his family. Ming Hai, where to meet? Moshi explained. The Doomsday City we are seeing now is the outer area. There are many residential areas here, where the families of the relevant personnel live. Those researchers usually work in the hive, and cannot come and go at will. But they have vacations. During the vacation, they can leave the hive and come to the outer area to meet their families. Yisha suddenly realized, do I need a password to enter the hive? Moshi, yes. It's an absolute password. The other party has a server that changes numbers according to the cycle. And there are corresponding books. At the same time, it doesn't necessarily take a digital mode. It can also be a piece of paper cut out with hollows on it. The words corresponding to the hollow positions are the passwords. The researcher has a 15-day holiday and learned the cycle password for 15 days in advance. It is still valid. But there are about 16 hours before the new cycle. We have to hurry. Minghai looked at Yisha. I think violence is good sometimes. Yisha scratched his head. Isn't it just being late? Why did I suffer so much? Entering the hive is not a difficult task in essence. In fact, Comp had already used the whirlpool device to get most people into the hive, and then used the hive's defense facilities to annihilate them. A small number of people remained on the periphery. There were two reasons. One was that they did not enter the Doomsday City when the whirlpool device was activated. The other was that they didn't know whether to say they were lucky or unlucky. The whirlpool device could not perfectly cover every area. These people just avoided it, so they were not taken into the hive. Therefore, if we trace the source of this matter, from the perspective of Compu, they don't care whether anyone enters the hive or not. They even want people to enter. In terms of manpower, Compu is definitely not a match for Doomsday Train and Apostle Walk. If they take the initiative to get people into the hive and use the power of technology, Compu still has the strength to fight. Without the power of technology, Compu would have collapsed long ago. As a result, they want them to enter, while Yisha and the other two are worried about how to enter. It has to be said that this matter is really a bit ironic. Moshi, it's not a question of whether we can get in or not. According to the information I got, there are a lot of traps and dangers in the hive. Those who are dragged into it by the whirlpool must be sent to the dangerous area. On the contrary, if we get the password and go in, it is likely to be a safe area. We may even have a chance to go directly to the core area and surpass others. Yisha, the question is, where can we find Oliver Twist? Moshi, strictly speaking, it's the 1992 French version of Oliver Twist. Yisha covered his face. Just kill me. Chapter 1934 Enter. What are the characteristics of world classics? That is reprinting and globalization. Basically, they are reprinted every few years or more than 10 years. They are sold globally, and the copyright is sold. Different countries buy the copyright, translate and publish, and then reprint. Therefore, as long as it is a world classic, basically there are at least dozens of versions in the world, or even hundreds of versions. Otherwise, how can it be famous? Isn't it because there are many versions and people all over the world read it? It is said that the Bible has more than 2,200 versions in different languages. It's scary to think about it. Ming Hai, this place can definitely be found. Right? Or the researcher has this book. Otherwise, how can he go back? Yisha's eyes lit up. Yes. Yisha felt stupid. Just thinking about finding this book temporarily is an impossible task. But he forgot that the book is not the point. The password is the point. Since such a password is given, of course it must be found. Otherwise, how can the researcher go back? Moshi gave the answer. Library. This shocked Yisha. There is a library here? Moshi, of course. Didn't I say that there are offices outside? Research institutes, experimental areas, armed personnel bases and training areas. But the main function is to accommodate the families of relevant personnel. There are not only libraries here, but also schools, supermarkets and shopping malls. Yisha said disdainfully. You really think you are at a paradise? However, although Yisha said disdainfully, he still understood the meaning. For example, is there any point in building a school? Who still has the mood to study in the end times? It is better to teach those children to kill people and zombies. But Yisha understood this intention. Compu re-established order here and created a stable social environment like before the end of the world. In this way, everyone would feel at ease and become dependent over time. The family members would also feel dependent. The remaining people who needed Compu would work hard just for their families to live in this stable environment similar to the one before the end of the world. Simply put, Compu created a beautiful bubble and used the bubble to make everyone more loyal. People always like to live in fantasy, because fantasy is always better than reality, especially in the end of the world, where cruel things make people more eager for beauty. Yisha, so, where is the library? Moshi, it's the hemispherical building in the west. Minghai, I have a question. I don't know if I should say it. Moshi, say it. Minghai, from the current point of view, this password is an access card, and it is not used to make things difficult for the researcher. In theory, it is easy to find the book. But if the library is destroyed, Yisha quickly covered Minghai's mouth. Good things don't work, but bad things do. No, it's the bad things that don't work, but good things do. Stop your bad mouth. Minghai spread his hands. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The three of them went downstairs and headed to the library. Minghai's bad mouth came true. There was a fight in the library. Although no one would deliberately break into a place like the library, someone happened to run in during a fight. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Minghai, what should we do now? Yisha looked at the scattered books on the ground, looking for books. I hope they are not broken. The library had obviously experienced a battle, but no one would deliberately destroy the books. Of course, they would definitely be destroyed in the battle. It depends on luck whether they can find the Oliver Twist they are looking for. The three began to flip through the books. This is really not a small project. Normally, you ask the librarian, and he will tell you the location of the books, or the bookshelf is marked. But it is very messy now. About a quarter of an hour later, Minghai suddenly said to Yisha, do you know what is the most important thing when looking for books? Yisha looked puzzled. Then, careful? Moshi, patience. Minghai, no. I know French. Yisha was amazed. For the first time, he found that Minghai's IQ seemed to be higher than his. No wonder he looked confused after searching for a long time. Damn. How could he know French? Moshi helplessly, you two should take a rest. Minghai, look. It's good to be uneducated. The educated ones need to find books, and the uneducated ones can sit aside and read. Yisha rolled his eyes and sat aside. After about half an hour, Moshi picked up a book. I found it. Moshi has a password, and the first letter of the page is the password. Yisha then. The entrance and exit? Moshi, I know. Follow me. Moshi took the lead to leave the library, and then took the aerial rail car. This thing is quite advanced. Even on the ground. Only a few cities have it. I didn't expect that Compu built this thing underground. Yisha, I really didn't expect this thing to be intact. Moshi, lucky. Most of them have been destroyed. The rail car entered the residential area. Moshi got off, and then came to a supermarket. After entering the underground parking lot, she entered the PDA's special channel. At the end, there was a sign prohibiting non-staff from entering. After walking past, there was an iron door. Seeing the iron door, Yisha knew that there must be something wrong with this place. It turned out to be a high-end product, with a password lock, a physical lock, and pupil patterns. The Archon can crack both the password lock and the pupil pattern lock. The key lies in the physical lock. This lock is not ordinary. Moshi tried to break it by force but failed. The material is very special. At the same time, there is no key, but a mechanical wheel, corresponding to the password they found. After a while, the door was opened, revealing a long and narrow staircase with lights on both sides. Yisha led the way down, feeling that it was a bit deep. After walking about 40 or 50 meters, the staircase suddenly collapsed and turned into a slope. The three of them were caught off guard and began to slide down the slope. There is a trap. Yisha was startled. Then took out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the ground, half hanging there. Then reached out and grabbed Minghai. Minghai reached out to grab Moshi, but was a step too late, and Moshi had already continued to slide down. Yisha said to Minghai, turn your body sideways and support yourself with your hands and feet on the wall. Minghai did as he was told. But it was too late. The ground beneath the two of them suddenly opened downwards, and turned into a big hole. And then the two of them fell downwards. This vertical passage was deeper than expected, and it took about 10 seconds for the two of them to fall to the ground. Yi Sha landed lightly on the ground, while Ming Hai broke his limbs and could only crawl on the ground. But this guy recovered quickly and was fine in a short while. Suddenly, sounds were heard all around, and then lights came on. The sudden appearance of light in the darkness made people uncomfortable. Yi Sha stretched out his hand to cover it for a while, then slowly moved his palm away, looking at Ming Hai, who was crawling up from the ground. She was tricked. Chapter 1935 Cube Trap. This place should be inside the hive. But if she had not been tricked, the trap would not have appeared during the entry process, but should have appeared after entering completely. This means that the researcher deliberately told she had dangerous entry route. Of course, the hive is definitely a hive, and people don't care. On the contrary, they think entering the hive is a suicide, and they are eager for people to come in. But they will not send people to a safe area. But no matter what, the purpose has been achieved. It is still acceptable. Yi Sha began to look around. This is a cubic space, with 4 walls, a door on the ceiling and underfoot. Other than that, this place is empty. Nothing. Ming Hai, there must be something strange about these doors. Yi Sha, even a fool would know. Ming Hai, what should I do? Yi Sha, go open the door. Damn. Ming Hai was dissatisfied. You treat me as cannon fodder again. Yi Sha, besides being cannon fodder, do you have any other value? Ming Hai spread his hands and started to push the door. The door was not locked and could be opened easily. After opening it, it was still a cubic space with a door on each side. A total of 6 doors. Ming Hai entered it carelessly. The only good thing was that he would not die. Trap? Trap is nothing. Then the trap really appeared. Metal pipes suddenly appeared on the 6 sides and began to spray flames. Almost in an instant, Ming Hai was burned to a charred corpse. However, 3 minutes later, the charred ash on Ming Hai's body peeled off, and this guy was alive and kicking again. Yi Sha motioned Ming Hai to come out, and then changed the door. Continue. Damn. Ming Hai cursed again. Although I am used to dying, I still don't like to die. It's stupid. It makes me look cheap. And it hurts. Yi Sha, do you think you don't have to be a cannon fodder after complaining? Ming Hai, you are inhuman. Of course you can't. Yi Sha, if that's the case, why are you complaining? Continue. Ming Hai opened the door and said, you have human rights even if you can't die. Abusing small animals is also condemned by society. Yi Sha, you should know what era it is now. Yi Sha and Ming Hai were bickering with each other. And then Ming Hai was electrocuted. The room on the other side was a high-voltage electricity room. After a while, Ming Hai recovered and climbed out of the room by himself. Yi Sha, this room is a bit cruel. Ming Hai, it's okay. It shouldn't hurt you. Yi Sha, that's not what I meant. It's a cube with 6 doors. If there is no accident, there must be a safe passage. However, the next cube space has 6 doors and 6 passages again. Ming Hai, I don't quite understand. Of course, a normal person has a 1/6 chance of escaping once, but not necessarily the next time. You may be killed sooner or later, but it's not a big problem for you. Yi Sha sighed and decided not to beat around the bush. He said directly, this is a maze. A door maze. Door mazes are quite common in amusement parks. It's basically entering a space with 4 doors. A cubic space. Only one of the 4 doors may be open, or all 4 can be opened. But there is only one correct way. You need to keep opening doors to finally leave the maze. The design of this place is basically based on the door maze, with a ceiling and floor, and the space is enlarged and traps are installed. Yi Sha, the difficulty of this place is that even if you can avoid the traps, you may be trapped here and unable to get out. Ming Hai smiled, then it depends on you. You can destroy it violently. Yi Sha touched the wall. I hope you will die first. Violent means are the last resort, and are not worth using at the moment. Ming Hai, damn it. Is it worth it for me to die? Yi Sha said seriously, to be honest, your life is the least valuable thing I have ever seen. By the way, this is a compliment. Ming Hai wanted to vomit blood. He understood what Yi Sha meant. If there are too many things, they are worthless. For example, Ming Hai had heard of a rich man who had a watch. There were only 6 in the world, and the market price was over $1 million. Then the rich man tried every means to get the other 5, and then burned them. Others thought he was crazy, and thought he had too much money, and had nowhere to spend it. However, 10 years later, the rich man auctioned the watch for nearly $100 million, which was more than 10 times the total price of the 6 watches. The same is true for life, because only one life is valuable, and more lives are worthless. Ye Shah, okay. Let me be frank. Violent destruction is not an easy thing. The metal plates here are the same as the defense plates outside the Doomsday City. I can destroy them, but it is a very large cost. Secondly, I think the other party will consider this. Violent destruction must have a price, and then this price accumulates and becomes very troublesome. Ming Hai, actually, you don't need to explain. Anyway, I will do it whether you explain or not. If I don't go to hell, who will? Ming Hai opened the door and then became cannon fodder. Not to mention, the traps in this cube maze are really varied. Chopping with a knife and an axe, burning with fire and drowning with water are all child's play. There are also some strange traps, such as rolling wax. This thing can turn a living person into a wax figure in an instant when sprinkled on the body. However, with Ming Hai, nothing is feared. Ye Shah, this is the first time I feel that you are so useful. Ming Hai pondered for a while. Why don't I feel like it's a compliment to me? Ye Shah, believe me, it's definitely a compliment. Ye Shah now thinks this place is interesting. Even if this cube maze is considered the first level, then this first level is not easy to deal with. Of course, because of Ming Hai, Ye Shah can be so smooth. If Ye Shah is alone, Ye Shah admits that it will take some effort. This is a consumption strategy. Consumption little by little, accumulation of injuries little by little, and then death. About half an hour later, Ye Shah and Ming Hai finally reached the edge of the cube. In fact, Ye Shah and Ming Hai did not necessarily take the correct path. They just ignored the traps. But no matter what, it was a good thing to get out. The last path was open downwards. Still a cubic space, but obviously larger than the previous one. And there was only one door. After the two jumped down, Ming Hai habitually went to open the door. However, at the moment of opening the door, bang! Ming Hai only opened the door a crack, and something hit the door and pushed Ming Hai out. The next moment, countless zombies rushed in from the door frantically. Damn! Ming Hai lay on the ground, kicking the zombies. I thought I found a way out, but it turned out to be a trap. Chapter 1936 Fat Dragon. Ye Shah immediately drew his sword and leaped forward, sweeping across the room, chopping off the heads of 2 zombies. He then grabbed Ming Hai by the back of his collar and threw him to the back. There were so many zombies, and after a moment's delay, they rushed into the room like crazy, filling the room in the blink of an eye. Ming Hai shouted, "Show your power, or you'll be finished." Ye Shah teased, "You can't die, so what are you afraid of?" Ming Hai was angry. Such a small place. You can't escape even if you are alive. Do you want to see my endless death loop? Ye Shah smiled, then spread his palm, and then a large piece of flames overflowed madly forward, pushing to the surroundings, and those zombies kept falling down like mowing grass. Ye Shah waved his hand. Go! Ye Shah came to the door, stretched out his hand and pushed forward. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, pushing out the zombies blocking the door and trying to rush in. And then Ye Shah stepped out. Looking around, Ye Shah breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies were not infinite. Of course, the word infinite was not right. There was no possibility of infinite zombie tides. It should be said that the number of zombies was not as many as imagined. Behind the door was a larger space, surrounded by 5 transparent glass pipes. The zombies came to the door from the glass pipes, so it would be very orderly and would not completely block the door. This was a simple trap, which was nothing more than transporting zombies from one room to another. The danger was suddenness. The moment the door was opened, it was suddenly attacked. After blocking the first wave, and being able to kill a large number of zombies, this trap would be useless. Lava burst. Ye Shah shouted. Punched forward. Flames wrapped around his arm, then turned into magma and flew forward, quickly killing another group of zombies. Ming Hai pointed to the side. There is a door there. Ye Shah nodded, swept out his sword casually, and the zombies that rushed over fell to the ground one after another, all with their heads gone. Ye Shah came to the side. The door was locked. Yi Sha slapped the door lock with his backhand. And while leaving the room, he threw a fireball into the room, then closed the door and left. Boom! An explosion sounded behind him. Perhaps this attack could not kill all the zombies. But it didn't matter. Even if they couldn't be killed, the zombies in the room would no longer have fighting power in a short period of time and could not be chased out. Outside the door was a corridor. The left and right sides were exactly the same. Nothing special. So Yi Sha randomly chose to move forward. After about a quarter of an hour, the corridor came to the end. Ming Hai looked around in surprise. Is this a military base? There is a large space at the end of the corridor. There is a passage in front and armed jeeps on both sides. There are about a dozen on each side. There are 2 bombers at the end. In addition, there are countless ammunition boxes piled up in the back. There are also 2 huge square objects. I don't know what they are because they are covered with canvas. I can only see the general shape from the corners. Yi Sha looked around. There is no entrance or exit. Ming Hai, yes. Up there. Yi Sha looked up and saw that there really were some small windows. You can get through them if you want. But this is a weird place. If there is nothing behind the air window, there is no reason not to set up a passage. Yi Sha, let's go and take a look. Yi Sha seemed to be careful. It felt strange to come to a military supply warehouse for no reason. Especially since there was no ground in front and behind. Only one passage and one warehouse. But no matter how strange it was, he had to move forward. If he retreated when he encountered something strange, Yi Sha estimated that he would not be able to leave this place for 10 years or so. About 10 meters ahead. Suddenly, boom! The gate of the passage suddenly closed with a loud noise. The next moment, the lights of the surrounding armed vehicles lit up at the same time, aiming at Yi Sha and Ming Hai. Yi Sha, sure enough. It's a trap. Ming Hai, stop talking nonsense. Run. Ming Hai moved forward all the way. The surrounding vehicles were equipped with machine guns. And they did not stop at all. The first thing they did was to open fire. Two. Bullets rained down. Countless bullets flew forward. And at the same time, the vehicle started and rushed towards Yi Sha and Ming Hai. Yi Sha took a deep breath. And then the shadow behind him suddenly lengthened. And then the corpse flower vine surged out crazily, flying around. The corpse flower vine swam like a giant python, blocking all the bullets around, and then began to hit the vehicles, knocking them over. This level of trap can only be considered a small battle, and Yi Sha did not take it seriously. But at this time, a scream suddenly came from the air, and then Ming Hai's body passed through the air and hit the ground in front of Yi Sha. Ming Hai twitched on the ground. There are more ruthless ones ahead. Yi Sha looked sideways, and the canvas on the cube was pulled open, and inside was a cage. And then Yi Sha frowned deeply. Fei Long? The person in front of Yi Sha seemed to be Fei Long, but it seemed not to be. He was naked from the waist up, wearing a pair of wide leather pants, and wearing a metal mask covering his mouth. Inside the mask were many infusion tubes with green liquid flowing, connected to Fei Long's neck. At the same time, on Fei Long's back, at the position of the spine, there is a metal sheet with holes on it, and metal syringes as thick as wrists are inserted into the holes. In addition to these 2 places, there are similar devices on Fei Long's wrists and ankles, bracelets and anklets, with infusion tubes connected to the inside, constantly injecting green liquid into Fei Long's body. Yi Sha took off the mask of the apostle, Fei Long. It's me! Roar! Yi Sha's answer was a roar. Fei Long opened his mouth angrily, and saliva kept flowing from the corners of Fei Long's mouth. Yi Sha frowned. Something was not right. Fei Long did have intellectual disabilities, but it was obviously not an IQ problem at the moment. Fei Long behaved like a ferocious beast. Lack of intelligence did not mean that he could not think, nor did it mean that he could not understand what others said. It was like a computer processor. The other party's processor just had some problems, which caused the speed to be slow. But it was different now. Fei Long seemed to have completely lost the ability to think that belonged to humans. At this time, Dr. Witzel's voice sounded from the loudspeaker of an armored vehicle that was not completely damaged on the side. This guy is your companion, right? So, as a gift, I gave him back to you. But whether he can still recognize you is another matter. So, I am very curious. Will you kill your companion? After Dr. Witzel finished speaking, he laughed teasingly. Chapter 1937 The Barbarian King reappears. Dr. Witzel appears. And the truth is clear, Fei Long has become a useless dragon. Yi Sha can probably guess the situation. He was captured, dead or half dead, and then transformed into the current inhuman appearance. At the same time, Fei Long is rushed towards Yi Sha, like a tank, with extremely heavy footsteps. Every time he steps out, the steel plate embedded in the ground will dent. A corpse flower vine rolled towards Fei Long, and Fei Long did not intend to avoid it at all, and directly raised his fist to hit. Bang! When Fei Long's fist hit the corpse flower vine, it shattered directly, and turned into countless fragments scattered around. Physical fitness extreme evolution is just like that. One word is to do it. Either kill others or be killed by others. There is no second choice. To be honest, Yi Sha actually envied the physical fitness extreme evolution. Of course, not the kind of artificially made. But like Fei Long, the two are not at the same level at all. For example, some people on the Doomsday train are obsessed with improving their physical fitness. They buy a lot of physical fitness enhancement potions, and choose abilities that improve physical fitness. They fight directly, relying on fists. In fact, in the early days, this type of people were called physical fitness extreme evolutionists. And they were also the pioneers and inventors of this approach. But the facts also prove that this type of guy can indeed gain strong combat power in the early and even midterm. Suppose two people have 2,000 gold skull coins and can buy anything on the Doomsday train. If one of them uses this method to improve, then there is a 100% probability that he can beat the other one, which is too much of an advantage. However, as time goes by, this advantage will be infinitely reduced, and then surpassed, and finally even fall into an absolute disadvantage. The reason is very simple. Physical fitness enhancement potions are the key. The core of this type of people's ability is physical fitness enhancement potions. Even if there are other enhancement abilities, most of them rely on percentages. The stronger the physical fitness, the greater the role of the ability. On the contrary, if the physical fitness is not high, the upper limit of the ability is low. The physical fitness enhancement potion has very distinct characteristics. The initial improvement is very obvious. Just like training muscles, it is relatively easy to train lines in the early stage. But if you are a muscular man, you need to increase the amount of training to make your muscles more terrifying. The effect is not obvious even if you train crazily. The same is true for physical fitness enhancement potions. After reaching a certain level, the improvement is very weak, and continuing to take it is also ineffective. Therefore, investing in physical fitness enhancement potions in the early stage can quickly improve. But the later the effect, the less effective it is, and the input and output are completely disproportionate. This kind of physical fitness extreme evolution is called artificial creation. It is strong in the early stage, but the upper limit is very low. In fact, it is a failure. Nowadays, this kind of people are almost not seen, because they are not qualified to be called strong. And it is impossible to become as strong. The other party stops moving forward after growing to a certain level. The real physical fitness extreme evolutionist is like Fei Long. He does not take any physical fitness enhancement drugs at all. He can become crazy strong by taking in energy from food. To a certain extent, Fei Long is a new human-shaped organism, but not a human. This is really powerful. Unfortunately, this is the same as alien humans and superhumans. It depends on talent and luck, and it cannot be created after birth. Yi Sha envies this kind of people. They can become strong just by eating. This is the person favored by God. Then, feeling the user's desire for power, the demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Randomly obtain the ability of the demigod characteristic, Barbarian King. Barbaric King, temporary, enhanced ability, physical ability within 15 minutes. Physical fitness is improved by 50%. And physical attributes can be adjusted freely. Life is so dramatic. Yi Sha did not deliberately trigger the demigod characteristic this time. But it was triggered. And it was the ability Yi Sha needed most at the moment. Frankly speaking, Yi Sha felt that it was still very troublesome to deal with Fei Long. The physical fitness of the extreme evolution is not only strong, but also innate regeneration and self-healing abilities. And the degree is very high. Similar to the ancient species of the king level, or even the extraordinary level. And the ability to resist blows is also strong. Very durable. Even if Yi Sha uses the power of the apostle, it may not be able to deal with it in a short time. However, with the barbarian king, that's a different matter. Seeing Fei Long coming to him, Yisha clenched his fist without hesitation. Bang! The next moment, Yisha punched out and collided with Fei Long's fist. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing appeared, followed by blood mist. A piece of bone suddenly pierced through Fei Long's elbow, and the whole arm was twisted and deformed. With his head tilted back, Fei Long roared madly. Extreme evolution of physical fitness? Yisha admitted that he was far behind Fei Long in physical fitness, and was not at the same level at all. Of course, the same is true for strength. But what if other attributes of the body are adjusted to strength? That's another story. No matter how strong Fei Long's physique is, it's impossible to reach this level. The next moment, Yisha adjusted the attribute of physical fitness to speed. Then, with a flash of his figure, he came to the side of Fei Long without even leaving an afterimage, and punched Fei Long's belly. Bang! After the punch, Yisha couldn't help but frown. Fei Long's defense is very strange, relying on that fat. The fat is very elastic. When Yisha punched it, he could clearly feel that the power was removed. The fat was sunken, and Yisha's fist was deeply sunken, feeling like hitting cotton. Ah! Ah! Fei Long was also screaming crazily at this time, roaring loudly. One arm was temporarily disabled, but Fei Long still had another arm. He raised his palm as big as a palm fan and slapped it hard towards Yisha. Boom! Fei Long's palm fell, and the steel plate on the ground was twisted in an instant. The ground below exploded, and a large amount of sand and dust was swept away. However, when the sand and dust dispersed, Yisha was not in the dust. When Fei Long's palm fell, Yisha had already dodged and moved away. Then, when the dust dispersed, Yisha moved at high speed again and returned to Fei Long in an instant. Crack! Crack! Yisha clenched his fist, and his knuckles kept making sounds. Since the soft parts of the body are covered with fat, it is difficult to cause effective damage, so he can only go for the hard parts of the body. That is, the bones, or the joints. The next moment, Yisha's clenched fist blasted towards Fei Long's knee. Chapter 1938 Forward. Crack! Fei Long's knee was smashed by Yisha's punch, and then he knelt on one knee. The next moment, Yisha grabbed the collar on Fei Long's neck, tore it off with force, and punched Fei Long on the head. Bang! Fei Long's temple was sunken, and blood spurted out like crazy, covering Yisha's body. Yisha wiped his face, and then Fei Long fell to the ground, and the pool of blood slowly spread out to the surroundings. Fei Long is still very difficult to deal with. When Yisha was still the chief steward, he had several stewards under him, and the strength of Nyepa. Yisha was always unsure, because Nyepa was very cunning and had some hidden abilities. After excluding Nyepa, the strongest one is probably Fei Long. Yu is also very strong, and she has a 70% chance of winning against Fei Long. But that's because Fei Long's brain is not good. In terms of hard power, Fei Long is even better than Yu. Fei Long is unlucky, and Yisha may not be able to kill Fei Long easily with the power of the Apostle and the swordsmanship of Dongfang Yu. But who can blame the half-human, half-god for having the Barbarian King ability? This ability is completely the nemesis of the extreme evolution of physical fitness. No matter how terrifying the extreme evolution of physical fitness is, it is not as good as concentrating all the physical characteristics on one attribute. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly broke out. The next moment, Dr. Witzel's voice rang out again. You are so cruel. I like it. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Yisha, either I kill him or he kills me. How can there be any mercy? Besides, I know your methods. Even if I don't kill him, can he survive? Or even if he survives, he can only become a machine controlled by you. Right? In this case, it's better to die. Hee. Dr. Witzel smiled. I'll wait for you to come to me. Yisha, since you want my body so much, you should open the door and let me find you. Dr. Witzel smiled again. I admit that you are valuable, but I want to know how valuable you are. If you can't appear in front of me, it means that your value is not as high as I thought. So I am looking forward to your arrival. Yisha, then wait. Dr. Witzel smiled. Okay. I'll give you a little discount after thinking about it. After all, the trap ahead won't cause you much trouble. So let's not waste time. There is a secret passage on the ground below the fighter on the right. After Dr. Witzel finished speaking, his voice disappeared. Yisha came to the bottom of the fighter and knocked on the floor with his hand. He didn't find anything strange. If he searched normally, he would definitely not find a secret passage here. Boom! Yisha raised his fist and smashed the ground. And a staircase appeared. Ming-Hai had already come back to life and came to Yisha. Can you trust me? Yisha, it doesn't matter if I can trust you or not. Since Dr. Witzel has discovered my location, it's easy for him to cause trouble for me. He doesn't necessarily need to lure me in this way. Of course, he can't be so kind. But since we have to move forward, we have no choice. No matter what dangers there are, we can only move forward anyway. As Yisha spoke, he began to walk down the metal stairs. The metal staircase is spiral, with a huge metal column in the center, circling the staircase downwards. Yisha went down all the way, saying, "This hive may be more troublesome than I thought." Ming-Hai, what do you mean? Yisha, after the people from Doomsday train and the people from the Apostle Walk entered the hive, I didn't think Compu could resist them. But now, Compu seems to have found a way to resist them. Ming-Hai suddenly realized, what about the fat guy just now? Yisha nodded. Dead or disabled people can be used by Compu to be transformed into modified people and then used to resist attacks. To say the least, the transformation is still troublesome and takes time. But what if these dead guys are injected with a mutant virus? These are not ordinary people. After being infected with the zombie virus, the probability of becoming mutant zombies is very high. Then throwing them in various areas and attacking them indiscriminately is also a headache. Ming-Hai thought for a while. This trick is really poisonous. Yisha, we have already hit their lair. Will they still be polite to you? We can only pray that some masters will not fall into the hands of Compu. For example, Phylong. Yisha dares to guarantee that although he does not know how Compu has disabled Phylong, Dr. Witzel does not know the danger of Phylong at all. Maybe a simple transformation and control will release it. If he is willing to study Phylong's body, he will find that Phylong is definitely a killer. Yisha even dares to say that anyone below the deputy train conductor will have a headache when encountering Phylong. And yet, may not be able to easily get benefits when seeing Phylong. Therefore, it is a mistake to release Phylong to fight Yisha. The correct way to use it is to throw Phylong out to kill people. This kind of guy with strong lethality, strong resistance, and difficult to kill is definitely a killer. While thinking, Yisha came to the bottom of the stairs. There was a door in front of him. There was a screen next to the door. After flashing a few times, Dr. Witzel appeared again. I'll remind you. Don't say I don't take care of you. Go straight after going out here. You can find the dining area. Leave the dining area, and you can see the regional bridge. From the regional bridge, you can pass a reservoir and reach the periphery of the core area. Of course, I can't guarantee what you will encounter. Finally, I wish you good luck. Ming-Hai couldn't help but ask, what does this old guy mean? Is he a friend or an enemy? Yisha explained, this old guy wants my body as an experiment. So he naturally hopes that I can pass it as soon as possible. However, it is also a trouble for him to appear in front of him in an intact state. Therefore, if he doesn't want to kill me, he doesn't mind causing me some trouble and making me half dead. While talking, Yisha pushed the door, which was not locked and opened directly to the outside. Yisha, look! This is the convenience he gave me. But that's all. There is a corridor at the entrance, and the door is located in the middle of the corridor, with passages on both sides. Yisha randomly chose to move forward. This place was terribly quiet, and no sound could be heard. No, it should be said that he was more amazed by the technology of Compu. In theory, this place should be full of people, but not even a ghost could be seen. It can only be said that the honeycomb is stronger and bigger than imagined. Stop! Suddenly, Yisha reached out and squatted on the ground. There was a torn wrapping paper at the corner of the corridor. Yisha picked up the wrapping paper. It's an energy bar. Chapter 1939 Encounter. Energy bars are a mixture of chocolate, peanuts and biscuits. They are high in calories, fat and cholesterol. They can scare women who love beauty to death. They are a killer of body shape. However, energy bars are the most common rations on the Doomsday train. They are simple, easy to carry and convenient to eat. 2 bars can replace a meal. Why does Yisha know so much? Nonsense. He used to be a member of the Doomsday train and carried this thing when he went on a mission. The wrapping paper of the energy bar naturally means that there is someone. Yisha was alert and walked slowly forward. Ming-Hai was about to open his mouth to follow, when a figure suddenly hung upside down from the ventilation pipe above, with a noose in his hand, and wrapped around Ming Hai's neck, and then pulled up hard. After Ming Hai was pulled into the air, the noose quickly tightened and strangled Ming Hai's neck. Woo! Woo! Ming Hai could only make a very slight sound with his throat strangled. His hands and feet kept struggling, trying to knock on the walls on both sides, but found that he couldn't touch them at all. Yi Sha continued to walk forward as if he hadn't noticed anything. Then, the sword flashed. Yi Sha suddenly attacked. But he didn't save Ming Hai. Instead, he cut the ventilation duct 4 or 5 meters away with a sword, and the ventilation duct collapsed. Yi Sha turned around and said, "You can't run away." Yi Sha didn't care whether he saved Ming Hai or not. He just cut the ventilation duct to prevent him from escaping. After a while, the other party let go of the rope, and Ming Hai fell to the ground. His head tilted, and he was dead. The other party looked at Yi Sha and slowly spread his hands, obviously intending to fight. But at this moment, Ming Hai suddenly sat up from the ground. "I'm suffocating." The man was scared to death by Ming Hai. After all, Ming Hai had completely died half a minute ago. And then he turned around and ran away instinctively. It's normal to choose to fight when it's 1 against 1, and to choose to run away when it's 2 against 1. Ming Hai pounced and hugged the other party's thigh. "You dare to kill me? Where are you going to run?" The other party struggled twice, then raised his foot and stepped on Ming Hai's head. Ming Hai didn't care and opened his mouth to bite the other party's calf. The two struggled for a while, and Yi Sha finally walked over slowly and punched the other party in the stomach. Bang! The man groaned and hit the wall. The steel plate on the wall was instantly dented, and the other party was embedded in it. Yi Sha grabbed the other party's throat and smiled. "It feels good to die of suffocation. I hope you don't have tears and snot." "Wait a minute," the man shouted. "I'm just testing your strength to see if you are worth joining forces with." Yi Sha nodded. "Well, the test is over. You are completely worthless to me." Yi Sha's palm increased its strength, and the other party's face suddenly turned purple, and his breathing was uneven. The man struggled and shouted, "We are ready to temporarily unite, including your apostles." "Oh!" Yi Sha let go of his hand, and the other party fell to the ground. "Yi Sha, what do you mean?" The man pointed to the front. "Gather in front. About 7 or 8 people, including you apostles." And everyone decided to temporarily unite. "Yi Sha, the reason for the union?" The man, "It's hard to get through." "Yi Sha, why can't you get through?" The man said, "I don't know." "Oh!" Yi Sha drew his sword and wiped the opponent's throat, leaving a line of blood. "Ming Hai, you really killed him. Are you not interested in the union?" "Yi Sha, I am interested." But he didn't join the union. Someone must have invited him, but he refused. "Ming Hai, how did you know?" "Yi Sha, nonsense. If he joined the alliance, why would he ambush us here? How could he not know why he couldn't get through? To put it another way, I would kill him no matter what. I won't trust anyone who has attacked me. There will always be a second chance for everything." Yi Sha put away his sword and walked forward. "Things are getting interesting." Dr. Wixell pointed out a path for himself. "But this path seems to be blocked. What's the trick?" After walking for about a quarter of an hour, I saw a metal door, half closed, with a sign on the side. "This place is the restaurant area of the area. It is normal. People working in the hive also need to eat." Yi Sha pushed the door open, and the moment he stepped in, a revolver was pointed at Yi Sha's head, and a figure fell from the air. And then a dog-legged scimitar was placed on Yi Sha's neck. At the same time, there was another person in front of Yi Sha, half squatting and grabbing Yi Sha's clothes. Yi Sha was very calm, shrugged his shoulders, and was about to make a move when a voice suddenly rang out. "I advise you not to attack him. You will die." It was a very familiar voice. Yi Sha looked over and saw Yi Yu sitting at a dining table in the corner, with her legs crossed and drinking a bottle of Coke. On the other side, another voice rang out. "I agree with her." Yi Sha turned his face to the other side, and was a little surprised. There was a man standing by the wall on the other side, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. It was Noi. Yi Sha suddenly opened his hands. Zila! Electricity suddenly surged from Yi Sha's body, and the 3 people surrounding Yi Sha were caught off guard and were hit by the current and quickly blown away. Yi Sha entered the restaurant. "Interesting. They are really mixed together? What's going on?" Yi Sha glanced at the restaurant. including the 3 people who surrounded him before. Yi and Nui. There were 2 more people. A total of 7 people. 5 men and 2 women. 2 apostles walking. And 5 people on the Doomsday train. Noi, it's a bit troublesome to join forces temporarily. Are you alone? Ming Hai, there's me. Noi ignored Ming Hai. He couldn't fight this guy, so he didn't need to treat him as a human. But it was a happy thing that Yisha appeared here. Yisha sat down. Tell me. Among the 3 people who were knocked away by Yisha, one of them was dissatisfied. Damn. Who is this guy? Yiyu smiled. This is a question. Should we call you the former flight attendant now? Or the Holy Sun? The man was shocked. Yisha? A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Yisha's reputation on the Doomsday train is not weak. After all, he was once the chief purser. Of course, compared to the position of chief purser, he escaped from the train conductor, killed a large number of crew members in the chase, and even forced the train conductor to start a new crew assessment, which made Yisha more famous on the Doomsday train. This reputation will not disappear because of Yisha's departure. On the contrary, it will be more remembered in the short term, because Yisha is already an enemy that needs to be paid close attention to. Chapter 1940 Situation. Yi waved her hand, signaling others to disperse, and then came to sit in front of Yisha. Noi hesitated for a moment, said a few words to the apostle next to him, and then came to Yisha. Not bad. Yisha looked at Yi. Now there are a bunch of thugs. Although the quality is a bit poor. Yisha did not deliberately lower his voice, which was quite sarcastic. But not lowering his voice meant that he didn't care. This group of people was not good enough. Sure enough, knowing who Yisha was, no one dared to make trouble. Yi, I'm the strongest. So you listen to me? Of course. Let's talk about business. Yisha, before talking about business, in order to show sincerity, I think you should first talk about the mission of the Doomsday train at the terminal. I'm very curious. Yi, there's nothing to hide about this. I told him that the mission of this station is to survive. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Yisha was stunned. That's all? Yi, that's all. Yisha, you came to the Doomsday City, and the mission is to survive? Yi, it's like this. The apostles have a misunderstanding and think we are attacking the Doomsday City. Yisha, isn't it? Yi, no. It's Compu that is attacking us. Yisha was surprised. Huh? Yi, the Doomsday train appeared directly here, and then the Compu people launched an attack and brought us here. In short, I think the mission of this station should be to escape from the hive and escape from the Doomsday City. Yisha, where is Apostle Zero? Yi, it is said that he is here, but it has nothing to do with our mission. Doomsday train has not issued any related missions. Yisha, it is too bizarre. A little unbelievable. Yi, so I said. Believe it or not, this is the current situation. Yisha, where are the conductor and the deputy conductor? They should be here. Right? Yi, Malfarian is here. I saw him get off the train. Gonlin should be here too. Before entering the hive. Although I didn't see her. I saw the sticks. Yisha nodded. The sticks should be Gonlin's unique ability. Yisha, conductor? Yi, I don't know about that. Yisha, okay. Then tell me about the current situation. Yi, we have to leave the hive. But this place is ridiculously large and like a maze. I also found some clues. Some of the passages here are deliberately moved, such as the train change track. Do you know? Yisha nodded. Yes. The tracks of the train can be connected. The control console starts the switch, and the track can be connected diagonally to the track on the side. And then the train can change track. Yi, the passages here are similar, and they can be like this. For example, there are 2 sections of passages. The lower section suddenly, and then the upper passage is connected to the lower section, and the lower section is connected to the lower section. And it can also move up and sideways. In a word, if the control center of the hive does not want us to leave, it can completely trap us here, and it is almost impossible to get out. Oh! Yisha suddenly realized, your current destination is the control center? Yi, yes. Destroy the control center. Or take over the control center to leave here. Yisha, what about violent destruction? Yi, maybe. Maybe not. But this place is huge, and destroying everything along the way will definitely consume a lot of energy. If I were simply trapped here, I would leave in this way. But in fact there are still many dangers here. And I don't want to be bitten off my head by a zombie when I am exhausted. Yisha nodded. And then? I roughly understand. And we can get down to business. Yiyu, I think I have found the way to the core area. Just ahead. But it is not easy to get there. Yisha, how difficult is it? Yiyu, the other side has set up a dense array. And there may be a metal storm. Yisha was stunned for a moment. And after a long while, he said, oh my god. The full name of the dense array is the 15 Malawang Quachas Vulcan Dense Array System. This thing was installed on warships in the early days. It is a short-range defense weapons system that can automatically search, detect, evaluate, track and attack targets. Later, through research, this system is not only used on warships and artillery systems, but also flexibly used on various weapons, becoming a multifunctional armed defense system. With the help of bunkers and other things to set up dense arrays, the firepower is very terrifying. As for Metal Storm, that thing is even more awesome. It is a cutting-edge military technology. The weapon launch system has no traditional mechanical operating parts. It is mainly composed of a barrel with ammunition, an electronic pulse ignition node, an electronic control processor, etc. If this does not give you a sense of the horror of Metal Storm, let's change it to a simpler statement. Metal Storm is said to fire 1 million bullets per minute. Yisha felt a headache just thinking about it. However, these two things also have disadvantages. They are both defensive weapons, used at fixed points and for regional defense, and cannot be used for attack. However, Yisha felt that this shortcoming was not a shortcoming, as they were just defending themselves. Yiyu, besides, the terrain is even worse. There are 3 suspension bridges, and the road below is a dead end. It is easy to be roasted like a pig. There are traps below, and the passages are transmitted to other areas. It is useless to avoid these 2 troublesome things by chance. You will be sent outside, and still have to find a way back to the core area. Yisha, get off the suspension bridge first. And even if you enter a trap, you can destroy it halfway. Yiyu, why do you always want to destroy it? Didn't I tell you that this place is like a huge maze? If you destroy the passage and fall outside, you will have no idea where you will fall. If you crawl back the same way after destroying it, you will still have to face the dense array and Metal Storm. Besides, the core area is right in front of you. Why do you still want to go around? The right thing to do is to find a way to get through. Yisha, how do you know that the past is the core area? Yisha knew that Dr. Witzel said that. Yisha thought it was unlikely that he was lying. He just wanted to make himself into a constellation monster. Yiyu, we captured a compu company man. He's not low-ranking. I don't rule out the possibility that he's trying to trick me. But you can't deny that he's probably telling the truth. Yisha nodded. Okay. Let's continue to study the Phalanx and Metal Storm. Noi interrupted. Not only these 2 things. There are also 2 Apocalypse energy cannons, 2 quantum energy defense towers, and a god-destroying cannon. Yisha held his breath again, and then cursed. Chapter 1941 Defense System. Yisha was not sure what the Apocalypse energy cannon and the quantum energy defense tower were. But he knew about the god-destroying cannon. When he was still on the Doomsday train, the Apostle Walker used that thing against him. The power of the god-destroying cannon was quite terrifying. One shot shattered a 2-story hotel that covered at least 2,000 square meters. Even the current Yisha would be in trouble if he was hit head-on by that thing. Noi, it's not over yet. Yisha was shocked. Not over yet? This is already deadly enough. Noi, what's more deadly is that the other party has a guide. Ah? Yisha was stunned. The guide betrayed? Yisha couldn't help but think of a sentence. I thought I was the only one who betrayed. But I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray. Noi, it was controlled by Compu. No way. Yisha was surprised. Can Compu kill the guide? The guide is very strong. In Yisha's opinion, the guide belongs to the deputy train level. But there are some individual differences. Because not all guides are so good at fighting. And there are still strong and weak ones. It can be divided into 3 levels. Stronger than the chief steward, but weaker than the deputy train captain. Probably at the beginning of the extraordinary rating. And then, the second level is equal to the deputy train captain in strength. And the fight is 50-50. The last level is naturally stronger than the deputy train captain, and can fight and contain the train captain. Of course, it is impossible to defeat the train captain. It is worth mentioning that there are very few guides in the last tier, And there are none left now. There used to be 3. And the great sage was one of them. But the train conductor killed 2 of them. And the great sage was severely injured. And his strength was greatly reduced. However, even if it is equivalent to the level of the deputy train conductor, it cannot be controlled by Compu. Right? Noi, but the fact is that. And the one you know is Weiss Guide. Yisha nodded. That old guy was the guy who attacked Yisha in the Fog City. He belonged to the faction that did not trust Yisha. Or the faction that did not accept Yisha. And was the opposite of the great sage. Noi, first of all, I don't believe that the guide will betray. Secondly, when I tried to communicate with Weiss, the guide did not respond at all. He just kept attacking and seemed irritable. His life characteristics were also unstable. He must have been controlled. Yiyu said disdainfully, it's just your guess. Noi glanced at Yiyu. We have already had an argument about this issue before. And I don't want to continue it again. Yiyu spread her hands indifferently. Then looked at Yisha. What do you think? Yisha, theoretically. I don't believe that the guide is controlled. First, the guide is a light source life form, which is different from humans. This should be the first time that Compu has seen a guide. Do they have the ability to control the guide? Do they understand light source life forms? Noi nodded. He couldn't deny this. Yisha continued. Second is strength. I don't think Compu has the ability to defeat and control a guide. Note that I said defeat. Defeating is more difficult than killing. If you kill the guide, as a light source life form, will disappear directly. There will be no blood. No corpse. Nothing. Noi smiled bitterly. I agree with you. But I insist that the guide cannot betray. Yisha nodded. Yes. I think so too. Yi wondered. What do you mean? Yisha smiled. Just now I said it in theory. But in principle. The apostles are a group of people with faith. And the guide is the source of faith. Such people would rather die than betray. Noi smiled. It's rare that I like you. You don't like me the next second. Yisha, actually. There is no need to discuss this issue. Whether he betrayed or was controlled. I would kill him instead of saving him. No matter what the reason. The one standing in front of me and blocking my way is the enemy. It's that simple. Noi smacked his lips. And his face turned ugly. He insisted that Weiss the guide would not betray. But of course he still had hope. Sighing. Noi, I'm sorry. I will definitely find a way to save Weiss the guide. Of course. If I can only kill him in the end, I will accept it. I believe that Weiss the guide can understand even if he dies. This is a fight for faith. If sacrifice is inevitable, I believe he is willing to accept death. Yisha, let's get back to the point. With this defense, it's hard for us to break through. Yiyu, I have thought about transferring. Yisha interrupted. Transfer? Yiyu explained. According to the intelligence I got, there are 6 ways to enter the core area. Judging from the opponent's current defense, I think there is a more than 90% chance that this road is one of the 6. But there is really no way. So we can only change one. Yisha, it doesn't make sense. If it is true, the defense of the other 5 routes will not be lower than this one. Besides, judging from the resources of Compu, they may have dense arrays and metal storms on every road. As for the guide, there are constellation monsters without the guide. Frankly speaking, I have always felt that Compu is not up to standard and has no real combat power worthy of fear. Now it seems that it was a mistake. The power of technology cannot be ignored. Yiyu, the question is what to do now. Yisha, it's hard to say. We'll know after we try it once. Yiyu secretly glanced at the others. It's hard to say. Because we've already tried it once. There were originally 12 people. And now only 7 are dead. They won't be willing to take risks unless you can come up with a surefire strategy. Noi disdainfully, this is a person without faith. Afraid of sacrifice. Yiyu, you're not afraid of death. So go and stand up to the dense array. Can you stand it? Trash. Yisha reached out to stop the 2 from quarreling. After all, the feud between the Apostles and Doomsday Train has a long history. Even if they temporarily unite, it is normal to dislike each other. But now is not the time to quarrel. Yisha, you are still here. Which means there is no way. Expect me to find a solution? How can I find a solution if I have never seen it? I can try it myself and withdraw it if the situation is good. In fact, the dense array and metal storm are said to be very scary. But the people present are not ordinary people. Ordinary firearms are completely ineffective for Yisha. and even the red flame armor cannot penetrate. Of course, the firearms produced on the Doomsday train are another matter. But Compu does not have firearms of this strength. Right? But conservatively speaking, Dense Array and Metal Storm are not ordinary goods. Take the Metal Storm for example. If it really fires 1 million bullets per minute, it is still possible to break the red flame armor with this attack frequency. Chapter 1942, Charge. Yiyu smiled. That's fine. If you perform well, I can encourage others to follow. I believe they will not miss the opportunity to rush over. Yisha nodded. Let's do this first. We will set off in 10 minutes. Give me some food. Yiyu opened the package and poured out a pile of food. What do you want to eat? Yisha cursed. Everything. If you ask Yisha if he misses something on the Doomsday train, Yisha's answer is that he does miss it. So what is the thing he misses the most? It's food. The food in the Apostles' Walk was not bad. It was just ordinary. But Yisha didn't stay in the Apostles' Walk's base camp for long, and spent more time running around in the wild, eating whatever was available. Compared with the food on the Doomsday train, the treatment was very different. Yisha missed it very much, although he didn't feel it on the Doomsday train. After leaving, Yisha couldn't deny that humans still pursue enjoyment in their subconscious. Eating raw meat and cooked meat are two different feelings, and eating simply roasted meat and carefully cooked meat are two different feelings. So, survival is survival. Life is life. Survival is necessary. And life is a pursuit. Just like many people work hard to make money, the fundamental purpose is to live. Yisha ate something, then stood up and asked Yiyu to lead the way. After leaving the restaurant area and walking along the passage, about 5 minutes later, I saw a huge metal archway, which had been opened because Yiyu and others had entered before. After entering, the light suddenly dimmed. There was light, but it was very dim. The space is very large. Looking left and right, it is about the size of 2.5 football fields. There are 3 metal bridges in front, about 15 to 20 meters long. It is dark under the bridge. You can vaguely see the bottom, which is at least 30 meters high. Yisha squinted his eyes and looked across the bridge. He could see densely packed guns. They didn't look neat because many of them were not of the same model, but they were very orderly. Yisha didn't know what to say. This order couldn't be seen by the eyes, but he could feel that there seemed to be some kind of pattern in it. Then he looked up and saw a huge gun barrel. There was a bracket on the outside of the wall, and there were dense generators on the bracket. God-killing cannon. As for the guide, he didn't see it for the time being. Yisha looked at Yiyu. Are you attacked when you get on the bridge? Yiyu nodded. Open fire on the opposite side of the bridge. Try it? Yisha nodded. Try it. Yiyu didn't waste words, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. And then 2 3-color streamers appeared around Yisha's body, flowing around Yisha's body. Yisha, this thing? Yiyu, Angel of Vengeance. A mental power that can bounce back 50% of the damage of 3 biological attacks to the opponent. It is useless against bullets, but the guide may take action. It's better than nothing. You can make do with it. Yisha shrugged. And then, I'll go. Minghai interrupted. Do you want me to go with you? Yisha disdainfully. It's useless for you to go. If it's really a metal storm, with 1 million bullets per minute, even if you can revive infinitely, I guarantee that you won't have a chance to stand up. Yiyu waved her hand. Everyone retreat behind the door. The dense fire array was activated, and even the other side of the bridge would be affected. Retreating behind the door was the only way. Yisha took a breath and then stepped forward, almost in an instant. When Yisha walked onto the suspension bridge, the sound of firing rang out. Damn! Yisha cursed in a low voice. Not because of the bullets, but because of the fire. Countless gun muzzles were emitting fire, and the relatively dark space suddenly became bright, and Yisha's eyes suddenly became sore. The next moment, flames surged around Yisha's body. The red flame armor was activated, and then Yisha began to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The suspension bridge is no more than 20 meters, and theoretically 2 ghost steps can be passed. But the fact is not that simple. The ghost step is not an instant movement. During the movement, you are still on the bridge and face the dense array. Moreover, Yisha found that the ghost step could not be used, and even normal running movement could not work. Bullets fell around Yisha, making a continuous crisp sound. The red flame armor was quite powerful at the critical moment. However, the impact force could not be stopped, Every step forward was difficult for Yi Sha, because he had to resist the impact force. However, the red flame armor was powerful, but it could not hold on forever. After moving forward for about 5 meters, the red flame armor could not hold on. The metal storm began to operate. The appearance of the metal storm was like an iron box, with one side densely packed with built-in gun barrels, a total of about 12 to 15 in formation. The fire was too strong, and Yi Sha could not see it clearly. Then, suddenly, a large piece of fire flashed and disappeared, and the frequency of bullets hitting the red flame armor increased by more than 3 or 4 times. Yi Sha took a half step back to withstand the impact, and then found that the red flame armor began to break continuously. "Your grandma!" Yi Sha cursed, and then punched forward. Yi Sha's arm was wrapped in flames, and after flying forward, since he couldn't withstand it, he could only destroy things. However, the flames fell on the other side of the suspension bridge, and a golden light shield suddenly emerged. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the flames seemed to hit a wall, spreading rapidly in all directions. Yi Yu poked her head out and shouted, "That thing is a quantum energy defense tower. Before the reserve energy is consumed, it will continue to release energy to form a barrier-like thing. Any attack will be ineffective. But the stronger the attack, the faster the energy will be consumed." Yi Sha cursed in a low voice, and then stepped out with a ghost step. However, Yi Sha did not move forward, but backward. It was impossible to move forward because the impact of the bullet was very strong. But he would not be able to withstand the impact if he moved backward. Yi Sha came to the door, then dodged back to the passage. "Yi Yu, how is it? Is it troublesome?" "Yi Sha, it's okay. I can get through." Yi Yu was stunned. "Then, judging from your performance just now, this is quite unconvincing." "Yi Sha, I'm not serious. I'm just testing. But there is a difficulty." "Yi Yu, what difficulty?" Yi Sha leaned close to Yi Yu's ear and whispered, "Sunshine. Sunshine, a large-scale defense ability that can resist all attacks for 15 seconds, and the interval between uses is 24 hours. Yi Yu knew that Yi Sha had the ability of Sunshine, and suddenly realized it, and then showed a happy expression. 15 seconds was enough to rush across the suspension bridge, and then Yi Sha destroyed the opposite side of the suspension bridge, and others could easily pass through the suspension bridge. The ending was quite perfect. Chapter 1943, Crossing the Bridge. "Yi Sha, I haven't finished talking yet. Rizhao can charge hard, but the God-destroying cannon is more troublesome." After walking on the bridge, Yi Sha's biggest thought was to sigh again that the power of science and technology is indeed great. With normal methods, Yi Sha believes that he cannot break through the dense array and the metal storm. But Rizhao's 15 seconds of absolute defense is enough for Yi Sha to rush over. However, there is a hidden danger. That is, the God-destroying cannon will be involved temporarily, which will be more troublesome. Yi Sha has seen the power of the God-destroying cannon, and Rizhao can certainly block it, but it will definitely be blasted back from the bridge head to the bridge tail. No one can withstand the impact force. "Well, if you insist that the train conductor should carry this thing." Yi Sha has nothing to say. Yi Sha drew 2 lines on the wall, and then said, "If the opponent can fire the God-destroying cannon first, I can withstand the God-destroying cannon and then rush to the bridge. Rizhao has absolute defense, and 15 seconds is enough to reach the other side. But when I am halfway there, the opponent fires the God-destroying cannon. I will definitely be blown back. I will not be injured. But 15 seconds is not enough to cross the bridge." Yi Yu thought for a while. "I will do it." "Yi Sha, can you do it?" The power of the God-destroying cannon cannot be underestimated. According to Yi Sha's impression, the destructive power of the God-destroying cannon is basically at the same level as the Divine Thunder, and it does not refer to the previous Divine Thunder, but the 9th Divine Thunder. "Yi Yu, how would I know? I haven't fought it before. What if the other party gets crazy and fires the God-killing cannon first? I won't be able to do anything about it." "Yi Sha, it's possible, but it's almost infinitely close to 0. The God-killing cannon is very powerful, but the disadvantage is that it's too heavy and can only be used for defensive shooting, and it needs to store energy." Yi Yu nodded. "The key lies in the latter. Since it needs to store energy, it's impossible to use the God-killing cannon directly in the first shot." "Yi Yu, let's give it a try." Yi Sha nodded. "Okay. Then I'll go again." Yi Sha didn't say anything. After entering the door again, He continued to walk towards the suspension bridge. The dense sound of gunfire rang out again. Yi Sha was a little curious. With the opponent's shooting frequency and firing speed, wouldn't the barrel overheat? Take the Gatling machine gun as an example. After firing more than 1,000 bullets per minute, the barrel can basically fry an egg. Of course, it was just curiosity. Yi Sha didn't have time to explore this problem, but moved forward quickly. 5 meters ahead. The opponent didn't seem to intend to use the God-destroying cannon, but Yi Sha saw that the generator was running, which means that the God-destroying cannon delivered energy in advance, but had not started to store energy, but was ready to fire at any time. However, the metal storm started again, and the bullets poured down so densely that it was impossible to describe it. The flames that originally wrapped Yi Sha began to be broken quickly, and fine gaps appeared. Sunshine! Yi Sha launched Amaterasu without hesitation, and then drew out the sword and fell to Nanjiang. Divine Bravery, holding this sword. Enter the Divine Bravery state, and the physical fitness is improved by 75%, which lasts for 300 seconds. After each use, it takes 1800 seconds to use it next time. Using the Divine Bravery effect of the sword falling to Nanjiang to improve physical fitness, he kept moving forward against the bullets. When he was about to reach 10 meters, a white halo appeared at the muzzle of the God-destroying cannon. Charge and fire. I don't know if the God-killing cannon in front of me is a weakened version or its performance has been enhanced. The charging time of this God-killing cannon is much shorter than the one Yi Sha had seen before. It was quickly charged, and a white ball of light formed at the muzzle. The next moment, the cannon roared. The white energy beam blasted forward and fell directly in the direction of the suspension bridge. This is a blow that must be blocked. If the God-killing cannon cannot be blocked, not only will Yi Sha be forced back, but the suspension bridge will also be destroyed by the God-killing cannon. Yi shouted softly. Her body floated up, and then flew forward, with 7 colors of light flowing in her pupils, gradually turning into a pair of double pupils. Ha! The next moment, Yi shouted softly, stretched out her hand and clenched it forward. The beam that had just shot out was suspended in the air for a moment, as if it was fixed by something, and kept retreating. Since Yi held up the God-killing cannon, Yi Sha naturally had no cares and rushed forward madly. 15 seconds was enough for Yi Sha to rush to the other side of the suspension bridge. But, at this moment, bang! Yi Sha suddenly felt that he had hit a wall, and he took a half step back, covering his nose. Looking up, Yi Sha almost cursed. A golden light formed a barrier in front of him, flowing like liquid. Quantum energy defense tower. This was somewhat miscalculated. It was normal for an energy barrier to resist attacks, but it generally could not stop physical invasions, because energy was not actually a physical entity. I didn't expect that the barrier of this quantum energy defense tower could even stop people. And that's not all. On both sides of the bridgehead, 2 things like brackets suddenly rose up in an elliptical shape, and then fired light blue lasers, passing through the barrier of the quantum energy defense tower, and bombing in the direction of Yi Sha. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions continued. Yi Sha wanted to curse the other party's ancestors. What kind of bullshit principle is this? That barrier can block his own attack, but not the other party's attack? Can you be reasonable? The energy barrier is not alive, and it can actually distinguish between enemies and friends. Hurry up. We can't hold out for long. Yi gritted her teeth and looked at the people behind her angrily. You are all idiots. Come on. After Yi yelled, the others came to their senses and rushed to the suspension bridge immediately. Yi Sha was at the front and blocked the bullets, and Yi blocked the God-killing cannon. It didn't take even 5 seconds to rush across the suspension bridge, but before they could get to the bridgehead, Yi Sha had already slashed 3 times with his sword. This quantum energy defense tower was quite strong and still stood still. Noi came behind Yi Sha. Let me do it. A cloud of smoke appeared behind Noi. The smoke touched the defense barrier and went straight through it. Then it turned into a human figure and quickly crashed into the 2 quantum energy defense towers. Boom! Boom! Noi used the puppet to penetrate the defense barrier and destroy the 2 quantum energy defense towers. The defense was completely broken, and everyone quickly rushed to the bridgehead. There was no difficulty next. The dense array and metal storm were both preset defense areas. They could not turn at all. They could only cover the designated area for fire attack to achieve the defense effect. To put it another way, when Yi Sha and his men rushed to the bridgehead, Even if they could turn around, the guns would still cause a mutual firing situation, and then destroy each other. However, the two Apocalypse energy cannons actually had a tracking function, chasing Yi Sha and continuing to attack. But the defense barrier was gone, so Yi Sha was naturally not afraid of this thing, and he jumped up and swept out with a sword. Chapter 1944 Touchstone. Boom! Boom! As the sword light swept past, two Apocalypse energy cannons that looked like brackets collapsed and hit the ground with black smoke. Yi Yu floated over the suspension bridge. I didn't see anyone from Compu. Yi Sha, it's normal. The dense array and metal storm are not needed at all, and cannot be controlled manually. They are all automatically operated by the defense system program. This place does not need people. But Yi Sha suddenly looked up. Yi Sha, we have more troublesome guys to deal with. In front of the suspension bridge, a red light suddenly shone, and then a red ball of light appeared, swaying up and down in the air. Wise guide. Yi Sha looked at Noi with an ugly face. Don't say I don't give you face. You only have 3 minutes. I will take action if you can't. Noi nodded, thank you. Noi still has expectations for Wise Guide, believing that Wise Guide is controlled. Of course, he hopes that Wise Guide can wake up. Yi Sha gave Noi 3 minutes. Noi could try to make Wise Guide wake up in any way he could. After 3 minutes, Yi Sha would naturally launch an attack. Noi's giant god soldier was dead. Now the main combat puppets were the Crescent Wolf Man and the smoke-like humanoid figure. Before Wise Guide launched an attack, the Crescent Wolf Man rushed forward. They still had to fight. Noi was not stupid. He directly persuaded Wise Guide, and then the other party attacked him. He was killed? He could only say that he would not kill Wise Guide. He hoped that Wise Guide's will could be restored. Yi Sha stepped aside, and Yi Yu suddenly said, "You wait for me." "I won't wait. I will enter the core area now." At the same time, the Crescent Werewolf had already met the Guide of S. The Guide of S's body began to twist, and then began to quickly condense into a giant man who was 2 meters tall. This was probably the body of the Guide of S before he turned himself into a light source life form. It was not a pure human, although most of the body structure was similar to that of humans. There was a single horn on the forehead, and the color of the body was fiery red, and the body was faintly sparkling. Bang! The moment the Crescent Wolf Man came in front of the Guide Weiss, the Guide Weiss punched forward, and flames surged around. But the Crescent Wolf Man was very fast. Very fast. Yi Sha estimated that the normal movement speed of the Crescent Wolf Man might be only slightly slower than the Ghost Step, which was already terrifying. The Guide Weiss's fist did not hit the Crescent Wolf Man. On the contrary, after being avoided by the Crescent Wolf Man, the Crescent Wolf Man came directly behind the Guide Weiss, and swung his wolf claws, leaving 3 wounds on the back of the Guide Weiss. However, the 3 wounds healed quickly the moment they appeared. This is not due to regeneration or self-healing ability, but the extremely long lifespan of the light source life form. The light source life form is not afraid of any attack, whether physical or non-physical, and cannot cause damage. So it seems that the light source life form is invincible? This is not the case. The Great Sage has explained this issue. The root of all energy body life is energy. In fact, attacks also cause damage, but the impact cannot be seen before the energy is exhausted. The fact is that every attack will weaken the light source life form and shorten its lifespan. Noi kept shouting at Wise Guide. His words were nothing new. He just hoped that Wise Guide would defeat him and regain his sanity. But it had no effect. At this moment, Yi Yu's attack suddenly arrived. Word Spirit Technique. Yi Yu shouted, cut. Boom. A cut appeared on the ground out of thin air. And then Wise Guide's body was cut in half and turned into a ball of light again. Noi glared at Yi Yu, who didn't care at all. The short-term alliance was to cooperate to pass the suspension bridge. Now that they had passed the suspension bridge, the alliance could naturally be disbanded. After Yi Yu split the body of Wise Guide with one blow, she floated forward. Yi Yu had no intention of fighting with Wise Guide. She just wanted to pass through here, if possible. Yi Yu didn't care if Noi continued to fight with Wise Guide. It was just right to attract firepower and let herself pass smoothly. But the strength of the guide was obviously stronger than Yi Yu imagined. When Yi Yu wanted to float over, Wise Guide's body suddenly recovered, then jumped up and punched Yi Yu. Word Spirit Technique. Yi Yu shouted, push. An invisible force pushed out, and the spiritual power condensed into a transparent wall, pushing the leaping Wise Guide back to the ground. But In the next moment, bang! Wise Guide returned to the ground. And the word spirit technique was absolutely effective. But at the moment of landing, Wise Guide kicked his legs and jumped up again, with an amazing speed. Yi Yu was shocked and did not have time to activate the word spirit technique, but created a barrier in front of him. Bang! The next moment, Wise the Guide's fist hit the barrier, and then Yi Yu flew out, hitting the wall hard, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Yi Yu gritted her teeth. Let's go together and kill this guy before we can get through. Noi was very anxious. But at this moment, a hand pressed on Noi's shoulder. Yi Sha, 3 minutes have passed. You have tried just now. He didn't listen to you at all. Noi gritted his teeth, but, Yi Sha, I dare not say that I can't make the guide recover. But it is a fact that you have no way. At least the power of words has no effect at all. And you can't find a way at the moment. So you can decide whether to join the battle or not. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he walked forward. Noi gritted his teeth, showing some hesitation, never taking action, but also not retreating. At the same time, boom! A violent collision sounded, and then Wise the Guide roared, and the people around were blown away by the blow, and crashed into the surrounding walls. Wise the Guide roared again, then lightly tapped his toes, jumped forward, and came to Yi Yu. Word spirit technique. Yi Yu just opened her mouth, but before she could finish the rest of her words, Wise Guide's fist arrived. But the fist wind arrived first, and Yi Yu was blown away. But at this moment, a palm touched Yi Yu's back and caught Yi Yu. Yi Sha put Yi Yu on the ground aside. You owe me one. The moment Yi Sha finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and drew his sword. Clang! The next moment, the sound of swords rang out. Yi Sha looked at Wise Guide. It is my honor to fight with the guide. In addition, you are indeed a good touchstone. Chapter 1945 Swordsmanship. The guide is a good touchstone. What should we test? Of course, it is Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship. Yi Sha knows that Dongfang Yu's sword is very strong, but it is mostly from the sword intention of the Sword Mountain. And Dongfang Yu deliberately let Yi Sha see his past and his swordsmanship. As for how strong Dongfang Yu is, Yi Sha is really not sure. At present, Yi Sha has comprehended Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship on the Sword Mountain. At the same time, this is Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship in the sword. Yi Sha knows that he has become stronger. But even Yi Sha himself has no idea how strong he is. Yi Sha really wants to try it. But unfortunately, Gemini and Sagittarius were not the targets of direct confrontation before. Gemini assassination, Sagittarius long-range sniping. Neither of them confronted Yi Sha head-on. So Yi Sha could only fight along with the situation. And now, Wise the Guide is obviously a good target. Yi Sha stood in the front, with the sword at his side. Yi Sha closed his eyes slightly. Wise the Guide seemed very violent. Without words, only roaring. This was not a fight based on consciousness, but a fight based on instinct. Therefore, Wise the Guide did not hesitate or stop, and suddenly killed in front of Yi Sha. At this moment, Yi Sha opened his eyes. Human sword. At this moment, Yi Sha turned into a sword. Yi Sha himself was a sword unsheathed, which looked extremely sharp. So, Yi Sha moved. And when he moved, he drew his sword. Puff! There was no sword light. But at this moment, one of Wise Guide's arms flew up, and was cut off by Yi Sha with one blow. Then, boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the broken arm suddenly exploded like a bomb, and the fireball pushed out in all directions. Yi Sha stepped on his toes, first retreating from the flames, then raised his sword and cut forward. The scattered flames were cut in half, and Yi Sha leaped forward again, coming to the front of Wise Guide. With that sword, thousands of pear trees bloomed. Countless sword lights surged forward. Silver light flakes, like blooming pear flowers, appearing extremely gorgeous, completely covering Wise Guide. The next moment, Wise Guide's body was densely covered with countless sword holes, and his body became fragmented. Roar! Wise the Guide roared angrily, then stepped back, opened his arms, and waved them wildly. And then, the sword holes on his body began to recover. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship was indeed very strong. However, it was too difficult to kill the guide in a short time. The main thing was that he needed to constantly consume the guide's energy until it completely disappeared. Okay, Yi Sha, Then let's see how much energy can be knocked off with one sword. As Yisha spoke, he twisted his body and stabbed forward with the sword again. The Great River Sword. The sword was drawn. And the sword was powerful. Yisha thrust out the sword, bringing out pieces of sword light, like a great river, connected together, raising waves one after another, and continuously moving forward. Wise Guide roared again, punching forward continuously with both fists. Boom, boom, boom. Wise Guide's body was like a bomb that could explode at any time. As Wise Guide punched forward one after another, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. Sword light, flame, roar. At the entrance of the passage in front of the bridge, flames and sword light intertwined. And under the roar, the metal plates embedded in the surrounding walls peeled off piece by piece. And the things piled on the bridge were all blown away at this moment. The next moment, the engulfing flames suddenly tore apart. And then Yisha and Wise Guide appeared, each leaping back and sliding along the ground. Yisha raised his head and looked at Wise Guide. After a short confrontation, Yisha had figured out the opponent's routine. First of all, he is very skilled. Wise Guide has some kind of fighting skills. It is straightforward and looks simple. But the force generation technique is very clever. And the power is very powerful and lethal. It probably comes from Wise Guide's own civilized fighting skills. Secondly, this guy can explode. Punching will explode. Kicking will explode. Touching will explode. This guy is a human bomb. The reason is sweat. Of course, it may also be some other liquid. Wise Guide will secrete liquid like sweat. And these liquids will explode. Of course, it was still relatively easy to deal with. But Yisha felt that he could not be killed. Or it was like he was chopping Ming Hai. However, Yisha knew that the guide would die. Sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. But Yisha would also be consumed by explosions and punches. It looks like. Yisha grinned. This is a protracted battle. Apostle power. At this time, Noise suddenly said, the way the guide transforms the light source life form is mainly to borrow the apostle power. You can quickly consume the guide's energy by walking with the apostle. Yisha looked back at Noi. Noi gritted his teeth. Sorry. I can't convince myself to take action. It doesn't matter. Yisha, enough. Apostle power? Yisha muttered in his heart. And then abandoned the sword. The touchstone of Wise Guide has also played a role. Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship is indeed strong. Although the consecutive rounds of confrontation are tepid, Yisha found that Wise Guide can't stop his sword at all. Being powerful does not mean that you have to destroy crazily. Swordsmanship is a killing technique, not a house demolition technique. Being unstoppable is the highest evaluation. Yisha also had a certain understanding of Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship. Then, Yisha tried to end this battle. At the same time, Wise Guide took another step forward and punched forward. Boom! The sound of the explosion appeared again. But this time the flames produced by the explosion did not disperse, but gathered in a ball. Yisha's body radiated flames, like a sphere, completely absorbing the flames of the explosion. Is there any flame that is purer than the flame of the Son of Flame? No! Otherwise, the Apostle would have no value in existence. The strength of the Apostle represents the limit in some aspects. So, the power of the Son of Flame began to devour the exploding flames. And in the blink of an eye, it devoured the exploding flames completely. This is also a huge consumption for the Wise Guide. Those explosions and flames obviously come from the energy of the Wise Guide. However, flames and flames belong to the same element after all. The power of the Son of Flame is obviously weakened when dealing with the Wise Guide, and it is twice the result with half the effort. However, Yisha has more than one apostle power. The next moment, Yisha rushed forward, a little regretful. Why didn't he awaken the apostle power of the water elf? If he had the power of the water elf, it would be easy to deal with the Wise Guide. Chapter 1946 Sneak Attack. While thinking, Yisha came to the front of Wise Guide. Without any hesitation, Wise Guide punched forward again. The explosion sounded first, and flames surged out of Wise Guide's body again. And then his fist passed through the flames and came to Yisha. Bang! Yisha was hit hard. Not because he couldn't dodge, but because Yisha deliberately didn't dodge. The next moment, Yisha grabbed Wise Guide's arm. Got you! Yisha sneered. And the shadow behind him suddenly surged up and turned into two huge sickles, slashing towards Wise Guide from the left and right. Wise Guide's body was cut into 3 parts. There was no blood at the wound, but a light source was formed. And then it quickly gathered. It works! Yishaw's eyes lit up. Weiss Guide's recovery speed was slower than before. And the color of his body was obviously fading. And even a little unstable. Just like a TV with a bad signal. The picture would flicker. Sure enough. Using the power of the apostles to fight against the guide can bring huge consumption to the guide. Even more than the previous consumption of swordsmanship. Yishaw was not polite. Before Weiss the guide recovered, the shadows behind him gathered and turned into strips. Wrapped up Weiss the guide's body. And then tightened it tightly. Die! Bang! With a muffled sound. Weiss the guide's body completely exploded. Turned into a large halo. Floated to the back. And then gathered together again. The color became lighter. Yishaw licked the corner of his mouth and rushed forward again. Run! But at this moment, Noi shouted loudly. He wants to self-destruct. Yishaw was stunned for a moment. Then chose to believe Noi. Quickly ran out of the passage in front of the bridge head. And then ran to the side. Yiyu and others were blocked by Weiss Guide. And had not left yet. Seeing Yishaw running, they naturally followed him. Boom! The violent explosion roared suddenly at this moment. And the flames rushed out of the passage crazily. The steel plates embedded in the walls of the passage slowly turned red. And then began to melt. Turning into molten iron and spilling onto the ground. Boom! 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 The three suspension bridges collapsed at the same time. Falling downwards with a huge crashing sound. The scattered flames pushed forward, covering the entire space. And even passed through the space and poured out from the passage in front. Snap! 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 The lighting equipment continued to shatter. And broken glass fell downwards. Screams rang out at this moment. 3 people on the Doomsday train looked around in confusion. They found no place to hide, and stood there for a few seconds. In just a few seconds, their lives were taken away. The flames instantly devoured them. When the flames dispersed, not to mention people, not even bones were left. Yishaw was hanging in the air at this moment. He jumped directly from the bridge head, then stabbed the twin serrated swords into the wall, and just hung there. Most of them did this. Yi was floating. And Noi was wrapped in black smoke. Also floating in the air. The flames lasted for 10 minutes. Yishaw felt the burning heat on his back. And then the pain and agony. He felt like he was being roasted on a grill. The metal plate embedded in the wall behind him completely turned into a grill plate. Yishaw could even feel that the flesh on his back seemed to be roasted. And the smell of burning was everywhere. After the flames dissipated, Yishaw climbed back again. Also grinning. This guide was indeed cruel enough to play a game of mutual destruction. No. It's abnormal to die together. Noi, you and Weiss the guide haven't decided the winner yet. And it's far from a conclusion. Even if you use the power of the apostles, it will take some time. The guide has powerful energy in his body. And the self-explosion, just now, was not the best time to choose. Yishaw, he's already dead. So don't think too much. Noi finally believed that the guide would not betray. Of course, he was the only one who cared. Yishaw could also feel that the guide's fighting was not from his own consciousness. But was it important? It was important to Noi. But not to Yishaw. Yiyu, keep going? Yishaw, just tell me what you think. Yiyu, you want to find Apostle Zero. And we want to leave. Our goals are not conflicting. I think we can continue to go together. As for cooperation, no one trusts anyone. So we can talk about it later. Yishaw, it's just one road. What's there to talk about? Yiyu, then let's do it. Ah. It hurts so much. At this time, a groan sounded. And then Yishaw saw Minghai rolling on the side. Yishaw, you are really resistant to death. You are not dead yet? Minghai lay on the ground and gasped. I feel it is good to die now. Yishaw, if you are not dead, get up quickly. Let's go. Minghai staggered to his feet. Under that level of self-explosion, only Minghai was able to survive. Yishaw was only affected, and still felt the burning pain all over his body. Enter the passage and keep going forward. The area ahead. Except for Yishaw. No one else knows. But Yishaw knows it should be a reservoir because Dr. Witzel said so. Yishaw was not curious about the reservoir. People in the hive need to eat and drink. Of course, they need fresh water. Therefore, it is enough to store a large amount of fresh water and install purification equipment. The existence of the reservoir is quite necessary. After about a quarter of an hour, it turned out to be a reservoir. It was very huge and frightening. After passing through the huge arch, I looked to both sides, and could not see the end of the reservoir. The reservoir was almost closed. There were metal covers on it, which were almost closed. The reason why it was said was that there were 3 covers on the side that were open. I don't know why. Yisha took the lead and walked forward. But at this moment, click, click, sounds suddenly rang out all around, similar to the sound of machinery running. And then the ceiling, the ground, and even the cover plate above the reservoir. The metal parts began to twist and deform suddenly, like soft plasticine. Then, turret! One by one, the turrets suddenly rose up, and the barrels turned, all aimed at the position of Yisha and his men. Yisha frowned. Someone ambushed here? Yisha was thinking, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and an invisible force directly penetrated into his head. Mental force impact. Yisha's back was suddenly attacked, and the huge force hit him. Yisha staggered forward, supported himself on the ground with one hand, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Yisha turned around and looked at Yiyu, gritting his teeth. You sneak attack me? Chapter 1947, Former Friends. Noi and Ming Hai were on alert at the first moment, while the rest all stood in front of Yiyu. Yiyu spread her hands. I'm just following orders. If you want to cause trouble, go find the one on the opposite side. Yisha looked up and saw Nyepa standing on the opposite side of the bridge, with his hands in his trouser pockets and a gun at his feet. Yisha, it seems that you lied. The mission of Doomsday Train is not to survive. Yiyu, yes. But this mission is very characteristic of Doomsday Train, isn't it? Especially when such a mission is announced at the terminal. It is still very likely. You know the style of Doomsday Train very well, so you made a wrong judgment. Yisha, since I'm about to die, can you tell me the real mission? At least I can die knowingly? Nyepa laughed and walked over from the other side of the reservoir. You are not that easy to die, since we are so familiar with each other. Don't use such a cheap method. Yisha sighed and slowly stood up. Yisha, I expected this day to come. Nyepa, yes. When you left the Doomsday Train, everyone knew that this day would come sooner or later. Fortunately, we are not so naive. Otherwise it would be really difficult to do it. Of course, if you want to kill me, Yisha smiled, I will kill you. Yisha suddenly spread his hands. But at this moment, boom, 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 the roar of the explosion suddenly sounded, and the artillery that suddenly appeared around opened fire at this moment. The shells fell, making a huge roar, and then the flames scattered. The reservoir near the entrance was exploded, and countless water gushed out, spreading around like rain. Flames, water, explosions, roars. The Crescent Wolf Man suddenly emerged from the flames, thrusting forward with its sharp claws, piercing through a man's chest. But in the next moment, word spirit technique, Yiyu shouted softly, cut! With a puff, a wound appeared on the Crescent Wolf Man's chest, and he was directly blown away and fell to the ground. But the wound on his body began to heal quickly. Noi snorted coldly, and the human-shaped smoke rushed forward quickly. Word spirit technique. Yiyu spoke again, break. With a bang, the human-shaped smoke seemed to be hit hard and broke into pieces. At the same time, the wall beside Noi also broke at this moment and collapsed towards Noi. Behind Noi, a gray-white mist suddenly surged out, covering Noi's head and blocking the collapsed boulder. Noi shouted, King of Mist. Under the gray-white mist, a steel-armored warrior suddenly appeared, wearing silver armor and holding a big sword. The mist was wrapped around the back of his body, like a ribbon wrapped around his body. Noi stretched out his hand and pressed to the side, and a black void crack appeared. In the void crack, a black big sword slowly appeared. Then a big hand grabbed the black sword and walked out of the void crack. Evil King! Noi shouted, kill! The King of Mist suddenly raised his hand upwards, and the mist wrapped around the collapsed rubble and twisted it hard. And then the rubble turned into powder. At the same time, the King of Evil took a step forward, raised his sword and slashed it forward with force. A black light appeared, forming a sword light falling forward. A man came forward, and his whole body suddenly turned into rock, obviously intending to take the sword head-on. However, at the moment of contact, a wound appeared in front of the man, and blood gushed out. Word spirit technique. Yiyu shouted softly, stay! The light and shadow that was slashing suddenly hung in the air, and then Yiyu moved to the side to avoid the attack. Noi's eyes were cold, and without any nonsense. He commanded the King of Mist and the King of Evil to meet them. On the other side, Yisha and Nyepa also walked towards each other. The next moment, Nyepa suddenly stretched out his hand. Changes occurred again above the reservoir. The metal became like plasticine. And then machine guns rose up one by one and fired at Yisha. I see. Yisha, your domain ability? Nyepa laughed. Excuse me. A little trick. Yisha, then the dense array and metal storm are also tricks you played? Nyepa, that really has nothing to do with me. Although I can make dense array and metal storm, I don't have the ability to make energy series weapons. While the two were talking, they kept moving. The machine guns around them started firing at Yisha, but were stopped by the red flame armor. The flames spread all around, and the bullets fell to the ground with a clang. Nyepa reached behind his waist and took out two black pistols. The two pistols were very ferocious. Judging from the prototype, they should be Super Red Hawk, which means Super Red Eagle. When many people talk about powerful pistols, they think of Desert Eagle. In fact, there are many pistols that are more powerful than Desert Eagle, and Super Red Eagle is one of them. The caliber of the Super Red Eagle is 0.454, and the other is 0.480. Although it uses a short barrel, its power is very terrifying. Of course, if it is just an ordinary pistol, it is naturally not a big deal. But would the pistol Nyepa took out be an ordinary pistol? Bang! The next moment, Nyepa opened fire, and the sound of the gun was like a grenade explosion. The fire of the red flame armor was hit with one shot, and a piece of the fire was shattered. Yisha raised his eyebrows and walked forward quickly. Nyepa retreated while continuing to shoot. Yisha, this battlefield is not suitable for you to fight. Yisha wants to get close, but Nyepa doesn't want to get close. This is a matter of course. Close combat is not what Nyepa is good at. For ordinary people, the closer you are to a gun, the more powerful it is, because it is easier to hit. But for people like Yisha and Nyepa, the standards of ordinary people cannot be used. The closer you are, the more disadvantageous Nyepa will be, because Yisha will not give Nyepa an easy chance to shoot. Therefore, if Nyepa wants to fight Yisha, it is really inappropriate to choose this place. The right choice is a place with complex terrain, such as the periphery of the Doomsday City, which is full of buildings and complex terrain, suitable for sniping, or the inside of the hive, where the passages are crisscrossed and there are many covers, which can be used for sneak attacks, ambushes, and escapes, which is suitable for gunners to fight. However, the terrain of this reservoir is very obvious. There are 3 reservoirs in front and behind, and then they are arranged on both sides. Yisha estimates that there are at least hundreds of them. The reservoir is fully sealed and can move on the metal plate above. At the same time, there is a suspension bridge every 10 meters above the reservoir, connecting the two sides. This design seems meaningless, but in fact, there is a metal cover plate above the reservoir, which can be walked on, but it is not for people to step on. The normal way to pass is to walk on the suspension bridge, but now they are standing on the top of the reservoir to fight. Chapter 1948 Command. In short, this place is open and has no obstacles, which is suitable for frontal combat. Nyepa is quite weak in using guns in this place. Nyepa laughed. So, I didn't come here alone. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Devil's arm. A shadow of a demon's head appeared above Yisha's head, and then turned into a huge black fist mark, and fell hard in the direction of Yisha. Bang! Yisha jumped back, and the fist mark hit the metal cover of the reservoir. After a loud bang, the metal cover was smashed to pieces, and a large amount of water splashed out. Bang! The next moment, Kong Max fell from the air and stepped on the metal cover, making a dent. Yisha glanced at Kong Max, then said to Nyepa, "Anyone else?" Nyepa, "Of course." Suddenly, the sound of water splashing was heard, and then a figure suddenly jumped out from under the broken metal cover, holding a long knife and shaking off the water. "Xia Yuren." Yisha nodded again. "Are you following Nyepa now? Are there others?" Nyepa smiled. "No. Du Lingling and the little fat man are still loyal to you and refuse to join the war. Fei Long is nowhere to be found. And Mu Yunjia, she is dead. Life and death are always so unpredictable." Yisha curled his lips. "I killed Fei Long." Nyepa's expression remained unchanged. "I know you will attack us. Friendship is nothing in the face of life and death. Yisha held his sword horizontally. In that case, let's stop talking nonsense. Niepa smiled. Okay. Bang. The moment Niepoyan finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and fired. Bang. The gunshot rang out. However, this time the bullet was a little special. When the gunshot rang out, a large area of dazzling white light burst out in front of Yisha, making it difficult for Yisha to open his eyes. At the same time, Kong Max rushed towards Yisha in one step, raised his fist, and hit Yisha. In front of Kong Max, the shadow of the devil appeared again. Bang! Kong Max's fist came in front of Yisha and hit Yisha's face hard. However, it was Kong Max who showed a look of astonishment. Yisha tilted his head and took a half step back. And then nothing happened. Dragon patterns appeared on Yisha's face. And then he slowly turned his head back and pushed Kong Max's fist back. Yisha looked into Kong Max's eyes. It's a pity. I've been away from Doomsday Train for so long, and you don't seem to have made any progress at all. Kong Max felt a chill in his heart, and felt the murderous intent in Yisha, and immediately planned to retreat to the back. But unfortunately it was half a step too late. Want to see the real devil? Yisha whispered softly, and then his eyes flashed with a strange color. Abyss, illusion ability, mental ability. Create an abyss, and pull the target into it. The effect depends on the target's mental strength and will. The interval between each use is 90 minutes. Yisha looked at Kong Max, then let you see it. Kong Max kept retreating, and then suddenly covered his head. Ah! A painful scream sounded. Kong Maxton's eyes were red, and he kept backing away and struggling. In front of Kong Maxton's eyes, there was a field of bones. A demon stood by the lake of blood, and his body kept shaking, making a crunch sound. Suddenly, the demon turned around suddenly, holding a broken arm in his hand, chewing flesh and blood in his mouth. And blood mixed with saliva kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Kong Maxton looked at his arm, which was empty. The demon was eating his arm. Niepa frowned, watching Kong Max howl like crazy, waving his fist to attack the air, knowing that he was most likely hit by a mental attack or hallucination. Mental attack is unlikely. I haven't heard that Yisha is a superhuman, although the latter is also considered a mental attack. It is an independent ability under the general category of mental attack, although I haven't heard that Yisha can do it. It is possible that he got it after leaving the Doomsday Train. Hallucination ability is not uncommon. You? Niepa shouted. Superhuman is the best way to deal with hallucinations. However, Yisha also shouted, stop that woman. Noi started to attack Yu like crazy, preventing Yu from coming to help. Noi was one of the weaker saints that Yisha knew. Of course, this weaker did not refer to Noi's overall ability, but to the guy who used puppets to fight. And his shortcomings were obvious. But if Yi wanted to come to support, Noi would order the puppets to attack and entangle like crazy, which would be another matter. The obvious shortcomings did not mean that the puppets under Noi were not strong enough to deal with a guy like Noi. The best way was to capture the thief and the king. But to capture the thief, Yi had to deal with Nudie first, so she couldn't come to support. Meanwhile, Xia Yuren came behind Yisha strangely, and slashed at Yisha with a narrow knife in her hand. Clang! Yisha's sword fell in front of Nanjiang, and he drew out the sword with his left hand, and blocked Xia Yuren's narrow knife with a Su Qin sword-carrying posture. Swords and knives are inseparable. Yisha, playing with knives with me? You can't. Yisha's ankle twisted violently. His body rotated, and he slashed with the two swords in front and behind, and a circle of silver sword light spread out in all directions. Clang! Xia Yuren blocked with his sword, and then felt a tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He kept retreating backwards, and looked at the position of his shoulder, where a wound was cut. Niepa fired at Yisha continuously, and Yisha slashed with his sword, and the sword light split into pieces of silver light, and then cut all the bullets down. Switch! Niepa said to Xia Yuren, you deal with the Holy Sun. Those small fish on the Doomsday Train don't count. Of course, Minghai on Yisha's side can also be ignored. In the situation of 4 against 2, Niepa has the advantage. But the unlucky child Kong Max was temporarily disabled by the illusion, and it became 3 against 2. And the advantage was not so obvious. Niepa knew how difficult Yisha was. Xia Yuren didn't waste words. She was an assassination type, and she could also fight in close combat. However, Yi Sha entered the dragon state and had the perception of the dragon realm. Xia Yuren's stealth assassination was directly useless. As for close combat, being able to fight in close combat and being good at close combat are two different things. Xia Yuren mainly assassinated and took close combat into consideration, while Yi Sha was directly a close combat type. Although Yi Sha had many abilities to bomb at medium and long distances, and even relied purely on abilities to fight, Yi Sha had never given up close combat. In fact, Yi Sha was very skilled, and everyone who had interacted with Yi Sha knew this very well. Therefore, Xia Yuren retreated, and she retreated very straightforwardly. She was not suitable to deal with Yi Sha. In this case, she would switch positions. Xia Yuren would replace Yi, and she could also remove Kong Max's illusion by the way. Chapter 1949 Determination. However, Xia Yuren left, and Yepa wiped his sweat. It seemed that he would have to fight Yi Sha alone for the time being. Yepa cursed softly, fired forward, and when the bullets were used up, he threw the gun away. Gun Master. There are many titles of Gun Master, and many people have them. But the title ability is a selective ability. Not everyone has the same. After all, guns are still relatively common weapons, and it is not difficult to get the title of Gun Master. Yepo's Gun Master title ability is the Arsenal, which allows him to carry an unlimited number of guns and weapons. He has a fantasy-realized arsenal filled with guns and bullets. Yepa directly replaced 2 Gatling guns in his hands and shot at Yi Sha. Yi Sha, I can even withstand the Phalanx and Metal Storm. So why should I be afraid of these two? Yi Sha defended with the red flame armor and slashed continuously at the same time. But Yi Sha was too confident. The guns used by Yepa could not be ordinary guns. Of course, this time it wasn't the gun that had a problem, but the bullet. The bullet on the right would freeze, and the bullet on the left would explode. Yi Sha slashed down with his sword, blocking the bullet, and as a result, an explosion sounded, and a huge impact force spread, pushing Yi Sha out. As for the bullet that could freeze, it was even more bizarre, and it could actually freeze the flames of the red flame armor. After freezing, it directly destroyed the defense of the red flame armor. Yi Sha cursed, and then punched forward. The power of the Son of Flame. Yi Sha's arms were wrapped in flames, and he blasted forward fiercely. The moment the flames rushed out, they turned directly into lava, and then suddenly exploded in front of Yepa. This time it was Yepo's turn to curse. He hated all-round combat guys like Yi Sha the most. He could fight at long range, medium range, and close combat. He had no problem with physical combat, and was also good at ability confrontation. He also had a bunch of alien creatures as cannon fodder. Being all-round is not necessarily a good thing, because he is not good at anything. But it is definitely not a bad thing. Having many means that Yi Sha can deal with various situations. Yi Sha thrust the sword Luo Nanjiang into the ground, and then replaced it with the twin sawtooth swords. You can't run away. Yi Sha looked at Yepa. Endless battlefield. Endless battlefield. Field after launching the endless battlefield, you can specify a target before you die or the target dies. Neither party can escape the battlefield. There is no time limit, and the interval between each use is 48 hours. The endless battlefield field is actually quite useless. In addition to preventing others from escaping, there is no gain effect or special ability at all. What's more, if the opponent is stronger than you, you will be trapped to death. But it must be said that it is very useful against Yepa. Endless battlefield was activated, and a circle of golden and white light circle pushed out to the surroundings, covering Yi Sha and Yepa, and a large shadow appeared on the ground. Broken swords, spears piercing the ground, damaged guns, broken rubble, surging stones, and faint smoke. The area covered by the golden and white light circle immediately turned into a battlefield. Yepa came to the edge of the light circle and blasted out with his elbow, but was bounced back by an invisible force. Yi Sha, it's useless. When the endless battlefield is launched, you will understand my determination to kill you, because no one of us can leave the battlefield unless one of us dies. The endless battlefield is not a mobile field, and it will not move with Yi Sha. It is just a circle of space. Yi Sha decides to target Yepa, and no one can leave here unless one of them dies. At the same time, Yi Yu and Xia Yuren exchanged and rushed over. First, they used mental power to help Kong Max get rid of the illusion, and then raised their hands to move forward. Word spirit technique. Yi shouted. Slash. There was a crashing sound from the periphery of the domain. And then Yi's mental power was forcibly pushed back. Yi opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Sha, at the same time. No one can help you. This is our battlefield. Before one of us dies, no one can intervene in the battle in the endless battlefield. Ye Po's face became solemn. And he looked at Yi Sha. It seems that I feel your determination. Yi Sha, did you have any expectations before? Ye Po laughed. I have some expectations. I expected that maybe because of our friendship, you would not kill me after I lost. I also doubted myself. If I won, would I be able to kill you? Yi Sha, I'm sorry. Ye Po, no. This is good. You gave both sides a reason to make up their minds. No one needs to feel guilty, and can fight without worry. Yi Sha, any last words? Ye Po, no. What about you? Yi Sha, I don't need it. Because I will live. Boom. The moment Yi Sha finished speaking, he punched forward, and a large piece of fire rushed forward and swept towards Ye Po. Ye Po shouted at Yi and Kong Max, kill that holy sun. Ye Po is a good commander because he knows how to use the situation to command. For example, when he saw that Xia Yuran could not pose a threat to Yi Sha, he immediately asked Xia Yuran to switch positions with Yi. For example, Yi and Kong Max were blocked by the endless battlefield, and his plan of using the majority to bully the minority could not be implemented. He immediately changed the target to be killed first, and let Yi and Kong Max go to support Xia Yuran. However, the shadow behind Yi Sha suddenly extended to the back, leaving the endless battlefield. And then a huge corpse flower vine appeared and fell towards Yi and Kong Max. The two jumped to the left and right. But at this moment, an aurora suddenly appeared, hitting Kong Max's back and knocking him down from the air. Yi was entangled by two black chains of light and tied up tightly. Yi Sha, I can't leave the endless battlefield. But my alien creatures can. They are independent individuals and are not restricted by the endless battlefield. Your wishful thinking will not be so easy to implement. Yet aside, it's not good to be too familiar with each other. Being too familiar naturally means understanding each other. Yi Sha can think of Ye Po's thinking, so he naturally prepared a countermeasure in advance. And every step is calculated. Ye Po, however, you should also know the strength of Yi and Kong Max. Are you sure your alien creatures can stop them? No. Yi Sha, but it can still delay time. So it depends on how long it takes me to kill you. Ye Po, it's not easy to kill me. Yi Sha, if you think my strength remains at the level when I left the Doomsday train, it is indeed not an easy thing. Unfortunately, I seem to have become much stronger. Chapter 1950 Armor. Day's Sword. Yi Sha thrust out his sword, and a large number of sword beams formed a line, like a silver river, heading towards Ye Po. Dongfang Yu's swordsmanship is definitely Yi Sha's main fighting force now. On the one hand, it is terrifyingly powerful, and the swordsmanship and swordsmanship learning are all his own things, without any restrictions. Yi Sha used the Day's Sword at the first time, which obviously also represented Yi Sha's determination. Yi Sha would not hold back, looking at the sword light coming like a river. Ye Po was very leisurely, and even had time to light a cigarette, but only took a puff. Boom! The next moment, the sword light fell in front of Ye Po. The metal plate on the ground exploded, and a large amount of water spread out in all directions. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. There was a figure in the sword light, and Ye Po did not fall down. I have always believed in your strength, or in your will. Ye Po, a person with a strong will can always succeed more easily than most people. Or in other words, a person with a strong will can always succeed. It's nothing more than how much time it takes. The sword light dispersed, and Ye Po walked forward slowly. Ye Po, so, I never underestimated your strength. Even if you leave the Doomsday train, I believe that with your will and ability, you will still live well and become stronger. However, have you never doubted it? How could a guy who only knows how to play with a gun live so long on the Doomsday train and live better and better? Moreover, it is not Yi who takes over your position, nor is it anyone else, but me. As he spoke, Ye Po's figure completely appeared in front of Yi Sha. Ye Po had a set of black metal armor on his body, which was full coverage, covering every inch of Ye Po's skin. Even his head was not exposed, and was wrapped up by the helmet. This is an armor-type mecha. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes, and did not underestimate the armor. The armor-type mecha is a high-end product in the technology category in the treasure list. And if Yisha is not mistaken, Nyepo's armor is the high-end of the high-end, and is named Shadow King, one of the top few armor-type mechas. In fact, things classified as technology are often ignored. Generally speaking, in the early days of boarding the Doomsday train, things classified as technology were very popular among everyone. At that time, except for some outliers, people usually made two choices. The first choice was physical fitness enhancement potions, or similar abilities. The second choice was technological weapons, including guns, grenades, etc. It is normal to make these two choices, which comes from the normal cognition of human beings, because they have seen the strength of zombies, mainly physical strength. Humans will involuntarily position themselves as weak, because they are indeed incomparable to zombies in terms of physical strength. Therefore, subconsciously, people would like to improve their bodies, at least to be able to compete with zombies to a certain extent, which would make people feel at ease. Of course, some people are more extreme and take the wrong path of artificial physical fitness extreme evolution. The second choice comes from common sense. At that time, everyone did not see the various things on the Doomsday train, and guns were the most powerful weapons in everyone's eyes. Of course, you can say things like missiles, tanks, and bombers, but everyone knows that those cannot be used as conventional weapons. But guns can be used. They are simple and easy to use. However, these two options will soon be abandoned with the passage of time. This is also human nature. When you have seen the bombardment of lightning, the rush of fire, and some superpowers that only appear in fantasy, you will naturally feel that such abilities are more powerful and more desirable. This is a desire for unknown power. This is the trajectory of most people on the Doomsday train. Powerful fantasy ability is the goal of many people. However, is technological power really not enough? This is absolutely a wrong idea. Is it true that the power of lightning strikes is stronger than that of artillery strikes? This really cannot give an accurate answer. For example, the destructive power of divine thunder is not stronger than that of the god-destroying cannon. In fact, the best way to judge strength is the number of gold skull coins. Therefore, Yisha will not underestimate Nyepo's armor-like mecha just because it is classified as a technology. On the contrary, Yisha attaches great importance to it. The price of Shadow King is 650 gold skull coins. This price is very telling. Although the things classified as technology are relatively niche, the price is not fake. Secondly, because the science and technology category is niche, Yisha is not familiar with it. Yisha's growth trajectory is the same as most people. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this. It is indeed the right choice. Yisha's experience in the previous life allows Yisha to effectively choose the most suitable things for himself in the early stage. But if you are not familiar with it and don't understand it, it will naturally be troublesome when facing it. On the contrary, Nyepo is quite familiar with Yisha, including that Yisha has the power of an apostle, which is no secret. The two men were in a stalemate for a moment. Neither of them attacked immediately, and they were looking for each other's flaws. Only with flaws could they have an opportunity to attack. After a moment, Yisha lost his composure first, because neither of them had any flaws. They were both experienced and familiar with each other, so it was not easy for them to reveal their flaws. Go step. Yisha's figure flashed and came directly behind Nyepo. This was the most reliable probing attack. But at this moment, the metal plate behind Nyepo suddenly opened, and 3 metal claws on each side suddenly flew out, connected to the cables, and grabbed towards Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows and let the metal claws grab him. And then the current surged. Yisha directly used the thunder core to absorb the current. You should know that the current is useless to me. Nyepo laughed. The function is like this, and it's not up to me to choose. However, in addition to powering, it can also be used like this. The 3 cables suddenly rose up, driving the metal claws into the air. Yisha was shocked. What a great force! With Yisha's strength, he couldn't resist it at all, and was thrown out directly and flew into the air. Nyepo, the power brought by physical enhancement is indeed strong. But power is easier to obtain without the body. That is, machinery, Nyepo said as he raised his hands to the air. And at the wrist position, a circle of metal sheets popped out, and 3 missile launchers on the left and right were ejected. A total of 6 micro-missiles flew into the air, with white smoke at the tail, and hit Yisha fiercely. Boom! 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 The sound of the explosion sounded, and the scattered flames quickly wrapped Yisha. The next moment, a sword light flashed, and Yisha raised his sword to cut the flames, then twisted his body in the air and slashed down with his sword. 6 dragons flying. Chapter 1951 Sword Drawing. A blood-colored sword light appeared, falling towards the bottom, turning into a blood dragon with bared fangs and claws. Extremely ferocious. Nyepa stood still. The metal plate behind him closed, and then unfolded again. The 2 metal plates spread out to both sides, like huge metal wings. The next moment, a red light flashed, and then 2 lasers were fired into the air, colliding fiercely with the blood dragon. 1, 2, 3. Continuous explosions roared, and the lasers fired by Nyepa were also quite ferocious. But after neutralizing the 4th blood dragon, the laser emitter on the metal plate finally emitted black smoke, and it had exceeded the usage load. Boom! The 5th blood dragon fell, and the blood dragon exploded, turning into countless blood-colored sword lights that spread out in all directions, cutting the metal plate on the ground and Nyepa's armor, leaving traces of slashes. At the same time, the 6th blood dragon fell. Nyepa no longer resisted, and ejected the jet thruster at the position of his calf. As the flames came out, Nyepa's speed suddenly increased, and he moved over a large range. After dodging the blood dragon, the thrusters changed direction and pushed towards the ground. Nyepa jumped up and came to Yisha. Bang! Yisha slashed down with a sword, slashing Nyepa's chest, leaving a cut mark, and Nyepa's fist hit Yisha's face. The 2 fell from the air at the same time and hit the ground. The next moment, Yisha flipped up, and Nyepa used the thrusters to bounce his body and stood up straight like a zombie. Nyepa raised his hand, and metal holes appeared one by one in his palm, and then balls were launched one by one. Those balls were elastic and kept bouncing on the ground, heading towards Yisha. Then, boom, 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 the sound of explosions continued, and those balls started to explode continuously after jumping to Yisha's side. After the launch, Nyepa did not stop but moved quickly to the side, and at the same time, a folding submachine gun popped out of the weapon compartment beside his thigh and began to shoot into the black smoke. Obviously, Nyepa knew that the explosion caused by those balls was not enough to kill Yisha, so he continued to exert pressure. Suddenly, silver sword light exploded. There were hundreds of sword lights that suddenly appeared, which completely cut the flames and black smoke. At the same time, the sound of ding-dong continued to ring, and the bullets were completely isolated by the sword light. Is this the only strength you have hidden? Yisha walked out of the black smoke. If you only rely on a set of armored mechas, then you have disappointed me. Yisha held the sword horizontally and looked up at the sky. His aura suddenly became fierce, like a sword drawn from its sheath. This is not a sword from the human world. Yisha, try to see if you can take it. The heavenly sword falls to the north. Yisha just looked at the sky, seemingly without moving at all. But at this moment, a virtual sword appeared in the air and fell towards the ground. Nyepa's face was slightly grim. This was a sword that could not be avoided, because the heavenly sword directly covered the entire endless battlefield. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Bang! Nyepa closed his arms and smashed them hard, making a crisp metallic collision sound. Plasma shield. Nyepa shouted softly, and 2 metal covers popped open at the position of his forearms, and 2 small silver devices suddenly rose up. Countless hexagonal blocks appeared around Nyepa's body, and quickly spliced together to form a sphere that wrapped Nyepa in it. The next moment, the heavenly sword arrived. With a loud bang, a huge splash of water rose from the reservoir and spread out in all directions. The protective shield outside Nyepa's body was first shattered, and then countless sword lights spread and wrapped Nyepa. The sound of metal cutting continued to ring, and traces of slashing appeared on Nyepa's armor. In the blink of an eye, the armor became tattered, with cracks everywhere, countless cables dragging outside, and some parts fell directly to the ground. Clang! Suddenly, Nyepa's right arm slipped and fell to the ground. Of course, it was only the arm shell of the armor, and Nyepa's right hand was intact. Yisha smiled. This thing is really strong. It can keep you intact. But it seems that this is the end. Nyepa smiled. I don't think it's over. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing in front of you. Clang! Clang! As Nyepa spoke, the armor on his body disintegrated and fell to the ground. That suit of armor was almost useless. Could it be repaired? Theoretically, it was possible to repair it. However, the Doomsday train was useless. It was just abandoned outside the Doomsday city, empty and completely destroyed. The proprietress had gone nowhere. How could Nyepa repair it? Nyepo's answer was, if it couldn't be repaired, then throw it away and change it. Nyepa took out a silver-white box from the arsenal of the mechanical master. Nyepa opened the box, and inside were stacked metal parts. When Nyepa stepped on it, countless armor parts seemed to be attracted by suction, and all rushed towards Nyepo's body, and quickly assembled into armor. It was a silver-white armor-style mecha, compared with the previous Shadow King suit, which looked quite round. This one was angular, and obviously a little bigger. Nyepa was about 1.8 meters tall, and after putting on the armor, he reached about 2.2 meters. I remember the name of this suit is Holy Shield? Yisha curled his lips. It seems that you are afraid of my sword? Yisha was indeed not very clear about the technological items in the treasure list. But Nyepa used high-end products among high-end products, because they were expensive. Yisha would naturally take a few glances, and had some impression. The Holy Shield, like the Shadow King, is priced at 650 gold skull coins, and is a top-tier product among armor-type mechas. However, the Shadow King is a multifunctional combat type, characterized by a variety of attack methods and a certain defensive effect. As for the Holy Shield, Yisha had some impression of it. He could not remember the specific weapons and props he wore. But as the name suggests, the Holy Shield is an armor-type mecha that focuses on defense. It's normal to be afraid. Nyepa did not care about Yisha's provocation and looked at Yisha. Everyone is afraid of death. But fear and cowardice are two different things. Nyepa stretched his hand toward the top of his head, and the metal cover behind him opened. Then a silver metal shield ejected, and was caught in Nyepo's hand. Yisha, then let me try it out, and see how strong this thing is, Yisha said, and suddenly drew his sword. The sword light was cold. The sword light stabbed forward, and then suddenly broke into pieces, covering Nyepa. 24 Bridges with Bright Moon. Chapter 1952 Holy Shield. Nyepa did not move, and raised his shield to meet the attack. The next moment, the sword light fell, and after hitting the shield, it kept making ding-dong sounds. After a moment, the sword light dissipated, and Yisha looked at the shield in Nyepo's hand with surprise. Such a strong defense. Yisha did not expect to break Nyepo's defense with one sword. The three evil swords were indeed extraordinary. But his armor-like mecha was not a fake. However, the 24 sword lights hit the shield, but only left some marks, which was really beyond Yisha's expectation. The defense of that shield is not ordinary. Dong, dong, dong. After blocking the sword, Nyepa began to run towards Yisha. His feet made a dull sound when he stepped on the ground. And then a circle of energy light blades popped out from the edge of the shield and slashed towards Yisha. Yisha did not dodge, but raised his sword to meet it. With a clang, Yisha blocked the shield and dropped it. Compared with the defense, the attack of this armor-like mecha is a bit weak. Yisha easily took the attack, and then condensed a fireball with his left hand and pressed it down on the shield. Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded, and the flames pushed Nyepa backwards. Some charged spots were left on the silver-white armor, but there was still not a single crack. If he was surprised before, then Yisha was really shocked now. Yisha's ability to manipulate flames came from the Son of Flame. That is, the power of the Apostle. But it didn't cause much damage to the armor. This is an iron shell turtle, Yisha blurted out. And Nyepa laughed, then waved his shield continuously, and continued to smash towards Yisha. Yisha retreated while continuously striking the sword, the blade continuously hitting the armor, but only heard the sound. No effect. Yisha could not help but curse again. This armor-like mecha is so annoying. However, Yisha also found some problems. That is, as the name suggests, this armor is really not worth mentioning except for defense. Not only does it have no means of attack, but the power of the attack is also very ordinary. Just holding the shield and smashing it randomly. Of course, there may be other means of attack, such as loading some guns and micro-missiles, which do not conflict with defense. But the attack power is still very limited. Secondly, it is heavy. This armor is obviously much heavier than the previous one. Nyepo's movement speed has obviously slowed down, at least by more than 30%. and it is not flexible enough. Turning, moving sideways, and retreating are all slow. But the key problem is, it can't be hit. Yi Sha, do you want to use this thing to kill me? There is no time limit in the endless battlefield. No matter how long you spend, you can't wait until the field disappears. As for killing me, it is undeniable that continuous attacks will consume my physical energy to a certain extent. But as far as I know, the power of the armored mecha is also limited. How long can your energy block support the power output? Yepa smiled. Don't bother with that. I have my own way. Yi Sha stopped talking nonsense. Yepa naturally had his own ideas. Yi Sha could guess. But Yepa would not admit whether he guessed right or wrong. Verbal inducement and provocation had no effect on Yepa because the two of them were too familiar with each other. In this case, we can only force it. Yi Sha really didn't believe it. Even if the defense of this Tenkan was strong, could it be completely flawless? It was also very difficult to achieve full-body defense. There would always be a part where the defense would be relatively weak. Great River Sword. Yi Sha thought as he slashed out with his sword again without hesitation. Sword light flashed. The silver sword light swept forward, and after connecting into one piece, it fiercely slammed towards Yepa. Yepa was blasted back and forth, and only stopped when he hit the edge of the endless battlefield. Although he could defend against the attack, the impact was still difficult to defend against. However, the armor was still intact, which gave Yi Sha a headache. Even so, Yi Sha's sword did not stop, and continued to blast forward, slashing towards Yepa with one sword after another. Even though he couldn't see Yepa's face, Yi Sha knew that Yepa must be smiling. But at this moment, Yi Sha's sword turned violently, and one sword became four. Yi Sha's target was joints, 2 knees, 2 elbows. Although it was the first time for Yi Sha to see an armored mecha, he had seen biological mecha before. There are 2 weak points in the defense of biological mecha. The first is the biological warehouse. Because there is a biological warehouse, it cannot be solid. There is space inside, so the defense will naturally be weak. The second is the joints. It is impossible to cover the joints with high-density metal. High defense generally means strong, and strong means hard, which means it cannot move. Therefore, the materials at the key points must be selected with considerable flexibility. Naturally, the defense will be much weaker than other parts. However, the reason why Yi Sha knows Yepa very well is because the two are familiar with each other. Then, correspondingly, Yepa naturally knows Yi Sha very well. As soon as Yi Sha made a move, Yepa guessed Yi Sha's intention. Suddenly, behind the armor, huge metal plates extended to both sides, then quickly folded to form a square, and joined in front of the armor. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The tip of the sword hit the metal plate, and then was intercepted. Yepa smiled. Think it's so easy to break my defense? Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Yi Sha said calmly. At least this means that my idea is correct. The joints are the weak points of attack. Yepa, maybe. Yepa neither admitted nor denied. Yi Sha cursed in his heart. Yepa is a tough opponent, not only in terms of hard power, but also in terms of soft power. For example, wisdom is a symbol of soft power. You can't see or touch wisdom, but it is undeniable that a smart person is definitely more difficult to deal with than a fool. Yepa's noncommittal attitude is a kind of wisdom. Yi Sha couldn't help but guess. Is his speculation correct? Is the key really a weak point? Or is Yepa deliberately tempting him in this way, and then find his flaws in turn? Both are possible. It's hard to judge. If you can't judge, don't judge. Yi Sha is very single, and suddenly put away the sword. It's not difficult to deal with your armor like mecha. Yi Sha, I just want to see how strong this thing is. Yepa smiled. Are you satisfied? Yi Sha, not bad. But I concluded that I can deal with it. Yepa, then I should be afraid. Yi Sha, yes. You can start to be afraid. Bang! Yi Sha stepped on the ground and rushed forward, and instantly came to Yepa. Yepa did not dodge, because he could not dodge. Yepa knew that he was a gun player, and it would be a death wish to compete with Yi Sha in terms of physical fitness. Moreover, he became very cumbersome after wearing armor, and his speed was also reduced, so he could not outrun Yi Sha. Chapter 1953. Broadness is not as good as concentration. The supreme martial arts master in heaven and earth. Yi Sha abandoned his sword and used his fist, and came directly to Yepa and punched forward, standing on the ground to reach the sky. Yi Sha's move was the killer move of Bajiquan. Nyepa looked completely fearless, and he straightened his chest. He was not afraid of even the sword. Not to mention that Yi Sha had no weapon. Then, Nyepa flew out. The next moment, red blood flowed from the gap in Nyepo's helmet. Although Yi Sha did not want to deny the power of ancient Chinese martial arts, it was undeniable that this pure move was becoming less and less useful. It was not without reason that everyone was pursuing fantasy abilities. Ming Jin and Njin were not destructive enough, but they caused great damage. However, fists were weak against flames, lightning, and other supernatural things. Yi Sha used the martial arts supreme less and less. However, everything had its reason. The martial arts supreme was indeed not as useful as before, but in certain circumstances, it could exert unimaginable power and effect. For example, when dealing with an iron-shelled turtle like Nyepa, the armor that was so strong that Yi Sha was speechless was helpless against the invasion of dark energy. It might dissolve some of the power, but more of the power could not be defended. Coming to Nyepa again, Yi Sha suddenly did a somersault, stretched out his feet in midair, and fell forward with a battle axe-like chop. Nyepa rolled on the ground quickly, and then got up from the ground. But just as he got up, Yi Sha came to Nyepa again. Raise your palm to become a knife. Yi Sha's fingertips touched the armor, and it seemed that he could not penetrate the armor's defense at all. But, bang! Yi Sha suddenly retracted his fingers into a fist and blasted forward, and Nyepa was blasted away again, feeling his internal organs trembling violently. How do you feel? Yi Sha, can your armor defend you? Nyepa did not speak, but took off his helmet and threw it aside, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nyepa, I always knew that you were difficult to deal with, but I didn't think you were so difficult. Yi Sha, but from the tone of your words, it seems that you are not ready to die. Yes. Nyepa, it seems that I have to use some means that I am not willing to use. As Nyepa spoke, he took out a needle gun with a syringe already installed on it, and liquid medicine inside. After aiming at the position of his heart, Nyepa inserted the needle gun and began to inject. Yi Sha frowned. Although I know that you like to use guns and some technological products, I never thought that you would be willing to turn yourself into a ghost. No. 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 You misunderstood. Nyepa smiled. This is not an alienated model of the zombie virus. I will not become a zombie or a monster. Nyepa stretched out his hand, and the surface of his body suddenly gave off a metallic color, and then an armor appeared out of thin air on Nyepo's arm. Nyepa, you should have paid attention to the most expensive things in fantasy or other major categories. But do you know what is the most expensive thing in the technology category? Or to go further, in the science fiction mecha category. Do you know what is the most expensive? Yi Sha frowned. Nyepa laughed. In fact, I always thought that being versatile was your weakness. You can fight in close combat, long range, medium range, ranged attacks, single target attacks, and control alien creatures. You can even use firearms, bows and arrows, swords, guns and axes, and even fists if you don't have any weapons. On the surface, you are really a difficult person. You don't look very strong. But when you really fight, you will feel extremely strong because you can do everything. So you have no weaknesses. Yi Sha did not deny that in his previous life. Yi Sha was not this type. He was good at long-range sniping and commanding, and also provided auxiliary gains, because at that time, Yi Sha had his own team. However, in this life, Yi Sha planned to do everything by himself. So he naturally chose omnipotence, so that he could have all kinds of abilities, and deal with any situation alone. So, what Nyepa said was completely correct. But what? Yi Sha looked at Nyepa. You seem to be praising me without mentioning my shortcomings. Nyepa smiled. The doctrine of the mean. The word of praise is omnipotence, and the word of derogation is mediocrity. With your way, it is easy to become mediocre. However, your strength lies in that you are not mediocre, but omnipotent, so you will become powerful. But there is only a fine line between omnipotence and mediocrity. Your biggest problem is that you have not specialized in one thing, so you can never become the strongest in a certain aspect. Yi Sha nodded. It's better to be good than to be good? Nyepa, yes. Even if you don't become mediocre because you are proficient in too many things, but you are truly all-round, you can't avoid this problem. It's better to be good than to be good, and I always believe that sticking to what you are good at and doing your best is the real strength. Nyepa kept walking forward, and metal kept appearing on his body. Soon, a new armor appeared on Nyepo's body. Nyepo, the strongest armor-type mecha, is called Nano-Strong Armor. This is the pinnacle of the technology classification. It is necessary to implant metal nanocells into the body, and then resonate with the special armor through the nanometal cells, and then equip it. It is easy to carry, does not take up space, and does not affect mobility, because the armor is a part of the body. In order to get this thing, I spent a total of nearly 3,000 gold skull coins to buy the preconditioning items for upgrading, completed 6 item acquisition tasks, and also needed to get 7 armor prototype drawings for production. You should understand how difficult these costs are. Of course, I came from the Doomsday train after all. Yisha, but so what? Nyepashio, this is what I said. It is your shortcoming. You have many powerful abilities, but not the most powerful one. Your investment in those abilities is definitely not less than the value of 3,000 gold skull coins. In other aspects, you are also taking risks. You are even hunted by the train conductor for the power of the apostles. But you finally separated the investment, which can never be compared with the investment gathered. It is like the difference between loose sand and a handful of sand. Yisha smiled. It's hard to say. Nyepa, if you don't believe me, let's give it a try. Bang! Nyepa suddenly kicked the ground with both feet and leaped forward. So fast. Yisha's pupil shrank. And in almost an instant, Nyepa, who was wearing armor again, came to him. No, not only Nyepa, but also fist. Bang! Nyepo's fist hit Yisha's cheek fiercely. The next moment, Yisha felt a huge force coming, and then he was knocked away by a punch. Chapter 1954 Full Fire. Yisha's body flew backwards, but he did not fly out of the endless battlefield. When he reached the edge, he was intercepted by an invisible force and stuck in the air. The next moment, Nyepo's metal wings suddenly spread out from behind, and then he flew up and came to Yisha. Punch, punch, punch crazily. Nyepo's fist was like a whip, swung forward crazily, and continuously bombarded Yisha. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting the body continued to ring. Only the shadow of the fist could be seen. But Yisha's body was obviously dented after being hit. Blood began to flow from the corners of Yisha's eyebrows and mouth, and all the bones in his body were aching. Nyepo's fists were very fierce. If it weren't for the area restrictions of the endless battlefield, neither of them could leave here before the winner was decided, and Yisha would have been blown away long ago. Of course, Nyepa also took advantage of this point to be able to carry out continuous bombardment. If there was no load-bearing object behind Yisha, he would not be able to bombard like this. Or to be more specific, if it weren't for the area restrictions of the endless battlefield, ordinary walls would not be able to withstand such a degree of bombardment. Yisha laughed at this time. Nyepo's armor is really extraordinary. Yisha knows very well that Nyepa is definitely not a melee type of person. Even if he has been hiding and reserving something, Nyepa is not the type to develop a melee route. Therefore, it really surprised Yisha that he could improve his melee ability to this extent just by relying on a set of armor. Although it is not as good as Fei Long, a pure physical fitness extreme evolutionist, it is not inferior to the physical fitness extreme evolutionist who took physical fitness potions crazily. Bang! Nyepa punched again, and a loud noise was heard. Yisha suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on Nyepo's chest. Shock wave. The invisible force blasted Nyepa away, and he fell back to the ground after flipping his body in the air. Yisha also slid along the edge of the endless battlefield until his feet touched the ground. Yisha, this is your last. The bottom of the box. Right? Nyepa did not deny it, and said directly, yes. Yisha, in that case, I can make up my mind. Nyepa, haven't you made up your mind a long time ago? Yisha, you misunderstood. What I meant was that if you can do this, then I can fight as hard as I can. After all, I believe that the battle with you should not be the last one. I see. Nyepa, it's my honor. Yisha has always been reserved. This reservation is not to underestimate Nyepa, but to keep the use of his abilities within a certain limit. Because, even if he could kill Nyepa and move on, Yisha believed that there would still be battles waiting for him. However, if he could not kill Nyepa without trying his best, that would be another matter. Yisha spread his hands. First of all, White Dragon King. Yisha was already in the dragon state, and when he entered the White Dragon King state, The dragon pattern on Yisha's body was completely solidified, turning into pieces of white dragon scales. With two puffs, a pair of white dragon wings spread out from behind Yisha. Yisha spread his hands. Next is the body of the devil. Yisha's hands began to change, turning into a dark color, with black smoke wrapped around his arms, and his nails turned black, slowly growing longer, becoming a pair of claws. Yisha grabbed the sword, and with his left hand, he drew out the sword and dropped it into Nanjiang, while with his right hand, he grabbed the twin serrated swords. Lead the charge, big sword, double swords when fighting with this sword. Ignore the effects of knockback, repulsion, and oppression. Reduce the impact of brain ability by 35%, and increase the mental state by 25%. Fight to the death, great sword, dual swords when fighting with this sword. Through the transformation of the core energy in the sword body, there will be no physical consumption, and you will not be tired and fight to the death. Iron Blood Soldier, great sword fight in the great sword form. Lose the sense of pain, and all healing and regeneration abilities are improved by one stage. Unyielding, great sword, dual swords when fighting with the twin serrated swords. The physical fitness is improved by 10% every 5 minutes, and the cumulative stacking is 30%. When seriously injured, the core energy stimulation will ignore the injury for 5 minutes. The effects of the twin sawtooth swords were activated continuously, and then Yisha planted a small flag in the ground. Life and death, fantasy item, battle flag, benefit item after planting the flag. Within a radius of 30 meters, the physical fitness of friendly targets is enhanced by 5%, and the physical fitness of enemy targets is weakened by 5%. The maximum number of targets affected is 10. The duration is 30 minutes, and the interval between uses is 2 hours. Except for the negative effects that the Berserker needs to bear, Yisha has used almost all the abilities that can be reused. This time, Yisha wanted to express his determination, and also because Yisha felt the strength from Nyepo's armor. The next moment, Yisha took a step forward. Ghost step. Yisha's figure flashed, and he came directly in front of Nyepo, raised his sword and chopped down. Nyepo raised his hand, and a round shield popped out from the position of his forearm to block in front of him. But it didn't work. Wushwang, holding this sword can cut through any armor. The effect of the sword falling in Nanjiang. It was not used when fighting against the Holy Shield armor before, because it was ineffective. The armor-type mecha can defend, and the Holy Shield armor is also the main defense. But it is not a pure armor, but a technological product, or an arm prop, a comprehensive combat weapon. Although the Holy Shield has strong defense, it is not only for defense, but is only good at defense. This situation will not be judged as armor. To trigger the Wushwang effect, it must be pure armor. That is, the meaning of its existence. Or in other words, its effect is purely for defense. However, the shield is different. Although it is a weapon attached to the armor, the shield is naturally used for defense. Almost in an instant, the shield on Nyepo's forearm was cut into pieces, and the sword of Jianluo Nanjiang continued to cut down. Nyepo took a deep breath and suddenly moved back at high speed. But, in the next moment, Yisha suddenly appeared in front of Nyepo, almost face to face with Nyepo. What a pity. Yisha, you are not fast enough. Boom! Yisha raised the twin serrated swords and slashed them forward, slashing Nyepo's body and sending him flying. Bang! 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 Nyepo rolled continuously on the ground, while Yisha approached again at high speed. Coming to Nyepo again, Yisha raised his sword and slashed at Nyepo. But at this moment, two white energy beams shot out from Nyepo's eyes and hit Yisha's chest. Chapter 1955. It seems. Boom! Two energy beams hit Yisha, sending him flying and crashing into the edge of the endless battlefield. Then Nyepo stood up. Crack! Crack! The nano armor quickly changed its form, and the metal wings on the back opened, revealing a missile launcher. Countless finger-sized micro-missiles were launched and headed towards Yisha. Boom! 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 The missiles hit Yisha continuously, exploding continuously, and the flames engulfed Yisha. However, in the next moment, the flames suddenly gathered and were continuously compressed, turning into a fireball that appeared on Yisha's palm. Since you know that I have the power of an apostle, Yisha, you should know that fire is useless to me. Yisha stretched out his palm forward, and fireballs flew out one after another, shooting towards Nyepo. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued. But this time, the explosion came to Nyepo's side. Nyepo ran to the side, moving quickly to avoid the impact of the explosion. But at this moment, Yisha opened his hands to both sides, and two clones condensed by flames appeared beside Yisha on the left and right, and then chased Nyepo quickly surrounding Nyepo in the center. Boom! The four flame clones exploded at the same time, forming a pillar of fire that covered Nyepo. But it was not the end. Yisha replaced the sword falling in Nanjiang with his sword, and then slashed forward with a sword. Sword flashed. A 10-meter-high virtual sword appeared and slashed down fiercely in the direction of Nyepo. Nyepo looked up, looked at the falling virtual sword, and stretched out his hand. Plasma barrier. A golden hexagon appeared, formed a sphere, and then wrapped around Nyepo's body, forming a defensive barrier. Boom! The virtual sword and the barrier made a violent collision sound. The two of them were in a stalemate for a few seconds, and then Nyepo attacked again and punched in the direction of Yisha. Electromagnetic force pulse. A blue electric current appeared, with a few golden lines, and hit Yisha directly. Yisha, have you forgotten that electric current is useless to me? Yisha stretched out his hand and wanted to absorb the electric current with a thunder core. But when his palm touched the electric current, Yisha's face suddenly changed. And then the whole person was blown away and hit the edge of the endless battlefield again. Nyepo smiled. Electromagnetic force pulse is not an electric current attack, but a wave frequency attack. And it can also be used as a driving force. Blood kept pouring out of Yisha's chest, where there was a steel ball the size of a thumb. The real attack was not the electric current, but the steel ball pushed by the electric current. However, your physical strength is really admirable. Nyepo, that attack should normally penetrate the body. Yisha cursed in a low voice. Nyepo knew that electric current had no effect on Yisha, so he naturally would not use electric current to attack. The electric current was just a bait to hide the steel ball. Yisha secretly cursed himself for being careless. Since Nyepo knew that he was not afraid of electric current, he would not do useless work. He also knew this. So Yisha should have thought that since Nyepo launched such an attack, it meant that it would definitely not be a pure electric current attack. Miscalculated? This attack injured Yisha a bit. But Yisha now has all his abilities, and his physical fitness has also improved to an inhuman level. If it is in normal state, this attack, it is impossible to take Yisha's life. But it is certain that Yisha will consume a chance of resurrection. Nyepo's words of passing through are not a joke. It can really be done. And the location of the hit is right next to the heart. This is not a joke. Yisha and Nyepo are both people who will maintain their friendship when they don't need to fight. But when they have to fight, both of them will be ruthless. This is a person who is too rational. Such a person judges things not by emotion, but by need or not. The two choices are simple and straightforward. There are not so many troubles, but they are a bit ruthless. At the same time, Nyepo approached Yisha again at high speed. Since Yisha was injured, it was a great opportunity to attack. Nyepo certainly would not hesitate. When Yisha made up his mind to kill Nyepo, Nyepo did the same. Full fire! Nyepo shouted, and the armor on his body began to change shape rapidly. 2 rows of energy beam launchers were ejected from Nyepo's calves, and 2 machine guns were turned into Nyepo's hands. Behind Nyepo, 2 rectangular missile launchers were ejected, and the wings behind him also spread out directly, turning into 6 sharp metal blades, floating in the air, pointing directly at Yisha's position. The next moment, the weapons on Nyepo's body launched an attack on Yisha almost at the same time. A total of 4 energy beams cut through the air and came to Yisha. Yisha shouted softly, and the sword slashed forward. The sword light swept past and collided with the energy beam. Boom! A violent noise appeared, and the sword light and the energy beam shattered at the same time. Circles of energy fluctuations continued to push out in all directions. Energy fluctuations could not penetrate the endless battlefield, but they should not be underestimated. The endless battlefield was actually shaking continuously under the impact of energy fluctuations. Then, Nyepo did not give Yisha any chance to breathe, and began to fire bullets. Those bullets were not ordinary stuff. They were the same bullets used in the Tiger King suit that Nyepo had used before. They would explode continuously after hitting, and the power was not very large. According to the standard of a normal person, the bullets would explode after hitting the palm, and probably would destroy both hands, and completely destroy the nerves in the hand. But Yisha was not an ordinary person. so the power would definitely be discounted. And the discount was quite large. But the problem was that this power was the power of a bullet. And now, bullets are raining down. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets exploding continuously appeared around Yisha's body. And at the same time, the missile launcher behind Nyepa suddenly opened fire. Countless micro-missiles dragged white tails and came towards Yisha. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded continuously. The earth is shaking. The endless battlefield became quite unstable. And the light ring representing the scope of the field kept shaking. But it did not break in the end. The ability on the Doomsday train actually represents the rules of the Doomsday train. Since the Doomsday train has given restrictions on its use, then these restrictions are part of the rules and cannot be broken. After a while, everything returned to calm. Nyepa looked up and saw Yisha lying on the ground, seemingly without a sound. Chapter 1956 The Law of Time. Stand up. Nyepa, I know you have the ability to resurrect. Since you haven't activated the resurrection, it means you are not dead yet. Yisha slowly got up from the ground. I almost died. It was a very fierce attack. Yisha held a bronze pocket watch in his hand. Emperor of Time. 6 o'clock, time freezing can freeze time for 3 minutes. Cannot interfere with the future during the frozen time. Must keep the frozen time normal. Forcibly change. The Emperor of Time is broken and cannot be used again. Yisha stopped time at that moment. For 3 minutes, everything was still. Of course, Yisha could not destroy the still time, especially the stilled objects. Yisha could not use these 3 minutes to kill Nyepa. However, during the 3 minutes, only Yisha could move. So Yisha bypassed the attacks. And those attacks hit the edge of the endless battlefield and the wall of the domain. Nyepa didn't know because Nyepa's time was stopped. And then time flowed. Unless Nyepa looked at the watch, he would not know that he had lost 3 minutes of his life. Even so, Yisha still looked miserable. He took the energy beams and bullets by himself. Only the last intensive bombardment. Yisha knew that if he could withstand another wave of attacks, he would be in danger of death. So he chose to use the Emperor of Time. Blood continued to flow down the corners of Yisha's eyebrows. And his clothes became tattered, with wounds and blood stains all over his body. The clothes on his shoulders were completely torn, revealing not flesh and blood, but bones. The flesh and blood on Yisha's shoulders was blown off in the bullet explosion. Yisha didn't die, but the result was not bad for Nyepa. At least Yisha was seriously injured. However, when Nyepa couldn't help showing joy in his heart, Yisha gave him a basin of cold water. Yisha gently fiddled with the Emperor of Time. 1 point, time reversal, reverse time for yourself, and restore your own time to 30 minutes ago. The injuries on Yisha's body were not restored, because this was not a regeneration ability or self-healing ability. But at that moment, the injuries on Yisha's body disappeared, and the damaged clothes returned to the state 30 minutes ago. Even the abilities used by Yisha have all been restored to their initial state. That is, they have not been used and can be used again. This is the horror of the Emperor of Time. He has mastered the laws of time, which represents the ability of time. Yisha has the absolute strongest. Yisha can not only manipulate time, but if the enemy target has time-related abilities, it will be offset by the Emperor of Time, because the props that master the laws are unique. So, you are wrong. Yisha smiled. You think my omnipotence is a flaw? Well, I admit that what you said makes sense. But I have reached the extreme and peaked like you in some aspects, because I am the Emperor of Time. I am the strongest in controlling time. Just like you use the nano-strong armor that represents the pinnacle of technology. Nyepa was silent for a long time before speaking. This is really a troublesome thing. But it just makes our battle return to the initial state. And the outcome is still undecided. As Nyepa spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand. Electromagnetic force pulse. Nyepa attacked again. And an electric current appeared, mixed with several metal balls, bombarding Yisha. Yisha stepped to the side. Ghost step. Yisha dodged. Nyepa's armor is very strong. Very strong. But this kind of strength cannot be seen directly with the naked eye. Just like the martial arts supreme. The martial arts supreme is actually very strong. But the strength lies in lethality, not destructive power. Things with amazing destructive power will make people feel very strong and earth-shattering at any time. But fighting is not about destruction. You can even be so strong that you can destroy a 10-story building or even half a city with one blow. However, if you can't kill the target, you are not strong enough. Of course, the latter is an exaggerated metaphor. If you can really destroy half a city with one blow, but can't kill the opponent, it can only prove that the opponent is stronger than you, not that you are not strong enough. Therefore, being able to kill the target is the real strength. Nieppe belongs to this type. The destructive power he displays is not amazing, but the lethality is very huge. Yi Sha really walked through the gates of hell before. Although Nieppe keeps saying that omnipotence is flaws. In fact, Nieppe himself is not omnipotent. But after wearing the nano-strong armor, he becomes omnipotent. Close combat, long range, bombing, energy bombardment to cause damage. Everything can be done. Of course, the characteristics of the two are different. Yi Sha is omnipotent for the sake of omnipotence. It is a development route that has been planned since he boarded the Doomsday train. Nieppe is different. What Nieppe pursues is an extreme development direction. Guns, firepower and technology have always been Nieppe's plan and pursuit. In fact, Nieppe is a minority who can be called a strong man on the Doomsday train, but does not have any fantasy ability. In fact, in addition to the ability and equipment of future technology with a certain fantasy color, Nieppe's field ability is also in the category of technology. Although the ability to create a turret out of thin air is a fantasy ability, it is only a fantasy ability attribute. The theme is still the bombing of technological firepower weapons. When Yi Sha dodged the attack, Nieppe raised his hand again, ready to attack again. But this time Yi Sha attacked first. The air became slightly cooler, because rain began to fall in the air. Tell me something you may not know. Yi Sha smiled. My swordsmanship is something I never had on Doomsday train. Nieppe nodded, yes. It is true that Yi Sha is very good at fighting, and his melee ability is excellent. But his swordsmanship is indeed average. Apart from the three evil swords, Yi Sha does not have any powerful swordsmanship. Yi Sha, my swordsmanship comes from Donfang Yu. Nieppe couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The name Donfang Yu is very important. Even though many people think that Donfang Yu is dead, Nieppe knows that Donfang Yu is still alive. Because after Donfang Yu died, Nieppe fought with Donfang Yu once. Of course, that was Donfang Yu's other swordsman clone. Theoretically, Donfang Yu did die once, because the swordsman clone on the Doomsday train was indeed killed. But no matter what, after fighting with one of Donfang Yu's sword clones, I understand how powerful Donfang Yu's swordsmanship is. This name can bring pressure to Nieppe. Don't worry. Yi Sha smiled. Although I do have Donfang Yu's swordsmanship, this sword is my own sword. Chapter 1957. This is my sword. Yi Sha spread his hands and entered the dragon state again, and then entered the White Dragon King state. White Dragon Heavenly Might. Rain began to fall from the sky. Pattering. Rain sword? Nieppe said, just like that? Nieppe did not deliberately provoke Yi Sha. But the wind and rain from all directions is not uncommon in front of Nieppe. Yi Sha's title on the Doomsday train is the wind and rain from all directions, which is one of Yi Sha's biggest killers. The wind and rain from all directions are all under the control of Yi Sha, which is naturally a kind of strength. However, it is powerful in the open. Many people on the Doomsday train know Yi Sha's ability of 8 directions wind and rain. After all, the title is there, just like Donfang Yu's sun and moon in the sky. Everyone knows it. Of course, Nieppe also knows it. Not only does he know it, but he also knows it very well, because he is very familiar with Yi Sha. In this case, how could Nieppe not be on guard against 8 directions wind and rain, since he expected to fight with Yi Sha? Or in other words, since Nieppe stood here, he was ready to stop Yi Sha, or even kill Yi Sha. Then, how could he not prepare for the 8 direction wind and rain? Yi Sha suddenly laughed. How much do you know about swords? Nieppe was puzzled. Huh? Yi Sha, this is not wind and rain, and I don't plan to use the 8 direction wind and rain. Yi Sha spread his hands, and the raindrops kept dripping into Yi Sha's palms. Wet and a little cold. Yi Sha looked at Nieppe seriously. This is a sword. Nieppe was even more puzzled. He knew that Yi Sha could use raindrops to condense into a rain sword, but Nieppe didn't understand what Yi Sha meant. Was this something that needed to be deliberately raised? Moreover, rain condenses, invisible and formless. Does the rain sword really have any meaning? In Nieppe's opinion, it doesn't. It can be a rain sword, a rain hammer, a rain axe, or a rain spear. Yi Sha chose the rain sword purely because he used a sword, so he condensed the sword. But is it really like this? It used to be. But it's not now. Because Yi Sha has the sword way. The sword way he learned from Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu has a sword mountain. And I have a sword sea. Yi Sha looked up at the sky. Actually, I really want to know. Who is stronger? My sword sea, or his sword mountain? When Yi Sha finished speaking, the rain suddenly floated in the air. And then, the sea of swords really appeared. The rain became swords, spreading across the sky, rolling like waves, surging like the sea. Yi Sha looked at Nyepa again, and couldn't help but chuckle. Nyepa, I don't understand. In Nyepo's eyes, the rain is still rain. And the wind and rain from all directions are still the wind and rain from all directions. That's all. Because Nyepa can't feel the sword intent in the rain. Nyepa, I don't understand swords. Yi Sha took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the turbid air. Yi Sha looked at Nyepa. Come on. I think this time it should be over. Wind and rain follow. The raindrops suspended in the sky suddenly moved and fell towards Nyepa. Nyepa was shocked. The raindrops suspended in the air were nothing special. But when the raindrops moved again, Nyepa felt extraordinary. Like a stormy sea. It was a strong sense of oppression. Extremely heavy. At that moment, Nyepa even felt that he couldn't breathe, and a feeling of suffocation swept over his body. The next moment, the rain turned into swords, and turned into a sword waterfall, pouring down from the sky. This is not Dongfang Yu's sword, but Yi Sha's sword. This is a sword that Yi Sha learned from Dongfang Yu's sword art. Nyepa shouted, fire at full power. Nyepo's body once again had countless weapons. More than before. And the metal wings behind him turned into metal blades and floated again. The metal cover on the back opened, revealing a missile launcher. And the nanometal sheets on the shoulders quickly split and reorganized, turning into 2 shoulder cannons. Chest, back of hand, arm, thigh. Nyepa is completely a human turret, with weapons all over his body. At the same time, plasma shields continue to appear on Nyepo's body. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. A full 6 circles of plasma protective shields. Then, Nyepa opens fire. Yi Sha stretched out his hand to cover his eyes. Because everything was too dazzling. Brilliant energy beams, explosions after missile launches, and fire from bullets. As brilliant as fireworks. Everything around was engulfed by flames and smoke. And the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The space of the endless battlefield was suddenly filled with these. And the drifting black smoke was filled, making it impossible to see things clearly. At the same time, the sword waterfall fell, without any pause or obstruction, facing Nyepo's bombardment. It still fell madly downwards, like a surging wave. It will never stop. I don't know how long it took. The violent noise finally stopped gradually. The sword waterfall disappeared. The flames began to weaken, and the black smoke began to dissipate. Yi Sha was not in a hurry, and was very patient. After everything returned to calm, he slowly walked forward. Nyepa was lying on the ground. When Yi Sha came to Nyepa, the helmet on Nyepo's face cracked, revealing Nyepo's face. Cough. Cough. Nyepa coughed. Blood kept coming out of the corners of his mouth. And then, can you give me a cigarette? Yi Sha took out a cigar. This is all I have. Nyepa, that's fine. Yi Sha took out a lighter and lit the cigar, put it in his mouth and took 2 puffs. Then took it out and stuffed it into Nyepo's mouth. Cough. Cough. Nyepa coughed again, holding the cigar in his mouth. You should be gentler to those who are dying. Yi Sha, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. Since you are about to die, you should not mind telling me what you know. Nyepa, what do you want to know? Yi Sha, there are many things I haven't figured out. But if you just tell me the mission of this station, I think I should be able to understand it. Nyepa, Yi Yu didn't lie to you. She really wants to survive. Oh! Yi Sha didn't use a questioning sentence, but continued, even so. I believe there should be a follow-up. Otherwise you don't have to wait for me here. Nyepa blew out a smoke ring, then coughed. And then, I am a gatekeeper. Gon Lin and Malfarian are also. But they are not responsible for this direction. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Don't you understand yet? Nyepa cursed. Damn it. The train conductor is in cahoots with Computech. The train conductor wants all the apostles to die here. Yi Sha was stunned, speechless, but his mind was blank and dazed. This sudden news was so informative that Yi Sha couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. And his mind was almost frozen. After a while, Yi Sha couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by cahoots?" "Nyepah, stupid. How do you think Computex technology was developed?" Chapter 1958 The Mystery of the Big Three. Nyepah stretched out his hand, feeling pain all over his body. He took off his cigar and blew a smoke ring, and then began to cough violently again. Then, Comp was also a cutting-edge technology company before the end of the world. But it definitely could not reach this level. Biological research was mainly through zombie viruses. But what about technology? Yi Sha, what do you mean? Nyepah, yes. That's what you think. The progress in biology, accompanied by the emergence of zombie viruses, and the end of the world, can use a large number of living samples and other illegal means. It is natural to make progress. But the progress on the other hand is abnormal. For example, energy series weapons, such as the God-killing cannon. Comp also has it. This was not researched before the end of the world. The changes brought about by the end of the world may provide a lot of unknown energy for Comp to study. But only energy. Not enough to produce it at the technical level. But Comp succeeded? Why? Because they have samples. The samples come from the Doomsday train. The train conductor gave them this. Yi Sha couldn't digest the news and shook his head. It's a bit unbelievable. Nyepah, do you know why Li Xuan had died? Because he found out about this, and then secretly contacted Compu without telling the train conductor, using the train conductor's name, and then used Compu to do things for himself, gather resources, and secretly investigate the train conductor's purpose. He thought he could hide it, but the train conductor knew it. So he died. The train conductor's things belong to the train conductor, and whoever touches them will die. But why? Yi Sha, what is the intention of the train conductor? Nyepah, I don't know. But according to my speculation, Compu has no leader at all. The three giants of Compu are all dead, and the train conductor is the leader of Compu. Yi Sha was stunned again. This news was even more surprising. Nyepah explained, among the three giants of Compu, Karim died before the end of the world. Martha inherited most of Karim's assets, but separated from Compu. After the end of the world, it became an independent force. Strictly speaking, Karim and Martha's lineage have nothing to do with Compu. Yi Sha, I know. Nyepah, the third giant, Adam's will, is a scientist. He became a giant in Computech because he invested in Computech with technology when it was first established. The early development of Computech was closely related to the various new drugs studied by Adams. At that time, Computech was just starting out, and the way to retain Adams was to continuously give him shares. Eventually, Adams became one of the giants in Computech. Yi Sha, but Adams is a relatively pure scientist. Although he is a giant in Computech, he hardly participates in decision-making, but devotes himself to scientific research. However, relatively speaking, Adams has absolute authority in all research projects. At the same time, he is the oldest of the three giants. If you calculate his age, he is almost 70 now. Yi Sha had investigated Computech and had a comprehensive understanding of Karim and Adams, two of the three giants. He knew Karim because he was the eldest of the three giants of Computech and had the most shares. Moreover, according to the information Yi Sha had, the root of the zombie virus started with Karim's death. As for Adams, Yi Sha once listed him as an important investigation target. The main reason was that although Adams did not participate in decision-making, he had an absolute say in research projects, and all circles were concerned with seniority. Compared with Adams, Dr. Davis and Dr. Witzel could only be younger brothers. In this case, was the research on the zombie virus led by Adams? If he wanted to lead the research on the zombie virus, then there is no doubt that he would need to use the apostles. This was the reason why Yi Sha paid attention to Adams at that time. Nyepah, Adams has no decision-making power in Compu, but he has a high status and a high reputation. To put it bluntly, he has a name but no power. At the same time, Adams himself does not desire money and power. Before the end of the world, he was a reclusive type. After the end of the world, he was completely devoted to research. Basically, you can't see him? Yi Sha, Wayne? Nyepah, Wayne Astaire. Before the end of the world, he was the chairman, but not the executive chairman. His main job was to manage the financial accounts and coordinate the board of directors. Yi Sha nodded. The positions of Karim and Wayne and Computech were rather vague. Wayne was not in charge at the time. He was an investor. That is, a director. But he had a lot of shares. So everyone called him the chairman. And what about Karam? Karam actually did the work of a CEO. But the CEO is not necessarily the director with the most shares. Moreover, in many cases, in order to avoid the CEO having too much power, the director with the most shares would not serve as the CEO. But CommScope did just that. At the same time, since Karam held the most shares in the company, the title of CEO was not very appropriate, because from the traditional position point of view, he would be lower than Wayne. So everyone called Karam the executive chairman. Yepa continued, after Karam's death, Wayne took over the company naturally. And then the end of the world came. Adams lived in seclusion and did not care about anything at all. So Wayne was the head of CommScope. And the interesting thing is that no one has ever seen Wayne. Yisha was stunned. Then how did Wayne give orders? Yepa, in video conferences. Wayne never shows up. He always uses video to hold meetings and give orders. The people below use electronic devices to contact Wayne. In other words, no one has ever seen Wayne in person. It is worth mentioning that before the end of the world, Wayne did not have such a quirk. After the end of the world, he did not show up. He always made decisions and gave orders remotely. Yisha raised his eyebrows. I see. So what you want to say is that Adams does not care about things. And Wayne may be dead. After all, video conferences can be faked. Is the train conductor manipulating Computech behind the scenes? Yepa, that's probably it. Yisha, so, your goal is to work with Compu to eliminate the apostles? Yepa, killing the apostles is the mission. As for my appearance here, it was specially arranged by the lady boss. There are gatekeepers on the 6 roads leading to the core area. I'm unlucky and bumped into you. But the mission to survive is real. Yepa suddenly coughed violently in the middle of his speech. And he kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Yepa, it's irresponsible to guess that I think the train conductor wants to kill not only the apostles, but everyone. Chapter 1959 Monster in the Water. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Because of the mission to survive? Maybe. Yepa, who knows? Yisha, is this really the last stop of the Doomsday train? Yepa, I think it should be. Yisha nodded, then raised his sword. I will give you a quick death. Yepa, I thought I had said so much and told you everything I could tell you. You should not kill me. Yisha, if it was a normal battle, I think it would be true. You can no longer fight. Unfortunately, this is not a normal battle. One of us must die. I don't want to die. So you have to die. Yepa, unfortunately. I don't want to die either. The next moment, Yepa disappeared. And Yisha was stunned. Damn! Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then cursed. When did the substitute doll become so worthless? Substitute dolls are very rare. Because they cannot be purchased in the dining car. They can only be obtained through the missions of the Doomsday train. Therefore, the production of this thing has always been low. But after all, it is just a one-time consumable prop. If you really want to find a way to get it, it is not impossible. Especially since Yepa is now the chief steward. With this identity, it is impossible to hoard a lot of them. But it is not difficult to get 1 or 2 substitute dolls. Yisha didn't care whether Yepa was killed or not. But it was true that Yisha was mad. Yepa was not dead. He just ran away. What about the endless battlefield? The rule of the endless battlefield is that one of the 2 sides must die in order to end the field. Now that the person is alive. But the fight cannot be won. Is he going to be trapped here by his own ability? Thinking of this possibility, Yisha felt like he was screwed. If this was planned by Yepa, Yisha felt horrible. Fortunately, the endless battlefield was not so wicked. After Yepa disappeared, the endless battlefield quickly disappeared and became ineffective. Retreat. Yi was very decisive. All the people on his side had died, leaving only him. Xia Yuran and Kong Max. Now that Yepa had run away, she naturally ran too, quickly retreating towards the direction of the passage. Plop! Yi Yu led the people to evacuate quickly. And Nui's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. And then he fell to the ground. Ming Hai hurried forward to help Nui up. Yisha had to admit that he had to look at Nui with a new eye. This guy didn't die when he fought 1 against 3. But survived. You know, if Ming Hai didn't care about him, his immortality ability would be meaningless. Of course, Nui's appearance was extremely tragic. with wounds all over his body. And he looked like he was barely alive. Yisha came to Noi and squatted down. It seems you need to rest. Noi panted, I really hope I can tell you that I can still hold on. But in my current condition, I'm afraid it's difficult for me to walk. Well, don't force it. Yisha, I'll go first. Noi should have treatment methods. And he probably has the ability to regenerate and heal himself. However, judging from Noi's current injuries, if it is not super speed regeneration, he should not be able to recover in a short time. In this case, we can only leave Noi behind first. As for whether there will be danger, Yisha and Noi both know this very well. Of course there will be danger, but Yisha will not bring Noi with him to become a burden. And a guy like Noi who has faith will not let himself become a burden. That would be more painful than death. Especially relying on Yisha's help is something Noi cannot accept. However, as long as Nyep and the others do not come back, the danger is not as great as imagined. Only a few people can pass through the hive quickly. Although the people on the Doomsday train aim to kill the apostles, there is no sign of unity, which means they are also wandering in the hive and hunting. Among the few people who can get close to the core area, not all of them are heading in this direction. After all, there are 6 passages leading to the core area, and this is just one of them. So, as long as Noi is not too unlucky. Ah! The next moment, a terrible cry sounded. Yisha looked back fiercely, and then saw that the metal cover of the reservoir was broken, and a huge thing like an octopus tentacle pierced out of the reservoir and directly penetrated Noi's body. Noi opened his mouth and spurted blood. In his current condition, he had no power to resist. After being pierced, the tentacle rolled up and directly wrapped Noi's body, and then forcibly dragged Noi into the reservoir. Noi's alien creature stood still. If Noi died, the existence of his alien creature would be meaningless. If it was an alien creature with higher intelligence like the Archon, it would be better, and it would rescue him or make reasonable judgments on its own. But if it was an alien creature with the intelligence level of a beast, it would mean that everything was over. As for Yisha, Yisha felt that he should not be concerned about Noi at the moment, but himself. Yisha could clearly hear the sound of water flowing under the metal plate under his feet. Then, boom, the metal plate under Yisha's feet also suddenly shattered, and a large amount of water splashed out from below. And then the huge tentacle appeared, suddenly stretched out from below to attack Yisha. Yisha quickly leaped up and dodged backwards. But at this moment, the metal plate on the other side made a loud noise, and then shattered. The second tentacle appeared and rolled towards Yisha. In midair, there was no foothold, and it seemed that Yisha had no way to avoid it. But at this moment, the corpse flower vines suddenly surged and entangled with the tentacles. Boom! The entangled corpse flower vines and tentacles fell down, denting the metal plate and making a loud noise. Yisha took the opportunity to land, and then ran around. Behind Yisha, there were constant loud noises. Boom! 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 One after another, water jets were ejected, blowing away the metal cover, and chasing Yisha. Damn it! Yisha cursed in a low voice. He was sure that there was something hidden in the reservoir, but he didn't know what it was. Just at this time, boom! Right in front of Yisha, a water jet was ejected, blowing away the metal cover. Yisha was caught off guard and was hit by the water column. He was thrown backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Lying on the ground, Yisha did not have a chance to breathe, because the metal covers on both sides were blown away, and then 2 huge tentacles came out again, and fell heavily towards Yisha's position. Boom! The tentacles fell, and Yisha jumped up and passed through the 2 tentacles. In midair, Yisha raised his hand and raised his sword, slashing down with a sword. Chapter 1960 Aquarius. Puff! Puff! After 2 sounds of flesh tearing, the 2 tentacles were cut off by Yisha. However, the broken tentacles squirmed and quickly gathered together and recovered quickly. This regeneration speed made Yisha stunned, and a light bulb flashed in his head. Constellation monster? There are not many creatures that can have this degree of regeneration ability. They have only been seen in apostles. Constellation monsters. And Noah's apostles. Train conductor. It's hard to say, because Yisha had no chance to hurt the train conductor at that time. At the same time, a loud noise was heard again in the reservoir, and then a piece of metal plate was blown away. Yisha spread the paper wings behind him, quickly fell to the distance, and then landed. Slowly, A monster emerged from the reservoir. Yisha raised his eyebrows. It was really a constellation monster. Aquarius. Aquarius is the least human thing among all the constellation monsters. The body is like two huge meatballs spliced together, with a round head, and the outline of the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose can barely be seen. There is something like a spine between the abdomen and the head and neck. At the same time, Aquarius has no hands, and the hands are replaced by 4 slightly smaller tentacles. As for the lower body, Aquarius has no lower body at all. Only 8 huge tentacles, extending from the water, dancing wildly, like a giant octopus. The next moment, all the tentacles hit Yisha. Yisha frowned, and then secretly said that it was not good. The positions of Aquarius's tentacles were not dense, and many of them fell around Yisha. Yisha immediately knew what Aquarius was up to. This bastard actually wanted to get him into the reservoir. If Aquarius succeeded, it would certainly be extremely bad news for Yisha. Water battle. Yisha is really not good. Strictly speaking, if there is no one who has specially purchased underwater combat capabilities, water battles are not good. Yisha is actually quite good at swimming. But swimming and water fighting are 2 different things. Humans are not aquatic creatures. Even if they have relevant water fighting abilities, they can usually only fight underwater to a certain extent. Compared with the full state, 50% is considered very good. The situation of Aquarius is obviously the opposite. It is also possible to fight on the surface of the water. There is a certain weakening, but it should not be a problem to reach 70%. And entering the water is the full state. Yisha quickly leaped up, and the corpse flower vines also spread forward at this moment, quickly entangled with Aquarius's tentacles. The corpse flower vines were obviously not as powerful as the tentacles, and were easily broken by the tentacles. But the corpse flower vines had the advantage of being numerous. Yisha floated in the air, slashed down with a sword, and a sword light fell towards Aquarius. A crack was cut in Aquarius' body, and the body was almost split into 2 halves. But the split body quickly came together and recovered. Yisha was slightly surprised. This regeneration ability was a bit too strong, even by the standards of constellation monsters. Aquarius' regeneration ability was the strongest among all the constellation monsters that had appeared so far. Yisha was thinking, and suddenly felt something was wrong. A large amount of liquid suddenly appeared above his head and fell downwards. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then looked up, and then saw a large number of water pipes appear on the ceiling above his head, and began to spray water downwards. Yisha looked around. No way. Yisha felt that Compu was a bit whimsical. But the fact was that Yisha felt that his guess was correct. Compu wanted to fill this damn place with water. The reason was that the walls around had changed their appearance at some point, and new armor plates rose up and quickly covered all the walls. At the same time, there was originally a passageway in this place, but it was now closed, and cracks began to appear in the walls around it, and water began to flow out continuously. Yisha was not very worried, because these armors could not stop him. Thinking about it, Yisha found himself a little foolish. If that was the case, why would he fight with Aquarius? Just run away. If Aquarius chased him, then Yisha would leave. Anyway, in a place without water, Yisha was not afraid of Aquarius. Yisha did what he said, and immediately slashed towards the wall with a sword. A sword light fell towards the wall, and then a sword mark appeared. Yisha cut off a piece of the metal plate outside the wall. However, it did not penetrate. There was another metal plate inside the metal plate. This metal plate obviously had more than 1 layer. Yisha didn't care. If he could cut off 1 layer with 1 sword, he could cut off 2 layers with 2 swords, 3 layers with 3 swords, until the wall was completely penetrated. Yisha didn't believe that the wall could be covered with hundreds of layers of metal plates. Unfortunately, Yisha was wrong. There were only 2 layers of metal plates. But the second layer was a little different. The second layer turned out to be a piece of meat, with blood, and it could still beat gently, as if it was alive. Yisha slashed out with his sword again, and the silver sword light fell, cutting on the meat, easily tearing a hole. And the defense seemed to be weaker than the outer metal plate. But is it really like that? Of course not. Those pieces of meat were actually made of the flesh and blood of Aquarius, and their regeneration ability was amazing. They healed in the blink of an eye. Yisha slashed again, this time not with 1 sword, but with continuous sword strikes. However, Yisha's sword was fast, And the regeneration ability of those pieces of meat was even faster. And they kept healing. At the same time, the water flow was also rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, Yisha wanted to strike again. Although the healing speed of the pieces of meat was fast, and could keep up with the slashing speed, it was not completely equal. It was just more troublesome. Yisha needed to strike more sword strikes. But at this moment, Yisha felt his ankle was entangled. Originally, the corpse flower vines could still entangle with Aquarius's tentacles. But when the water flow rose and almost submerged the corpse flower vines, the corpse flower vines were no match at all. The corpse flower vines could not retain their original strength in the water. But the strength of Aquarius's tentacles not only did not decrease, but increased wildly. Almost in an instant, Aquarius's tentacles tore the corpse flower vines. And then a relatively small tentacle entangled Yisha, dragging Yisha madly downwards. Plop! Yisha fell into the water. And water continued to pour into his mouth and nose. Yisha continued to struggle and swung his sword. But the power and speed of the sword in the water were obviously weakened. Yisha's sword missed. And then a thick tentacle attacked Yisha from the side, like a fist, hitting Yisha's face. Yisha was knocked back. But not too far. The resistance of water is sometimes a good thing. But the direction was wrong. Yisha was heading downward. Chapter 1961 Dilemma. Yisha gritted his teeth, looked at the tentacles that were chasing him, and slashed with his sword with all his strength, cutting off the tentacle. The sword tip penetrated 3/10 of the flesh, and encountered resistance when it was embedded in the third of the Aquarius tentacle. This is the impact of underwater combat. Although Yisha felt that the regeneration ability of Aquarius was terrifying, to be honest, its defense ability was very average. These tentacles could be cut off easily, and it was not as durable as other constellation monsters. Of course, it is also possible to madly improve the regeneration ability. As for the defense ability, Dr. Witzel didn't care much. Anyway, it could regenerate. However, the tentacles that can be easily cut off are not so easy to cut off in water. Yisha gritted his teeth and growled, "Open it for me." The veins on Yisha's arm jumped violently, and the blade moved forward again. Puff! Cut it in two with one sword. The tentacles of Aquarius were cut off with one blow, and purple-black blood spurted out. The cut tentacles fell down, but a new tentacle appeared, rolled up, and then the broken tentacles merged, and quickly recovered. Yisha took advantage of this gap to swim upwards. But he soon found that it was useless because Aquarius had more than one tentacle. 6 tentacles attacked from different directions at the same time, stirring the water flow. Because of the water flow, Yisha was pushed around in the water. The next moment, a tentacle suddenly attacked in front of Yisha. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, pushing away the approaching tentacles. And of course, more importantly, pushing away the water flow around Yisha. Who? Yisha opened his mouth and breathed greedily. Fighting in the water would not only make Aquarius stronger, but more importantly, oxygen. Yisha could not breathe in the water. However, by pushing the water away to form a vacuum zone, and then using the wind and rain from all directions to strip oxygen from the water, Yisha could breathe. However, this method was only for emergency use. Yisha took 2 greedy deep breaths, and the surrounding water rolled over again. Worse still, of course, was Aquarius. 3 tentacles came behind Yisha and suddenly attacked, seemingly ready to hit Yisha. Most importantly, these 3 tentacles were obviously different. The sticky liquid covering their surface was like a layer of steel armor. After Yisha chopped them down with a sword, he did not cut off the tentacles directly, but instead heard a crisp sound of metal collision. Second stage form. Yisha could not help but curse. How could he forget that the constellation monster had this ability? And the opponent had 3 stages of form. Seeing the tentacles rushing towards him again, Yisha's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Open it!" Puff! The tip of the tentacle suddenly made a muffled sound, and a stream of purple-black blood burst out. Then, the twin serrated swords in Yisha's hand stabbed in. Puff! The second muffled sound sounded again. A sword pierced through, accompanied by the muffled sound of the sword blade entering the flesh. A large piece of blood flower exploded at the top of the Aquarius tentacle. After the top of the tentacle was pierced, Yisha swept the sword horizontally with force and cut off the top of the tentacle. Yisha wanted to slap himself now. He was so unlucky. He was just lamenting that Aquarius's tentacle defense was not strong. But when he entered the second form, his defense was significantly improved. Of course, this improvement is limited. Defense is indeed Aquarius's weakness, and the second form is only to strengthen it to the original extent. But this kind of improvement is already troublesome enough for Yisha. However, the source of everything is still in the water. At the same time, there are other tentacles coming towards Yisha. And this time, the tentacles are different. The two tentacles have two hooks on the top, like sharp sickles, waving wildly in the water, cutting the water flow and sweeping towards Yisha. Yisha cursed, "It's endless." The two tentacles this time obviously increased their attack power. With the hooks, the lethality increased. And more importantly, the speed also increased significantly. Yisha gritted his teeth, constantly dodging and moving, trying to avoid those tentacles. But he almost reached his limit, and his speed in the water was obviously limited. The next moment, Yisha saw different tentacles coming towards him from different directions. Yisha quickly took out the Emperor of Time. 5 points. Time turbulence can disrupt the time of the enemy target, lasting for 5 minutes. 7 points. Time slow flow. The flow of time in the consciousness is slowed down by half, lasting for 30 minutes. Yisha activated the abilities of the Emperor of Time twice in succession, then opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and the surrounding water poured into Yisha's mouth frantically. Yisha gritted his teeth and held on, closing his mouth again. This is the price of using the Emperor of Time. There is no time limit for using the Emperor of Time, nor is there a restriction that certain conditions must be met before it can be used. But is there no limit to the use of the Emperor of Time? Of course not. The limit of the Emperor of Time is Yisha himself. Every time he uses the Emperor of Time, Yisha's body is being destroyed. This kind of destruction cannot be seen by the naked eye. Just like cancer cells, many people wait until some symptoms appear in their bodies and then go to the hospital for examination, usually in the late stage. Those that were discovered early on were all accidentally discovered during hospital checkups. Because in the early stages, cancer cells do not cause obvious discomfort to the body. The effect of the Emperor of Time is roughly the same, as long as it is used properly. The damage to the body is almost imperceptible. In fact, because Yisha has the ability to regenerate, this damage can be recovered later. However, improper use is another matter. For example, continuous use at all costs will cause great damage to the body, and may even lead to death, or even damage that cannot be recovered by regeneration. Therefore, Yisha had always tried to avoid using the Emperor of Time continuously, usually using 2 at most, and would try to keep a certain interval. Now, Yisha finally found a situation that required a greater price than continuous use. That was the effect of using 2 Emperors of Time at once. Yisha now felt that his internal organs were churning, and all his organs were in pain as if they were torn apart. This condition lasted for at least half a minute before slowly disappearing. Of course, the pain only disappeared. Yisha could clearly feel that he was a little weaker, and the damage to his body still existed. However, such a price was of course effective. Otherwise Yisha would be an idiot. Needless to say, time slow flow is naturally inconvenient for Yisha to move in the water. To avoid those tentacles, he must judge the attack position and direction more accurately, and dodge the attack with the least effort and the shortest movement. Time slow flow can help Yisha do these 2 things. Chapter 1962 Battle in Water. The slow flow of time can make Aquarius's movements slow in Yisha's consciousness, so that Yisha has a chance to dodge in the water. But it is only a chance. At present, the entire space is filled with water. There is no point of support. It is very difficult to dodge in the water. After all, no matter how strong you are, you can only kick and paddle in the water, and you can't exert force. However, even if you swim, when Aquarius slows down, Yisha still has some opportunities to dodge. The important thing is the time turbulence. This time turbulence is very interesting, and it is very complicated to explain. It means that the enemy target determines Yisha's position, not Yisha's original position at that time. For example, use numbers to mark the positions. Yisha is standing at position 1 at this moment, standing at position 2 1 minute later, and standing at position 3 1 minute ago. Then, when Aquarius attacks, he should attack position 1. But in fact the target he sees is Yisha standing at position 2 1 minute later, or position 3 1 minute ago. The effect of time turbulence is actually very similar to the effect of the domain of the King's Holy Sword, and it can even be said that they are different in nature. but much more advanced than the domain of the king's holy sword. The domain of the king's holy sword uses the refraction of light sources to create an illusion. This method is very advanced, but not too advanced. It is like a security company in reality sending bodyguards to protect the target. If the target is likely to be shot, beveled glass will be used. When you look at the beveled glass from the outside, the position of the target you see is different from the actual position of the target, so the shot will miss. The domain of the king's holy sword is based on the same principle, but it has been upgraded. It does not require any props and directly uses light sources. However, even so, it is still possible to be discovered. Secondly, even Yi Sha himself does not know what the refraction will be, and it will also affect the attack. In general, there is a certain element of luck in it. Time turbulence is different. There is no flaw, no need to gamble on luck, and it does not affect Yi Sha's attack, because time turbulence is time disturbance, not visual disturbance. The effect is the same, but the level is sky and earth. The next moment, 6 tentacles came towards Yi Sha from all directions. In Aquarius's view, the 6 tentacles completely hit Yi Sha, and even the 6 tentacles merged at the moment of hitting Yi Sha. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Sha should have been crushed into a pulp. But in fact, in Yi Sha's sight, all 6 tentacles brushed past him and then collided into a ball. Of course, even so, Yi Sha still felt a lingering fear, because those tentacles almost brushed past his body, and the speed and coverage area were quite amazing. Yi Sha thought that even if time slowed down, he could only dodge it with a 50% chance. However, he managed to dodge it anyway, and then Yi Sha kicked his legs and quickly approached the body of Aquarius. During the short battle, Yi Sha was also observing. The main attack method of Aquarius was those tentacles. On the contrary, the body hardly moved at all, and seemed to have no attack and defense capabilities. In Yi Sha's opinion, the body was likely to be the weakness of Aquarius. Cut a small piece of the water flow to expose the nose, and then use the wind flow to transport oxygen. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Sha rushed towards Aquarius's body frantically. Yi Sha quickly came to Aquarius and slashed at Aquarius with a sword. Then, Yi Sha regretted it. Aquarius was motionless. This part of the body might really be Aquarius's weakness. But Yi Sha forgot that Aquarius had a super regenerative ability. Secondly, Yi Sha forgot that this was in the water. The tip of the sword went into the flesh 3 inches, causing little damage to Aquarius. Because of the underwater situation, the power of Yi Sha's sword was significantly weakened. Moreover, Aquarius's wound was recovering quickly. More importantly, even if it didn't recover, Yi Sha's sword didn't cause serious damage to Aquarius. At the same time, tentacles from all sides surged. This time, the time turbulence was useless, because Yi Sha attacked, and the attack could determine Yi Sha's position. Yi Sha quickly twisted his body in the water, without a point of support, and even the ghost step was not allowed to be used. Yi Sha used the slow flow of time to dodge the attacks of several tentacles, but was forced to the edge of the wall. The 5th tentacle approached, and Yi Sha had no way to avoid it. Bang! The tentacles hit Yi Sha's body hard, and Yi Sha's back hit the wall. Yi Sha clenched his teeth, but blood continued to flow out of his teeth. In the battle in the water, Aquarius has a huge advantage. It's a life and death battle. Then, Yi Sha was blind. Lord of the Sea, it can be used when entering the final dragon power state. After using it, the final dragon power will be extended to 60 seconds. In the ocean environment, it can drive the seawater to attack at will, turning the river upside down, with infinite power. This is the only ability that Yi Sha can think of that can kill Aquarius with one strike. But, not allowed to use, because this is only underwater, not an ocean environment. And if it is not seawater, the Lord of the Sea cannot use it. Yi Sha cursed in his heart. He did not even notice such a detail. And the underwater battle really made Yi Sha's mind start to become unclear. The tentacles around him surged again, constantly hitting Yi Sha's body, knocking Yi Sha out. Sizzle! A large amount of electric current surged out of Yi Sha's body, colliding with the surrounding tentacles. The power of the electric current in the water was increased. And the moment the electric current came to Yi Sha, it froze and trembled continuously. However, it was only for a moment. The electric current was indeed effective and did increase in power. But it still could not easily destroy the tentacles after the increase. It could only tear them apart. And then, the tentacles quickly recovered. However, it had a paralyzing effect. The paralysis effect made the tentacles stiffen for a short time, giving Yisha a short respite. Yisha kept kicking the water and went upwards. When he reached the ceiling, the water flow had filled the entire space. Even at the top, Yisha could not leave the water. The feeling of suffocation appeared again. Yisha quickly cut the water flow around him, then gasped for breath and punched the ceiling. With a loud bang, Yisha punched the metal plate embedded in the ceiling, causing it to dent and tear a piece in the middle. However, it was still useless. The ceiling also had a second layer of defense. The metal plate was filled with countless pieces of flesh similar to Aquarius' body, which blocked Yisha's fist. At the same time, a tentacle rushed up quickly, wrapped around Yisha's waist, and after wrapping Yisha, dragged Yisha downwards again. Chapter 1963 Water Spirit. Yisha was dragged down by the tentacles of Aquarius and fell rapidly. He soon reached the bottom and slammed into the ground with a bang. This attack was just the beginning. Yisha fell to the bottom and had not yet reacted. Other tentacles fell one after another and continuously hit Yisha's body. Yisha kept spitting out blood and didn't even feel the water pouring into his mouth. The feeling of dying. Yisha was extremely unwilling, especially to die in this way. What was even more unwilling was that Yisha knew that his death was not the end. If there was no way to solve the current situation, it would be meaningless even if he survived, and he would continue to face death. Asshole. Yisha punched out as if to vent his anger. And at this moment, the water around him suddenly made a sound. And then with Yisha's punch, the water on both sides actually dispersed, forming two whirlpools that rushed forward and knocked away the falling tentacles. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. The power of the water spirit. Yisha opened his mouth, and then found that the water around him would not enter his mouth. And, I can breathe. The power of the water spirit can finally be used. Son of a bitch. Let's see how you die this time. Yisha cursed, then stretched out his hands and pushed to both sides. Tentacles rushed towards Yisha frantically. But at this moment, the water around Yisha moved away like two walls. At the same time, when moving away, the two separated water walls cut off the tentacles rushing from all sides. Yisha stepped on the ground, and because the water wall was pushed away, a vacuum zone was formed at the place where Yisha was. Go to hell. Yisha leaped up and slashed forward with a sword. Great River Sword. The sword light overflowed and pushed forward. The continuous sword light was like a river, continuously impacting Aquarius' body. Aquarius' body was constantly cut open, and blood kept flowing out, blending with the surrounding water. Yisha did not stop, but took another step forward and raised his sword forward. The heavenly sword falls to the north. A huge virtual sword appeared above Aquarius' head, and then stabbed down fiercely, splitting the water and hitting Aquarius' body. Aquarius continued to struggle violently. The tentacles had healed and swung quickly, coming towards Yisha again. Yisha did not move, or rather, did not take a defensive posture. But at the moment when the tentacles approached, the surrounding water suddenly rushed towards Yisha, forming a huge water ball that wrapped Yisha up. The water formed a barrier, blocking the tentacles outside. Those tentacles continued to attack, but after hitting the water ball, they could only leave ripples on the water ball, but could not break through the water ball's defense. Yisha sneered, "You play with the water spirit?" Yisha turned over and surfed, saying, "Now the terrain is no longer an advantage for Aquarius." Yes, the power of the water spirit not only allows Yisha to fight underwater, but also completely reverses the situation. Aquarius is just an aquatic creature, adapted to underwater combat, and even has a bonus in underwater combat. But the water spirit is another concept. The water spirit can directly manipulate the water. Yisha pointed his toes and jumped forward again, coming to Aquarius. The sword in his hand swept forward, and countless sword lights surged forward, constantly dancing and flying, falling towards Aquarius. Die for me! Puff, puff, puff. The muffled sound of the sword entering the flesh continued to sound. And then Aquarius' body was cut open. Aquarius' body was almost shattered in an instant. However, Yisha knew that this was not enough. Aquarius' regeneration ability was so amazing that Yisha could even feel some of Ming Hai's intentions from Aquarius. Therefore, even if Aquarius' body was cut into pieces, Yisha believed that Aquarius could still heal as long as the pieces of flesh could be pieced back together. Of course, the premise is that the meat can be put back together. Yisha stretched out his hand, and the water flow that was scattered around suddenly fell down. The water quickly separated, and then wrapped up the meat pieces that Yisha had chopped up, turning into water balls of different sizes, firmly locking the meat pieces. Snap! Yisha stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. And then the water balls began to spin wildly at high speed. This is the same principle as a juicer. The water flow forms a water blade, which is then compressed in a very small space and cut by rotation. The higher the speed, the greater the cutting power. And in the end, everything can only turn into meat paste. After about 10 minutes, the water balls dispersed, and Aquarius' body completely turned into a meat paste, falling to the ground with a pat. Yisha sneered. He didn't believe it. After this, could Aquarius still recover? Sure enough, the tentacles around fell one after another, or lost their power, and kept floating in the water. Aquarius was finished. Yisha came to the edge of the wall. The first layer of metal plates was not a concern. The important thing was the second layer of meat, which was a material similar to Aquarius' body, with a strong regeneration ability, and was not easy to be destroyed. But no matter how difficult it is, it can still be destroyed. It just requires continuous and high-frequency attacks, or in a general way, as long as the attack speed exceeds the regeneration speed, it can be destroyed. It took Yisha a quarter of an hour to barely cut a gap, and then quickly got out. Behind the wall was a long and narrow passage. Yisha sat down against the wall and stretched out his hand to twist his clothes. I feel so tired. The battle with Aquarius was quite exhausting for Yisha. On the one hand, the ability of two-time emperors at the same time caused damage to Yisha's body. On the other side, Yisha was beaten badly. After resting for a while, Yisha stood up and suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten something. Then he patted his head and cursed. He forgot Minghai? But it doesn't matter. Minghai can't die, and it's useless to bring him. It doesn't make much sense to pick him up or not. Just let Minghai float in the water. As for whether Minghai will continue to drown. Anyway, I'm used to dying. There are also corpse flowers. But it's no problem. Corpse flowers will not die if they are submerged in water. It's just that in water, the combat power of corpse flowers is very weak. So just leave them alone. Go back and deal with Dr. Witzel. Restore the reservoir to normal, and Minghai and corpse flowers will naturally come out. As for Yisha's other alien creatures, after Nyepa ran away, Yisha took them all back. Yisha didn't think about it anymore and continued to walk forward. Chapter 1964 Bar. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the passage reached the end. Yisha saw a room that was similar to the structure of a prison guard room. The internal structure was also similar, with a large number of monitoring screens. Yisha entered it. There were food, biscuits, beer, and 2 boxes of fried chicken on the table. The fried chicken and beer had been eaten, and the fried chicken was cold. The guard, who was supposed to be here, was nowhere to be found. Yisha sat down and stuffed something into his mouth. Yisha's consumption is not only physical damage, but also physical energy consumption. Eating something can replenish physical energy. At this time, snowflakes suddenly flashed on a screen, and then Dr. Witzel appeared. Snap, 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 snap. Dr. Witzel applauded and smiled at Yisha. You did a good job. I didn't expect you to be able to kill Aquarius. Yisha, you have achieved your goal. You can get out now. Dr. Witzel smiled. I'm waiting for you in front. Looking forward to your arrival. Don't make me wait too long. The screen flashed snow again, and then Dr. Witzel disappeared. Yisha stuffed the last piece of fried chicken into his mouth, then left the room and continued to walk forward. Yisha speculated that Dr. Witzel wanted to consume him, so Dr. Witzel's goal was achieved. Aquarius did bring Yisha a lot of trouble and consumed Yisha a lot. So, what will happen next? The first is that Yisha can successfully reach the core area, or even directly reach Dr. Witzel. And then, of course, it is a battle. The second is that there is still danger ahead. But this time Dr. Witzel should not want to consume Yisha, but to capture Yisha. Both possibilities are possible. Even if it is the first one, Yisha believes that when he stands in front of Dr. Witzel must have prepared something waiting for him. However, Yisha thought the second possibility was more likely, because, after walking out of the room, there was an elevator in front of him. Yisha pressed the switch, and the moment the elevator door opened, An arm suddenly stretched out from behind the elevator door, grabbed Yishaw's clothes, and dragged Yishaw into the elevator. Zombies! The elevator was full of zombies. Yishaw pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, cut open the clothes on his chest, and then jumped back fiercely. Before Yishaw's feet touched the ground, he punched forward. Sizzle! Electricity surged from Yishaw's arm, and he flew forward. The moment he entered the elevator, he exploded, and countless arcs scattered. At the same time, Yishaw landed, and his left hand slashed forward, and countless wind blades rushed forward and continued to rush into the elevator. The bodies of those zombies were completely chopped up before they could leave the elevator. Of course, zombies are not so easy to die. Some zombies whose bodies were chopped up are still crawling on the ground, dragging blood trails. Approaching Yishaw, Yishaw casually drew his sword and pierced the head of a zombie that crawled in front of him, nailing it to death. While doing all this, Yishaw kept looking around, not at the zombies. Were these zombies arranged by Dr. Witzel? If Dr. Witzel arranged them, then Yishaw believed that there must be a trick. After all, Dr. Witzel couldn't be so naive as to use zombies to hunt him. Zombies are unintelligent creatures. It's okay to hoard a large number of zombies to attack and kill people, but it's not okay to hunt them. The word hunting doesn't even exist in their minds. Sure enough, Yishaw's guess was correct. The gate at the entrance and exit of the ceiling suddenly popped open. Yishaw instinctively jumped to the side, but nothing happened. Yishaw was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly felt his feet empty, and Yishaw fell downwards. Another trap. Yishaw cursed in a low voice, but did not resist. This kind of passage trap can only be climbed back even if it stops falling. Violent destruction will make it impossible to know where you will go. In this case, why not see what Dr. Witzel is doing first? After about half a minute, Yishaw reached the bottom and slid out of the passage. Yishaw bent his body, supported the ground with one hand, and rolled over to relieve the buffering force. Standing up and looking up, Yishaw looked around, then narrowed his eyes. This place turned out to be a bar. Yishaw was not surprised that there was a bar here. In fact, for all large companies, the entire office building could not be an office area, but a combination of work and leisure. Office area, tea bar, gym, entertainment room, massage room. The office buildings of those big companies are basically like this. The integration of work and leisure will not reduce work efficiency. On the contrary, it will increase work efficiency. The kind of resting method that can only close your eyes in a chair during work is not suitable for work. Of course, most companies are the latter. After all, there are not many large companies that can meet this standard. Secondly, the honeycomb is a fully enclosed working method. The staff here cannot leave for a long time, so naturally they need some leisure areas to relieve stress. However, the venue is not important. What is important is the people. In front of Yishaw, there are a total of 6 people sitting in the bar. These people look not very energetic, and they are all injured. There are collars around their necks, which look like some kind of technological product. When those people saw Yishaw appear, they stood up at the same time and looked at Yishaw fiercely. But there are exceptions. A strong man who looks about 40 years old looked at Yishaw with fear on his face and shouted to the surroundings, "No, I won't fight him. I don't want to die yet." Yishaw raised his eyebrows. "On the Doomsday train?" Dr. Witzel's voice sounded. "Let's play a little game. These 6 people are prisoners of war, but I mercifully gave them the hope of survival. If they defeat you, they can survive. If they cannot defeat you, then the collar on their necks will, boom, explode." "No!" The strong man shouted again. "I can fight with others, but not him." Dr. Witzel's voice disappeared, leaving the strong man to shout. Question marks appeared in Yishaw's mind. What on earth is Dr. Witzel doing? Yishaw is now full of doubts. According to Nyepa, there is a high probability that the train conductor is in cahoots with Compu Corporation. The terminal is a trap to attract the apostles to come here and annihilate them. In this case, why should Dr. Witzel attack the people on the Doomsday train? Just leave them to play slowly with the apostles. Secondly, what is Dr. Witzel planning? Does he want to continue to consume himself? Isn't the battle with Aquarius enough? Chapter 1965 Trash. Yishaw couldn't figure it out. If that was the case, then he would stop thinking and use the most direct method. Yishaw hooked his finger. "Come on." "No." The strongman knelt down. I know who you are. Let me go. I don't want to fight you. I was forced. Bang! The metal collar on the strongman's neck suddenly exploded. The strongman's eyes widened. A circle of blood holes appeared on his neck, and his body slowly fell backwards. Dr. Witzel's voice sounded again. People who are afraid of fighting are worthless. If they are worthless, they will naturally die. The other 5 people looked at the corpse on the ground, and immediately jumped towards Yisha and attacked him. One of them showed a fierce look on his face, and came to Yisha and shouted, "Don't blame us. We don't want to do it either." Yisha raised his eyelids, and suddenly drew his sword and swept forward. Puff! A blood flower suddenly splashed out, and a bloodline suddenly appeared on the man's throat. And then he fell from the air. Yisha showed pity. Don't worry. I won't blame you. After all, what's the point of fussing with a dead person? Yisha really pitied the other party. Not pretending. Because the other party really had no hope of survival. Dr. Witzel had no intention of letting them go. If they didn't attack Yisha, they would die. And if they attacked Yisha, of course, they would still die. Yisha raised the sword in front of him and flicked it lightly. Hard sword. As Yisha's fingertips flicked the sword body, the sword body trembled lightly, and the sound of sword ringing continued. Then the second man who came to Yisha froze, his eyes wide open. Puff! 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 The man's body was covered with wounds one after another. Blood spurted out crazily, and fell all over the ground. Then he knelt forward and fell to the ground, completely without a sound. In front of Yisha, there was a man and a woman, who looked at each other, and then rushed towards Yisha together. The man stretched out his hand forward, and a purple light and shadow bloomed on his body. The purple light and shadow quickly turned into 2 purple snake phantoms, surrounding each other's body. The woman let out a low cry, and electric currents swirled around her body. It turned out to be the ability of the Lightning Master. That was originally Yisha's ability. But after Yisha evolved the Lightning Master into the Thunder Emperor, the Lightning Master was lost and returned to the treasure list. Yisha suddenly felt nostalgic, and then watched a lightning blade slashing down at him. And Yisha casually stretched out his hand. The moment the lightning blade hit Yisha, it was absorbed by the lightning core, without even a single arc left. Yisha, this is how the lightning blade should be used. Yisha raised his palm to form a knife and slashed at the opponent. A lightning blade also appeared in Yisha's palm, but it was more than twice as big as the opponent's, and hit the opponent's body fiercely. The woman's body was surging with electricity, and she tried to resist, but the lightning blade exploded after hitting her, and she found that she could not resist at all. As the lightning blade exploded, she was directly blown away. After Yisha blasted the woman away with one blow, he did not stop and reached out to grab the man who rushed over. Yisha grabbed the phantom of a big snake, exerted force with his palm, and directly crushed the big snake with one blow, and then sent the sword in his hand forward and stabbed it into the opponent's heart. Yisha, at least I'll leave you with an intact body. Yisha drew his sword. A streak of blood appeared, and the man fell to his knees. Yisha stepped forward, and before the remaining woman stood up, he swept his sword, and a bloody wound appeared on the woman's throat. At the moment, the sword light swept past, and she fell to the ground. 5 people. Yisha turned his head and looked at the last person. The man was wearing a sports suit, about 30 years old. He stood up with the others, but he was the only one who did not join forces to besiege Yisha. Yisha, you are the only one left. Why don't you join them? Man, because I know you too. Former flight attendant. It doesn't make any sense to work together or not. So it's better to hope that they can consume you to a certain extent. Unfortunately, they are too useless and can't even consume you. Yisha smiled. What about you? Man, I think I can still struggle. Bang! The moment the man finished speaking, he kicked the table in front of him, and the table flipped up and hit Yisha. Yisha casually swung his sword and cut the table in half. But at this moment, the man rushed out and punched Yisha. Bang! Yisha retracted his left hand and directly grasped the opponent's fist. But, puff! Yisha suddenly spurted out blood and kept retreating backwards. Yisha reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Martial Arts Supreme? Dark Power? Martial Arts Supreme is not something on the treasure list, and it is normal to have overlaps. But Yisha did not expect to see it at this time. Moreover, before the Martial Arts Supreme hit, He could not tell whether it was an ordinary fist and foot attack, or whether it contained bright power or dark power. So Yi Sha was caught. The man did not answer Yi Sha, but growled, grabbed 2 chairs beside him, threw them at Yi Sha, and rushed towards Yi Sha again without slowing down. Yi Sha swung his sword left and right, cut the 2 chairs apart, and then punched forward. Shock wave. The invisible force surged forward, knocking the opponent away with a punch. Yi Sha himself had a martial arts supreme, so he naturally knew that the most important thing to deal with a martial arts supreme was not to let the opponent get close to him. Any physical contact might give the opponent a chance to transmit hidden energy. Of course, on the contrary, as long as the opponent is not given a chance to attack at close range, the martial arts supreme is useless. Ha! Yi Sha shouted, and a lightning column appeared in front of him, sweeping forward, and the ground continued to explode. The man rolled to the side, and then clasped his hands together, thorns of thorns. The man then released his hands, and pressed them hard on the ground. Yi Sha felt the ground around him trembling, and then constantly cracking, and countless black and gray thorns drilled out from the ground and stabbed at Yi Sha continuously. Yi Sha retreated while swinging his sword. Countless sword lights swept forward, continuously smashing the thorns that pierced through. The man shouted again and spread his hands. Helmet of thorns. A purple-black armor soon appeared on the man's body. The armor was covered with spikes everywhere. Shoulders, arms, hands, thighs, calves, and back, densely covering the entire armor. The man stretched out his hand and pinched forward. Spear of thorns. The thorns that surged out from all around suddenly entangled together, quickly turned into a spear shape, and then fell into the man's palm. The man pulled out a spear flower, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Yi Sha. Chapter 1966, Piercing. In the metal structure house, there are huge screens on all 4 sides, and there is a square round platform in the center. On the original platform, there is a huge glass cover. In the cover is a human brain, and countless tubes pass through the glass cover and are inserted on the human brain. The human brain jumps from time to time, indicating that the human brain is still alive. At this time, the metal door suddenly opened, and a figure appeared at the door and walked in slowly. It was Ares. Ares looked at his brain. How long will it take? The screens around him shook, and then a picture appeared, revealing Dr. Witzel. Dr. Witzel, the data is insufficient, and it will take some time. Ares clenched his fists. I can't wait. Witzel smiled. I think it won't take long, although the data is not enough. It's almost there. I also collected the blood left by his injuries during the battle, and extracted the genes and cells. The transformation will start soon. Please hurry up. Ares, birth and destruction. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I will defeat him with my own hands. Kill him, and then inherit his will. I will make everything of my father mine, and I will become the strongest. Dr. Witzel, patience is a virtue. I said that the data should be completed soon. Can't you wait even for this little bit of time? 1 hour. 2 hours? 3 hours? Very soon. Ares took a deep breath. It's better this way. I killed my other father and threw myself into your arms because you can fulfill my wish. If you can't do it, then you can only die. Dr. Witzel, believe me, it will work, and you have no choice. Right? Ares was silent for a while. I think it is true. I have no choice. Rebirth or destruction. I can only choose one of the two, because my body can't support it for too long, and I am tired of living as a defective product. Dr. Witzel smiled. We will succeed. You will fulfill your wish, and I will realize my dream and create the strongest constellation monster. Yi Sha looked at the man in front of him putting on the armor, and suddenly showed a look of realization. Oh! Yi Sha, it turned out to be you. The assassin. The assassin smiled. It is my honor that you know my nickname. Yi Sha, you are wrong. The reason I know you is because Yi Yu mentioned you. A defeated general. You wanted to kill Yi Yu, but in the end, you could only escape an embarrassment. The assassin's face changed slightly. And then, it was a terrible battle. As the piercer spoke, he raised his gun and swept forward vigorously. The thorns around him seemed to have received an order and rushed towards Yi Sha frantically. However, the moment the thorns came to Yi Sha, puff, 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 the wind around Yi Sha suddenly rose and spread out in all directions, cutting off all the approaching thorns. Ah! The piercer roared angrily, then jumped up and came towards Yisha, raising his gun and smashing it down towards Yisha. Yisha took small steps, suddenly dodged to the side, and then punched out, hitting the piercer's body, knocking him out with a punch. Then Yisha looked at his arm, and saw a wound cut by the spikes on the armor. The armor was more annoying than expected, and it would be scratched as long as it touched. At the same time, the piercer flipped up from the ground, and then smashed the gun to the ground with force. My road is full of blood, and all I can do is make myself cruel. The blood makes me angry, and the corpse makes me crazy. The piercer shouted, piercing field. A circle of purple-black area spread out in all directions, like ripples, one circle after another. More thorns emerged from the ground, madly coming towards Yisha from all directions. Yisha glanced at the thorns, suddenly sighed, and looked at the piercer. You can't even beat you. Where do you get the confidence to struggle in front of me? Boom! Flames suddenly appeared under Yisha's feet, rising rapidly, and turned into a pillar of fire that enveloped Yisha. The moment the thorns around came to the front of the fire column, they were burned to ashes by the spreading flames. Yisha stretched out his hand forward, and the fire column collapsed. The flames pushed out to the surroundings like waves, layer after layer, like waves. Thorns continued to grow in the domain, but they were burned to ashes by the hot flames as soon as they emerged. The piercer gritted his teeth and rushed towards Yisha again. The piercer certainly knew that challenging Yisha was an extremely unwise thing to do. Under normal circumstances, he should have fled far away when he saw Yisha. However, the piercer had no choice but to be killed by Yisha or Dr. Witzel. There were not 6 people waiting in the bar, but 8. One of them was a physical extreme evolver who didn't believe that the bomb could kill him. As a result, he was killed. The collar bomb made by Dr. Witzel obviously did not contain ordinary explosive ingredients. Another person secretly wanted to remove the collar, but he died naturally. When he tried to remove it, his throat exploded. Therefore, the piercer wanted to fight. And if he fought, he might still have hope. If he didn't fight, he would die. Unfortunately, the piercer soon found out that he was daydreaming. Whether he fought or not, he would die. The moment he came to Yisha, the shadow behind Yisha suddenly rose up, quickly entangled the piercer, and pulled him down from the air. The next moment, Yisha raised his sword and swept forward, and the piercer's legs were gone. Ah! The piercer screamed in pain and rolled over, blood gushing out of the wounds on his severed legs. Give me a quick death. The piercer felt the shadow around him tightening, and finally realized that he was not on the same level as the man in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Please, Yisha, I can fulfill your wish. Puff! Yisha stabbed the sword into the piercer's chest, piercing through his body. The Impaler was a famous train attendant on the Doomsday train. He was best at killing his opponent by piercing his body with thorns. Now, he had tasted the same pain. The Impaler felt his consciousness disappearing rapidly, and soon he could no longer feel the pain. He raised his head and said to Yisha, Thank you. Sometimes, death is a relief. Chapter 1967 New Enemy. Yisha looked around and suddenly said, I don't care what you want to do. At least send a few guys who can excite me to appear in front of me. And don't throw this kind of cannon fodder at me again. Dr. Witzel laughed, As you wish. There is an experiment in front of you, which is one of my proudest works. I think the completion is not bad, and you should be able to play with it. Yisha snorted coldly, and then continued to walk forward. The bar has 3 entrances and exits, 2 doors, and an employee entrance and exit passage. Yisha went straight to the front because Dr. Witzel said the front. The door was in front of Yisha. Yisha was even more confused now. What did Dr. Witzel, that bastard, want to do? Is he trying to stop me from entering the core area? This is impossible. In fact, Yisha dared to say it was 100% impossible. If Dr. Witzel hadn't given him a hint, he would not be able to reach this area at all. He might still be trapped outside the hive. He might be able to advance to the middle, but he would never be able to reach the edge of the core area, because Yisha came too late. No matter how capable Yisha is, he can't do this. Others came about a week earlier, but they didn't reach the core area in large numbers. He could reach the core area in half a day? Then, it was definitely not Dr. Witzel's purpose to prevent Yisha from entering the core area. Yisha even felt that Dr. Witzel seemed to want him to move forward. As for killing him, Yi Sha felt that it was unlikely. The dense array and metal storm level were troublesome. But it was far from killing him. Those zombies were too lazy to think about it. There were also a few small fish in the bar, and their strength was limited. This level was just a bit troublesome. And it didn't involve life and death. Aquarius. Yi Sha didn't deny that Aquarius was quite difficult to pass. Yi Sha had basically walked around the gates of hell. If the power of the water spirit hadn't suddenly awakened, he would have been doomed. However, before he beat the last one, Yi Sha was not sure that Aquarius would definitely kill him. Maybe Dr. Witzel just wanted to make him half disabled. Yi Sha was thinking wildly, but he couldn't figure out Dr. Witzel's purpose. And then he pushed open the door. Behind the door of the bar. It's still a bar. This bar is actually two bars connected together. Then, Yi Sha frowned. In the bar on this side, the tables and chairs were all over the ground. And there was only a long red sofa in the middle. On the sofa, a sturdy man was sitting there, drinking continuously. The most important thing is, this man doesn't look like a living person. The man is about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a pair of jeans, with a naked upper body, and a lot of tattoos on his body, almost covering his entire upper body. The reason why Yi Sha judged that the other party might not be alive was that there was rotten flesh on his body, shoulder, ribs, and left abdomen. The flesh and blood in 3 places had rotted, especially the ribs, which had rotted to the point where bones could be seen. It was impossible for a normal person to be injured to this extent and still sit there calmly drinking. And he did not treat the wound at all, and did not care at all. Then there was only one possibility. The other party should be a zombie. However, looking at the other person sitting on the sofa drinking, frankly speaking, he doesn't look like a zombie, but more like a human. Yi Sha has never seen a zombie drinking, but he is not too surprised. Dr. Witzel said that this is his experiment. And Comp's experiments are strange. More than 70% of which involve zombies. It is not surprising that something weird is produced. At the same time, Yi Sha stepped into the bar. This seemed to be a signal. The moment Yi Sha entered the bar, the man stood up suddenly and threw the bottle in his hand towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha dodged his head, and the bottle of wine hit the wall. With a snap, the wine broke into pieces and spilled all over the floor. The next moment, the zombie suddenly jumped up. This jump was 6 or 7 meters away, and it came directly in front of Yi Sha, raised its fist, and hit Yi Sha. Yi Sha dodged again, and the opponent's fist hit the wall, punching a hole in the wall. Yi Sha retreated while observing the opponent. The physical fitness is very strong, and the strength and speed are excellent. However, Yi Sha soon found that this seemed to be nonsense. The physical fitness of zombies is very strong. Even ordinary zombies are 2 or 3 times stronger than normal humans. This is the characteristic of zombies, and also the basic ability improvement caused by the zombie virus. All zombies will continue this characteristic. The stronger the zombie, the more obvious this characteristic is. At this moment, the opponent suddenly twisted his body and took a step forward. This is a posture of charging power. But the two are almost 5 meters apart. Using fists at this distance? Boom! Yi Sha was thinking. And the opponent suddenly punched. Then Yi Sha felt something was wrong and immediately dodged to the side. Then, there was a loud noise. And a table next to Yi Sha was smashed to pieces. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. He had seen many people slashing in the air with weapons. But fists would work. Yi Sha knew that there was a type of Chi-Force classification ability on Doomsday train, which could release Chi-Force with fists. However, it was generally only about half a meter to 1 meter away, and it was an auxiliary ability for physical strengthening. It was the first time he had seen someone who could punch from such a distance. While Yi Sha was wondering, the other party ran quickly like a bulldozer, and the ground kept making dong sounds. The man came to Yi Sha again and punched. Yi Sha dodged again, and the man half bent his waist and smashed a piece of the ground. It was not Yi Sha's style to just take a beating, although he wanted to figure out what the man in front of him was. After a short observation, Yi Sha did not find how powerful this guy was. Judging from his physical fitness, he was only at the level of a king-level mutant zombie. At most, he had the ability to punch in the air. It was a bit troublesome, but not to be feared. In that case, Yi Sha, then go to hell. Yi Sha leaped to the side, and before his toes touched the ground, he swung a sword at the opponent. The sword came out, and the sword light flashed. A sword light swept forward, passing through the man's chest, immediately cutting a wound, and purple-black blood immediately gushed out from the wound. The man didn't care about the wound on his chest at all, and punched Yisha again with his backhand. Chapter 1968 The Unkillable Guy. Boom! As Yisha dodged the opponent's fist, a pillar behind him made a loud cracking sound again, and then collapsed directly, hitting the ground hard. In this way, Yisha was completely sure that the opponent was a zombie. Only zombies would have no expression at all when they were hurt. No emotion, and no concern for the injury, because zombies have no sense of pain. But humans do not. Even if they are as strong as Yisha, when they are hurt, they feel pain, and their expressions will change to some extent. Yisha landed while thinking, and then raised the sword. The most convenient way to deal with zombies is naturally. Head. Yisha held the sword in his right hand, stretched out his left hand forward, close to the sword, and then slowly spread his body, with his legs one in front and one behind. This is a standard thrust start. Thrust is a very common sword move. But common does not mean weak power. The key lies in the user and how to use it. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. This is the essence of the thrust. Watching the zombie rushing towards him, Yisha stood still. And when the zombie came to him, Yisha suddenly disappeared. Ghost step combined with the thrust, almost in an instant. The moment Yisha disappeared, a silver sword light appeared, forming a line parallel to the ground. The zombie's body froze in place, and the time seemed to freeze at this moment. Yisha appeared behind the zombie, and the two stood still. Then, poof! A crack appeared between the zombie's eyebrows, and then a stream of blood spurted out, turning into blood flowers and scattered on the ground. Yisha put away his sword and prepared to walk forward and leave the bar. But at this moment, a tall figure appeared behind Yisha, and the zombie suddenly turned around and raised his fist towards Yisha again. Yisha felt the strong wind behind him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. And then he turned around immediately. The huge fist came towards Yisha. With a bang, Yisha was hit hard and then flew away. His back hit a pillar, and the pillar cracked with fine cracks. Yisha covered his chest and felt that he almost couldn't breathe. The opponent's fist was very fierce and powerful. Then he looked at the zombie. His eyebrows were completely pierced, and the wound spread from the eyebrows to the bridge of the nose. But he didn't die. Yisha couldn't hide his surprise. Isn't this guy a zombie? The zombie was shot through the head but still alive? At the moment when Yisha was surprised, the man raised his fist again and punched in the direction of Yisha. Yisha immediately jumped to the side. It was the aerial attack he had seen before. After the punch, the pillar behind Yisha that required 3 people to hold together was completely shattered, and then collapsed and fell to the ground. And it was not the end. Continuous attack. The zombie waved his fist continuously, one punch after another, chasing Yisha and punching continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the opponent's fist hits, the surrounding tables and chairs will be shaken away and shattered, and violent roars will appear continuously. Yisha is like a ghost, and the number of ghost steps has been exhausted in continuous battles. It will take some time to restore the number of ghost steps. However, Yisha's mobility is not limited to ghost steps. Thunder step, it has the speed of lightning. It can reach the target in a flash within a radius of 150 meters, regardless of height. It takes 120 minutes to use it every 3 times. The Thunder Step is a mobility ability among the Thunder Emperor's abilities, which is more advanced than the Ghost Step. If the Ghost Step is a high-speed mobility ability close to instant movement, then the Thunder Step is pure instant movement, within a radius of 150 meters. Yisha can instantly reach any location he wants. Of course, because it is advanced, the Thunder Step has only 3 opportunities to be used, and in most cases, the Ghost Step is enough. So Yisha has almost never used this move. Zila! The sound of electric current surged, followed by a flash of lightning, and then Yisha avoided all attacks, as if he had disappeared directly from the bombardment area. When he reappeared, he was already behind the zombie. The zombie's reaction ability was faster than Yisha imagined. It turned around and punched Yisha again. But at this moment, the shadow under the zombie's feet suddenly rose up and wrapped around the zombie's arm. The fist was dragged tightly and could not move forward. Yisha leaped up, raised his sword and swept forward. Puff! The sword flashed, and the zombie's head flew up, rolled in the air, fell to the ground, and then rolled not far away. Yisha put away his sword. Can you still move like this? So, bang! Yisha was punched in the cheek again, and was knocked out by a punch. Damn! Yisha was stunned. Are you kidding me? Looking at the headless zombie walking towards him. This subverted Yisha's cognition a little bit. The head is not the zombie's weakness? However, thinking that this guy was Dr. Witzel's experimental subject, Yisha was not so surprised. Or, Yisha knew Dr. Witzel's level. At least he had to reach this level to be qualified to be called Dr. Witzel's experimental subject. Bang! At this time, the headless zombie came to Yisha, raised his fist, and smashed it down, breaking another piece of the ground. Yisha rolled to the side, avoiding the fist, and jumped up from the ground with a carp flip. Looking at the headless zombie, Yisha licked his lips. So, if the head is not the weak point, then where is the weak point? The heart? Or like the arbitrator, is there a mechanical core in the body that controls it? Or, Yisha's face showed a bit of hostility. I will dismember you directly. What do you think? Dr. Witzel's voice suddenly sounded. With a smile, I think that's a good idea. Yisha tilted his head, glanced at the surveillance camera installed in the corner, and then jumped forward again, coming to the headless zombie. Watching the other party raise his fist to punch, Yisha did not hesitate to meet it with his left fist. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, and Yisha felt pain in his finger bones. The strength of the headless zombie was indeed good, but Yisha could hold on. The next moment, with a puff, the sword in Yisha's right hand was sent forward and pierced directly into the heart of the headless zombie. Dirty blood flowed along the blade of the sword and then dripped onto the ground. Yisha narrowed his eyes and looked at the headless zombie. Is he finally dead? Suddenly, the headless zombie, whose body had stiffened for a moment, moved again and waved his fist again. Chapter 1969. Behind the door. Yisha quickly jumped backwards, and the wind from his fist swept across, tearing a slit in Yisha's clothes on his chest. Yisha landed and took a deep breath. It seems that I really have to dismember you. Head and heart. Normally, it is possible that the zombie's weaknesses do not include the heart, but the head is usually a weakness. But now, the attacks on the head and heart are useless. Obviously, the headless zombie in front of him is a bit special, and the general weakness attack is ineffective against the opponent. The opponent should have another weakness, but Yisha was too lazy to look for it, as it would take too much time. Therefore, dismemberment is not a joke, but the most effective solution. The headless zombie approached Yisha again, and at the same time, Yisha suddenly let go. The sword fell to the ground, but at this moment, a trace of arc appeared in Yisha's palm, crackling and jumping, because of the attraction of electromagnetic force. The sword suddenly hung in the air, and under Yisha's traction, it kept spinning. The next moment, the sword rang. Yisha sneered and stretched out his hand to the front. Sickle weasel strike, accompanied by the sound of the sword. A series of almost transparent invisible sword energy suddenly appeared, and then killed the headless zombie. Puff, puff, puff. Wounds kept appearing on the headless zombie's body, and blood suddenly spurted out, and the speed of running forward also slowed down all of a sudden. Almost in the blink of an eye, the headless zombie's body was covered with wounds, one after another, and the flowing blood completely covered the body. Then, Yisha suddenly made a move. He grabbed the sword fiercely, leaped forward, twisted his body in midair, and then turned around and stabbed with a sword. A sword light shot forward, and rushed directly down 3 paths. The moment it passed in front of the headless zombie, the headless zombie's legs were broken at the knees. Bang! The headless zombie's body fell forward and fell to the ground. Yisha's sword did not stop, and pointed forward again. 2 virtual swords appeared out of thin air. After falling, they directly pierced the palm of the headless zombie and nailed the headless zombie to the ground. Even so, the headless zombie still did not die, and kept wriggling on the ground, constantly crawling forward. But its hands and feet were disabled. Even if the headless zombie was not dead, it had completely lost its ability to fight. Things that cannot fight are not worth caring about. In fact, this headless zombie is quite similar to Ming Hai, and does not have the weaknesses of traditional zombies. However, if you can't beat your opponent, it's useless to be beaten. Yisha continued to move forward, and after opening the door again, this time it was finally no longer a bar, but a long and narrow passage. Dr. Witzel's voice rang out in the passage. After walking through this passage, you will reach the core area. I will wait for you in the central control center. I hope you can come here alive. And it is best not to make me wait too long. Dr. Witzel's voice disappeared. And then the originally dim passage suddenly lit up with an incandescent light, illuminating the entire passage. Yisha narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Suddenly, the sound of mechanical rotation sounded. The floor in front opened, and 2 sentry machine guns suddenly rose up and suddenly fired at Yisha. Thud, thud, thud. Sparks kept coming out of the muzzle, and then bullets flew towards Yisha. The red flame armor suddenly started, and the flames pushed forward, blocking the bullets and dropping them on the ground with a clang. Yisha moved forward, and laser-cutting beams suddenly appeared at both ends of the wall, rushing towards Yisha. Yisha punched the wall fiercely, and the wall dented. The laser propulsion equipment was damaged and stopped directly in place. Yisha jumped over directly. The next moment, an electric current suddenly appeared on the ceiling, falling downward like a curtain. Yisha didn't care about it. Electric current was a tonic for Yisha. Yisha passed through the passage smoothly without paying too much attention. This should not be the work of Dr. Witzel. Otherwise it would be too low-end. This is a defense system trap that already exists in the hive. It will be triggered when passing through. Dr. Witzel will not use this to deal with Yisha on purpose. And of course, he will not close the trap for Yisha on purpose. After walking through the passage, Yisha continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, Yisha passed through 2 areas. One area was the office area, which was nothing to say. The other area was the leisure area, which had various leisure places: sports, fitness, oxygen bars, tea bars, and everything else. Then, Yisha came to the 3rd area. Yisha looked up and glanced at the area in front. This should be a military training area. There was a huge training ground in the center, where you could see military-style barracks buildings, jeeps, arsenals, and so on. There is a huge metal door in front of us. It is about 7 or 8 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be in the core area of the hive through this door. This military area is probably where armed personnel are trained. It is also a defense area. Anyone who wants to pass through here will be attacked. However, there is no one here at the moment. It is very quiet. Even a pin drop on the ground can probably be heard clearly. This is a bit strange. Logically speaking, if there were people, it wouldn't be a big deal. Some ordinary armed personnel couldn't stop Yisha. No. It should be said that they could hardly stop all the people who arrived at this place, because Yisha didn't see any technological products. They were all ordinary firearms. An RPG was the most brutal heavy firepower. But it's not necessary to ignore it completely. Right? Isn't the value of this place to defend against invaders? Yisha walked forward and came to the huge metal door. The metal door uses a physical lock, which is as big as a person's head, and the steel bar used in the lock is as thick as a wrist. However, as long as it is a physical lock, Yisha doesn't care about it, and he stretched out his hand to break the steel bar. However, as soon as he started, Yisha was stunned for a moment, and the lock was actually opened. To open the door, you need to activate the electronic switch. Normally, no one has enough strength to push open such a heavy metal door. Of course, that is normal. Yisha pushed the door open directly. Behind the door is a huge space, very dim, with almost no light. At this moment, Yisha suddenly frowned. Blood smell. Very strong blood smell. Yisha took a step forward, and then felt that he stepped on something. From the touch, Yisha had roughly guessed what it was. The sun and the moon were in the sky. Yisha spread out his hands, and a moon and a circle of sun appeared in his palms, and then floated into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 1970. The Hider. Corpses. Corpses all over the ground. In front of Yisha's eyes, there were countless corpses and broken limbs. Blood covered the entire space. When he stepped on the ground, the soles of his shoes would even stick to a trace of blood when he lifted his feet. Yisha slowly pulled out the sword and held it horizontally at his side. Yisha walked forward while observing the surroundings. It was still a bit strange. Yisha found that these corpses were actually armed personnel from Compu. Not people from the Doomsday train. Nor were they walking apostles. Yisha originally thought that someone had killed people before he came here, and then passed through this area and entered the core area. Now it seems that this is not the case. Duh. 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 Yisha walked forward. The surroundings were terribly quiet, and the footsteps were particularly clear, stepping over the corpses around him. Yisha soon saw an entrance and exit on the wall at the end. The entrance and exit looked like a strange elevator. A cylinder, usually exposed on the wall, with an indicator light on the top and a red number on the door, 23. Looking to both sides, there are 5 such entrances and exits, namely 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Yisha looked around again, and still found nothing. So he continued to move forward. Something must have happened in this damn place. But it is not certain whether the thing that killed these armed men still exists. Yisha has not found it yet. Since there is no discovery, just go ahead. You can't just stand here stupidly. Continue to move forward. And the moment you reach the center. Who? Yisha suddenly raised his head and looked towards the ceiling, but found nothing. But Yisha knew that there must have been something there before. Because Yisha stretched out his finger and wiped the back of his neck. There was some liquid on his fingertips. A little sticky, not pure water, and definitely not his sweat. Yisha put his fingertips to the tip of his nose and smelled it. There was a very light fishy smell. Not the smell of grass or fish, but the smell of metal rust. Very light, but still odorable. The next moment, Yisha felt something again, and suddenly jumped forward. At the same time, he suddenly swung his hand backward. A sword light swept past, but it didn't hit anything, and it just swept away. Neurotic? Too nervous? Yisha didn't think so. When he came to the place where he stood before, he looked down and saw footprints on the ground. Because the ground was full of blood, there must be footprints left after stepping on it. The key point is that in addition to Yisha's footprints, there is another pair of footprints in that place, which means that someone really approached Yisha before. Yisha half knelt on the ground, looking at the footprints. The footprints were large, at least 50 yards, without shoes, and looked like the structure of a human foot, but not quite like a human, at least not in outline. Yisha couldn't tell whether it was from a beast or a mutant zombie. At the same time, Yisha felt a chill on the back of his neck again, and something like liquid dripped onto his ears again. Yisha immediately jumped forward alertly. Boom! A corpse on the ground suddenly broke into 2 pieces, and a piece of the ground was shattered at the same time. Yisha looked up suddenly, but still didn't see anything. But Yisha still chose to attack immediately. A large amount of flames emerged from Yisha's body, and with a low shout from Yisha, he punched into the air. A large amount of flames went towards the ceiling, and after hitting the ceiling, they quickly scattered and spread around. After Yisha completed the attack, he immediately stared at the position of the ceiling carefully, looking at it carefully. Yisha didn't expect such random attacks to hurt the opponent, but planned to use a large-scale attack to force the opponent out. However, there was no gain. The flames spread to cover a range of about 15 to 20 meters. But there was no abnormality, and there was nothing on the ceiling. Gemini? Yisha murmured. Judging from the current situation, the opponent seemed to be a creature that was very good at assassination. When thinking of assassination, Yisha first thought of Gemini. That guy was quite good at assassination. In other words, apart from Yepo's long-range sniping, Gemini is probably the creature that Yisha has seen that is best at assassination. However, just thinking about it, Yisha doesn't think it is Gemini. The feeling is different. And the feeling is something that cannot be explained. It's just a feeling. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. It seems that I can't get through here easily without killing you. And it seems that you don't plan to show up easily. As Yisha said this, he half knelt on the ground and pressed his hands on the ground. In that case, Yisha sneered, I can only use some special means. Z-Law. Yisha's palm made a sharp sound of electricity. And then azure electricity appeared in Yisha's palm, quickly surging around, and spreading madly around. The electricity was like a snake, passing through the ground and quickly spreading to the entire room. Even if it hit the surrounding walls, it did not stop, but continued to spread, climbing up along the wall. And then after passing the wall, it climbed up to the ceiling. The lights that were originally extinguished suddenly flickered, flickering, and then, snap, 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 the light bulbs continued to explode, and the flickering light dimmed again. At the same time, Yi Sha looked at the corner and laughed. Finally. You are willing to come out? The space is so small. And there is only one reason why the range attack cannot force the opponent out. That is, the coverage area is not large enough. In this case, when Yi Sha fills the entire space with electricity, the opponent will have to appear in front of Yi Sha. Standing up, Yi Sha looked at the other party and thought for a long time before saying, Capricorn? The guy in front of him was about 2 meters tall, roughly human-like, with an inverted triangle body, a very strong chest, and a very thin waist, even narrow and long. The arms and thighs were very strong, with bulging muscles, full of explosive power. The other party's head was a goat-like head, similar to an inverted triangle, without flesh and blood, a bone head, and on the head there were 4 sharp goat horns, 2 long and 2 short. At the same time, the other party's body was covered with scales, in the shape of fish scales, half moon-shaped, and there was a tail behind the waist dragging on the ground, similar to a fish tail, with black and gold scales, constantly sweeping, covered with blood, rubbing against the ground, making a harsh sound. Chapter 1971 Capricorn. If the other party is a constellation monster, Yi Sha can only think of Capricorn. The symbols of Capricorn are goats and fish, which are very consistent with the characteristics of the guy in front of him. Did this guy kill someone? Yi Sha murmured, and then looked at Capricorn. The other party's body was covered with blood, especially the 4 goat horns, and blood was dripping. However, why did Capricorn kill the armed personnel of Compu Company? In theory, the two are in the same group, right? Although Yi Sha doesn't think Capricorn will regard ordinary armed personnel as companions. This guy should be following Dr. Witzel's orders. Did Dr. Witzel order to kill all the armed personnel? Yi Sha doesn't quite understand. But he doesn't care too much. There must be a reason, such as cowardice. The most important thing is that no matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with Yi Sha. What is related to Yi Sha is that he is now the only living person in this place. So Capricorn's target naturally becomes Yi Sha. Yi Sha twisted his arm, making a click sound, and then hooked his finger at Capricorn. Capricorn moved slowly, but not towards Yi Sha, but moved to the side, and slowly, Capricorn's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Sha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It wasn't surprising. Yi Sha guessed that Capricorn might be an assassin. After all, his previous performance came and went without a trace. If such an ability is not used for assassination, it can only be said that Dr. Witzel's head was caught by the door. But seeing Capricorn showing such ability again, Yi Sha also felt a headache. A Gemini is difficult enough. And now there is a Capricorn? Yi Sha doesn't like assassins very much, because even if he can beat them, the opponent's ability to hide and escape makes it difficult to kill them. And if this dangerous guy can't be killed, because he is good at hiding and escaping, he must also be good at chasing and ambushing. This guy is like a maggot attached to the bone. Once you are targeted, he will suddenly appear and suddenly attack you, which is very annoying. As Yi Sha was thinking, Capricorn suddenly appeared beside Yi Sha, with his hands on the ground, for goat horns pointed forward, and suddenly stabbed at Yi Sha, because he saw Capricorn disappear. The sneak attack was not very effective. When Capricorn appeared, Yi Sha had already started to dodge to the side. However, Yi Sha dodged the goat horns, and the fishtail behind Capricorn suddenly swung out and hit Yi Sha fiercely. Yi Sha dodged again, moving his body to avoid Capricorn's second attack. But at this moment, bang! The fishtail behind Capricorn slammed hard on the ground. And then the body rushed forward. Puff! The goat's horn swept past Yi Sha's arm, cutting Yi Sha's clothes and leaving a wound on Yi Sha's arm. Yi Sha no longer jumped, but quickly retreated, speeding up and distanced himself from Capricorn. About 4 or 5 meters away, Yi Sha stopped and looked at Capricorn vigilantly. Capricorn's body swayed, and then paced again, very slowly, like taking a walk, slowly moving to the side. Then, Capricorn disappeared again, as if out of thin air. Yi Sha half closed his eyes, then listened attentively. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly attacked to the side and punched hard. Yi Sha punched, and with a sizzling sound, the current surged, and Capricorn also showed up. It was quite easy to identify the location by sound. Of course, Yi Sha is not that capable, mainly due to environmental factors. There are corpses and blood all around. In this situation, no matter how careful you are, you will always make a sound. At the same time, Yisha is also a little puzzled. Is this guy really an assassin? Although I have determined this before. Even if the environment in this place is difficult to cover up the sound of footsteps, you should at least try to cover it up? And Capricorn has no intention of this at all. From the perspective of combat mode, Capricorn does not seem to be an assassin. Like Gemini, not only can they hide, but they can also move at high speed, which is the basis of assassination. Secondly, Gemini does a very good job of covering their body shape and footsteps, and they always come to the target almost silently. Capricorn's feeling. Yisha didn't know how to say it. The fighting time was too short, and it was difficult to judge. But he could feel that he and Gemini were not of the same type. At the same time, Capricorn was hit by an electric current, but he didn't suffer much damage. Constellation monsters are all durable, so Yisha was not surprised. After Capricorn was blown away, his figure flashed and disappeared again. When Capricorn appeared again, he was already above Yisha's head. The fishtail behind him suddenly fell down, bringing with it a whistling sound. Boom! Yisha jumped to the side, and the fishtail hit the ground, smashing a piece of the ground. But the attack was not over yet, and the scales on the fishtail suddenly ejected, like a bunch of flying knives. With a very fast speed and extremely sharp, flames immediately appeared on Yisha's body, and the red flame armor was activated automatically. However, the flames of the red flame armor were obviously unable to defend against those fish scales, and they were immediately shattered. Yisha's pupils shrank, and electric current instantly surged on his body. Countless arcs of electricity surrounded his body, and then all the fish scales were shaken away. However, after shaking away the fish scales, Capricorn came to Yisha again. Yisha saw it, but he couldn't avoid it. Capricorn's attack was timed just right, just when Yisha blasted away the fish scales, and suddenly killed him. Capricorn's speed was indeed unbelievably fast. Bang! Yisha felt a blow to his chest, and a feeling of suffocation came over him. Then he was blown away and smashed into a pool of blood, splashing countless blood flowers. Yisha quickly turned over and stood up, because Capricorn did not give Yisha too much chance to breathe, and had come to Yisha again and raised his right foot. Capricorn's feet are like human feet, but they are not fleshy, but sheep's hooves that look like human feet. The power of this kick is no joke. Yisha quickly jumped to the side, supported the ground with one hand, and continued to roll forward, the place where Yisha was lying before. At this moment, roared, the embedded steel plate was completely twisted, and the ground collapsed with a bang, revealing a big hole. Capricorn turned around, and at the moment of facing Yisha, his figure flashed again, suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Yisha. Yisha raised his sword horizontally, but Capricorn did not retreat, but directly reached out to grab the sword. Instead of being cut, his palm was heard with a sound of metal friction. At the same time, Capricorn twisted his body, and the fishtail behind him swung over again, like a thick whip, whipping him fiercely. Chapter 1972 Battle. Yisha was hit and flew away, but he rubbed his chest and stood up again. Yisha exhaled. Let's stop the test here. It seems that we have to get serious. Yisha wanted to find out Capricorn's tricks. After a few rounds, he found out what he should find out. But he still couldn't find out what he couldn't find out. Has the ability to hide, and can disappear suddenly. The speed is very fast, not inferior to Gemini, and can reach the speed of Leo and Taurus, which is a pure physical strengthening type. But the strength is much worse. Otherwise Yisha would not be able to get up so easily after being hit a few times. In other words, although the speed is excellent, it is just speed, not the type of extreme evolution of physical fitness. In addition, Yisha always feels that Capricorn's attack mode is weird. But he can't tell where it is weird. He can only say that it is a little different from the common attack mode, and it feels a bit familiar. There is only so much information that can be obtained. In Yisha's opinion, Capricorn will definitely not be only at this level. But if his own attack strength does not increase, Capricorn will definitely not increase. Just like Yisha knows that Capricorn must have a second form and a third form. But if he cannot pose enough threat to Capricorn, Capricorn will not enter the second form or even the third form. In this case, Yisha felt that he should be more serious. The next moment, Capricorn's attack remained unchanged, and he slowly paced to the side. His body seemed to be hidden in the darkness, and suddenly disappeared. Yi Sha sneered, and then opened his arms. The sun and the moon shine together. The sun and the moon have always been hanging above. But Yi Sha did not use the ability of the sun and the moon in the sky, but only used them to illuminate the four directions. And now, Yi Sha took action. The moonlight was cold. Crack, crack. The ground was frozen quickly, and the ice was bright red, which was the blood on the ground. Capricorn appeared. His feet were frozen, but he suddenly exerted force and struggled out of the ice. But at this moment, meteor falls from the sky. Yi Sha stretched out his hand and made a virtual pressure gesture, and the sun hanging in the sky began to shine wildly. The temperature around continued to rise, and countless fireballs appeared, like meteorites, falling downwards. This is not the power of the Son of Flame. But since they are both flames, Yi Sha can use the power of the Son of Flame to strengthen it. Speaking of which, Yi Sha really wants to kill a Thunder Apostle. After all, Thunder Emperor is currently Yi Sha's most commonly used trick. If he can also use the power of the Apostle to strengthen it, it will definitely be very terrifying. While thinking, those fireballs have fallen and bombarded continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The violent collision sounded continuously, and the flames spread out in all directions. After wrapping the corpses around, a distinct smell of burning came out. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. This level should not be able to kill Capricorn. As expected, as Yi Sha was thinking, the flames in front of him were suddenly cut open, and Capricorn appeared, but only for a moment, and then disappeared again. An old trick. Yi Sha sneered. This trick is used over and over again. Will it still work? Yi Sha drew out this sword and held it horizontally in front of him, then stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. Hard sword. A burst of sword sounds rang out, and invisible ripples seemed to spread around. Then Capricorn appeared, with a wound cut on his chest, bleeding continuously. Yi Sha turned around and slashed at Capricorn again. 6 dragons flying. The blood-red light on Yi Sha's sword shone brightly, and then it flew forward, quickly turning into a blood dragon in the air, and pounced towards Capricorn with its fangs and claws bared. Capricorn stretched out his hand forward and took the sword. But at the moment of collision with the blood dragon, the blood dragon's body shattered and turned into dense sword lights, passing around Capricorn's body, cutting wounds on Capricorn's body one after another. 6 flying dragons are not so easy to catch, because the blood dragon is just an illusion, and it is useless to catch it hard. Touching the blood dragon is equivalent to touching the sword light, and it will definitely be hurt. However, Capricorn's fighting wisdom is not bad. He did not catch the second blood dragon hard. His body shook and suddenly disappeared. Then the blood dragon fell in the distance and punched a piece of the ground. The third, fourth, fifth. The blood dragons rushed out one after another. Capricorn moved quickly. Although he could not catch them hard, he could dodge. Although the speed of the blood dragon was not slow, Capricorn was faster. Yi Sha grinned, hating this kind of guy with excellent movement speed the most. However, Yi Sha found that if this was true, Yi Sha seemed to have to hate himself first. Similarly, Yi Sha's speed was also very fast, so he knew very well how to deal with this type of guy. A large area coverage attack method. Since the opponent is good at dodging, don't give the opponent a chance to dodge. Is there such a swordsmanship in the sword art? The answer is yes. In the way of swordsmanship, whether Yi Sha likes Dongfang Yu or hates Dongfang Yu, he has to admit that Dongfang Yu's sword is very strong. Really strong. The next moment, Yi Sha took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly subsided and became calm. But this was an illusion. Yi Sha closed his eyes slightly, and then suddenly opened them. At that moment, Yi Sha's aura suddenly burst out. Or, it was the aura of the sword. The feeling of a storm coming. Then, Yi Sha drew his sword. In an instant, the sword's awe-inspiring intent. He shone Feng Yu Jian. Yi Sha leaped forward. His body soared into the air, and stabbed forward with a sword. Wind and rain are coming. The sword thrust out, like a sudden storm, swept out with a sense of wind and rain. Sharp, violent, but erratic. Puff, puff, puff. The sword arrives before the person. Yi Sha is still 5 or 6 meters away from Capricorn, but the sword in his hand has arrived. Capricorn's body is constantly making sounds of flesh and blood being torn apart. and wounds appear on his body one after another, and blood keeps flowing down. This time, the blood on Capricorn's body is no longer from the corpses around him, but Capricorn's own blood. Yisha shouted again and pointed his sword into the air. Buzz! In an instant, a sword sound suddenly appeared, and then a virtual sword soared into the sky. Yisha jumped up, grabbed the hilt of the magic sword, and slashed forward with force. Cut! 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. The virtual sword in Yisha's hand grew in the wind, and kept getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 10 meters. Then Yisha held the sword and chopped it, and the giant sword fell fiercely on Capricorn. Roar! Capricorn screamed, and after Yisha's sword, Capricorn's entire arm was cut off, fell down, and fell to the ground. Blood kept spurting out from the wound. Chapter 1973, Yisha Feng Yu's sword. Boom! At the same time as his arm fell, Capricorn suddenly raised his fist and smashed it hard on the ground. After a loud bang, a huge crack appeared on the ground, spreading towards Yisha, and the surrounding metal plates were constantly blown away. Yisha's figure flashed, and the second sword stabbed out. The phantom sword flew into the air, and Yisha grasped it casually, and it began to grow again. When the second sword fell, Capricorn's left half of the arm also disappeared, and was directly cut off by Yisha's sword. Capricorn kept screaming loudly, and both arms were broken. Capricorn was not only in pain, but also extremely angry. He roared towards Yisha, and saliva kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. Yisha did not stop attacking, and jumped up again, stabbing forward with his sword. Yisha Feng Yu Jian. Yisha shouted softly, "The mountain does not move. The sky sword falls to the north." Yisha's sword was extremely fast, so fast that he stabbed into the air with his sword. The strange thing was that nothing happened this time. But, in the next moment, a sword sound suddenly rang out in the air, and then the phantom giant sword appeared in the air again. With one stab, the surrounding space seemed to be shattered, revealing countless void cracks. Yisha couldn't help but sigh. Dong Feng Yu's swordsmanship was indeed powerful. This sword had a faint feeling of shaking the laws of space, and the surrounding space became extremely unstable, as if it would be torn apart at any time. Then, if this sword was not stabbed by Yisha, so, if this sword was not thrusted by this sword, so, if this sword was thrusted by Dong Feng Yu, what would be the result? Yisha didn't know, but he hoped that he could see it one day. At the same time, the virtual sword fell downwards. Capricorn roared and tried to take the attack, but at that moment, the virtual sword suddenly broke. Capricorn was blown away by the blow, and a wound appeared on his chest, deep enough to see the bone. The sword was ready, and Yisha leaped forward again, continuing to sweep out with a sword. Sword rises again. The sword of wind and rain. Yisha's sword did not stop, and he swung out a sword again. Then there will be wind and rain. Yisha thrust out a sword, and the sword light was everywhere, and the surrounding rolling stones and flying sand were like a rainstorm. The sword light thrust out by Yisha turned into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. In a short moment, the sword light continued to split, and in an instant, there were countless swords, densely connected into one, like wind and rain, heading towards Capricorn. Capricorn was already seriously injured, but he still got up from the ground and roared at Yisha again. But this time it was no longer a pure roar. During the roar, a large piece of frost mist suddenly appeared around Capricorn, wrapping up Capricorn's body. But, the moment the frost mist was attacked by the sword light, it was completely cut, shattered, and scattered piece by piece. Capricorn was cut again with a wound, which crossed the previous wound and swept across his chest. Capricorn looked shaky, so there was no reason for Yisha to stop, and he thrust forward again. Storms and winds on other mountains. Yisha held the sword, and suddenly several sword lights flashed out, apricot rain and pear clouds. Apricot blossoms are like rain, and pear blossoms are like clouds. Yisha thrust out the sword, and the sword light was dense as rain, and at the same time erratic, looking extremely elegant and light. The sword light hit Capricorn's body, and Capricorn's body kept making puff sounds, and blood flowers kept blooming. Blood all over the ground. Capricorn stood there, with wounds all over his body, blood dripping down to the ground. Leaning forward, Capricorn seemed to have lost his voice. But in the next moment, roar! Capricorn's drooping head suddenly raised up, roaring wildly. Yisha was not surprised. Constellation monsters were not so easy to kill, especially now that Dr. Witzel had enough materials. The so-called materials. Of course, it was the people who invaded here. Yisha did not stop, but continued to leap forward. The sword in his hand did not stop, and stabbed Capricorn again. Yisha has already felt that Capricorn's momentum is rising. If nothing unexpected happens, Capricorn will definitely enter the second form. The constellation monster is the best opportunity to attack during the process of form transformation. Time reversal. 1 point, time reversal. Reverse time for yourself and restore your own time to 30 minutes ago. Yisha shouted softly. 6 dragons flying. At the moment when the tip of the sword pointed forward, silver light swayed around the sword body, and the surging sword intent came from the sword and from Yisha's body, which was extremely sharp and breathtaking. The next moment, as Yisha thrust the sword forward, 6 sword lights broke through the air at the same time, carrying the sharp sword intent and unstoppable momentum, charging towards Capricorn. And then in midair, the 6 sword lights took shape at the same time, turning into 6 blood dragons, entangled with each other, and slammed into Capricorn fiercely. Puff! The first blood dragon passed by, and Capricorn's newly grown left arm was cut off again. Puff! The second blood dragon passed by, and a big hole was punched through Capricorn's lower abdomen. Puff! The third blood dragon passed by, and Capricorn lost his left leg, and his huge body swayed and fell to the ground. Puff! The fourth blood dragon passed by, and Capricorn's right eye lost its luster and turned into a huge blood hole, with dirty blood constantly oozing out. Puff! The fifth blood dragon passed by, and Capricorn's heart was pierced, as if it had been dug out by someone. But there was no heart inside. Poof! The sixth blood dragon passed by, but this time it was Capricorn's head that disappeared without a trace. When the blood dragon roared, Capricorn's head suddenly disappeared, and a sword mark appeared on his neck. Smooth and terrifying. If the 6 blood dragons of the 6 dragons flying sky can all hit, the power will be quite huge. Definitely not inferior to Dongfang Yu's sword moves. Of course, there is still a gap. Dongfang Yu's sword moves can be used all the time, and they are what Dongfang Yu himself comprehended and sealed in this sword. So Yisha can also use them. But there is an interval between the use of 6 flying dragons, and if you can't hit all of them, the power of 6 flying dragons will be weakened a lot, because the power of 6 flying dragons is superimposed, and the power will be doubled when each blood dragon hits. However, unless it is against zombies, most of the time, as long as you are not stupid, you will not bear 6 blood dragons. This is the strength of 6 flying dragons, but also the weakness of 6 flying dragons. However, during the process of changing the form, the constellation monster cannot move, counterattack, or defend. Yisha's 6 blood dragons are all out, and Capricorn can only bear it. Unfortunately, Capricorn is still alive. Chapter 1974 Fatal Attack. Under the bite of the 6 flying dragons, Capricorn's body has become broken. But it was only for a moment. After that, Capricorn's body began to heal and regenerate rapidly. Yisha was also helpless. When the constellation monster changed its form, it was a living target, which could be said to be the best killing opportunity. However, from another perspective, the constellation monster at this time was the least likely to be killed, because, during the process of form transformation, the constellation monster has an incredible ability to regenerate the body. As long as it is not killed, the flesh and blood will reorganize and regenerate almost in an instant. Yisha knew this, of course, but knowing this was knowing, and no matter what, Yisha still wanted to give it a try. It would be a pity not to try such a great opportunity. Yisha even used the time slow flow to use the 6 dragons flying again. The first 5 blood dragons tore Capricorn's body, causing Capricorn to be seriously injured. And then the last blood dragon gave a fatal blow, completely killing Capricorn. Unfortunately, it was still a little short. Perhaps because of the attack, Capricorn's transformation speed became a little slow. But Yisha did not attack again because it was meaningless. Capricorn has begun to transform, and some physical changes have occurred. At this time, Capricorn's regeneration ability is the strongest peak moment, and any attack is not enough to kill Capricorn. In this case, Yisha chose to wait, waiting for the second form of Capricorn to arrive. Roar! After a moment, Capricorn suddenly raised his head and roared. The wounds on Capricorn's body have healed, and the broken arms and thighs have grown back. At the same time, Capricorn's body has undergone very obvious changes. There are 6 horns on his head, of different lengths, on the left and right, and white hair has grown on his chest. The fish scales on his body are no longer attached to his body, but have become huge, and then turned sideways, turning into sharp blades. White hair also grows on his ankles and wrists. But the white hair is very thick and very hard, and each strand stands upright like a spike. At the top of Capricorn's fish tail, a huge round bone hammer grew out. As the fish tail swung up and down, the bone hammer kept hitting the ground, making a dong-dong sound. Capricorn's morphological changes are quite obvious. Yisha has seen almost all the constellation monsters so far, and Capricorn's morphological changes are the most obvious. Of course, this does not mean that Capricorn is definitely the strongest. For example, Leo and Taurus have a very low degree of morphological change because they do not need to fill their bodies with more weapons. For the type with extreme physical fitness evolution, the biggest weapon is the fist. So the change in form is purely to strengthen the body and make it stronger. There will not be too many changes in form. What they need is the inner, not the outer. However, the more obvious the change in form, the stronger it is, because the more parts of the body that can be used as weapons, the stronger it is. Then, Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. Let me see how far you can go. At the moment when Yisha finished speaking, Capricorn seemed to sense Yisha's will and suddenly jumped forward. So fast! Yisha raised his eyebrows. Capricorn's speed had obviously increased visibly. Almost in an instant, he came to Yisha. The red flame armor was activated instantly, but the crystallized flame just emerged and was smashed by Capricorn's punch. However, it was strange that after Capricorn smashed the crystallized flame with a punch, he did not continue to attack, but his figure suddenly flashed and then disappeared without a trace. Capricorn disappeared quickly and reappeared quickly. The next moment, he appeared beside Yisha, twisted his body, and swung the fish tail over. Bang! Yisha was hit hard on the face, and then was blown away. At this moment, Capricorn disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he actually caught up with Yisha, who was flying away. Capricorn's body swayed, then raised his right leg, and hit Yisha with a battle axe-like split kick. Bang! Yisha crossed his arms in front of him, but still felt the huge force coming at him crazily, and then his back hit the ground, shattering it. Capricorn continued to attack, and directly jumped up about 3 or 4 meters high, and in midair, the fishtail behind him fell towards Yisha. Yisha quickly turned over, dodged and stood up. With a bang, the bone hammer on the fishtail hit the ground and embedded directly in it, and then used the fishtail as a support point. And Capricorn's whole body crashed towards Yisha. Puff! Yisha's expression twisted. Although he dodged quickly, Capricorn's horn still slashed across his body, leaving 2 wounds. The next moment, Capricorn landed on the ground. His limbs pressed on the ground, and the fishtail behind him began to swing again, coming from the side. Yisha immediately held his sword horizontally to meet it, but he didn't expect that the fishtail actually circled half a circle, bypassed Yisha's body from the side, formed a whirlwind, and the fishtail hit Yisha's back. Bang! Yisha was hit again and staggered forward, while Capricorn rushed out like a cannonball, and the 6 horns pointed directly at Yisha again. Shock wave! Yisha quickly raised his hand, and the invisible force pushed forward, knocking Capricorn away with one blow. If this blow was real, Yisha's body would definitely be pierced directly by the goat's horns. Watching Capricorn flying backwards, Yisha took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Hey, Fatal, is this bastard your relative?" Yisha finally understood why he felt that Capricorn's attack mode was weird before. And there was also a sense of déjà vu. This guy's attack mode is similar to Fatal's. Both are weird. He can use all parts of his body to attack and defend. His movement mode is like a human or an animal. It's totally confusing. Fatal's voice came from Yisha's mind. It's okay if you insist on thinking that. He has the cells and genes of the apostles in his body. Yisha grinned. You really have no sense of humor. Fatal direct. Do you need me to help? Yisha, do you want to play? You haven't come out to play for a long time. Yi Sha was initially very wary of Fatal's existence. After all, no one likes to have another life form inside of him that can take over his body. But to be honest, Fatal is very honest. He comes out when he is needed, and keeps silent when he is not. When he talks to Yi Sha, he only gives suggestions, not makes decisions. This is what Yi Sha is most satisfied with. Chapter 1975 Suppression. Given Fatal's consistent performance, Yi Sha is now quite relieved about Fatal, and is not as concerned about Fatal taking over his body as before. Of course, as Yi Sha becomes stronger, there are actually very few times when Fatal needs to attack. After all, in most cases, Yi Sha can handle it himself. Fatal, then, as you wish, I will take over this battle. Yi Sha opened his hands, and then black liquid continued to flow out of his body, quickly wrapping around Yi Sha's whole body, leaving only his head. The surrounding water quickly wrapped around Yi Sha's head like a huge cover, spitting wildly, and then formed a fatal face. Crescent-shaped eyes, crescent-shaped mouth. Hiss! Hiss! A snake-like sound came out of his throat, and he grinned, revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth, which looked extremely ferocious. The next moment, the black liquid on Yi Sha's body surged and suddenly turned into black spikes, extending wildly forward and stabbing Capricorn. Boom! 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 The black liquid pierced the ground, shattering it continuously, and large amounts of smoke and dust surged up crazily. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the dust, and Capricorn suddenly jumped up. His body stuck to the ceiling, and he ran upside down. A stream of black liquid rose from behind Yi Sha, and after sticking to the ceiling, it suddenly pulled Yi Sha up. Because the black liquid was sticky, Yi Sha lay on the ceiling and ran quickly forward. Roar! Capricorn roared loudly, and the fishtail behind him suddenly swung out. Yi Sha was not willing to be outdone, and a black liquid suddenly emerged from his body, tightly wrapping the opponent's flying fishtail. The next moment, Yi Sha let go of his hand and fell from the ceiling. The moment he fell to the ground, the black liquid suddenly tightened and pulled Capricorn down from the ceiling. Boom! Capricorn fell to the ground with a huge impact. The ground shattered, and the sand and dust were stirred up again. There are indeed many similarities between Fatal and Capricorn's attacks, such as continuity. Either they don't attack, or once they start attacking, the continuity is extremely strong, and even the connection between each move is almost 0 time difference. Sometimes, even if it seems that the move is interrupted, it can still be continued in a weird way. Just like now, Capricorn fell to the ground, about 5 meters apart on both sides. Even if the speed is fast, it takes time to get close, so the connection is naturally broken, which gives the opponent time to get up or dodge. However, that is the attack method of a normal person, and it is not fatal. It does not exist. Capricorn landed, and the black liquid wrapped around Capricorn's tail suddenly exploded and scattered in the air, then quickly stretched out and turned into sharp thorns, piercing down quickly, piercing Capricorn's body, and nailing Capricorn to the ground. Roar! 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 Capricorn seemed extremely violent, stretched out his hands to grab those black thorns, and pulled them out abruptly, bringing out a stream of blood. But in just a moment of delay, Yi Sha came to Capricorn again and reached out to grab Capricorn's head. The black liquid surged and quickly wrapped around Capricorn's head. And then, bang, 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 Yi Sha grabbed Capricorn's head and smashed it against the ground. Smashing the ground, after about 5 or 6 times, Capricorn counterattacked again, swinging its tail and smashing towards Yi Sha again. But at this moment, as if he had expected it, Yi Sha did a somersault forward, avoiding the attack, and suddenly grabbed Capricorn's head and threw Capricorn forward. The black liquid continued to stretch, and then with a bang, Capricorn hit the wall, denting the metal plate embedded in the wall. At the same time, the black liquid exploded in all directions, turning into a large pool, like a spider web, sticking Capricorn to the wall. Yi Sha grinned, showing his jagged teeth again and roaring silently. The black liquid on his body surged, turning into spikes, stabbing forward. Boom! Along with the stabbing, a huge roar sounded. The wall collapsed, and Capricorn fell directly behind the wall. The attack finally stopped. Yi Sha was extremely surprised. Although Fatal was very strong, was he that strong? He could suppress Capricorn's second form? Capricorn had no power to fight back? This result was really unexpected. Fatal's voice sounded, "Don't forget. We are symbiotic beings. My strength depends on your strength. If you are strong, I am strong. If you are weak, I am weak." Yisha couldn't help but complain. "You mean I was too weak before? Right? Fatal, you can euphemistically understand that I am not strong enough. But the root cause is not me. Yisha, you might as well just say I am weak." Roar! At this time, a violent roar sounded. Capricorn stood up again, punched the wall as if to vent, then walked back, and then started running quickly. The next moment, Capricorn disappeared. Yisha moved again and quickly jumped towards the ceiling. Yisha must admit that although the body is his own, the consciousness that controls the body is fatal. The physical fitness remains unchanged, but the fatal reaction ability is indeed incomparably outstanding. In other words, the fatal fighting style requires more outstanding reaction ability. If it was Yisha, he would carefully distinguish and determine the approximate position of Capricorn before defending or counterattacking. But Fatal didn't care at all. After jumping up, the black liquid on his body surged again, turning into countless black spikes, and stabbed down again. A large-scale attack. Obviously, Fatal's idea was very clear, and he planned to force Capricorn out. Boom, boom, boom. Black spikes fell to the ground continuously, piercing the ground continuously, and making loud noises continuously. However, a large area of the ground was broken, but there was no trace of Capricorn. Suddenly, on another layer of the ceiling, Capricorn appeared, and the fishtail behind him swung forward fiercely. Bang! The bone hammer on the fishtail hit the ceiling, instantly smashing a piece of the ceiling. And Yisha loosened his hands and fell to the ground again. At the same time, during the fall, the black liquid surged out again, like a spider web, and stuck to Capricorn's body again. Roar! Roar! Capricorn roared angrily, and then stretched out his hand to tear the black liquid stuck to his body. However, it didn't work. It was very easy to tear the black liquid, but the torn black liquid still stuck to his body. But it became more fragmented. Chapter 1976 ran away. Yisha returned to the ground and dragged Capricorn down from the air with force. Both were extremely strange fighting methods, but there were still differences. Capricorn was mainly physical, with very strong explosive power and good body flexibility, and could perform many incredible movements. Secondly, the most important thing was the fishtail, which was not only used for attacking, but also as a support point. So Capricorn's legs were free and could perform more movements. The characteristics of the first two are also possessed by Fatal. For example, humans are not used to running on all fours, but the body is still Yisha's body, and Fatal can completely ignore this discomfort, while running on all fours, like a beast, is not necessarily faster, but the explosive power is indeed stronger. Sudden acceleration, emergency stop, and turning are much stronger than using only legs. The key point is the Fatal black liquid. If Capricorn uses the fishtail as a support point, then Fatal uses the black liquid as a support point. The functions of the two can be exactly the same. So what Capricorn can do, Fatal can do. However, the black liquid can be released from any part of the body, has stickiness, and can be infinitely stretched and deformed. It can be liquid or solid. This is much more powerful than Capricorn's fishtail. So what Fatal can do, Capricorn may not necessarily be able to do. This is the difference between the two. At the same time, Yisha used the black liquid to drag Capricorn down from the ceiling again, and after smashing him to the ground, 2 streams of black liquid gushed out from his shoulders again. The 2 streams of black liquid quickly condensed and transformed into 2 huge axes, which chopped down continuously in the direction of Capricorn. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact continued, and the black giant axe kept chopping down. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Yisha stopped, and the dust gradually dissipated, but there was no trace of Capricorn. This is another difficult part of Capricorn. Yisha only thought that Capricorn was fast or had the ability to hide. However, Fatal took over the physical battle, allowing Yisha's own consciousness to concentrate on watching the battle, which made Yisha see some clues. Capricorn is not just fast, and even this guy is not using the ability to hide, but the ability to be invisible. This invisibility ability is completely similar to the quantum invisibility cloak, which completely turns oneself into a transparent state. And it is not like a chameleon that simulates the environment to hide. This move has almost no flaws. Of course, the meaning of almost no flaws is that there are still some flaws. But these flaws can be almost ignored. That is, attack. Invisibility is invisibility. But as long as you attack, you can't continue to be invisible. However, this shortcoming is not really a shortcoming. Because when you attack, the opponent will definitely know the position of Capricorn. And it is unnecessary to be invisible. On the contrary, as long as Capricorn does not attack rashly, this guy will be more difficult to find than Gemini if he hides. For example, now, Yisha did not notice when Capricorn disappeared. However, Fatal didn't care at all. He swung two huge black axes horizontally, and then twisted his body, and the two black axes began to circle around Yisha's body. It was still a large-scale attack. This trick is very useful against invisibility. Invisibility is invisibility. But the person is still there after all, not disappearing. Large-scale attacks don't require targets anyway. Just attack an area, and invisibility is useless. However, what surprised Yisha was that it didn't work. In other words, Capricorn did not appear. Yisha continued to expand the range and cover all areas with the attack. He will definitely come out. However, Fatal did not do as Yisha said, but directly took back the black liquid. No need. Fatal, he has already run away. Ah? Yisha was stunned. Not sure, run away? Fatal agreed, and then used Yisha's body to point to the big hole on the side that was blasted out before. He ran from that position. I saw stone chips falling down. Yisha, why not chase him? Fatal, if he is determined to run, there is no point in chasing him. Yisha really couldn't refute this. If he used stealth to attack, there were ways to crack it. One way was to be patient and alert, waiting for the moment when the opponent attacked. Another way was to attack in a large area, directly bombing an area, and stealth could not avoid it. But if he escaped in stealth, Yisha thought about it, and found that it was really unsolvable. If it was an open area, it would be okay. He could chase him while bombing him with a large-scale attack. He might be able to blow him out once. As long as he could blow him out once and determine his approximate location, it would be difficult to use stealth to escape afterwards. But the problem is that this place is not open, and the terrain is very complicated. After Capricorn hides, it will find a place to nest randomly. There is no way to find people. Even if the gods come, they probably can't get Capricorn out. Yisha sighed. This constellation monster is getting more and more troublesome, because the research on constellation monsters is constantly going on. With the passage of time, the constellation monsters produced will inevitably be more complete than one, and naturally more powerful. Originally, Yisha thought that Gemini was the most troublesome, and now Capricorn has appeared. Oh, and there's Aries. Aries is even scarier. The first two can only run and are hard to kill, but Aries can really fight. Yisha still remembers that Aries almost crippled Gemini with one punch, and almost crippled himself. Fortunately, Aries can fight, but not for long. With this huge shortcoming, there's no need to worry too much about Aries. But, Yisha, why does Capricorn want to run? Fatal counter question, how do I know? This is indeed a puzzle. Although Fatal has suppressed Capricorn and beaten him hard, it is just a beating. It is not so easy to defeat Capricorn. After all, Capricorn was in the second stage at that time, and there will be a third stage later. If you think about it this way, Capricorn is not invincible after entering the final form, regardless of winning or losing. It is certain that he can fight. Capricorn has not yet shown his full strength. In this case, there is no reason to run. Right? Yisha couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. If someone wants to run, can he stop him? Just run. It can save some trouble. If he really wins or loses with Capricorn, it will definitely be a huge consumption. Now he can save some energy. Chapter 1977 Encounter. The black liquid on Yisha's body quickly faded, and the fatality returned to Yisha's body. Yisha stepped directly out of the hole in the wall where Capricorn left, but found that there were passages all around, and he didn't know where they led to. Returning to the other side of the wall, Yisha shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Dr. Witzel didn't say anything, so Yisha could only judge for himself. There is an elevator in the battle hall, which seems to be a normal passage, because, except for the 3 elevators, there are no doors here. But if that's the case, the wall behind should be solid, and there should be no path. But now there is a path, which means that those passages were originally hidden. In this case, is the elevator the right way? Or is the hidden passage the right way? Yi Sha now feels a headache. This damn beehive is really too annoying. It really looks like a huge maze. Or a three-dimensional maze. And there is no way to find the right way out. And what is that old thing Dr. Witzel thinking? Didn't the old guy want me to go to the core area? If so, give me some hints. He spoke when he didn't want to, and didn't speak when he should. Yi Sha cursed as he came to the side of the elevator and tried to start it. Yi Sha was really annoyed with the passage. He didn't know which was the right way anyway. So he just took the elevator and took it wherever it could take him. The elevator started normally, and after Yi Sha turned on the switch, the door opened directly. Entering the elevator, there is no button to select a floor. The elevator door closes, and then the elevator starts. I don't know whether it goes up or down. After about 10 seconds, the elevator stops and the door opens. Is it over? The elevator door opens, and it turns out to be a restaurant. Tables and chairs have fallen to the ground, and there is some food on the floor. Yi Sha thought about it, and simply went into the kitchen, found some bread, and a few cans of functional drinks. Yi Sha sat down on the floor, stuffed the bread into his mouth, and then drank the drink, and then took out the cell repair liquid and shot himself. Too tired. I didn't feel it during the battle, but after the battle, when my body and mind relaxed, Yi Sha really felt tired and sore all over. Yi Sha was straightforward. The old man Dr. Witzel suddenly disappeared and didn't show up. He had to walk forward on his own. He didn't know when he could enter the core area. Either he had already entered, or he was still wandering around the edge. But Yi Sha knew very well that when he met Apostle Zero, he would have to fight hard. If he continued to hold on in his current state, even if he arrived at the core area first, he might not get any benefits. In this case, why not take a break? After all, this is not just 1 or 2 battles, and it is not even calculated by fields. The others have been in the hive for a week. Some things cannot be rushed. After eating, Yi Sha leaned against the wall and began to rest. But just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly heard some subtle noises. Yi Sha immediately became alert, stood up suddenly, and drew out his sword. Yi Sha went to find the sound, and the place where the sound came from was actually the refrigerator. The refrigerator was large enough to hide 2 people. Yi Sha took a deep breath and suddenly opened the refrigerator. The next moment, a sword light suddenly flew out of the refrigerator. Yi Sha quickly leaned back and used a bridge posture to avoid the sword light. Then he bounced back and stood up again, intending to attack. But he did not stab the sword. Of course, the opponent did not continue to attack. Yi Sha, why is it you? Nan Rongjishir casually wiped forward and took back the flying sword. Looking tired, it's not easy to get here. I looked around and found no one. I want to rest. Yi Sha sat down. Same. Nan Rongjishir, when did you come? Yi Sha, today. Strictly speaking, about 18 hours ago. Almost a day. Nan Rongjishir was surprised. You got here in 1 day? Yi Sha, where is this place? The core area? Nan Rongjishir, almost to the core area. But not yet. It should be considered the edge of the core area. But this place is not ordinary trouble. I came here yesterday, and I haven't entered the core area yet. Oh! Yi Sha, what kind of trouble? Nan Rongjishir, it's hard to say. You can rest first. I'll take you to see it later. Yi Sha nodded, and suddenly said, take out your sword box and attack me. Nan Rongjishir was stunned for a moment. But he was not stupid. He quickly understood what Yi Sha meant, took out his sword box, and then attacked Yi Sha with 7 swords. But it was just a gesture. And then he took it back. Nan Rongjishir spread his hands. Is it okay? Yi Sha nodded. I'll take a nap. I'm tired. Yi Sha suspected that Nan Rongjishir was fake. The reason was simple. Nan Rongjishir didn't say that he had any troubles and asked Yi Sha to rest first. There was nothing wrong with this statement itself. But Yi Sha was very careful. Nan Rongjishir took the initiative to let him rest. This was a point that could arouse suspicion. After Yi Sha rested, would Nan Rongjishir do something? So, let Nan Rongjishir prove himself in the most direct way. Then Nan Rongjishir understood the meaning and proved to Yi Sha that even if the weapon used by Nan Rongjishir could be simulated by ability, it was almost impossible to simulate the ability to use a sword. Nanrong Jishir used a set of swords, and the swords were matched with abilities. Unless it was an illusion, it would be difficult to imitate, and illusions happened to be useless to Yisha. Then, Nanrong Jishir was probably real, and Yisha was just overthinking. Yisha stopped talking, but leaned aside to rest, closed his eyes, and dozed off. Nanrong Jishir remained alert, sat in a position where he could see the entrance, and rested with his eyes open. Yisha took a nap with his eyes closed for about 2 or 3 hours. After opening his eyes, his physical condition seemed to be much better. Nanrong Jishir sat on the side and pushed a plate to Yisha. Just make some food. Bread with frangipani tasted good, and Yisha stuffed it into his mouth. Yisha, we have rested enough, and we can move on. Now let's talk about the trouble here. Nanrong Jishir pointed to the passages on the left and right. Helplessly, the left one is the land of small people, and the right one is the land of giants. I don't know if there is a way out on both sides, or one of them has a way out, or there is no way out on both sides. Yisha was confused and didn't understand it at all. It took a long time for him to speak. You don't understand at all? Nanrong Jishir, that's why I asked you to come with me to see it. It's really hard to explain. Chapter 1978 Lilliput Country. If it's hard to explain, don't explain it. Yisha, let's go and have a look. Nanrong Jishir nodded and said nothing more. He took Yisha to Lilliput Country first. After entering the so-called Lilliput Country, Yisha knew why. As the name suggests, everything in Lilliput Country is of course very small. The so-called Lilliput Country is actually a tropical plant constant temperature room, where a large number of tropical plants are planted. However, if it were just ordinary tropical plants, there would obviously be nothing surprising. The key point is that these plants are very small. There is a big tree next to Yisha, which is about as high as Yisha's chest. And this tree is basically the tallest plant here. There are a lot of ferns on the ground, which make the surroundings green. But each fern is only as big as a fingernail. Of course, it still feels lush when you look up, because there are so many plants, filling all the space, including the walls and ceiling. Yisha, what's wrong with this place? Be careful. Before Yisha finished speaking, Nanrong Jishir pushed Yisha away, and then slashed forward with a sword. After the sword, it seemed as if nothing happened, and Yisha looked confused. Nanrong Jishir explained, they are some very small insects. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see them with your naked eyes. In addition, according to some information I found while wandering around, this should be a fungus culture room strictly speaking. As Nanrong Jishir spoke, he squatted down and pushed aside a patch of plants. Yisha finally saw clearly that there were several very small insects, smaller than mosquitoes, and looked a bit like ladybugs. Nanrong Jishir, the plants and insects here are extremely small and carry bacteria. According to the information I got, there are 109 different types of bacteria here, half of which have not been cultured, and the remaining more than 50% may be lethal. Yisha, just be careful not to get infected. It doesn't scare you so much, does it? Nanrong Jishir took out a tube of medicine. I advise you not to take it lightly. I had a high fever for 2 days. Luckily, I was infected with a complete bacteria, and then I found serum in the warehouse next door to survive. Moreover, it was not a quick death. If it was a quick death, I would not even have the chance to find the serum. That's not what I meant. Yisha, all bacteria are afraid of high temperatures. Right? Nanrong Jishir was stunned for a moment. I think so. This is common sense. To sterilize, you use high-temperature baking, or directly boil it in boiling water, etc. But it is common sense after all. Whether it is really so or not, only God knows. Besides, these are bacteria specially cultivated by Compu. Even if common sense is correct, can you be sure to use common sense to deal with uncommon bacteria? Yisha, anyway, if you are afraid of high temperatures, this broken place is totally insignificant to me. As Yisha said this, he punched to the side, and then a large piece of flame appeared, surging wildly to the side. Almost in the blink of an eye, a large area of plants was burned. Look! Yisha, all bacteria are dead. Nanrong Jishir was speechless. If bacteria are really afraid of high temperatures, then this trick is invincible. Nanrong Jishir originally wanted to tell Yisha that even if he was not infected with bacteria, this place was not so easy to pass because of the use of visual art. A more intuitive way to put it is visual deception. Nan Rongjishir stayed in this hellhole for 6 hours, until he was infected with bacteria. But he didn't even walk to the edge, even though he could see the wall at a glance. But the power of visual deception lies here. What you see may not be real. However, Yi Sha is a violent person. So Nan Rongjishir didn't want to say anything, and secretly said that he was indeed stupid. Although he didn't have this method, he could definitely cut the plants all the way through. However, being able to cut down plants is not enough to deal with bacterial infections. Yi Sha mainly uses flames to destroy and eliminate bacteria. At this time, Yi Sha has already started to set fire all the way. Although the cultivation room occupies a large area, it can't withstand Yi Sha's raising his hand to set a fire. It will burn almost in a quarter of an hour. However, there is no exit. This place is completely closed. Yi Sha, I guess there are other ways to break the wall. But this place is really like a maze. My personal idea is to follow the normal path. Maybe we can sneak into the core area, follow the hidden paths, and we may sneak in. But it is more likely that ghosts don't know where we went. Nan Rongjishir nodded. That makes sense. Then let's go to the other side and have a look. Yi Sha nodded and said, there are only 2 roads in this damn place. Nan Rongjishir, only 3 roads are visible. As for the last one, it is where I came from. If I go there, I can only go back. Yi Sha, then where I came from? Nan Rongjishir, where did you come from? Yi Sha, restaurant. Elevator. Nan Rongjishir was stunned. I saw the elevator, but I tried and couldn't open it from the restaurant, because there are other passages. I didn't think about destroying the elevator and climbing up, but studied other passages. Yi Sha tilted his head. One-way elevator? Forget it. It's not worth being surprised. This ghost place is very strange. Yi Sha guessed that when the honeycomb was designed, it was probably designed with this kind of trapping structure. The two talked while coming to the other side. It's very simple and easy to understand. You can tell why Nan Rongjishir said this is the land of adults at a glance. Of course, it's because it's very big. This place seems to be a home. The place you enter is the living room, with a refrigerator, a microwave, and a table and chairs. Nan Rongjishir introduced 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and an attic. I walked around for hours without getting out. This is a bit weird. Even if it is a manor, it is not possible to walk around for hours without getting out. But in fact, Nan Rongjishir is not lying. The refrigerator is 100 meters long. Although it looks like a refrigerator, it is a tall building. When he came to the table legs looked like cliffs in Yi Sha's eyes. Looking at the pair of slippers placed next to the shoe cabinet, Yi Sha felt that if he lay in it, it would take about 7 or 8 of himself to be as long as the slippers. Yi Sha cursed. Is Compu sick? What's the point of building such a place? Or are they just too rich to spend? Even if they have the resources, they shouldn't squander them like this. Right? How much manpower would it take to build this? Nan Rongjishir explained. It's not that simple. This place is just a huge maze. Yi Sha was puzzled. Maze? Nan Rongjishir thought for a moment. If there is a way to leave here, it's a maze. Chapter 1979 The Land of Adults. Yi Sha suddenly realized that Nan Rongjishir had said this, and he understood. This damn place was terribly large. If there was a way out, then we had to find the way, which was obviously not an easy task. Yi Sha was a little embarrassed. This seemed to be a big project. Where did the old man Dr. Witzel go? Now was the time to give some hints. Sighing, Yi Sha said, Did you get anything? Nan Rongjishir, yes. I have walked around the living room for a long time, and I basically don't see any way out. In addition, I will be attacked. Yi Sha, zombies? Nan Rongjishir, yes. There are also some strange things, such as spiders as big as dinosaurs, mice, cockroaches, and so on. Yi Sha sighed. It is indeed a country of adults. But it's a pity that we are not big. Nan Rongjishir, do you have any ideas? Yi Sha, I have some ideas. To be honest, under normal circumstances, I think it is relatively easy to find a way out. Nan Rongjishir was puzzled. Easier? Yi Sha, at our speed, it shouldn't take long to walk along the wall? Nan Rongjishir's face lit up. Yes. This is a good idea. Yi Sha, I haven't finished yet. This is the normal situation. That is, the entrance and exit are open on the wall. A passage, a door or something. But what if it is a secret door? For example, under the floor. Nanrong Jisher took a breath of cold air. The floor could lie horizontally for at least 7 or 8 people. Are they going to turn the floor over? Yisha, it's not over yet. What if the passage is hidden in cabinets, drawers, refrigerators, microwave ovens, thermoses, etc.? Nanrong Jisher took another breath. It's not that bad. Is it? Yisha, come on. If they created this place just to trap people, then of course they can do whatever bad things they want. This is the value of this place. Compu must have invested a lot to create this place. Do you think it's just for fun? Nanrong Jisher smiled bitterly. Then what do you think we should do? Yisha, look for it. What else can we do? Or we can destroy this place. Nanrong Jisher rolled his eyes and ignored Yisha. The refrigerator was as tall as a building. How long would it take to destroy it? Yisha, then start from the living room. Let's divide it up and search separately. Don't search the periphery first. Start with something with internal space. Okay. Nanrong Jisher, how do we divide the area? Yisha, I'll go look in the refrigerator. You look for the washing machine? Nanrong Jisher nodded. Meet at the table in 2 hours. Yisha nodded. Okay. That's right. Nanrong Jisher, there is a ladder behind the refrigerator. You can go inside the refrigerator. Should refrigerators have ladders? Yisha thinks that only sick refrigerators have ladders. But this is not a normal refrigerator. So it is possible. This refrigerator cannot really be used to store food. However, following Nanrong Jisher's instructions, he came to the back of the refrigerator, and after climbing up the metal ladder, he saw a small hole. After entering, Yisha actually found food. A 3-person high cake was right in front of Yisha, and when he looked sideways, he saw a huge spinach with a can of ice cream next to it. Yisha went directly to the side of the cake and took a bite, then pouted twice to the side. Damn. It was actually a fake cake made of resin. But it was also a fantasy. In Yisha's opinion, Compu had already made such a place. And they really made such a big cake? Did they really freeze it and eat it? However, the refrigerator is a real refrigerator. Besides being very huge, the inside of the refrigerator is actually refrigerated, which makes Yisha feel like he has entered a place like a snowfield. Yisha walked around the cake and started to think that if there is a way out in the refrigerator, the middle section is impossible because it is suspended in the air and not attached to the wall, unless a passage is deliberately made. But that would be meaningless. If it is not a hidden passage, it will be easily found by others. In this case, there are 2 possibilities, either at the top or at the bottom. Yisha prepared to search downwards. The top was easier, and he could go up the ladder by climbing back. The lower level was more troublesome, and he had to find a way out from the refrigerator. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a chill. The wind and snow came suddenly. Yisha stepped forward with a ghost step, and his figure flashed, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Pulling away. Looking back, Yisha saw a piece of frost and snow falling where he had stood before, freezing the ground. A zombie. A zombie like an ice cube. The zombie looked normal, without any mutation, except that its skin was a deep light blue. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and a frosty wave of cold air gushed out of its mouth. Yisha dodged again, and then punched forward. Flames surging. The hot flames rushed forward and melted the ice the moment they collided with it. At the same time, after melting the ice, the power of the flames did not decrease, and it continued to rush forward, hitting the zombie's body fiercely. Bang! The next moment, the flames exploded, and the zombie was blown away. Although the head was not seriously injured and it would not die, the body was directly blown off, and it lost its combat effectiveness. Yisha stepped forward with the sword, wanting to pierce the zombie's head, but at this moment, zombies appeared again from behind, one after another, constantly appearing in front of Yisha, opening their mouths and spewing cold air. Damn! Yisha, I hate you guys who never stop. The air around him suddenly became hot, and a large piece of flame surged from Yisha's body, sweeping forward like a wave. Boom! The cold wave collided with the flames, making a loud explosion, and everything around was blown to pieces in an instant. At the same time, Yisha leaped forward, passed through the exploding flames, came to the front of the zombies, and suddenly drew his sword. The sword light was cold. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yisha thrust his sword forward, and the sword light suddenly exploded, turning into 24 rays, stabbing forward. The heads of the first few zombies exploded one after another, and light blue blood spilled out. After landing, it quickly froze. Yisha moved forward all the way, directly passing through the group of zombies, holding the sword in his hand. And within 3 feet, there were countless sword lights. 3 feet of sword edge. Cut everything. As Yisha walked forward, zombies fell to the ground one after another, and their heads were cut off by the sword light one after another, and they became silent. Chapter 1980 Guide. Zombies that can spit out cold waves are no problem for Yisha, and he killed them all in a short time. However, the zombies appeared, and according to Nan Rongjisher's description, this place is probably really used to trap people, with complex terrain and a lot of entangled things. After dealing with the zombies, Yisha began to walk to the bottom, but did not find anything worth mentioning. There was a generator and a rat hole. After dealing with a rat that was as big as a truck, Yisha began to climb up the iron ladder to the top of the refrigerator. Arriving on top of the refrigerator, Yisha turned around, but still had no results, and then began to look around. To be honest, this place was more troublesome than the places he had been to before. Before, at least there was a passage. Right or wrong, at least there was a way to go. But this place was difficult to find a way. Moreover, Yisha had a worse idea in his mind. He would not spend several days searching in this broken place, and then found that there was actually no passage at all, and it was a dead end. That would be a lot of fun. Hey! At this time, Yisha suddenly heard Nan Rongjisher shout, "Come down quickly." Yisha looked down and saw Nan Rongjisher standing on the table, and then desperately pointed to the side. Yisha was stunned and found that there was a small green light circle where Nan Rongjisher pointed. Guide? Yisha was a little puzzled, but not sure, because the light circle was really a little small, probably only the size of a fist. The light source of the guide, although it depends on the individual, is different, but generally the size of the head. Most of them are several circles larger. Yisha immediately spread his paper wings and flew towards the table. After landing, he asked anxiously, "What?" Nan Rongjisher, Carlo guide. Yisha was surprised. "Is it really the guide?" Nan Rongjisher, "Yes. But we can't communicate." I opened my mouth and ignored me. The guide has the ability to communicate with the spirit, but Carlo guide didn't use it on me. Yisha, then how do you know it's the guide? Nan Rongjisher, I feel that besides the guide, who else is the light source life form? And look for yourself. Yisha looked at the green light circle. To be honest, it really didn't look like a guide. A guide is a ball of light. But the center of the light circle in front of him had completely dimmed and turned into a light circle. But it did have some feeling of a guide. At the same time, the light circle kept rising and falling, floating forward for a while, and then quickly floating back, repeating this continuously. Yisha, looks like it's showing us the way? Nan Rongjisher nodded, follow. The two followed the green light circle. Yisha, don't blame me for not reminding you. I saw other guides before, but they attacked me. Nan Rongjisher, the guide will never betray. Yisha knew this was the answer. The apostles have unconditional trust in the guide, which stems from their faith, because this faith itself was instilled in them by the guide. Yisha, I didn't say it was a betrayal. Maybe they were controlled. Nan Rongjisher did not comment. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, and there was no way to chat with this group of stubborn people. After a while, a green halo fluttered past and floated towards the open drawer. After entering, there was actually a passage in the drawer. Nan Rongjisher was excited. It's a way out. This time it was Yisha's turn to remain silent. Yisha would not unconditionally trust the guide. Walking into the passage, Yisha smelled a strong smell of blood. About 100 meters ahead, Yisha and Nan Rongjisher saw a large number of corpses and dried blood on the ground. Yisha looked down and said, a war broke out in this place. And it was a three-way war. The walking corpses of the apostles are easy to recognize. After all, they are all dressed the same. Cloaks, masks and red scarves. Secondly, there are quite a few people on the Doomsday train, because the people on the Doomsday train are easy to identify. If the apostles are regular troops, the people on the Doomsday train are ragtag troops, wearing all kinds of clothes and holding all kinds of weapons. It is actually more troublesome for Computech. Computech has uniforms, but people may not wear them, and the uniforms are diverse, so it is often difficult to distinguish. But this time it is easy to distinguish. Because Computech did not send out people, but zombies. A large number of modified zombies. At the same time, Yisha heard crying and looked up. Nanrong Jishir was crying, and the green halo was slowly fading and disappearing. Nanrong Jishir, Carlo Guide is dead. Or rather, he was already dead before. He used his last will to hold on, and brought us to the right exit. Yisha, don't you feel that something is wrong? Nanrong Jishir said coldly. I know you are from the Doomsday train and are not the same kind of people as us. But since we all have the same goal, I will still choose to accept you and even let go of the past hatred. But if you question again and again, stop. Yisha stretched out his hand. Can you stop being so sensitive? Nanrong Jishir, I am sensitive? Yisha, did I say I was doubting the guide? Nanrong Jishir, what do you mean? You have doubted other guides before. Yisha sighed. This is the guide. Think about it. Can a bunch of scum kill the guide? I can kill all these trash lying here with one hand. Conversely, do you think I can kill the guide with one hand? Nanrong Jishir frowned. This. Yisha, and before. I was attacked by the guide. Hey, don't look at me like that. I said the guide was controlled. Nanrong Jishir, how could the guide be controlled? Yisha, who should I ask? Noi also saw it. Nanrong Jishir, where is Noi? Yisha, dead. Killed by Aquarius. Nanrong Jishir was stunned and showed sadness again. Yisha cursed in his heart. Women are sentimental. Is it time to be sad now? Yisha, can you focus on the key point? I ask you. What level can kill the guide? Nanrong Jishir answered, at least the deputy train conductor. Yisha, yes. There is no deputy train conductor in Compu. Nanrong Jishir, just because you don't know doesn't mean there is none. And maybe it's someone from the Doomsday train? Yisha, the conductor took action. Is the guide qualified to fight? Can he still retain his will to bring us here? As for Gonlin and Malfarian, it wasn't done by the two of them. Nanrong Jishir, how do you know? Yisha, I know them well. I know their methods. And this place is a bit weird. Nanrong Jishir, the weird place? Yisha, these guys didn't fight each other to death, but were killed.